Chapter 491. Beware of the Mirror. After the caregiver finished cleaning up the shattered teacups in the room, she applied burn ointment to Feng Minglong's injury and only left once his condition stabilized. Ever since I met you, my luck has been nothing but unfortunate, Feng Minglong said with a wry smile, cradling his burned hand. Misery loves company, I replied. Just moments ago, Feng Minglong had cried out in pain. Interrupting my thoughts regarding Elder Chen, my speculations were abruptly halted. Ignoring Feng Minglong, I dipped my fingers into the water at the bottom of the cup and traced 3 lines on the table. Dreams can be categorized into superficial, intermediate, and profound layers. When I first entered a dream, Huang Xue was not in a state of unconsciousness. She consciously chose to drift into slumber, lingering between the superficial and intermediate realms. However, Yibing's situation diverged considerably. Her current state resembled that of a vegetative person, with a significant portion of her self-awareness potentially lost within the depths of her dreams. If I wished to rescue her, I had to prepare myself for the journey into the profound dreamscape. The profound dreamscape is a realm that even the controlling deity of the Tonglan talisman, Yuanjin Xinsha, hesitates to enter. Would I be able to return if I ventured there? My understanding of dreams remains at a rudimentary level since that live stream ended. I had not delved into such matters again. After all, that live stream left an indelible impression on me. In an unlocked room, I had engaged in a battle of wits against the ghosts alongside Guojunjia's family, narrowly escaping with our lives. I had no desire to revisit that painful memory. Dreams are extraordinarily peculiar, a distorted world where reasoning and conjecture often prove futile. More often than not, the difference between life and death hinges on sheer luck. With a bitter smile, I felt the weight of my 10,000 karmic burdens pitted against fate. My luck had plummeted to an abysmal low, likely worse than that of Feng Minglong beside me. What are you staring at? Feng Minglong, now a startled bird, immediately huddled to one side upon catching my glance. It's nothing. I'm merely curious why your family isn't here to care for you, given the severity of your injury. Can you really rely solely on the caregiver? What will you do when you need to use the restroom at night? I doodled with the water on the table, attempting to lighten the atmosphere in the ward. Don't mention it. My parents divorced early, and the court awarded custody to my father, who spends his days indulging in drink and gambling. I doubt he would shed a tear if I were to perish outside, Feng Minglong sighed, clutching his swollen hand. And what about you? I've seen you numerous times accompanied by police. Do you have no family? Or are you a special officer within the Public Security Bureau? Family? I shook my head and turned up the volume on the television. You should focus on your recovery. Our situations are quite different. Could it be that you two have endured a tumultuous childhood? Feng Minglong suddenly grew intrigued. We are both wanderers in this world. Once we are discharged, we must go out for a drink. Whatever you prefer. I gazed at the water stains on the table, my fingers tapping rhythmically against the surface, my mind preoccupied with thoughts of the profound dream realm. If the superficial and intermediate dreams could still be detected with human technology, the profound dreamscape belonged entirely to another world. It is acknowledged to exist, yet exploration remains impossible, for those who enter rarely return. After much contemplation, I requested a phone from the nurse. Utilizing my remarkable memory, I dialed the number of Gue Shu Lianxiang. After a dozen seconds, the call connected, and I was met with the jarring sounds of heavy metal music and a somewhat languid voice on the other end. Who is this? It's Gao Jian, a rare visitor. Indeed, I pondered how someone could possibly know my private phone number, but what brings you here? Let me guess. Are you missing me, or perhaps longing for Sakurako? A teasing voice came through the receiver, and I found myself slightly overwhelmed by this alluring lady's words. I hesitantly mentioned that I had some inquiries regarding dreams that I wished to discuss with Sakurako, asking if it was a convenient time for her. Come over. The room out here is rather noisy, whereas the inner chamber offers tranquility. By the way, would you like something to drink before we begin? I could arrange that. It might add a touch of charm to our conversation. The sweet, honeyed voice of Kiritsuka Ayaka always stirred endless imaginations in me. Madam, I'm afraid I cannot come to you. I've sustained severe injuries at the hospital. Would it be possible for you to bring Sakurako here? I whispered, my voice dwindling to a near inaudible level, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The hospital? Kiritsuka Ayaka hesitated for a moment before agreeing and sent me an address, instructing me to arrive within half an hour. After hanging up, I exhaled a sigh of relief. This woman truly was enchanting. As I took a few sips of water from the table, I suddenly caught a glimpse of Feng Minglong's astonished expression. What is wrong with you? Japanese? A Japanese woman? Is that so peculiar? I continued sketching on the table, thinking that if anyone entered, I could easily erase the water stains to conceal everything. Half an hour later, the sound of high heels echoed down the hallway, sharp and rhythmic, like a precise drumbeat. Such a woman capable of maneuvering her heels with such finesse was indeed rare. The door swung open, and Kiritsuka Ayaka strode in, adorned in a light-colored trench coat that was quite stunning. The coat was open, revealing a fitted garment that accentuated her smooth abdomen and further highlighted her ample bosom, evoking a metaphor that was on the tip of my tongue. The blue fox tattoo on her body seemed to come alive, exuding elegance, beauty, and a hint of cunning. Following closely behind her was Sakurako, who appeared somewhat reluctant as she held Ayaka's hand like a little adult. "What has happened to you, Gaojian? Why do you look like this?" Kiritsuka Ayaka laughed, covering her mouth, noticing Feng Minglong's dazed gaze upon her, and she even flashed him a captivating smile. "Let us not get sidetracked. We should address the matter at hand." This enchanting vixen was not to be trifled with, and I swiftly shifted the topic, bringing Sakurako closer. "Child, tell me, if I wish to delve into the depths of a dream, is there a possibility of returning?" As my question hung in the air, the room fell silent. Both Kiritsuka Ayaka and Sakurako paused for 2 or 3 seconds before turning their gaze toward me. "Gaojian, do you genuinely believe you are invulnerable? No one can return from the depths of a dream." While Sakurako was indeed Kiritsuka Ayaka's daughter, her words were far more reliable than her mother's. The little girl's eyes reflected urgency, and though she yearned to express her thoughts, she struggled with articulation. I hastily called for a nurse to fetch pen and paper. "Sakurako, have you never ventured into the depths of a dream?" My tone trembled, as this realm seemed even more terrifying than I had anticipated. Sakurako shook her head and meticulously wrote on the paper in Chinese characters, "That is another world." Gazing at the words, I understood their meaning all too well. I possessed treasures that could induce dreams, as well as extraordinary items that allowed me to traverse between dreams and reality. "What do you think my chances are of returning if I enter the depths of a dream?" "There is no possibility. Once you enter, you cannot return," Sakurako wrote with great seriousness. Her answers were the result of profound contemplation. The depths of the dream world form a bizarre and distorted realm, inhabited by nightmares and buried memories forgotten by humanity. It is a dead end, devoid of a return path. I held the paper in silence for a considerable time before I continued to inquire. "If I were to walk on the brink between the mid-level and deep-level dream realms, what do you think is the probability of my returning?" 30%, she replied. Initially, Sakurako had written a mere 10%, but upon glancing at me, she amended it to 30. "Only 30%. I sighed, feeling the beads of the rosary on my wrist. "You've endured many nightmares. Can you share some dangers within dreams so I might avoid them in advance?" The young girl nodded obediently, sitting on the hospital bed as she began to write. "In the mid-level dream, there is a possibility of encountering nightmares. They may manifest in various forms, so it's advisable not to converse with anyone in a dream. Nor should you easily trust anyone, even the most familiar figures from your memory." I committed this to memory and gestured for Sakurako to continue. "Some nightmares are exceedingly terrifying. They may harbor peculiar entities. Be vigilant and never engage in games or promise others anything within the dream. Avoid rooms with walls plastered in posters. Do not touch the white walls, and refrain from washing your hair in a dream. Be cautious, as someone might take advantage of the moment you bow your head to stand behind you." "All right, I've noted that. Is there anything else?" I felt a chill from Sakurako's warnings. She set down her pen and faced me, standing tall. "There is one crucial point. Never look into a mirror while dreaming." Chapter 492, Masks of Good and Evil. Many have long forgotten the feelings they experienced upon first gazing into a mirror, a blend of wonder, excitement, and fear intertwined. Regardless of how vibrant the world appears through one's eyes, without a mirror, one remains forever unseen. For individuals, they are perpetual blind observers, and the first impression of seeing oneself in a mirror is deeply etched in memory. That thrill mixed with fear will eternally reside within the human cerebral cortex. Perhaps that sensation has faded from your own recollection, but dreams do not forget. Each person's dream contains a unique mirror hidden within the depths of their soul. To behold it is akin to encountering another version of oneself. These words came from Akiko Kazuki, who, due to her connection with Sakurako, possesses considerable knowledge about dreams. She retrieved her phone and shared some of her records concerning the dream world. Many elements within dreams carry special significance. For instance, a vending machine symbolizes desire. An eggplant represents pregnancy, and a labyrinth signifies confusion and helplessness. When navigating dreams, particularly in the mid-level and deep-level realms, one must pay special attention to these symbols. Additionally, be mindful of colors. Most dreams are rendered in black and white. When you encounter other colors, proceed with caution, as the hues in dreams are laden with strong symbolism. For instance, red signifies anger and passion, while pure black conveys repressed emotions. Akiko Kazuki has long been concerned that Sakurako might become lost within nightmares, so over the years, she has amassed considerable knowledge regarding dreams. After perusing all of this, I felt a renewed sense of assurance. Gao Jian, you should contemplate this further. What I have shared with you is merely a means to cope with the mid-level dream. The deep-level dream remains an uncharted territory in academia, shrouded in mystery. Akiko Kazuki retrieved her phone, slightly tempering her allure. Academia? Madam, your command of Chinese has become increasingly fluent. I detect a subtle admonition in the words of Ayaka. Yet there are certain matters that I cannot resign myself to without first attempting. Gao Jian, as my fingers were grasped, Sakura handed me a paper from the table, insisting that I must not delve into the depths of the dream realm. Upon receiving the sheet from her, I was momentarily taken aback. It depicted a little girl with braided hair, rendered in a childish manner reminiscent of the supporting characters in a children's book, merely composed of simple lines that vaguely suggested a form. Were you drawing this while conversing with your mother? I folded the paper and gazed into Sakura's large eyes, inquiring about its significance. Can you enlighten me regarding this? Take care not to lose it, she replied tersely, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her mother's. I carefully folded the paper and placed it close to me, subsequently posing several questions to Sakura, who answered each one diligently. It was not until after 7 in the evening that the mother and daughter finally departed. No one has ever returned from the depths of the dream realm. Even lingering at the threshold of the mid-level and deep realms, I possess only a 30% chance of returning. Such odds are rather disheartening. Leaning against my pillow, I gazed at the ceiling. Ever since donning Teacher Chen's prayer beads, my mind has been free from distractions, each thought illuminating with clarity. Given my current state of recovery, I cannot engage in vigorous activity during the next live stream, as my wounds would surely reopen, not to mention the interference of fate. Thus, I shall utilize my 10 points to forego this live stream, dedicating my efforts to assist Yi Bing as a means of repaying a debt to Teacher Chen. As I retrieved my phone to access the Underworld showcase, I suddenly sensed an anomaly. The figures in the merit recording section were in constant flux. What is happening? I distinctly recalled my merit being negative 100,000, yet it has now altered to negative 99,900. The value continues to change, albeit at a sluggish pace. Is my merit actually recovering? Intrigued, I instinctively glanced at my wrist. Could it be that these prayer beads contain the merit accumulated by Teacher Chen over the past 20 years? That seems implausible. How could one's merit coalesce within a mere object? Attempting to remove the prayer beads, the merit recording ceased its fluctuations immediately. It appears that this bracelet indeed has a role in this phenomenon. If it can assist in restoring my merit, the favor owed becomes rather substantial. Gazing at the beads, a tempest of thoughts surged within me, yet I soon found peace. Perhaps these prayer beads have merely absorbed a fraction of Teacher Chen's merit due to their prolonged association with him. Even a few hundred would be quite remarkable. Teacher Chen remains an enigma. Caressing the beads, I sighed deeply, resolved to assist Yi Bing to the best of my abilities, venturing into her dreams. But only within the shallow and mid-level realms. If I can find her, that would be splendid. If not, I shall consider it an earnest effort. After coming to this conclusion, I began to message the Underworld showcase, intending to expend 10 points to cancel the upcoming livestream task. Yet my message lingered unanswered for quite some time. Is it possible that there is no need to send a prior message? That points are automatically deducted if the livestream task remains unfulfilled? I have never canceled a livestream task before, thus my understanding of the entire process is limited. The showcase operates with such mystery, offering no employee handbook. As I murmured to myself and turned my head, I noticed Feng Minglong observing me furtively, which instantly caused me to furrow my brow. What do you want this time? I saved your life. Do not repay kindness with malice. No. Feng Minglong hastily waved his hands, his voice wavering. What is your relationship with that mother and daughter from earlier? Although I couldn't comprehend your conversation, it seemed you shared a close bond. They appeared quite concerned for you. Feng Minglong expressed his thoughts with a series of knowing glances and subtle gestures. Nothing special. We are merely acquaintances, I replied nonchalantly, mentally reviewing the information I had gathered from Sakura and Onisuka Ayaka. Oh, then I can rest easy, Feng Minglong responded sincerely. A hint of shyness in his tone. He scratched his head, seemingly recalling some pleasant memory, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. Struggling with his burned hand, he managed to extract his phone. Could you share the contact number of that Japanese sister? Japanese sister? I paused in surprise. Yes, the one with the blue tattoo on her chest. Is he really thinking about her while nearly incapacitated? Get out of my way. Do not cloud my thoughts. Without waiting for Feng Minglong to finish, I outright rejected his request. Just then, at nearly 8 o'clock, Tai Ningxiang rushed in with dinner. You must be starving. I have some matters at the bureau and cannot leave, so hurry and eat. If not, I will stay tonight to take care of you. No need, I replied, not feeling generous enough to share with Feng Minglong. After finishing my meal, I reached out to stop Tai Ningxiang, who was about to leave. I need you to do me a favor. What is it? I scrutinized Tai Ningxiang for a moment before finally saying, I need to make a trip to the central bank. Could you escort me? No way. With your current condition, how can you run around? Your wound is already infected. What if something happens if you go outside? You should stay here and recuperate. Tai Ningxiang gathered the dishes, then asked, what do you need to go to the bank for? Are you short on money? I've already covered your medical expenses, so there's no rush. Not quite. I need to retrieve something from the bank. The moment those words escaped my lips, I realized I might have revealed too much. The bank was crucial to the investigation of the underworld show, serving as a significant yet unnoticeable loophole that I had hoped to keep secret. Retrieve something? Does the bank even store items? Tai Ningxiang, being in criminal investigation, naturally detected the flaw in my statement. This item is rather unique. Only I can collect it in person. I raised my gaze to Tai Ningxiang, my expression gradually settling into calm determination. My tone left no room for doubt. And after some internal struggle, she finally relented. All right, I will take you there, but this is a one-time exception. For the next few days, you must remain in the hospital and refrain from sneaking out. She assisted me in getting up from the bed and guided me to the parking lot to retrieve her car. Seizing the opportunity, I sent a text from the Underworld show's phone, inquiring whether it was possible to retrieve the damaged good and evil Shura mask. After receiving a confirmation text from the Underworld show, I felt a sense of relief. On the way to the bank, nothing untoward occurred. Although the bank had closed for the day, the lobby was still brightly lit, and the mail manager was waiting for me. As I stepped out with a black package in hand, Tai Ningxiang regarded me with a hint of suspicion. Although Jiangxing Central Bank was a small city commercial bank, was it not a bit extravagant for the entire establishment to extend its operating hours for just one individual? She was curious about the black package in my hand, but did not make any inappropriate moves. Faced with Tian Niaoxiang's skepticism, I suddenly realized that I might have made a grave mistake. I should not have rushed to retrieve the damaged mask of good and evil, succumbing to the pressures of fate and deep-seated dreams. Fortunately, Tian Niaoxiang did not press further and returned me to the hospital before departing. Back in the ward, I turned my back to Feng Minglong and opened the black package. When the final layer of black cloth was lifted, a mask marred by cracks emerged. It was rather ordinary, split down the middle, half black, half white, excessively simplistic. Is this what a 20-point item looks like? As I reached out to caress the surface of the mask, I was unsure of its material, only feeling a bone-chilling cold. I lifted it and tried it on. It felt light and conformed perfectly to my facial contours, as if it were meant for me all along. Gazing through the mask towards the sky, my vision expanded immensely. The clouds could not obscure my sight. I could clearly see every flicker of starlight, as if they were cascading from a distant future. I exhaled a breath of murky air. The mask seemed to block some unseen element of this world, dissipating the sensation of being watched. My body relaxed profoundly, and my thoughts became tranquil. I pondered whether this mask held any power in dreams. Chapter 493. The door of Chu fingers tracing the chill of the mask on my face. I withdrew my gaze to behold my reflection in the glass window. The half-black, half-white mask fitted seamlessly over my ordinary features, imparting an aura of mystery and eeriness. Is this truly me? Rising to my feet, I approached the window, observing my mirrored self. The mask left only 2 eye holes, and it seemed that some transformation had occurred. Even my demeanor felt altered from before. What are you doing? Feng Minglong inquired from the opposite side of the bed, observing my unusual behavior with a tremor in his voice. I instinctively turned to him. Surprise and fear flickered across his face. Is it truly that terrifying? It is merely a mask. I casually removed the mask and tossed it onto the bed. Only then did Feng Minglong exhale in relief. It's not that frightening. After you don the mask, I felt you resembled those deranged killers from movies. You emanate an unfamiliar vibe. By the way, your innate aura is akin to that of a cold-blooded psychopath. This mask suits you perfectly. Such a significant change? I protested. My appearance was unremarkable, vastly different from those vividly characterized actors in films. Yet, donning the mask transformed me into another being entirely. Do not speak of this mask outside. It is merely an ornament. Feng Minglong rolled his eyes. Are you trying to deceive me? Regardless, considering the lunch we shared, I shall not reveal a word to anyone. I nodded, once again wearing the mask and settling cross-legged on the hospital bed to practice the Miao Zhen XINFA. This time, it took merely 2 or 3 seconds to enter a meditative state. Remarkably, with the mask on, my understanding of the natural world deepened. It felt as if I were grasping the essence of the universe's fundamental rules. This sensation was ineffable. My cultivation level steadily ascended, and the flow of true energy intertwined seamlessly, as if it had shielded me from some disturbance. My will became immersed in the embrace of nature, no longer targeted by malevolence. After several cycles, the innate true energy in my lower dantian thickened slightly, and I felt immense satisfaction. The influence of the duality of good and evil, coupled with the fortuitous presence of Master Chen's prayer beads, has seemingly expedited my cultivation at a pace surpassing my previous endeavors. Indeed, a blessing in disguise. Within the confines of the modest hospital room, the rhythmic sound of Feng Minglong's snoring resonated, prompting me to glance at his bed, halt my practice, remove my mask, extinguish the light, and surrender to slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, after the doctor's routine examination, Master Chen, accompanied by several nurses, escorted me to Yi Bing's hospital room. In the VIP suite, Huang Xue, clad in a delicate, light-hued gown, tended to the flowers on the windowsill, while a visibly troubled doctor stood by Yi Bing's bedside. This is Dr. Yan, whom I have summoned for you, Master Chen announced, his countenance kind as he stood beside me. Thank you, Master Chen, but we must await the specific treatment plan. My mentor has yet to arrive. The middle-aged man, identified as Dr. Yan, quickly made space for Master Chen, remarking, as you know, my mentor possesses a rather peculiar temperament. It took considerable persuasion for me to convince him to personally oversee the treatment. Do not concern yourself with the costs, I interjected. I would not dare, Master Chen. If you mention fees, I shall promptly take my leave. My assistance is born of gratitude. Without you, I would not possess this warm abode. Through our earnest dialogue, I discerned that Dr. Yan, at the age of 44, is a renowned neurosurgeon in the country. He had been married twice, yet remained childless, ultimately adopting a child from Master Chen's orphanage, a relationship of sorts, as it were. You must be Mr. Gao, he remarked. Dr. Yan appeared significantly older than his years, standing shorter than I, and spoke with a distinctive intonation that perhaps befits a distinguished physician. I had heard Master Chen mention that this treatment is crucial, and I hope you will cooperate fully. As he conversed with Master Chen with courtesy, his demeanor shifted towards a colder tone when addressing me, a mere youth in my 20s. However, I paid it no mind, nodding as I turned my gaze to Yi Bing, who appeared considerably frilier than a few weeks prior. Her complexion was pallid, with bluish veins visible beneath her skin, rendering her a shadow of her former self. Huang Xue approached gracefully, a faint smile adorning her face. Thank you for coming. Do not thank me. My actions are merely for my own peace of mind. The truth, often the hardest to hear, compelled me to step aside and peruse Yi Bing's medical records, indifferent to the whispers of the nurses behind me or the hint of disdain lurking in Dr. Yan's gaze. Perhaps they considered me a scoundrel for abandoning my girlfriend, a heartless wretch untouched by nostalgia. With a self-deprecating smile, I dismissed their judgments entirely. Mr. Gao, when my mentor arrives, I hope you will cooperate wholeheartedly. His temperament is eccentric, and should you offend him, he may very well take his leave, Dr. Yan advised. Before ushering out any irrelevant personnel from the ward, he and Master Chen engaged in fervent discussion while I sat beside Yi Bing, gazing at a face that had become a stranger to me. Please do not be upset, Huang Xue whispered as she quietly settled beside me, her voice barely above a murmur. What could possibly upset me? I did not turn my head, my thoughts consumed by dreams yet to unfold. Dr. Yen likely misinterpreted your intentions, hence his sharp words. Do not take offense. He is, in fact, quite dedicated. I heard he rescheduled 2 international medical conferences to treat Yibing. Over the past month, Jiang Fei has undergone a profound transformation. In her previous demeanor, she would never don a light-colored long dress, nor would she speak in a gentle voice. Her actions were not motivated by a desire to treat Yibing, but rather were deliberately performed to impress Old Chen. A smirk graced my lips. This Dr. Yen was of no concern to me, merely a clown in a farcical play. In the realm of research concerning human consciousness post-deep coma, I have undoubtedly ascended to the upper echelons. For even the most renowned doctors seldom possess the experience of traversing the mid-level dreamscape. Thus, I held no expectations of him. My purpose here was to investigate the fundamental circumstances and then, come nightfall, to delve into the dream myself. I waited the entire morning as Dr. Yen intermittently wiped the sweat from his brow, incessantly dialing a number before Old Chen. It was only after numerous attempts that his so-called mentor finally answered, only to leave one exasperatingly simple phrase before abruptly ending the call. What is the fuss? Let me sleep a bit longer. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, I couldn't help but chuckle. Noon was approaching, and he still hadn't awakened? His tone carried the remnants of slumber-induced irritation. Was this truly a physician dedicated to saving lives? At 3:30 in the afternoon, footsteps echoed down the corridor. The individual outside the door wore thick-soled leather shoes, each step taken with deliberate steadiness. Without knocking, the ward door was flung open, revealing a tall, lean figure who impatiently inquired, "Where is the patient?" "Teacher, you have finally arrived," Dr. Yen exclaimed, seemingly seeing a beacon of hope as he rushed forward to introduce the tall figure to Old Chen. "This is my mentor, Chu Men, 31 years old, an expert in subconscious studies, psychology, and psychiatry, and he has even lectured at prestigious institutions abroad. Is he truly your mentor? He appears younger than you." Old Chen maintained his calm demeanor, concealing his true thoughts. "My mentor belongs to the category of genius, though not widely recognized. Those few who have interacted with him are well aware of his exceptional abilities. He stands among the very best in the nation," Dr. Yen stated, rubbing his hands together as he guided the tall figure to the bedside. "I must trouble you with this case, as it is quite unique. Since the night before last, the patient's vital signs have been steadily declining, and despite employing every possible method, we have been unable to identify the cause. There are no injuries present in her brain. She has not suffered any cerebral damage." The tall figure perused Yibing's medical records. "The patient is in a state of complete unawareness of herself and her surroundings. There is no discernible sleep-wake cycle. The autonomic functions of the brainstem and hypothalamus are entirely diminished. There are no sustained, reproducible behavioral responses to visual, auditory, tactile, or harmful stimuli. She is incapable of language comprehension or expression, and there is incontinence." After reviewing the documents, he raised the case file and waved it dismissively. "Is everything recorded here accurate?" "Indeed, I have attempted various methods to no avail," Dr. Yen replied, his posture deferential. "Complete loss of brain function renders my involvement futile. Seek out someone more capable." With that, the tall figure turned and exited the ward, leaving behind a room full of stunned doctors and nurses. Chapter 494. The 12th live stream. This fellow certainly possesses a foul temper. I organized the medical records in my hands. In critical moments, one can only rely on oneself. "Teacher, wait. Teacher, hold on." Dr. Yen had yet to realize that the tall, slender figure had already made his way to the door, prompting him to hastily pursue. The scene was more awkward than one could imagine, even surpassing that of his own mentor. After much effort and persuasion, he managed to bring the tall figure back. To prevent any further attempts to leave, Dr. Yen decisively locked the ward door. "Please, Professor, lend me your assistance. This patient is rather unique. Yet I believe she should not pose an insurmountable challenge for you. Aren't you eager to test your academic achievements? Do you take me for a deity?" The complete loss of brain function raises the question of whether consciousness even exists. How am I to save her? The tall figure rattled off a plethora of technical jargon, silencing everyone in the room. He finally paused. "Please, Professor, help me. There may be an issue with our equipment, after all." Dr. Yin discreetly glanced at Professor Chen, as if reaching an unspoken agreement, then leaned closer to the tall figure, whispering, "If you can successfully awaken her, I shall advocate for you to the higher authorities to allow death row inmates to volunteer for your subsequent research." Their voices were low. Had it not been for my enhanced hearing, I would have scarcely caught their words. Volunteers from death row? This Dr. Chu has an intriguing proposition, I mused. I observed the tall figure, who resembled a mere bamboo pole, with sunken eyes and pronounced dark circles, indicating a prolonged lack of proper rest. Is this truly a leading psychologist and neurologist in the country? He appeared more like an aging internet addict. I shook my head and returned to the case file in my hands. After prolonged discussion, the tall figure remained resolute in his decision to leave, asserting that Yi Bing was beyond salvation and that remaining here would merely squander time. Dr. Yan, who had previously communicated with Professor Chun, found himself in an awkward position, unable to sway his mentor's opinion despite his fervent efforts. Enough of your prattle. You know I am resolute. I cannot save this woman. So there is no point in wasting time. Step aside. The tall figure's expression soured, and Dr. Yin quickly offered his apologies, abandoning any semblance of arrogance. Professor, a life is at stake. This girl is an orphan, her background tragic, and she has endured much scorn and neglect throughout her life. She has scarcely known happiness. In Dr. Yan's words, Yi Bing's existence seemed more tragic than that of the little match girl, and this poignant depiction momentarily halted the tall figure's steps, resonating with a deep-seated empathy within him. With a sigh, he remarked, Xiao Yan, if the clinical records are accurate, this girl's consciousness has dissipated. Do you understand what dissipated means? She is no longer in our world. To find her, we must traverse into another realm. The realm of the deceased? Heaven. Yet, this woman's physiological functions remain intact. We cannot categorically declare her dead. Professor, I implore you to intervene and save her. It seemed incongruous that Dr. Yan, in his 40s, was addressed to Xiao Yan by the 30-year-old Dr. Chu without any hint of discomfort. She is not deceased, but she might as well be. The tall figure placed his hands in his pockets. The existence of the world I speak of remains a subject of contention within the academic community. For now, let us refer to it as the deep dream world. A jolt of surprise coursed through me, causing the case file I held to slip from my grasp and fall to the ground. However, I swiftly masked my reaction, bending down to retrieve the file. The deep dream world? Dr. Yin and Old Chun gazed curiously at the tall, slender figure of the irritable doctor, who showed no intention of continuing his discourse. His expression conveyed a disdainful sentiment, as if to say that they, mere mortals, were unworthy of his discourse. He remarked that they could not comprehend that place, which, according to his conjecture, was the final abode of lost consciousness, a realm entirely constructed from fragmented memories, concealed within the recesses of the mind. A location that no one could pinpoint. Please reconsider, teacher, Dr. Yin implored, but the tall, slender doctor simply replied with a curt, impossible. After an arduous half-hour of discussion, the slender figure finally conceded slightly, saying, Fine. Provide me with the case. I shall endeavor to examine it in my spare time over the next few days. Dr. Yan's face reflected a bitter expression. Teacher, this is a matter of life and death. The vital signs of the patient are steadily declining. What if? Then you can come and save her. I retorted, closing my mouth at his words. This time, I am assisting you out of consideration for the volunteer. Kindly refrain from using my name for favors in the future. The slender doctor's temperament was as unyielding as a stone in a latrine, odious and obstinate, utterly impervious to reason. Dr. Yin had entirely lost hope. His mentor, despite being a genius in certain fields, had an air of superiority that made him dismissive of everyone. Even when higher authorities came to inspect, he showed no deference whatsoever. There were those who had advised him that such behavior could offend the leadership and lead to repercussions. Yet he had merely kicked a trash can in front of that individual, filled to the brim with invitations from renowned laboratories abroad. Dr. Yin offered Old Chun an apologetic smile, muttering, I truly did not anticipate this. It's all right. That child, Yi Bing, is merely unfortunate, Old Chen replied, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand as he settled into a chair, refraining from uttering another word to Dr. Yin. Is this never-ending? Hurry with the case. And you would do well to discuss the volunteer matter with the higher-ups soon. The slender figure showed no regard for Dr. Yin, and as the farce in the room approached its conclusion, I relished the ensuing tranquility, handing the case over to the slender doctor, hoping he would depart without further ado. Wouldn't it be simpler to provide it sooner? Time was squandered in abundance. The slender doctor had intended to casually take the case file, but halfway through, upon catching sight of my face, he recoiled as if he had seen a ghost, exclaiming in alarm, Taken aback, I furrowed my brow and inquired, "Do you wish to awaken the patient?" "It's you," he exclaimed, his gaze fixated on my features as if struck by a revelation. "Do you know me?" I asked, gripping the vase from the bedside table, feeling the weight of my numerous adversaries. "Not exactly," he replied, his eyes darting between me and Yi Bing. "What is your relationship with the patient? Does it matter?" I responded coolly, "Let us say she is my ex-girlfriend." He nodded thoughtfully. "Are you also intent on saving her?" "Isn't that obvious?" I retorted, estimating that with his slight frame, I could easily overpower him in a single blow. "How interesting," he mused, his gaze peculiar. "If it were you, how would you rescue this woman in a coma? Are you the doctor, or am I?" I countered. "If I could save her, would I need your assistance?" I increasingly sensed that this slender figure was indeed peculiar. "Not willing to divulge, are we?" he teased, raising an eyebrow and wearing an unusual smile. "Then I shall take it upon myself to treat this patient." The tall, lean individual's tone shifted abruptly, leaving everyone in the room feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Teacher, I knew you wouldn't put me in a difficult position." Dr. Yin rushed to the side of the tall individual, who completely ignored him and extended his left hand towards me. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Truman. I hope our forthcoming collaboration will be enjoyable." "Your left hand? Are you a southpaw?" I reluctantly extended my left hand to shake his. Truth be told, I was perplexed. I surely had never met him before. Why did he appear to recognize me? Had we crossed paths somewhere prior? My curiosity deepened as I observed the unusual, excited smile on his face, a premonition of unfolding events. Perhaps. The tall individual scrutinized my face, gesturing as he produced a list for Dr. Yin to retrieve various therapeutic instruments, all the while bombarding me with inquiries, seemingly fascinated by my profession. All treatment equipment would be in place by 7:30 in the evening. Dr. Yin invited Mr. Chun and the tall individual to dine, while I retreated to the bathroom's last stall with the phone from the Underworld show. As the hands of the clock intertwined, the chimes signaling the commencement of the game resonated through the city. It was 8 o'clock. Chapter 495. Keeping hope outside in the dimly lit bathroom stall, a cold light emanated from the phone screen, illuminating my pallid face. I answered, placing the phone against my ear without uttering a word. "Is anyone there?" The voice from the other end was soft, imbued with a sense of yearning. "I've lost my way. This is the only call I could make. Is anyone there?" She sounded just as gentle as before, yet the world outside had irrevocably changed. "Yi Bing." My tone was complex. I had never anticipated receiving her call in such a manner. On the other end, silence ensued, as if a person who had reached the brink of darkness had suddenly encountered a long-lost ray of sunlight, causing their taut nerves to collapse. I could hear the muffled sound of suppressed sobs. She must have recognized my voice. "Where are you?" "I will come to find you." Alone in the cramped stall, the air felt as if it had solidified. My voice was somewhat hoarse. After a prolonged silence, Yi Bing's voice broke through, fragmented. "You want to be able to find me. I don't know when it was that I lost myself. Tell me what distinctive landmarks are around you. Stay put and don't move. I don't even know where this is. Please don't come after me. I'm afraid. Tell me what distinctive landmarks are around you." My voice rose, yet my gaze gradually calmed. No one spoke for a few seconds, and then Yi Bing's voice emerged from the other end. "This is a city without lights, filled with intersections. The narrow alleys intertwine, and not a soul can be seen. Is there anything particularly notable? On the streets of the city, the walls often reveal human-sized water stains, as if the shadows of people have been embedded within them." Upon hearing Yi Bing's description, I suddenly froze. Her words struck a familiar chord within me. Where had I heard that before? A fragment of memory surged through my mind like a lightning bolt, reminding me of the scene at the onset of my 10th live broadcast. The opening call was from Xia Qingji, who mentioned she was lost, and the scene she described mirrored precisely the one that Yi Bing was now articulating. A profound dreamscape? Could it be that the deserted city they spoke of is indeed this deep dream realm? Was the vanished Xia Qingji imprisoned within this layered dream? This clue is of paramount importance. During my 10th broadcast, I encountered Xia Qi, who spoke to me in riddles that now, in retrospect, seemed to hold a deeper significance. Following the conclusion of that broadcast, the underlying implication of Xia Qi's words suggested that we would cross paths again. Does this mean we might meet within a dream during this session? Yet, I am entering Yi Bing's dream. They should not be able to intrude. While pondering this, another question arose. Why do the places described by Yi Bing and Xia Qingji align so perfectly? Is it possible that the shallow and mid-level dreamscapes are constructed from one's own memories, while the deep dream realm is a shared experience? A voice from Gao Jian's phone interrupted my reverie. "What's wrong?" I replied casually, the sensation reminiscent of 5 years ago. Yi Bing hesitated, suppressing her emotions for a long while before uttering her final words. "Do not seek me out. There is no way out of here." The call ended, and the sound of the busy tone echoed in the cubicle, imbued with a sense of helplessness. Ding! The task information for the Underworld Showcase arrived in my inbox. Forgotten memories coalesced, fermenting into this bizarre and boundless realm, where one can witness the most sordid, brutal, and unpalatable recollections. Ultimately, one might succumb, becoming a part of this grotesque tapestry. Understand this. If you wish to enter, leave hope at the threshold. The live broadcast task requires entry into Yi Bing's mid-level dream before midnight. Escaping the dream will signify success. Optional Task 1. Extract Yi Bing's main consciousness from the dream, rewarding 10 points. Optional Task 2. Uncover the layout of the dual-faced Buddha within the dream, rewarding 10 points. Optional Task 3. Eliminate a nightmare, rewarding 10 points. Optional Task 4. Kill the traitor, rewarding 20 points, and a waiver for 1 live broadcast. Optional Task 5. Beware. The Underworld Showcase offers a special assistance hotline. The first call is free, but subsequent calls will require 10 points. After perusing the task information sent by the showcase, I found myself unable to regain my composure. This upcoming live task instilled within me a profound chill. In a corner I had overlooked, it felt as though a pair of eyes were watching my every movement. Is my injury merely a pretext for broadcasting within this dream? What advantage does the Underworld Showcase gain from such an arrangement? I scrutinized the lengthy list of optional tasks. The second one involved acquiring the layout of the dual-faced Buddha within the dream, while the fourth tasked me with eliminating the traitor. At first glance, these assignments seemed pertinent to the showcase, yet they exuded an air of strangeness, as if I could sense the scent of conspiracy. Would various factions clash within the dream? Such a notion seems utterly unfathomable. With the Underworld Showcase phone in hand, I pushed open the door to the restroom stall. As the wooden door creaked ajar, I beheld a tall, slender figure standing before me. "Dr. Chu, weren't you supposed to accompany them for dinner?" I discreetly placed my phone into my pocket, furrowing my brow as I scrutinized the man before me. He stood facing the mirror, his eye sockets deeply sunken, yet his gaze sparkled with an undeniable brilliance. "Has the call concluded?" he inquired with a knowing turn of his body, his tone imbued with playful intrigue. "You truly chose the last stall. Is that a habit of yours?" "The last stall? A habit?" Narrowing my eyes, I suddenly recalled the second live stream at Xinhu High School, where I had also sought refuge in the last stall of the laboratory building. Moreover, during my 11th live stream at the subway station, I again found myself in that very last stall. This inclination had gone unnoticed even by me. You prefer to hide in the depths of darkness, which suggests a character rife with skepticism, perpetually shrouded in a sense of crisis, a tendency not common among ordinary individuals. The tall, slender figure had his hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his face. "Merely coincidence," I retorted as I strode towards the exit. However, as I passed by him, he suddenly lowered his voice and uttered a statement. "In 3 days, as a cycle, will you be live streaming into that woman's dreams tonight?" My foot paused mid-air, my body stiffening as if encased in plaster. Slowly, I turned my head. "Have you watched my live streams?" The tall figure only then revealed a smile. "What do you think?" As I stood at the threshold, a multitude of thoughts flooded my mind. In truth, I had suspected this ever since the tall figure decided to intervene and save Yi Bing. Nevertheless, the only acquaintance I had, who was well-versed in dreams, did not align with the tall figure's information. "Could you share your ID? I thought you would recognize me at first glance." "Haha," he replied, observing our reflections in the mirror. His words flowed quickly. "I am Truman. My English name is Fantasy. You may also refer to me as Memory Expert Fantasy, Dream Architect Fantasy, or Hypnosis Master Fantasy. Is it truly you?" Hypnosis Master Fantasy was the individual I encountered during my 5th live stream in Huang Xue's dream, the very one who proposed the theory of dream layering. "Wait. During that live stream, a viewer questioned your academic credentials, to which you claimed you had 31 years of experience." I shot him a skeptical glance. "However, today Dr. Yin introduced you as being merely 31 years old. How do you explain this discrepancy?" I had refrained from mentioning his ID precisely because of this detail. He continued, "It's not much of an issue. I was born in a mental institution. My mother was a physicist suffering from severe schizophrenia and paranoia. Thus, one could argue that I commenced my clinical medical research from the womb. Is it flawed to claim 31 years of experience? After Truman finished speaking, he tidied his disheveled and long untrimmed hair. Without further ado, I have been watching nearly every episode of your live streams, and I have one question that has long puzzled me. Chapter 496, Collaboration Across Dimensions. Upon realizing that Truman was the viewer known as Hypnosis Master Fantasy, I felt a wave of relaxation wash over me. He was, after all, an old acquaintance. What is your question? Do you conduct each live stream alone? Truman asked. His interest piqued. Rather than focusing on you as an individual, I am more intrigued to witness the team behind the scenes that can produce such a program and even employ collective hypnosis to enter dream realms for live streaming. It is simply astonishing. Would you like to meet the platform behind my live streams? I chuckled softly. Believe me, when you eventually encounter them, you might find yourself at a loss for words. I engaged in a captivating conversation with Truman regarding the realm of dreams, and we found ourselves in delightful agreement on several perspectives. As we proceeded towards the hospital ward, I spotted Dr. Yin anxiously stationed at the entrance of the VIP room. Upon seeing Truman, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Teacher, the dishes are all served. How could you leave so abruptly? Old Chen and Dean Huang are still waiting over there. It would be quite inappropriate for you not to join them. There's no need for you to wait. Please proceed with your meal. By the way, could you order 2 takeout meals for me and have them delivered to the ward? I wish to discuss the treatment plan in detail with this gentleman." Truman pushed past Dr. Yin, intent on entering the ward. "Teacher, Old Chen is quite different from those individuals in the past. It would be impolite not to acknowledge him." Dr. Yin, with a heart full of concern, had no temper left to express towards a teacher younger than himself. Truman paused at the threshold, and just as Dr. Yin believed his teacher might reconsider, Truman gestured dismissively. "Forget the takeout. Just bring some nice dishes. Consider the expense as mine. Additionally, if there are no pressing matters tonight, kindly refrain from entering the ward. You are well aware of my treatment customs." Once again, Dr. Yin was pushed aside as he approached. Witnessing his teacher graciously gesture for me to enter, this differential treatment made me feel somewhat embarrassed. It seemed I would be imposing on him more this evening. As the accomplished one, you should enter first. Observing the polite and tall Dr. Yin at the entrance, I pinched my thigh hard. Is this truly the same Dr. Yin, known for his stubbornness and irascibility? He had never shown such a cordial demeanor towards superiors, yet here he was, exhibiting utmost politeness to a patient former partner. Had he reserved all his cultivated decorum for this singular occasion? Although Dr. Yin felt displeased, he had no recourse for his grievances. He cast a discreet glance at me before turning away to prepare the meals. Though the junior doctor, Xiao Yin, lacked high professional standards and capabilities, he was generally obedient. If anyone else had overheard Truman's words, they would likely be taken aback. Yet, Dr. Yin was a well-regarded specialist personally invited by Old Chen, and here he was, reduced to a mere critique of lacking professionalism and ability in Truman's eyes. "Please refrain from calling me junior doctor in front of others. It would expose too much. I am Gao Jian. You are older, so just call me Xiao Gao." Upon entering the VIP room with Truman, it had been entirely rearranged. All unnecessary decorations had been removed, leaving only 3 beds aligned side by side. Yi Bing occupied the middle bed, while the left one was filled with various complex instruments, and the right remained barren. After dinner, Truman gathered Old Chen, Dr. Yin, and Zhang Fei, solemnly instructing them not to enter during the treatment. The entire process required absolute tranquility. Dr. Yin, familiar with Truman's treatment customs, refrained from further inquiries, while Old Chen, intrigued, posed several questions. In response, Truman launched into an elaborate discourse filled with terminologies related to psychological suggestion, neurology, and hypnosis, leaving Old Chen perplexed and merely nodding, unsure how to continue the conversation. At approximately 9 o'clock, the VIP ward was finally arranged according to Truman's specifications. 2 heavy locks were affixed to the door, which could only be opened from the inside. The exterior was intentionally concealed with opaque black cloth, ensuring that the happenings within would remain unknown to the outside world. At this moment, aside from the unconscious Yi Bing, only Truman and I occupied the room. He gestured toward the empty bed on the right, stating, "That bed is yours. I will not inquire about your method of entering dreams. If fortune favors us, perhaps we shall meet within the dreamscape." "What do you mean?" I replied, Still somewhat perplexed by Truman's treatment plan, he waved a thick stack of documents, shedding his previous nonchalant demeanor. This collection, obtained from Elder Chen, chronicled all of Yi Bing's childhood experiences. Aside from a 5-year gap during her time abroad, most of her life's trajectory was documented. You may wish to review this before you delve into her dreams. It might prove beneficial. After all, both shallow and mid-level dreamscapes are constructed from core memories. Nodding, I accepted the materials as Truman continued. Tonight, I will attempt to enter the patient's dream using a set of tools I have developed. According to my research, the success rate of entering shallow dreams is 30%, while for mid-level dreams, it stands at 1.9%. Such probabilities are indeed quite alarming. Wait, I interrupted, raising my hand. Are you suggesting that your treatment plan involves entering Yi Bing's dream to locate her core consciousness and extract it? Indeed. That is the only method I can conceive, Truman replied with a grin. I recognize that we share the same objective. While the risks of entering dreams alone are substantial, your collaboration would alter the scenario significantly. Shallow dreams present no difficulty, and even mid-level dreams can be navigated with relative ease. But how will I find you within the dream? I countered. During the last live stream, when I entered the dream alongside Sakura, I discovered that the Sakura beside me was actually a manifestation of Yuan Chen's spirit. Had I not realized this at the last moment, I might have been trapped in that nightmare forever. Well, the dreamscape could be vast or diminutive. Should we encounter one another, we shall join forces. If not, we will proceed separately to enhance our search efficiency. After making this suggestion, Truman beckoned me to follow him to a corner of the room. In dreams, any danger may arise. We could even be impersonated. Thus, we need a code. What sort of code would be suitable? I asked. It should be difficult to replicate, yet easily executed in an unguarded moment. Truman retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, hastily scribbled a few words, and handed it to me. This will suffice. I regarded the note with a peculiar expression, then nodded and took out my lighter, incinerating the paper. A thorough obliteration of evidence, I remarked. Mutual understanding, he replied. After finalizing some details, Truman began preparing his tools. Entering the dream was a complicated affair. It required not only an array of equipment, but also the necessity for him to enter a state of slumber. He affixed wires to Yi Bing's forehead and donned a helmet-like apparatus on his own head, securing his limbs amidst a tangle of intricate devices. I am about to sleep. Please assist me in activating the switches. His request struck me as rather odd. Following Truman's instructions, I activated the switches one by one and then stepped aside. Throughout the entire process, I must refrain from touching those switches. Should the instrument malfunction, my consciousness may very well linger within the patient's dream, unable to return. Truman imparted a few final words, then began to mumble something to himself, seemingly initiating a self-hypnosis. I hope no unforeseen circumstances arise. I drew the curtains and, without haste, meticulously inspected every corner of the ward to ensure there were no surveillance devices or pinhole cameras before lying down on my own bed and perusing the stack of documents before me. Most of these materials were provided by the esteemed Elder Chen, chronicling Yi Bing's childhood, academic experiences, and various accolades acquired over the years. The earliest document dates back to when Yi Bing was around 6 or 7 years old. However, there is a conspicuous absence of any information regarding her parents. Curiously, why is there not a single mention of Yi Bing's family? This voluminous collection, in my view, appeared utterly devoid of value, being rather official in nature. As I attentively reviewed the documents, my eyes gradually narrowed, leading me to an intriguing discovery. Every group photograph of Yi Bing contained the presence of another boy, whose expression was decidedly peculiar. Chapter 497. 2:30 in the morning. Only after painstakingly comparing all the photographs did I realize that this odd boy never gazed directly at the camera. Instead, his eyes were filled with anxiety, often darting toward Yi Bing. Did he harbor feelings for her? I arranged the group photographs chronologically, from her entrance into elementary school at 6 years old to her graduation at 12, and in each of these snapshots, the two figures were present. Same age? Close relationship? Yet, why had I never heard Yi Bing mention this boy? Over the span of 6 years, both the boy and Yi Bing underwent significant transformations. Yi Bing had begun to display remarkable beauty, while the boy, in contrast, had not yet surpassed her height. Even at such a young age, he appeared hunched over, with a grimy face, growing increasingly unattractive, leaving a rather poor impression. Did this little boy endure some extraordinary experiences? It was difficult to discern anything merely from appearances. I closed the documents and retrieved my phone, delving into the task information on the Underworld showcase. To enter, one must first leave hope at the door. What could this phrase signify? I pondered the implications of the task information, sensing that it served as a warning. The dream was perilous, and upon entering, one should not harbor expectations of returning. Or perhaps the key to unraveling the mystery lay outside the door. Was this door indicative of the boundary between dreams and reality? Standing within the almost entirely sealed ward, I found myself confounded. As time ticked away, reaching 11 o'clock at night, I began my final examination of the tools I carried. The Tong Mu talisman, the mask of good and evil, the portrait provided by Sakura, the suppression talisman, and the ghost ring, all were with me. As I prepared to survive beyond October 30th, ensuring I had all my aces in hand. After emerging from the dimly lit path, these items had been safeguarded by Tai Ningxiang within the hospital, including old Lu's nearly fractured shoulder pole and my original suit. Upon deciding to assist Yi Bing, I retrieved this disarray of items, keeping what I could carry on my person and leaving the rest in the hospital's storage room. Old Lu's ancestral shoulder pole was on the verge of breaking due to my handling. I hope he does not become enraged upon our next meeting. The reason I had refrained from seeking out Lu the Blind after successfully altering fate was precisely this. I felt somewhat embarrassed. I shall find a way to compensate old Lu in the future. He is a man of great understanding and will likely not hold it against me. For the time being, let us set aside the matter of old Lu. I shall prepare to commence the broadcast at 11:15, ensuring that no one is monitoring outside. The live streaming task necessitates my entry into Yi Bing's mid-level dreamscape before midnight, which is rather pressing. I connect the mobile encoding device, activate the camera on my phone, and point it towards myself. As the barrage of comments connects and the image stabilizes, I confirm whether to initiate the live stream. Yes. Welcome, Teletubby Murdered. To the live stream. Welcome, Teeling Biao Yi, to the live stream. The image settles, and clad in a hospital gown, with a mask embodying both virtue and vice, I make my entrance into the streaming room. A cursory glance reveals that within mere seconds of starting, the viewer count has already surpassed 100. It seems many fans have been eagerly awaiting this moment. I have diligently refreshed the software 800 times in a single day, and at last, I have waited for you. Could we perhaps have a daily broadcast? I truly wish to send you a blade. Anchor, after watching your last stream, I became utterly engrossed. Might I have your WeChat? I stand at 175 centimeters, and my avatar is indeed my likeness. At 27 years old, I possess no flaws except for a penchant for necrophilia. Seeking a rendezvous. Necrophilia? Sweat. How could you possibly like the anchor? Confused expression. Teletubby Murdered has rewarded the super thrilling live stream with 99 ghost coins. Hospital gown? Are we live streaming from a hospital today? It's likely an organ trade. Or perhaps something involving the resurrection of souls. I have deciphered the anchor's ruse. I shall consume a keyboard during the live stream, irrelevant to these matters. Jiangqing Old Driver. Your perspective is too narrow. Allow me to recommend a few classic Japanese films about hospitals that you might learn from with a more divergent mindset, such as Night Shift Ward or The Special Patient's 3 Days and 2 Nights in Captive Hospital. Upstairs is impressive. It is my first time seeing characters that have been harmonized in so many episodes of the live stream. Teeling Biao Yi rewarded the super thrilling live stream with 9 yuan. Let us get lively. A song, Ugly Monster, is dedicated to all present fans. Socratic Paradox 23,333. A song so handsome it has no friends is dedicated to myself. The viewers are highly engaged, and comments fly in abundance. Among them, I recognize a few familiar faces and greet them with a smile before transitioning into today's theme. Holding the phone displaying the eerie show, I reveal everything within this sealed hospital room to my audience and deliver the opening remarks for this broadcast. Welcome to the super thrilling live stream. Before we embark on today's journey, I must inform you that I will venture into a place where no one has ever set foot to broadcast. It is a realm still unverified by academia, and I shall lead you to witness the most abhorrent truths, unearthing secrets buried deep within the human heart. This is a perilous journey, and I shall wager my life to accomplish it. Remember, once I pass through this door, until I cross the next threshold, you must not look around, for what you may glimpse beyond the screen might indeed exist. Having boasted, let us hasten our departure. Ugly Monster, oh, can we not turn on the lights? The love I seek is hidden in the pitch-black stage. Biao Yi, you are indeed my dear uncle. Could you not take a break? The water friends habitually disregarded my advice, and I had no choice but to check my belongings before gently placing the Tonglu symbol atop Yibing's head. Just as I prepared to chant the incantation and drift into slumber, an unexpected noise erupted from beyond the ward door. It sounded as though someone had knocked over a mop in the corridor. Approaching the door, I realized the glass was obscured by an opaque black cloth, compelling me to press my ear against the door to listen. No sound emanated from the outside. It seemed that the earlier disturbance was merely a figment of my imagination. Was there someone outside? I could not be certain, and to unlock the door and investigate would consume too much time. The lock could only be opened from the inside, and there were no surveillance cameras outside. With Chun Lao and Zhang Fei guarding the area, I felt assured that no mishap would occur. I turned back to the bedside, inhaled deeply, tightened my grip on the phone, donned the mask of good and evil to shield my intentions from celestial interference, and channeled my focus into the Tonglu symbol to trace Yi Bing's fate star. The morning star had been located. As the star map swirled, my consciousness collided with a pallid fate star, the morning star. Awakened from a deep dream, where was I? The Tonglu had plunged me into a realm spanning 3,000 years. My vision blurred, and dizziness enveloped me as I gradually opened my eyes, unveiling a bewilderingly unfamiliar scene. Was this Yi Bing's shallow dreamscape? My previous encounter within Huang Xue's dream had left a profound shadow, so this time, I proceeded with utmost caution, remaining still to observe my surroundings. I found myself in a confined space, devoid of any breeze or sound, a silence so palpable it was unnerving. It appeared to be the interior of a small room, comprising a modest living area with 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, all doors ajar. A private apartment, perhaps? Once I ascertained there was no immediate danger, I began to explore the premises. The last time, I had been thrust directly into the mid-level dream due to interference from the Yuanchen divine calamity. Now, within this shallow dream, I should encounter minimal peril. I inspected all the furniture in the living room, but discovered nothing of value. A few magazines and books lay scattered, all blank, suggesting that the dream's owner had forgotten their contents. The only noteworthy feature in the living room was an ordinary vintage wall clock, which indicated it was 2:30 in the morning. The hands moved silently, instilling a sense of urgency within me, while the words in the books had faded into obscurity. The time on the clock remained starkly clear, indicating that this moment was of significant import to the dream's proprietor. What might transpire at this hour? I departed the living room and entered the first bedroom, where a heap of children's clothing lay strewn across the bed, some bearing signs of having been torn. Chapter 498, A Game of Hide and Seek. Children's garments? As I beheld the crumpled, ripped attire, a torrent of sinister and unspeakable words surged through my mind. However, before the multitude of viewers in the live stream, I refrained from voicing them. This was merely a shallow dream. Such grotesque memories should not surface here. The more painful and unendurable the recollections, the more they tend to lie buried deep within the heart, seldom surfacing until the mid-level dream. I sifted through all the clothing on the bed, but found nothing in the pockets. I find myself immersed in the dreamscape of Yi Bing. Yet the garments strewn across the bed are all those of boys. Could this be a manifestation of cross-dressing? I swiftly dismissed this notion. The attire appears to be suitable only for children aged 5 or 6, an age when such thoughts of cross-dressing are unlikely to arise, as their clothing choices are typically dictated by their parents. Having gleaned nothing from the clothing, I redirect my gaze to the other corners of the bedroom. Aside from a large, exaggerated double bed, the room contains only a built-in wardrobe. I open the cabinet doors to discover 2 neatly folded quilts inside. They are pristine, yet a faint, musty odor lingers, suggesting that the dream's host possesses vivid memories associated with these blankets. Exiting this bedroom, I enter another, which has been transformed into a study, with 2 rows of cabinets brimming with thick tomes. I randomly extract a few books, only to find them devoid of any text, clearly indicating that the dream's owner has never perused them. The bookshelves are positioned against the wall, adjacent to an office desk and a wooden single bed, the latter devoid of sheets. Upon the unforgiving surface of the bed, peculiar symbols are inscribed, resembling a cipher that eludes comprehension. As I venture further, I spot a computer atop the desk, its power connected to the main unit, still flickering with light, yet the monitor remains shrouded in darkness. Is the switch merely left unturned? I extend my hand towards the computer monitor, hesitating to press the switch, for recklessly altering elements within the dream could incite unforeseen dangers. What if something were to emerge from the screen upon activation? Within this dream, all reasoning and logic possess inherent blind spots. After a moment's contemplation, I decide to switch it on. The screen flickers momentarily, revealing none of the ghastly visages or brutal scenes I had imagined. Instead, the desktop displays a lamentably sparse array of icons against a plain blue backdrop. This scene feels decidedly abnormal. The computer's main unit is connected to a power source, yet the monitor requires manual intervention to illuminate, suggesting that this memory holds profound significance for the dream's owner. Might there be hidden secrets within this computer? Upon closer inspection, I discover a minimized web page at the bottom of the desktop. Upon accessing it, I realize it resembles a forum page. 20 years ago, computers had limited functionalities, and forums were niche and required approval for entry, as there were no platforms like Tieba. Standing beside the desk, I shake the mouse and scroll down gradually, piecing together the content of the web page. It appears to be a plea for help, with the poster expressing profound loneliness and a sense of perpetual solitude, lamenting that due to various reasons, no one wishes to approach him. He yearns for companionship and envies those children who can play together. Shortly after posting, many within the forum offered advice, yet none resolved his plight. Until, at 2:30 in the morning, an anonymous user sent him a private message, revealing a method to find friends without the need for conversation or effort. 2:30 in the morning. This aligns perfectly with the time displayed on the clock outside. In light of this correlation, I scrutinize the private message with heightened attention. You need not seek friends. They are already around you. You simply fail to recognize them. I can teach you a way to uncover them, allowing you to amass a multitude of companions. Upon reading the first line, an ominous premonition arose within me. It was evident that this was a trap. Although I yearned to close my computer immediately, a flicker of curiosity compelled me to continue. This method is known as one-person hide and seek. Before the game commences, one must prepare several items: plush toys with limbs, white rice, nail clippers, a needle and red thread, a sharp instrument, and a cup of saline solution. Once these items are assembled, follow the steps I outline below. Firstly, bestow a name upon the plush toy. It may be the name of a real person or a fictional one, but ensure it does not coincide with your own. After selecting a name, remove all the stuffing from the plush toy and insert the rice along with your own nails, then sew it shut with the red thread, wrapping any excess around the toy. When the clock strikes 3 in the morning, utter thrice to the plush toy, "I am the ghost," ensuring your name is enunciated clearly, and place the toy in a bathtub filled with water. Turn off all the lights in the house, leaving only the television on, and close your eyes, counting to 10. Next, retrieve the prepared sharp instrument and proceed to the bathroom, declaring to the toy, "I have found you," as you pierce its body with the instrument. Following this, say to the toy, "Now it is your turn." After speaking these words, clutch the saline solution and immediately hide in a closet or another location. The next phase involves waiting. Your friend will find you within 2 hours. Should you have second thoughts during this time, hold a mouthful of saline solution and actively seek the plush toy. You must first splash the water from the cup onto it. Then spit the water from your mouth onto it, shouting thrice, "I have won," to conclude the game normally. Ultimately, I wish for your swift reunion with your friend. But heed this warning. Whether or not you locate your friend, the plush toy must be incinerated. This is imperative. The method offered by this anonymous individual resembles a prank. After reading it, a chill ran down my spine. I recalled hearing about this game online, yet I never anticipated that someone had attempted it years ago, leaving an indelible memory. Did the dreamer truly encounter something within the game? Analyzing this through a psychological lens, it seems the game merely evokes a particular fear through environmental ambience and the individual's emotions during the anxious wait, which is why few can endure the full 2 hours. The dreamer must have been quite young. This game would be too overwhelming for an adult. Could it be that the child truly played until the end? As I gazed at the private messages on my computer, a heightened sense of unease enveloped me. At that moment, I disregarded any semblance of dignity and rushed toward the door with the phone in hand. As expected, I found myself in a completely sealed dreamscape, with doors and windows utterly unyielding. How does one escape? How does one break free? Standing in the living room, I glanced at the clock on the wall, 2:45 in the morning. The game was set to begin at 3. Was this dream crafted solely to compel me to partake in this game? Must I complete the game to enter the mid-level dream, or to escape? My time was equally pressing. The task in the realm of the underworld required me to enter Yi Bing's mid-level dream before midnight. At this moment, I could not even ascertain my own whereabouts, let alone Yi Bing's mid-level dream. The shallow dream should not pose significant danger. This game is worth attempting. Indecision is not my style. I swiftly resolved to adhere to the game's rules and commenced my search for items within the confines of the house. On the living room coffee table lay a fruit knife, while a cabinet housed some needles and thread. I was still in need of white rice, saline solution, and a plush toy. Upon entering the kitchen, I intended merely to procure some rice, but as I pushed the door open, an unforeseen scene unfolded before me. On the kitchen countertop rested a plush bear, standing at the height of an adult's calf. This bear had been brutally slashed with a knife, its tattered stuffing spilling forth. The sight was so cruel that I steeled myself, reaching into the bear's body. The filling, whether it was spoiled cotton or something else, felt sticky and unpleasant to the touch. After a painstaking 10 seconds, I managed to clear it out, subsequently filling it with rice and using needle and red thread to make a rough repair. The bear bore an overwhelming number of wounds, enough to make anyone's scalp prickle. Had it not been for the demands of the game, I would have never dared to touch such a thing. With the clock inching toward 3 in the morning, it was time to prepare for the next step. Chapter 499, Counting 10 Seconds. I sewed my fingernails and the rice into the plush bear's body, dragging it into the living room. The next phase required waiting until 3 a.m. to immerse it in a bathtub filled with water. I carelessly tossed the bear onto the coffee table, fixating on the wall clock. It now read 2:55 a.m. I stepped into the apartment bathroom, where the faucet was slightly ajar and the bathtub was already filled with water. The bathroom's decor was meticulously arranged. Even the droplets on the tiles and the brand of shampoo were carefully detailed, indicating that the dream's creator had a vivid memory of this space. I surveyed the area but found nothing unusual, holding my phone in one hand while dragging the plush bear with the other. Had I forgotten something? Yes, the saline solution. I placed the bear at the bathroom door and turned back to the kitchen to prepare a cup of high-concentration saline. Once ready, I officially commenced the game. Playing hide-and-seek alone, I couldn't fathom what kind of trauma this child must have endured to engage in such a game. In dreams, one is a mere puppet. To escape this nightmare, I had no choice but to proceed as instructed. Reciting the steps to myself, I had just exited the kitchen when my heart suddenly raced, and my eyes fixated on the bathroom door. The plush bear I had carelessly discarded at the bathroom entrance leaned against the door, its body askew at an eerie angle, not fully toppled over. Its head hung down upon its chest, with black button eyes staring directly at me, as if making eye contact. The bear was a grotesque sight, its body marred by knife wounds, and my haphazard stitching with red thread only added to its terrifying appearance. Could it truly spring to life? It was merely a shallow dream. There was no need for such exaggeration. A shiver ran down my spine as I hastened to adjust the bear's head, aligning it with the clock striking 3. Grasping its neck, I carried it into the bathroom. I recalled the game as steps, enduring the prickling sensation on my scalp. And with both hands, I held the bear, repeatedly uttering the phrase Gao Jian is a ghost. Then, I placed it into the water-filled bathtub. The bear, now filled with rice, began to sink rapidly. Yet, to my astonishment, the part of its body filled with rice submerged, while the areas devoid of rice remained buoyant, creating a bizarre equilibrium, as if the toy bear was standing upright in the tub. As the plush fur became thoroughly soaked, the bear gradually sank beneath the water. Had I perhaps overfilled it with rice? Regardless of anything else, this initial step has been accomplished. Subsequently, I extinguished all the lights in the room, leaving only the television aglow, as per the game's requirements. In the pitch-black confines of the apartment, the cold light emanating from the screen cast eerie shadows on the walls. I gazed at the ever-changing black and white images, my throat constricting in this oppressive atmosphere. To close my eyes and count silently for 10 seconds? The architect of this game must possess a rather twisted imagination. Once assured there were no other distractions in the room, I produced my phone, intended for the otherworldly showcase, and aimed it at myself, slowly shutting my eyes. The darkness enveloped me, a silence so profound it was almost unbearable, magnifying my senses as an inexplicable emotion began to stir within. 1, 2, 3. I counted in rhythm with my heartbeat. Yet barely 3 seconds had elapsed when a sudden dripping sound echoed from the bathroom. Had I forgotten to turn off the faucet? Or perhaps water had overflowed from the bathtub. Time dragged painfully slow, as a torrent of thoughts flooded my mind. In such a peculiar environment, it is all too easy to succumb to wild imaginings. 5, 6. Half the time had passed when I distinctly heard the sound of splashing water from the bathroom once more. This time, I was certain there could be no mistake. Could that plush bear truly have emerged? Had it already left the bathroom? Was it lurking nearby? A chill crept down my spine at the thought that something might be standing behind me. I bit my lip, forcing myself to keep my eyes shut. The 10 seconds would soon pass. To break the game's rules might invite a far more dreadful punishment. 7, 8. Suddenly, the house fell into silence again, only to be interrupted by an odd noise from the study, reminiscent of a mouse scuttling beneath the floorboards. The study this time? I recalled the layout of the apartment. The bathroom was closest to the study, directly opposite another bedroom. 9, 10 seconds had elapsed, yet I dared not open my eyes, fearing that I might be met with the face of the plush bear staring back at me. My eyelid twitched as I cautiously lifted it just enough to create a narrow slit. In the inky darkness, the television continued to display its monochrome images, seemingly devoid of any abnormalities. Slowly, I opened my eyes, releasing a sigh of relief. Within that brief span, beads of cold sweat had formed on my forehead. Rising, I seized the fruit knife from the coffee table and entered the bathroom. The plush bear, filled with rice, had not vanished. It was merely submerged beneath the water's surface. This game truly tests one's psychological endurance, particularly when faced alone. I reached in and retrieved the plush bear, uttering, "I have found you." Without hesitation, I plunged the fruit knife into the bear's neck, reopening the previously stitched seam, spilling some of the rice within. "Now it is your turn." With that, I felt an urgent need to vacate the room, clutching the saline solution as I exited the bathroom. According to the game's protocol, all that remained was to wait. This game holds immense significance for the dream's master, lingering in their memory, leaving me curious about what they ultimately witnessed at the conclusion. The game is titled Hide and Seek Alone, where one becomes both seeker and sought, or is the participant solely one individual alongside something else? Without completing the game, the mystery of the dream remains unsolved, leaving me with no choice but to wait patiently. Upon exiting the restroom, I cast a fleeting glance at the flickering black and white television, neglecting to turn it off. Attempting to illuminate the room, I tragically discovered that all the light switches seemed to be malfunctioning, rendered utterly ineffective. It was a relentless chain of misfortune, yet fortunately, my keen sense of judgment allowed me to navigate the darkness, which did not prove too burdensome. I hastily inspected each room, seeking to unravel the source of the sound I had heard while my eyes were closed. The floor bore no traces of moisture. Everything remained unchanged during the brief 10 seconds of my closed-eyed reverie. I circled the apartment. There were scant hiding places, primarily behind each room's door, beneath the bed, and within the bedroom wardrobe. Upon my initial opening of the wardrobe, a faint musty odor wafted forth, and the patterns on the bedding were strikingly vivid. All this indicated that the dream's proprietor was intimately acquainted with the wardrobe, likely having concealed themselves within it. After a moment's contemplation, I resolved to hide within the wardrobe as well. Entering the bedroom, which directly faced the restroom, I noted that the door could remain ajar, affording a view of the restroom's interior. The built-in wardrobe offered limited space. It would comfortably conceal a child, yet for an adult, it would feel rather cramped. I would have to make do. Upon opening the wardrobe door and stepping inside, I discovered that it could only be locked from the outside, meaning that if I concealed myself therein, the door would remain slightly ajar, offering little reassurance. So be it. I shoved the bedding aside. Clutching my phone in one hand and a cup of salt water in the other, my gaze fixated through the wardrobe's crack, intently observing the restroom. According to the game's description, an event was expected to transpire within the next 2 hours. Hiding in the wardrobe, the outside was not entirely engulfed in darkness. The flickering light from the television cast an eerie glow. After 30 minutes of waiting, my patience began to wane. The air within the wardrobe was stagnant, and it felt rather cramped for an adult. Hearing no sounds and noting no anomalies in the restroom, I pondered whether to exit and voluntarily conclude the game. It was merely a shallow dream. After all, the difficulty should not be insurmountable. For a child, such a memory would undoubtedly be profound. I decided to wait another half hour. If nothing transpired, I would adhere to the game's rules and terminate this experience. As I resolved this, I turned my gaze toward the live stream and was taken aback to see the viewers fervently flooding the chat. "Streamer, if you play this game for 2 hours, someone dies. The Teletubbies were murdered. Super thrilling live stream. 99 ghost coins. What an ugly bear. It felt as though the streamer might meet their demise within the wardrobe. The Socratic paradox. Was I the only one to notice? Streamer, you overlooked a step. You haven't named the doll yet. Chapter 500. The adorable plush bear. Upon encountering the comment regarding the Socratic paradox, I was momentarily taken aback. The previously incessant barrage of chat messages abruptly ceased. It seemed that, at that moment, everyone else finally grasped the implication. Indeed, you have yet to bestow a name upon the doll. Was neglecting to name it inconsequential? Nonsense. The primary objective of this game is to assist the dream's owner in locating their friends. How could one be oblivious to the name of their own companion? Playing hide and seek with a plush bear that does not even know its own name is undeniably thrilling. Could someone enlighten me as to why this plush bear was initially placed upon the kitchen countertop? And how did it acquire so many cuts? Is there an intention to dismember it? I seek assistance. I have an unsettling feeling that there are others lurking in this house. Please, do not frighten the host. My complexion has turned quite pale. As I gaze at the barrage of comments, I stroke my chin, though my face is not yet green with fear. I urge everyone to remain calm. The game's commencement time has long passed, and it seems rather impractical to salvage the situation and restart. Thus, let us first analyze the rules of this game. The act of naming is listed as the first requirement. Do you find any profound significance in this? Let us not deviate from the topic at hand. Let us accept reality. Host, we shall miss you dearly. The Teletubbies fell victim to murder, and donations have been made for this chilling livestream. 10 virtual coins. Host, the time we spent together has been delightful, granting me an experience unlike any other. I vividly recall the moment we first crossed paths in this virtual space, and now, you must depart in such a manner. I shall not say more. Let these 10 virtual coins serve as your funeral expenses. Unexpectedly, the moment to bid farewell has arrived. Dear seasoned traveler of Jiangxing, may your journey be smooth, and may the Buddha bless you. I wish for you to encounter no suffering in the afterlife. After a lengthy stream of comments, we have finally unearthed a reliable perspective. Socrates' paradox. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. Let us engage in a rational analysis. Upon witnessing Socrates' remarks, I nodded in agreement. In times of crisis, he proves to be dependable. Allow me to share my thoughts on this game, which I have heard of long ago. Allegedly, only a small fraction of participants can successfully complete the game, enduring until the 2-hour mark. Many who partake experience various anomalies midway through, which can undoubtedly be explained through psychology. Essentially, they frighten themselves. Not all online anecdotes are rooted in truth. I wish to raise another point. This game was sent by a mysterious individual to the dreamer. What could be their intent? What is the dreamer's purpose in engaging with this game? Reflecting on Socrates' comments, I ponder that the individual behind the concealed ID may merely seek to play a prank, while the dreamer engages in this game to find companionship, as indicated in the help-seeking post. How can you ascertain that the help-seeking post was authored by the dreamer? The children's clothing upon the bed is suitable for a boy of 5 or 6 years. It is improbable that a child of such tender age would post on their own, leading me to suspect a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Socrates' paradox continued to flood the comments. The live stream grew notably quieter. A 5 or 6-year-old child cannot possibly live alone in an apartment. They would not possess the ability to cook. Just prior, as we entered the restroom, I noticed a razor placed upon the sink, indicating that at least one adult man resides with the dreamer. Could a father be living with his child? Absolutely. I need not voice this. Inquiries have already surfaced in the live stream. Combining the earlier post with Socrates' paradox, we face a considerable dilemma. That post does not seem to originate from the dreamer. It is likely authored by the adult man living alongside him. He posted online with the intention of drawing the dream master's attention, only to subsequently conceal his identity and inform the dream master about the game from a third-party perspective, prompting the dream master to engage with this game. Socratic paradoxes are wholly conspiratorial. However, I cannot deny the validity of his words at this moment. The reincarnation which, Satyra, lives with an adult man. What could possibly motivate him to act in such a manner? Given their cohabitation, it is plausible that they share a father-child relationship. Yet, some in the livestream contest this notion. Their relationship could very well be that of a captor and a captive, or perhaps a perverse and peculiar game. This world, shrouded in darkness, is rife with sordid and corrupt elements. Thus our contemplation must not be confined by morality. The Socratic paradox, as expressed in the livestream, seems to diverge from his real-life demeanor, appearing quite forthright and argumentative, which leaves the viewers somewhat speechless. The reincarnation which, satira, transcends reality. Attempting to deduce the dream through the lens of reality is fundamentally flawed and may simply be a manifestation of the child's own nightmare. As for the Socratic paradox, I admit my understanding of dreams is limited. However, I am certain that the foundation of dreams is memory. Deductions based on reality may lead to errors, while those completely detached from reality can only be deemed as fantasies. If there are still doubters among you, I shall present another piece of evidence. Have you noticed the plush bear used in the game? Its body is stitched with at least 10 large and small scars. Do you comprehend what this signifies? The Socratic paradox's comments abruptly halted mid-sentence, and my contemplation in accordance with his reasoning brought forth a frown, an indication of violation. Indeed, it signifies the dream master has breached the game's rules. The individual who concealed their identity remarked in a private message that regardless of the outcome, whether friends are found or not, the plush bear must be burned. Yet the dream master did not comply. Not only did he refrain from incinerating the toy, but he also escalated his engagement, repeatedly utilizing the plush bear in the game. Those scars serve as irrefutable evidence. It is difficult to fathom how a child could persist in playing such a bizarre game when I, as an adult, feel utterly uncomfortable after a single session. How desperately must he wish to find friends? Or could it be that he truly discovered companionship during the course of this game? Kunlun Changi rewarded the spine-chilling livestream with 66 ghost coins, granting you 6 sixes. However, you have yet to clarify why the poster is indeed the Dream Master's cohabitant in reality. The Socratic paradox poses a question. If the adult man is truly the Dream Master's father, would he allow such circumstances to unfold? The Dream Master has engaged with this game not once or twice, but 10 times or even more. It would be exceedingly difficult to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. If the adult man truly cared, such a situation could never have arisen. Therefore, it is highly plausible that the Dream Master's distorted childhood was orchestrated by the very adult man with whom he resides, presenting an argument, enumerating evidence, and ultimately reaching a conclusion. The Socratic paradox unfolds seamlessly. Thus, it can be asserted that naming a doll bears minimal significance. We have now discerned the purpose behind the Dream Master's engagement with this game. We merely need to fathom the intent of the adult man who allows him to play, and the enigma of this dream shall be perfectly unraveled. I nodded, acknowledging the words of the Socratic paradox, unable to find grounds for rebuttal. Yet, based on my prior experiences during live broadcasts, I remained convinced that the name of the plush bear could become a critical flaw. If I could ascertain the name bestowed upon the bear by the Dream Master, perhaps I could glean insights into his character. Retracting my gaze from the live stream, I squinted through the gap in the wardrobe, peering outside. The cold light emanating from the black and white television cast a pallid glow upon the living room walls, rendering the atmosphere stiflingly quiet. Tilting my head, I employed my discerning sight to navigate the darkness, barely able to discern the bathroom directly facing the bedroom. The door stood ajar. The faucet of the bathtub had been turned off, and everything appeared unchanged. Yet, in a fleeting moment, I suddenly noticed that the plush bear, which had been submerged, was slowly rising to the surface. In the profound stillness and darkness, the doll's head emerged from the water, a fruit knife ominously lodged in its neck. My heart raced uncontrollably. Would it come for me? Chapter 501. It has arrived. The plush bear, once submerged in the bathtub, began to surface not entirely, as if it were a newborn slowly rising to its feet. It appeared to be standing upright, with only its tilted head bobbing above the water's surface. How bizarre. I was aware that this was merely a dream, yet the scene before me felt strikingly real. I had only filled the doll's belly with rice. Its head should still contain cotton or other stuffing. How had it sunk? And now, how could it float? When had it risen? I dared not blink, my focus unwavering on the bathroom. Host, why have you suddenly fallen silent? The thrill of voyeurism is exhilarating. Observe the host's gaze, that lascivious stare. Socratic paradox. Host, what do you see? Is there a problem with that plush toy in the bathroom? Holding the phone from the live stream, the viewers could not perceive the scene outside. This game had commenced for 40 minutes, and I had just witnessed the submerged plush bear's head emerging from the bathtub. Teletubbies met their demise through murder. I want to see. Super thrilling live stream. 1 yuan for my viewing pleasure. Curiosity from the veteran driver of Jiangqing. After all, It is a live broadcast, and I shall endeavor to fulfill the wishes of my viewers. It was dark outside. I would try my best. I widened the gap in the wardrobe door and extended the phone into the eerie setting, aligning the lens to capture the view. Could they see? I patiently observed the barrage of comments, when suddenly, my ears perked up at the sound of splashing water. The suffocating silence of the apartment shattered, and I squinted towards the source of the noise, the bathroom. I had tightened the faucet. That sound seems rather unnatural. Utilizing my discerning sight, I fixated on the depths of the bathtub. The light was too dim. I could not ascertain whether it was the water's surface moving or the plush bear itself. Deep within the shadows, it seemed as though something had awakened. The sound of the flowing water grew more pronounced. And what astonished me even more was that the plush bear, submerged at the bottom, continued to rise. Its grotesque head bobbed entirely above the water's surface, and the red thread I had carelessly stitched it with had already split open. The moldy, deteriorating stuffing poured into the bathtub, congealing into a dark, sticky mass, with a few strands of red thread resembling veins, creating a disturbingly eerie sight reminiscent of a car accident scene. I stood there silently, watching as time passed, and the plush bear's body emerged further from the water. My God, how did it float to the surface despite the copious amount of rice I had stuffed inside it? Had this toy truly come to life? Or was there something unclean lurking within its body? The sound of the water, faint yet palpable, seemed like an invisible hand plucking at my heartstrings, keeping me in a perpetual state of tension. 5 minutes later, the entire body of the plush bear floated on the water's surface, and the bathroom was devoid of any presence, with only a pool of stagnant water in the bathtub. Yet, the plush bear, marred with countless cuts as if by a knife, bobbed up and down on the surface. Its body appeared manipulated, and the pair of black button eyes, askew, fixated on a particular spot. I dared not breathe loudly. My gaze fixed on the bear as it swayed in the water's current, its drooping head slowly turning until its grotesque, chilling face suddenly faced my direction. The black buttons, serving as eyes, seemed to have spotted me. Suddenly, with a sharp clang, the fruit knife embedded in the bear's neck fell from the tattered fabric into the bathtub. I jumped in fright and quickly averted my gaze. Had it seen me? My heartbeat finally steadied. How could I be so terrified by a pair of button eyes? This dream was decidedly unusual. Withdrawing my phone from the spectral showcase, I gently closed the cabinet door, leaving only a narrow crack for myself. There was still over an hour left in the game. If this continued, the situation might spiral out of control. This live broadcast was free from the interference of Huang Xue's malevolent spirits. I should have entered Yi Bing's shallow dream. Yet everything I was experiencing seemed unrelated to her at first glance. Was there a misunderstanding? Had I not entered Yi Bing's dream? Ultimately, it mattered little whether it was her dream or not. I only feared that I had ventured into a mid-level dream from which even suicide could not awaken me. It shouldn't be the case. At this point, I could only reassure myself. Once my emotions stabilized, I resumed peering through the crack in the cabinet door to observe the situation outside. Why had it grown darker again? In a moment of distraction, I looked outside. The already dim living room had plunged into deeper darkness, and the old television seemed to malfunction. The screen flickered, alternating between complete blackness and sporadic black and white images, the cold light casting an eerie glow throughout the room. I could hardly fathom that a 5- or 6-year-old child had endured such an environment while playing repeatedly. Even a sane person would be driven to madness. Hiding in the cabinet, I could surmise the dreamer's emotions at that moment: fear, panic, unease, and a hint of anticipation. My gaze shifted from the living room to the bathroom. In the depths of the profound darkness, a subtle transformation seemed to occur. Something was amiss. It felt as though an essential element had vanished. My eyes widened in alarm as I fixed my gaze upon the tranquil surface of the bathtub, devoid of even the slightest ripple. Where was that plush bear? In an instant, an indescribable dread enveloped me, causing me to instinctively recoil, my eyes darting around my surroundings. The narrow storage cabinet revealed nothing out of the ordinary. I unconsciously clutched the moldy blanket beside me, curling into a tight ball, my gaze sharpening with focus. Had the doll sunk again? I peered through the gap, waiting until the television screen flickered back to a monochrome display, using the faint illumination to discern the scene within the bathroom. At the farthest end of the bathroom, the bathtub brimmed with water, sending forth a few small ripples. Not far from it lay a distinct trail of water dragged across the floor. And there, at the threshold of the bathroom, was that grotesque plush bear, its body marred with gashes, It had moved. A chill seemed to permeate the air as I held my breath, my eyes fixated on it without a moment's distraction. Had it crawled out of the bathtub on its own? My gaze began to drift, eventually locking onto the bear's tattered left paw, where a tangle of red thread was chaotically entwined, shockingly concealing a sharp kitchen knife within its midst. My heart skipped a beat as I recalled the sequence of the game. When I had sought the plush bear, I had first uttered, "I found you," before plunging the knife into its neck. Now, having escaped, would it seek me out to plunge the knife into my own flesh? This dreamlike game was fraught with peril, and my expression soured significantly. Was this truly a superficial dream? Why did it feel more oppressive than the nightmares orchestrated by the ethereal forces? While I spiraled into such thoughts, the sole source of light in the living room, that antiquated television, once again succumbed to darkness. The room was engulfed in pitch blackness, rendering everything invisible. I felt as if something were stirring within the shadows. In complete darkness, my vision seemed to lose its efficacy, and I relied solely on instinct to deduce that this game could culminate in calamity, without clarity on whether this was a superficial or mid-level dream. I could not afford to take any chances. If I perished in a superficial dream, I would merely awaken to reality. However, being killed in a mid-level dream could result in my consciousness being exiled to the depths of a deeper dream. I could not postpone my decision any longer. It was imperative to conclude this game before any misfortune transpired. Recalling the rules of the game, I remembered the method to forcibly end it. I picked up the cup of salt water resting beside my leg, swirling the bitter, briny liquid in my mouth. Nearly retching, I nonetheless persevered. Gripping my phone in one hand while balancing the cup in the other, leaning forward against the cabinet door, awaiting the opportune moment. Chapter 502. Unreliable Friends. If I had second thoughts midway, I would need to hold a mouthful of salt water, approach the plush doll, douse it with the liquid from the cup, and then spit the water onto it while shouting I won. 3 times for the game to conclude properly. I reflected on this procedure, narrowing my eyes. While it seemed straightforward in theory, executing it was far from simple. Firstly, it is essential to ascertain the position of the plush bear. Assuming it possesses the capability of autonomous movement, this initial task alone proves to be exceedingly challenging. Anyone who has partaken in a game of hide-and-seek knows that the hider must remain undetected by the seeker. In other words, I must locate the plush bear before it discovers my presence, thereby allowing me to execute the crucial steps of dousing it with salt water and spitting salt water. The race to find one another is of utmost significance. The confines of the room do not afford much advantage to the hider. I am left with only 2 choices: to wait for the plush bear to find me and to sprinkle salt water before it opens the cabinet, or to leave the cabinet and actively seek it out. How did the dream's master navigate this situation? With salt water in my mouth and a pallid complexion, I found myself in a state of uncertainty. My body leaned against the cabinet door as I gazed through the narrow gap, my eyes fixed on the inky darkness of the room. After a brief interval, the television screen in the living room flickered before returning to a monochrome display, a faint cold light illuminating the walls and casting a ghostly reflection on the coffee table. Where could it have gone? As my gaze swept across the room, I experimented with various perspectives until, at last, I made a discovery. It lay beneath the wooden bed in the study. Its tattered form left a long trail of moisture. The matted fur clinging to the tiled floor, a mixture of white rice and unclean cotton fluff oozing out from the gaping wound. The plush bear's head was positioned beneath the bed, its neck pierced by my blade, precariously hanging from its shoulder, as if it might fall at any moment. Was it gazing beneath the bed? A cold sweat broke out upon me, for I had initially contemplated hiding beneath the bed myself. Should I venture out now? My mind was tumultuous, the bitter taste of salt water tormenting my tongue, now numb, in comparison to the unknown terror lurking outside and the eerie plush bear. This cabinet had become my sole sanctuary. The cramped environment bestowed upon me a peculiar sense of security. It was akin to a hidden prison cell, unable to alter the fate of a condemned soul, yet capable of postponing the arrival of danger. As I concealed myself within the cabinet, my heart raced ever faster. I had to make a decision. Idly waiting was not in my nature. While the plush bear had not yet found me, I would take the initiative. My arm, holding the cup of salt water, was taut with tension, a sensation I had seldom experienced. I reached out to gently push the cabinet door, but before I could fully open it, that infernal television screen suddenly went black again. Visibility vanished entirely. Amidst the enveloping darkness, I felt something rapidly scuttling across the floor. It was coming. It was undoubtedly approaching. All my courage crumbled away, and I could not dare to leave the cabinet at that moment. I swiftly closed the half-open door, leaning back against the inner wall of the cabinet, clasping my mouth shut and inhaling sharply. The television's first blackout lasted an eternity, yet the second interval was markedly shorter. Was the dream deliberately targeting me? Or was it attempting to reveal something, hastening the process? I soon regained my composure. The previous scene had frightened me profoundly, nearly causing me to swallow the salt water in my mouth. This challenge was far beyond the realm of a shallow dream. Yet nothing unusual had transpired upon my entry into slumber. Could it be that Truman had ventured into the dream before me, preemptively conquering the shallow dream? This is also incorrect. My method of entering dreams differs entirely from his. This is a closed dreamscape, which should only consist of a unique dream constructed from fragments of the dreamer's memories. At this moment, I cannot afford to focus on the barrage of comments from viewers in the live stream. My body instinctively distances itself from the cabinet, just in case. My vision has lost its utility, yet my other senses remain acutely aware. I regulate my breathing and tilt my ear to listen, amidst the eerie silence. I suddenly hear the sound of droplets falling. Drip, drip. It seems to emanate from the living room, initially distant. But gradually it circles around and draws closer to the bedroom. The sound of dripping water? I recall the long trail of moisture behind the plush bear, and my heart feels as if it has been seized, lodged in my throat. It draws nearer, finally entering the bedroom where I reside. Time appears to slow, each second stretching into an agonizing eternity. I am uncertain how long has passed. I stretch my stiff neck and cautiously lean my upper body against the cabinet. Peering through the crack of the door, I hesitate, fearful of encountering something horrifying or of a fruit knife. Should I lean too close, piercing through the gap? My eyes widen, but all I behold is an abyss of darkness. My vision is entirely compromised. Even if that plush bear were to stare back at me from the other side of the cabinet, I would remain oblivious to its presence. Regret washes over me. Had I anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent, I should have applied substances with distinct scents to the bear's surface beforehand. Yet, regret serves no purpose now. I hold salt water in my mouth, my expression contorted as I struggle to control my breathing. Outside, there is no glimmer of light. If I were to direct my phone towards the crack, perhaps I could discern if anything else lurked beyond the cabinet. But doing so would expose my position, too perilous a gamble. As I ponder, the television in the living room flickers, and black and white images re-emerge. A faint light ignites a glimmer of hope within me. Just in time, my fingers rest upon the cabinet door. I intend to push it slowly open. But as my gaze pierces through the crack, I am met with a horrifying sight. The tattered plush bear lies sprawled at the bedroom doorway, its red thread severed. Stuffing and loose threads entwined with the very fruit knife I had once plunged into its neck. Its head tilts at an unnatural angle, nearly severed from its body. One half rolling forward while the other remains tethered by tattered cloth and cotton. It has truly come for me. To claim that I am unafraid would be a lie. This entity is unlike anything I have encountered before, and I cannot even ascertain whether it is a specter. If the television were to turn off next, it would likely position itself directly in front of the cabinet. I have never harbored a sense of false hope or naive fantasies. This is one of the reasons I have survived so many live broadcasts. I must not allow it to approach. Once the television turns off, the room will plunge into total darkness. My vision will be severely limited while it thrives in the shadows, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. I have discerned that the plush bear shifts its position each time the television screen goes black. Now it has crawled to the bedroom doorway. If I wish to avoid confronting this monster in utter darkness, my best course of action is to seize the moment while the television remains illuminated and swiftly end this game. Fingers pressed against the door crevice began to exert pressure as my eyes fixated on the plush bear while I lifted the water cup. Yet, this bizarre dreamscape felt as though it were being manipulated by an unseen force. Just as I was about to fully open the cabinet door, the television in the living room abruptly flickered to black. Not again. A profound sense of helplessness surged within me. The myriad disruptions in this dream seemed to be steering me, compelling me to act according to the choices of its enigmatic master. Whenever I attempted to alter the course of this nocturnal narrative, an array of unforeseen events would arise. Was this truly merely a superficial dream? With the water cup in hand, I was tormented by an underlying dread in the darkness. Had the doll already crawled out of the cabinet? Was it peering at me through the gap? Or had it already infiltrated the cabinet itself? The prospect of execution was not terrifying. Rather, it was the agonizing wait for that execution that was truly dreadful. Fear fermented within me, and I yearned to forcefully fling open the cabinet door. Bang! A faint sound emanated from outside the cabinet, resembling a fruit knife clattering onto the tiled floor. I listened intently, and strangely, the house had suddenly become eerily silent, devoid of even the sound of dripping water. In the grip of terror, I waited for what felt like an eternity. The oppressive darkness finally subsided, revealing that nothing had transpired. The plush bear seemed to have overlooked my presence. It was inconceivable that it would miss such a conspicuous spot. The television screen illuminated once more, and without hesitation, I hoisted the water cup and directly pulled open the cabinet door. The bedroom was awash with water stains. Yet the plush bear was nowhere to be found. Where could it have gone? I had to locate it before it found me. Stepping out of the cabinet, I cast a glance around, and my complexion suddenly drained of color. Chapter 503. I found you. Drip, drip. The sound of droplets falling from above filled the air. My eyes brimmed with terror as I fixated on the water stains on the floor, which seemed to form an erratic pattern, yet upon closer inspection, I discerned a few crooked letters. I found you. Fear slithered like a venomous serpent up my spine and into my brain, sending chills coursing through me before I could even react. A drop of icy water fell from the ceiling onto the nape of my neck, my spine creaking like a rusted cog. I lifted my gaze behind me. A panel atop the combination cabinet had been pried open, and the dreadful plush bear now had half of its body ensconced within the cabinet. Its mangled left hand protruded, while its head was split in two, the front half dangling grotesquely from its back, seemingly lodged in the gap at the top of the cabinet. Had I delayed even a minute, or merely a few seconds longer, my complexion would have turned ashen. The horrific imagery in my mind was forcefully interrupted, and I dared not contemplate it further. This must end. This opportunity was too rare. My capacity for endurance surpassed that of the average person. In less than a second, I emerged from my fear, my willpower guiding my body to make the most rational decision. Raising the water cup, I unhesitatingly splashed the saline solution onto the plush bear. The filthy, damp toy, already soaked, should have shown no remarkable reaction to the salt water. Yet astonishingly, the once motionless plush began to convulse violently, as if the decaying cotton within it had been severed, writhing like twisted, struggling insects. Salt, it seemed, could indeed ward off evil. This plush bear was undeniably unclean. I set down my water cup, took a step forward, and suppressed the fear within me as I spat out the salt water from my mouth. As I moved my numb tongue to utter the words I want, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The plush bear, drenched in salt water, along with cotton and rice, was ejected from its body, shrinking and plummeting directly into the cabinet. It seemed that my mouthful of salt water had not actually reached it. Goodness. I rarely curse during live broadcasts, but this time, I was utterly compelled by the dream to express my frustration. Time and again, I felt targeted as if I were being forced to act according to the memories of the dream's master. My eyes involuntarily darted toward the cabinet. But before I could even lay eyes on the plush bear, a far worse situation unfolded. The television flickered violently before plunging into darkness. This dream appeared to be testing my limits. Just as the light vanished, I retrieved my phone to illuminate the cabinet door, no longer caring about whether I would expose myself. The game required me to first douse the plush bear with the salt water from the cup, then spit the water onto it, and finally shout I won 3 times to conclude. When I expelled the salt water earlier, the plush bear had just fallen into the cabinet. Now, to adhere to the rules and finish the game, I needed to prepare another cup of salt water. I had no idea who invented this game or its purpose. At that moment, I could not afford to ponder the reasons, fixated solely on breaking free from the dream. In a matter of 2 to 3 seconds, I devised a plan, kicked the cabinet door, and dashed toward the kitchen. The most significant difference between me and the protagonists of horror films was my determination not to waste a moment or indulge in meaningless shouting. Amidst this intense peril, my mind sharpened, drawing from memories as I rushed into the kitchen, aided by the faint glow of my phone screen. Just as I stepped into the kitchen, the cabinet door in the bedroom creaked open silently, revealing the plush bear, its body covered in jagged seams, staring at me with button eyes made of black. Tattered cotton and a red thread entwined around a fruit knife, and it suddenly moved. It crawled across the floor like a vengeful, abandoned child, its ragged head drooping from its shoulder, and it was coming for me. Its speed was alarming. Where was the salt? In this critical moment, The mental fortitude honed through countless live broadcasts proved invaluable. Although an unspoken fear gripped me, it did not impede my thoughts or actions. The plush bear accelerated. In the blink of an eye, it had crawled out of the bedroom and into the living room, its worn limbs trailing a long streak of moisture behind it. I found it. The house was dim, severely limiting my vision. But I relied on the memory of my first attempt at mixing salt water to locate the salt bag and kettle on the countertop. I poured the water, sprinkled in the salt, and completed the entire sequence in one fluid motion. With the salt water in my mouth, I raised my phone high, aimed at the kitchen door. There was nothing visible, yet I knew the plush bear must be lurking nearby. With salt water in my mouth, I remained silent during this tense standoff, and the television in the living room flickered back to life. The screen flashed, revealing a black and white image illuminated by a faint, cold light. Just behind the kitchen door, a half-damaged doll's head tilted at an odd angle emerged. Had it already entered? Was it hiding right at the doorway? Without uttering a single word, I strode forward and expelled the saline solution from my mouth towards the plush bear, then proclaimed thrice, "I have triumphed." Has the game concluded? I lifted the kitchen knife from the cutting board, my gaze fixed warily upon the stuffed bear, which seemed to remain unchanged. Is it truly over? A surge of desire to hack the bear into pieces surged within me, yet the strangeness of this dream held me back. I resolved to adhere to the rules of the game. The kitchen of the apartment was still equipped with an antiquated gas stove. I struck the ignition several times, but to no avail, so I ventured into the living room, where I found a lighter and a few books. I piled them together, ignited them, and cast the plush bear into the flames. However, I soon realized a predicament. The bear, having soaked in the bathtub for nearly an hour, refused to ignite. The flames extinguished swiftly, leaving behind an unpleasant odor wafting through the room. This game, in its final moments, had devised a trap to incinerate the plush bear. It must first be dried. Yet, should any unsavory secrets lie within it, those partaking in the game during the drying process would likely meet an unfortunate fate. Observing the bear, now charred and rendered even more grotesque, I instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. If the television screen were to black out once more, would the bear rise? Contemplating this, I turned my gaze toward the television, where the black and white image was interspersed with signal interference, creating a field of static. To the average eye, the content was indecipherable, but I possessed the acuity to discern the subtle changes within chaotic environments. Every 5 seconds, the screen flickered slightly, and during these moments, it appeared to incorporate something else. Approaching the television, I scrutinized it repeatedly until I confirmed that embedded within the monochrome display was a small boy subjected to corporal punishment. His lips moved incessantly, as if attempting to articulate something. This child seemed familiar, thin, short, and hunched. Was he not the same boy I spotted in Yi Bing's class photo? Why did he appear in Yi Bing's dream? Or perhaps, was this his dream? Something felt amiss. I had entered Yi Bing's dream. How could this boy possibly manifest? What was his connection to Yi Bing? From Yi Bing's records, it was evident that they had been classmates from the beginning of elementary school until graduation, yet all clues ceased after that point. This boy seemed to have vanished entirely from Yi Bing's life from that moment onward. What was he trying to convey? I was not well versed in lip reading, but I attempted to mimic his movements and discerned a single character, 9. Was it the numeral 9 or the character for long? Did it carry special significance? Perhaps representing a pact? A child daring enough to play hide-and-seek with a plush bear in the dead of night was beyond my capacity for conjecture. His thought process likely diverged from that of an ordinary individual. I rose and glanced at the clock on the wall, and suddenly, I discovered another anomaly. The clock had stopped, the time frozen at 3:49 a.m. Had time ceased? Or did the dreams of their owner terminate at that hour? As I remained ensconced in my musings, the television behind me ominously blacked out once more. My body froze in place. I hastily retrieved my phone to search for the whereabouts of the plush bear. Where could it be? The floor was left with a long trail of moisture, extending towards the living room door. I cautiously approached, resting my hand upon the door and gently pulling it open. The door creaked ajar. Chapter 504: Who Killed the Nightingale? Part 1. The dimly lit corridor seemed to stretch endlessly, devoid of any illumination within the apartment. I utilized my ghostly showcase mobile phone to cast a feeble light that flickered upon the staircase, revealing only a long, crooked water stain that snaked its way downwards. After completing the game of hide and seek, the apartment door creaked open, and the plush bear vanished without a trace. Did this signify that I had successfully unraveled this layer of the dream? Recalling my experiences within this room, my expression darkened. The difficulty of this dream realm was exceedingly high, necessitating my meticulous preparation. In comparison to the unknown corridor, I found the confines of this apartment to be relatively safer. The door stood ajar as I began to inspect the tools upon my person. The talisman I carried into the dream realm was scant, and upon rummaging through my belongings, I discovered only a few items: a simple drawing of a stick figure left by Sakura, a mask of good and evil, several suppression talismans, dream-winged bugs, and the plum blossom pendant that Xiaqing gifted me during our farewell on the bustling street. The last item, surprisingly, was a beaded bracelet gifted by Teacher Chen, which also proved to be capable of entering the dream. This revelation took me aback. Teacher Chen had bestowed the precious beads upon me as a token of gratitude for saving Yi Bing, a reason that, at first glance, appeared flawless, yet I could not shake the feeling that it was somewhat contrived. The simplest relationships between individuals often hinge on mutual exploitation, and I found Teacher Chen to be somewhat enigmatic. The beads held significant utility for me, and I had no intention of parting with them. They contained merit and Buddhist essence, deterring ordinary spirits from approaching, thereby ensuring my safety against unforeseen events. This live broadcast was exceedingly intricate. The optional tasks from the ghostly showcase already hinted at elements such as nightmares, betrayers, and Yi Bing, now entwined with an unknown young boy and the Truman. With such a multitude of forces interwoven, it would be prudent not to reveal my intentions prematurely. Concealing my presence while uncovering the truth to secure the greatest advantage was the hallmark of the ghostly showcase, and it was a method I deeply admired. I retrieved the mask of good and evil from my possession and gently affixed it to my face, finding its perfect alignment with my features to be quite comfortable. The mask effectively concealed my visage, serving as an excellent disguise. After securing my belongings and ensuring there were no further clues within the room, I lifted the showcase mobile phone and cautiously opened the door before stepping outside. As I ventured forth, the dim corridor seemed to brighten slightly, and the distorted water stain left by the plush bear had vanished. What was happening? The world appeared to shift in an instant. Turning back, I found no trace of a room behind me, but rather stood at the end of a long corridor. Had I inadvertently entered the mid-layer of the dream? Based on my understanding of dream realms, breaking through a shallow, enclosed dream often led directly to the mid-layer. In retrospect, it seemed I had indeed traversed a shallow dream. Yet was this difficulty not excessive? I touched the cold mask upon my face, feeling its chilling sensation. A wave of calmness washed over me as various negative emotions were suppressed deep within. This was indeed an item requiring 20 points for redemption, and it produced effects within the dream realm that justified its cost. Staying motionless, having entered the mid-layer of the dream, I knew the need for heightened caution. The mask of good and evil left only 2 openings for my eyes, and peering through, I discerned that I appeared to be in a school. The corridor is adorned with photographs of historical figures and the door numbers of various classrooms. However, I find it curious that 3 classrooms encompass 6 grades of elementary school. Is this a private institution? It feels rather unconventional. The classrooms are small, sparsely furnished with worn-out desks and chairs of various sizes, and the environment appears quite austere. What could have prompted the construction of such a scene in this intermediate dream? While superficial dreams are predominantly formed from clearer memories, the architecture of intermediate dreams may involve those recollections that the conscious mind has forgotten, yet still exist. Memories are continually updated. Significant matters are repeatedly recalled, while the past gradually fades, buried deep within the heart. Some experiences, perhaps thought to be forgotten, can unexpectedly resurface in dreams. The sensation of déjà vu may indicate a momentary entry into the intermediate dream realm. The buildings here are likely constructed from the dreamer's childhood memories. Are they reflective of Yi Bing's experiences, or those of the hunchbacked boy? This line of thought quickly leads me to an answer. This must be the orphanage where they once lived. Yi Bing was among the first group of children adopted when the orphanage was established. Her actions of working hard to fund her studies at the police academy, despite her own struggles, demonstrate her deep emotional ties to this place. Is this where Yi Bing spent her childhood? A dwelling for someone destined to face misfortune? During my time at the police academy, Yi Bing never mentioned her origins, nor did she speak of her parents or the orphanage. It is peculiar. What significance does this place hold in Yi Bing's memories? The composition of dreams is dictated by the dreamer's recollections. If the dreamer feels joy and excitement, it manifests as a beautiful dream. Conversely, if fear and dread dominate, it often results in a nightmare. For the dreamer, nightmares are particularly vexing. According to the information Truman provided me prior to entering dreams, the likelihood of encountering nightmares is over 100 times greater than that of experiencing pleasant dreams. The intermediate dream intertwines childhood memories with the preceding dream, as if that plush bear intentionally guided me here. According to Sakura's earlier descriptions, many elements within the dream possess symbolic significance. I reflect upon my experiences in the apartment. What does that plush bear represent? It is terrifying and grotesque, seemingly intent on harming me, yet ultimately it opened a door for me. Could it symbolize the companionship that the dreamer has longed for? I cannot be certain. Interpreting the imagery of dreams is exceedingly complex and requires multifaceted clues. I am hesitant to make unfounded assumptions. Upon entering the dream, I have remained in a passive state, a condition that persists to this day. The dilapidated classroom is devoid of students, with drawers and tables cluttered with various textbooks, all likely donations from the outside world, covering numerous grades and subjects, each inscribed with notes in different handwriting. Are there no teachers? The podium is bare, lacking even a chalk holder, with only 4 or 5 pieces of chalk of varying lengths scattered about. I made no significant discoveries in the 3 classrooms and returned to the corridor, preparing to leave the building. As I approached the stairway, the distant sound of children's laughter emanated from a rudimentary playground made of yellow earth. Curiosity piqued. I cautiously concealed myself against the corridor door, peering out to observe. To my surprise, I beheld a scene in the northwest corner of the playground. 6 or 7 children had formed a circle, running and jumping while singing a playful tune. In the bamboo cage, the little bird, when will it be free? On the dawn of night, the crane and turtle have slipped. Who was the figure behind them? It resembled a nursery rhyme, sung in unison by the children, their youthful voices crisp and clear. Once the song concluded, they all halted, and I noticed a small boy kneeling among them. He was hunched over, hands covering his eyes, and he uttered a name aloud. The other children erupted in giggles, declaring his guesses incorrect, and resumed their circling around him. This cycle repeated numerous times, and the boy remained unable to guess correctly, the game seeming endless. Watching from my hidden spot, I discerned the essence of the game. It was quite simple. When the song ceased, the running children would stop, allowing the one in the center to guess who stood behind him. If he guessed correctly, he would take their place, covering his eyes in turn. What should have been a fair game, however, turned into a cruel jest, as the children surrounding him deliberately misled the boy, dismissing all his guesses. This hunched boy resembled the child I had seen in the photograph. The first key figure had been identified. Chapter 505, Who Killed the Robin, Part 2. I needed to devise a plan to rescue him. I frowned as I observed the number of children surrounding him. It was rather excessive. Yoko had advised me to avoid conversing or clashing with the figures within the dream, complicating matters further. I exited the teaching building into a dim sky, devoid of sunlight. Likely around 6 or 7 in the evening. The children's game in the northwest corner had been repeated countless times, and gradually, some began to lose interest, eventually scattering, leaving only the hunched boy kneeling in the center, still covering his eyes. What a perfect opportunity. I stealthily made my way towards him, avoiding the dispersing children along the wall. The playground, made of uneven yellow earth, bore sharp stones and sprouting wild grasses in places. The other children had wandered far, yet the boy remained, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his mind, isolated and without companionship or even a kind word of caution. My legs grew numb from kneeling, and just as I neared, he lowered his hands, revealing his eyes. They were astonishingly beautiful, clear and pure, as if one could see to the depths of his soul. This pair of eyes contrasted starkly with his dirty face and frail, hunched body, creating a striking disparity. Eyes are the windows to the soul. How could someone with such eyes possibly engage in a game of hide and seek with a plush bear at 3 in the morning? The remnants of my previous dreams still haunted me, and I hesitated, concealing my body in the shadows of the wall, my gaze fixed upon the boy kneeling before me. With great effort, he propped himself up on his hands and stood, brushing the dust off his trousers, his expression devoid of resentment or animosity. This child possesses a certain intrigue. Initially, I assumed his childhood experiences mirrored those of Huang Xue, but upon observing the expression on his face, I discerned a fundamental difference in their natures. Huang Xue harbors a tendency towards self-destruction. He yearns for everything he desires, and if denied, he would choose mutual annihilation, obliterating all. In contrast, the hunchbacked boy, though isolated and subjected to the cruelty of childish bullying, emanates an odd strength that seems out of place. Perhaps due to his tender age, I sense no malice within him. Rather, he appears to be seeking a form of unconventional redemption for himself. My curiosity piqued. I wonder what this boy will do next, remaining hidden for now. The apartment building likely represents the memories of the hunchbacked boy before he entered the orphanage. What calamity befell his family? What led to his being sent to the orphanage? Did the adult man he lived with encounter misfortune? A child is typically placed in a welfare institution or orphanage only when their direct guardian has passed away and other relatives refuse to care for them. Contemplating this, the first layer of the dream intertwines with the current middle layer, symbolizing two distinct phases of the hunchbacked boy's life. In comparison to the solitude of playing with a stuffed bear in the apartment, the orphanage offers a significantly more favorable atmosphere. The hunchbacked boy yearns for companionship and dreads loneliness, yet both of these elements seem absent within the orphanage. Logically, entering a new environment should catalyze some form of change. Observing him, I note he appears to be merely 6 or 7 years old, small and underdeveloped, though his appearance is far from that of his peers. It is hard to believe he has no friends at all. I linger in the corner, following the hunchbacked boy as he meanders through the orphanage, the sky gradually darkening. He seems to intentionally take a convoluted route to evade any potential followers. Where might he be headed? The orphanage has been repurposed from an abandoned elementary school, encompassing a sizable area, much of which remains undeveloped and overgrown. As I trailed the hunchbacked boy, I discerned that the entire complex can be roughly divided into 4 sections. The first comprises the playground and surrounding wild, overgrown land, dotted with some crooked, nearly withered trees. The second section features the teaching building, a modest 3-story structure where the first and second floors contain classrooms, and the third floor houses the office of the supervising teacher. This place primarily focuses on providing education for able-bodied children. Upon entering the middle layer of the dream, I noticed brochures posted in the hallway detailing the orphanage's policies, which advocate for uniform care and class management for the children. For able-bodied children, a combined approach of care and education is implemented, with those in grades below 5th being taught in-house, while older children are sent to nearby schools for day attendance. The third section of the orphanage is rather unique, comprising a semi-enclosed structure that is twice the size of the teaching building, spanning 3 stories. The uppermost floor is dedicated to a few abandoned infants, nurtured by professionals. Due to financial constraints, the number of infants sheltered within the orphanage is limited. The second floor accommodates those with physical disabilities but sound intellectual development. The orphanage provides rehabilitation therapy to enable them to lead independent lives while also offering vocational education and skills training, thus paving the way for their future integration into society. The lowest level houses children with cognitive impairments. Some even suffer from manic disorders, prompting the orphanage to place them on the bottom floor to prevent any unfortunate incidents. The final section of the entire facility is the dormitory, where orphans and some physically disabled yet intellectually capable children reside. After a lengthy detour, the hunchbacked boy eventually halted at the entrance of the orphanage, standing solitary at the gate, lifting his head to take a deep breath. Gradually straightening his back as he gazed at the 3 characters inscribed on the gate, Paradise Gate. His devout expression resembled that of a prayer. From a distance, I couldn't discern his actions clearly, but I sensed a moment of hesitation, as if he were contemplating a dash outside. After a few seconds, the boy turned and sprinted back into the orphanage. By now, the night had enveloped the surroundings in darkness, and I tucked away my phone, relying on my instincts to ensure I did not lose track of him. Where was he headed? As he traversed the night, the boy seemed emboldened, racing to the teaching building and climbing the stairs to the 3rd floor, ultimately pausing outside a particular room. The director's office? Narrowing my eyes, I scrutinized the scene. The director of the orphanage at that time was likely Mr. Chen. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to glean insights into what kind of person the child truly was through his dreams. It appeared that the hunchbacked boy was not a stranger to this place. He hunched over, akin to a mouse stealthily pilfering grains, and slipped into the office. The door was ajar, and I quietly followed, concealing myself behind a bookshelf. The boy remained oblivious to my presence, standing on his clothing to climb onto the windowsill. There sat a birdcage, housing a delicate little bird, its chest adorned with a splash of vibrant red plumage against a backdrop of muted gray, rendering it rather unremarkable. Akin to a drab little sprite. This bird could not possibly be native to Jiangxing, could it? I had never encountered such a petite and lively creature before, and the extraordinary appearance of the birdcage suggested it was quite exceptional. Jiangxing lacked precious avian species, leading me to this conclusion. Upon noticing the boy, the bird fluttered with excitement, hopping within the cage and emitting a clear, cheerful chirp. The hunchbacked boy, too, unveiled a long-forgotten smile, his expression and eyes exuding a purity that was disarming. Reaching out, he closed the window and gently opened the birdcage. In an instant, the delicate gray bird soared out with a swift flutter, dancing around him in joyous flight. This moment was etched into the mid-layer of dreams. Was this bird of significant importance to the hunchbacked boy? My inquiry was soon answered as the door to the director's office swung open, revealing two boys of differing heights who entered. The instant I laid eyes on them, my pupils constricted in shock. I had seen them on the playground, where they frolicked around the hunchbacked boy. At that time, their physiques and appearances mirrored those of ordinary children. However, upon encountering them again in the darkness, I was astounded by the remarkable transformation their bodies had undergone. Their limbs and torso had withered, while their heads had grown 2 or 3 times larger than normal. Was there a difference between their appearance by day and by night? As I gazed upon these eerie children, I found myself cowering behind the bookshelf, too fearful to make a sound. The hunchbacked boy, realizing he had been discovered, became visibly frightened and leaped from his chair to retrieve his grimy coat. "We've noticed you sneaking into the principal's office for several days. Now we've caught you," he said. The shorter boy, of a similar age to the hunchback, had a voice that was slightly shrill. The hunchbacked boy remained silent as a small gray bird landed on his shoulder, showing no disdain for his awkwardness and frailty. "Is that a bird raised by the principal? Bring it over for us to see," the taller boy insisted. The taller boy, who appeared older, had a heavy head that drooped on his shoulders, and when he spoke, his hair swayed ominously, creating a terrifying visage from any angle. The hunchbacked boy was evidently reluctant to relinquish the bird to the two grotesque children. He gently patted his shoulder, allowing the bird to take flight within the room. Children, by nature, are lively and instinctively desire to grasp anything entertaining. The two of them found a broom by the door and began to chase the small bird around the room, gray feathers fluttering down from the ceiling as the bird screeched in flight. The hunchbacked boy clutched his own clothing and made no effort to stop the other two until the bird's flight began to slow. Suddenly, he discarded his coat, pushed the shorter boy to the ground, and climbed onto a chair to fling open the window. "Robin, fly out." The window opened, revealing the world beyond. Yet, at that very moment, the broom struck the gray bird, and the taller boy forcefully slammed it to the ground. His withered, misshapen hand grasped the bird's body, pinching its head between his thumb and forefinger, the tips sinking into the soft, red down of its chest. The bird, sensing its agony, pecked at the boy's fingers, causing him to wince in pain as he twisted its neck and violently hurled it to the ground. Chapter 506. The faceless man. Blood trickled from the bright yellow beak, dripping onto the bird's crimson chest, rendering its already vivid plumage even more glaring. The taller boy shook his hand, staring at the fallen bird, and realized he had committed a grave mistake. This bird must belong to the principal, and now he had accidentally killed it. We must leave quickly," he urged, pulling the shorter boy away as they dashed outside, not forgetting to threaten the hunchbacked boy. "If you dare to tell the principal about this, you can forget about having an easy time in the future." The taller boy, older than the others with a coarse voice, swayed his enormous head back and forth, accompanied by an expression that evoked a sense of revulsion. The two children, one tall and one short, departed, leaving the hunchbacked boy beside the fallen Robin. He crouched down, gazing at the little creature that lay broken on the ground. Its gray feathers were stained a dark red with its own blood. Its once adorable form twisted by the taller boy's grip, its tiny head dangling limply from its neck, with tufts of down scattered about. Life is fragile. A mere grip and a fall, and death arrives as expected. The hunchbacked boy reached out, taking hold of the robin's wing, gently unfolding it. Throughout this somber moment, he uttered not a single word, silently placing the bird's lifeless body back into its cage and closing the door. A wave of discomfort washed over me, though I could not discern whether it arose from witnessing the extinguishment of life or from the hunchbacked boy's poignant act of returning the robin's body to its cage. The hunchbacked boy returned the birdcage to its original position, using his own clothing to wipe the shoe prints from the chair before making his way towards the door. His hunched back appeared even more pronounced, as if his slight frame bore the weight of an invisible mountain. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, I found myself filled with curiosity about the office, believing that a thorough search might uncover some information about Mr. Chen. However, to avoid losing sight of the hunchbacked boy, I momentarily restrained my curiosity and followed him out of the office. Standing in the corridor of the teaching building, I gazed outside, where darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Inside the building, devoid of any clocks, an oppressive atmosphere shrouded the entire orphanage. After leaving the headmaster's office, the hunchbacked boy hurriedly made his way to the first classroom at the corner of the first floor. I dared not enter, but instead concealed myself by the back door. Peering inside, I had visited this classroom in the evening before, at which time it had struck me as merely dilapidated, devoid of any other significant impression. Yet now, in the night, the scene within had morphed into something rather chilling. The room was filled to capacity, every chair occupied by a grotesque doll with withered limbs and an oversized head. Had these children undergone some transformation by nightfall? My astonishment grew as my gaze fell upon the podium, where I beheld yet another peculiar creature. This was an adult, presumably a teacher from the orphanage, whose appearance diverged from that of the large-headed children, yet was equally strange. Standing around 6 feet tall, he possessed a remarkably normal proportion of bodily features, except that an extra hand sprouted from his belly, the crown of his head, and the left side of his face. What a bizarre figure. 5 hands. Individually, the human form and the hands were not frightful, but their amalgamation evoked a profound sense of terror. The figures in dreams are not entirely fictitious. They often carry significant symbolism. If this is indeed a dream of the hunchbacked boy, why do his teacher and classmates assume such forms in his eyes at night? The class was about to commence. The male teacher rapped on the worn blackboard, inscribing several lines of text before assigning tasks. He then brought over a more comfortable chair, reclining in it without delivering any lesson, merely allowing his gaze to wander across the classroom. The children in the classroom varied greatly in age. It appeared to cater to preschoolers and younger orphans. While some flipped through the textbooks, only a handful were genuinely engaged in reading and writing. The majority merely feigned interest, gradually devolving into playfulness. As long as they kept their noise to a minimum, the male teacher on the podium showed no inclination to intervene. In such a rudimentary environment, with such an irresponsible teacher, how could the quality of education be assured? My attention was riveted on the hunchbacked boy, who sat against the wall, his eyes fixed on the book before him, motionless, seemingly lost in thought. Night classes? This school was indeed peculiar. I refrained from delving deeper into my thoughts and quietly observed when sudden footsteps echoed from the opposite corridor. I swiftly concealed myself in the hallway, retrieving my phone to utilize its camera for a clearer view. The individual exuded a sense of familiarity. Dressed in a conservative light-colored suit, he appeared rather plain, clutching a book under one arm while holding a birdcage in the other. Was this not the very birdcage from the headmaster's office? Could he be the headmaster himself? Mr. Chen from over 20 years ago? I was unable to contain my excitement as I maneuvered the camera, and when I captured the visage of this individual, I was rendered speechless. His physique, perfectly proportioned, bore no abnormalities, yet the image displayed on my phone's screen instilled an unsettling sensation within me. This person possessed no face. It was not merely a blur obscuring his features. Rather, it was an utter void. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. A faceless being? His demeanor and stature bore a striking resemblance to that of Mr. Chen. Yet why did he manifest in such a form within the dreamscape? In dreams, each individual's appearance is sculpted from the memories of the dreamer, and the Mr. Chen of 2 decades past is embodied in this manner within the dreamer's mind. Is the absence of a face a result of hazy recollections, or is it an unconscious desire to avoid confronting that visage, a form of self-preservation enacted by memory? At that moment, it would have been ideal for Truman to be present. Regrettably, he had already ventured into the dream before me. I could only hope he would not encounter any misfortune, for the complexity of this dream was indeed astonishing. The faceless figure, holding a birdcage, entered the classroom, immediately inciting a cacophony. Chairs scraped, and playful students hastily returned to their seats, nonchalantly retrieving books to feign earnestness in their studies. The teacher, adorned with hands protruding from his head and belly, promptly rose from his chair, bowing in deference. "Director, what brings you here?" It's merely a trivial matter. I have delayed you for just a few minutes." Upon hearing this voice, I instantly recognized the faceless figure as Mr. Chen. I cautiously emerged from my hiding spot, returning to my previous position, peeking at how he produced sound without even a mouth. Each utterance caused the skin of his face to ripple like water. An eerie and disconcerting sight. "Please, go ahead." The male teacher stepped aside as Mr. Chen stood at the podium, gently placing the birdcage upon it. "Children, what do you suppose resides within this birdcage?" Mr. Chen's tone betrayed no particular emotion, neither anger nor frustration. The posture he assumed did not suggest a desire to reprimand anyone. "A sparrow, a gray little bird, the bird's carcass." The children's responses varied widely. Mr. Chen slowly turned his head, that blank face finally fixating on a hunched boy in the corner. The small boy clutched his textbook and, at the teacher's prompting, spoke, "Blood and feathers." "Blood and feathers?" Mr. Chen appeared somewhat pleased with the hunched boy's answer. The congealed blood symbolized death and despair, while the fluttering feathers represented freedom and hope. "Young lad, your answer is quite intriguing. However, what I wish to discuss today is not this. Among you, someone has committed an indiscretion, and I hope that individual will step forward and admit their fault." The male teacher, adept at reading the room, swiftly grasped who had slain the director's cherished robin. "Come forth. Now is the time to confess. The director will surely forgive you. If I uncover the truth later, I shall penalize you on the playground." "Mr. Chen," interrupted the teacher, waving his hand, "do not frighten the children. I was merely inquiring." After a silence of several seconds in the classroom, a tall boy seated at the back stood up. Upon witnessing the culprit rise, the hunched boy widened his beautiful eyes and gradually straightened his back. "Fu Shen, did you kill the director's robin?" The male teacher's voice was stern. The tall boy trembled, his massive head shaking vigorously. He decisively pointed at the hunched boy. "It was him. It was he who killed the dean's robin." Both fuming and I witnessed the act. He tore at the little bird's wings, pressing down on its neck with his fingers, ultimately hurling it to the ground. Chapter 507. A true tragedy before their voices change. Children's voices are often clear, though at times they can be quite jarring. After the tall boy spoke, every pair of eyes in the classroom turned towards the hunchbacked boy. Massive heads swayed, distorted faces loomed, and piercing gazes fixated upon the child seated against the wall. It was he who slaughtered the robin. The short boy named Fuming also leaped forth, his voice sharper and tinged with a hint of tremor. The hunchbacked boy, who had just straightened his posture, gradually bent down again, panic evident in his beautiful eyes. "Is it you?" The male teacher's gaze was unkind as he bellowed at the boy, "Stand up." The frail figure of the hunchbacked boy seemed to curl in on itself, and he trembled in fear, rising from his seat. "Did you kill the dean's robin?" The teacher descended from the podium, towering at 6 feet tall, like an insurmountable wall, before the boy. "Speak." The teacher's voice thundered, stern and commanding. The hunchbacked boy's lovely eyes appeared to be shrouded in gray. He clasped his hands together, his head slowly bowing. Why not tell the teacher the truth? I stood outside the door, anxious for the hunchbacked boy. As an adult, I could hardly fathom the mindset of a child confronted with such a situation. The silence of the hunchbacked boy only fueled the teacher's anger. How could one of his students be so mischievous as to kill the bird cherished by the dean? Surely, this would diminish his standing in the dean's eyes. "Speak. Did you kill the dean's robin?" With this thought, the teacher's fury intensified. "Do you know that the robin is a bird native to foreign lands, exceedingly rare in our country? You truly infuriate me." The hunchbacked boy remained silent as the two malicious children who had reported him gleefully continued. "Every time the teacher is about to begin class and the courtyard is empty, he sneaks into the dean's office. We've caught him several times." Other classmates chimed in. "Indeed, I've seen it too. It was he who killed the little bird. How could you take the life of such a lovely creature? How utterly cruel." The massive heads and grotesque faces surrounding the hunchbacked boy continued their relentless accusations. In the corner, the child remained silent, his head lowered so far that I could no longer see his face. "Quiet down. Resume your lessons and maintain order in the classroom." "You, come with me," Mr. Chen interjected, and the classroom fell silent. He beckoned to the hunchbacked boy and proceeded towards the classroom exit. Upon realizing Mr. Chen was about to leave, I hurriedly retreated, hiding once more around the corner. To my surprise, Mr. Chen took the hunchbacked boy by the hand and walked in my direction. Had he spotted me? That shouldn't be possible. I stealthily concealed myself on the second floor, peering through a blind spot as Mr. Chen and the hunchbacked boy paused at the corner of the first floor. Far from any classrooms, ensuring no one could overhear their conversation. "Did you kill the robin?" Mr. Chen's visage, devoid of distinct facial features, appeared quite terrifying in my dreamlike recollection. The hunchbacked boy, with his head bowed in silence, exhibited a demeanor akin to that of a child who had erred. The two remained in a tense stalemate for several moments until it was the Elder Chen who shattered the tranquility. "I know that it was not you who killed the robin. I am aware that you often enter my office to release the bird from its cage. You consider it a friend. How could you possibly tear out its feathers and cause its demise? If you did not commit this act, why do you not proclaim the truth aloud for all to hear?" Chen's words were unexpected, not only for the hunchbacked boy, but also for me, who was concealed on the second floor. Could it be that this old man was, in fact, a good soul? His tone resonated with righteousness. Upon hearing Chen's remarks, the boy gradually lifted his face, his eyes as clear as an untainted ice lake. He parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of uttering a thought, yet ultimately remained silent. He raised his gaze to meet mine, imploring me to understand why he bore the unjust burden of humiliation. Chen placed his sturdy hand upon the boy's shoulder, towering over him as though he were a deity presiding over all. From my vantage point upstairs, I could only scoff at his words, his expression utterly devoid of warmth, a blank slate. The boy still did not raise his head. Whether from fear or some other reason remained unclear. Why was he so averse to confrontation, allowing himself to be bullied in silence, enduring what he should not, and now, in the presence of the principal, he still failed to seek justice? Such timidity was indeed unappealing. Excessive humility is not merely humility, it becomes a form of degradation. In this world, no one will genuinely respect a person of such lowly disposition. In my experiences during live broadcasts, I had encountered extreme zealots, individuals like Yuan Chen Shun who, when provoked, would curse a school and drag dozens into despair, or Lu Xing, who, in a bid to alter his fate, would dare to demolish a dam, displacing countless lives. It was precisely due to prolonged interactions with these reckless fanatics that my own views became rather radical. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. To bow one's head and endure humiliation only leads to a descent into further subjugation, until one can no longer lift their gaze. I was intrigued by the formation of the boy's character. Although I had glimpsed fragments of his dreams, I remained largely ignorant of his childhood experiences and the traumas that rendered him so timid and submissive. However, the scene that unfolded next left me utterly astounded, reshaping my understanding of both the hunchbacked boy and Elder Chen. "In truth, you have done well." Chen's voice softened, shedding its earlier severity, as he offered a sincere compliment. "The robin has died, and it is wrong to harm a classmate over a deceased bird. You have acted commendably." What? I could scarcely believe my ears. To harm a fellow student over the death of a bird was deemed the erroneous course of action? Was this how Chen typically educated the hunchbacked boy? Was it considered correct to remain silent about the true culprit while enduring undeserved grievances? What of fairness? What of integrity? What of the innate sense of justice that resides within the human heart? Go home. Let this matter rest. Every individual is born pure, their nature inherently good. One day, your suffering and endurance will be acknowledged. They will come to understand you and embrace you, and at that time, you shall become the most cherished among them, the one with whom all will wish to befriend. Old Chen, lacking distinct facial features, caressed the hair of the hunchbacked boy as if he were tenderly stroking the soft feathers of a fledgling, reminiscent of the unassuming little robin that one might favor, gray and inconspicuous. Yet, one day, even this small creature would spread its wings and soar into the sky. Alas, the robin had already perished. The hunchbacked boy spoke for the first time, his voice timid and hesitant, devoid of gender. One might surmise that most would struggle to discern his sex. "You should return," Old Chen remarked, seemingly displeased with the boy's response. In his view, the boy ought to comply unconditionally, and he was unwilling to entertain any rebuttals. As Old Chen departed down the corridor, the hunchbacked boy leaned against the wall, his head appearing to bow even lower, perhaps due to the earlier caress. Before being sent to the orphanage, the boy must have endured some form of trauma. His timid and introverted nature further exacerbated by Old Chen's misguided educational approach, which seemed to encourage a boundless weakness, leading to an intensified self-denial. I gazed at the hunchbacked boy in the corner, my thoughts intricate, finally grasping why the mid-level dreamscape had specifically chosen this moment to commence with the robin. According to legend, the robin's feathers were originally a pale gray. When Jesus was crucified, it flew to his ear, singing to alleviate his suffering. and the blood from Jesus stained the robin, transforming its breast feathers to a vivid red. In reality, this bird symbolizes redemption, yet within the hunchbacked boy's dreams, the robin had already met its demise. True tragedy often lies not in how a person dies, but in how they live. The boy before me, whose name remains unknown, has only just begun his tragic journey. Chapter 508. Gray memories. The boy returned to the classroom, hunched and with his head bowed, rendering his beautiful, pure eyes invisible to all. I descended from the second floor, continuing to conceal myself by the back door of the classroom, seeking an opportunity to connect with the young boy. The values instilled in him by Old Chen struck me as utterly distorted. Such humble devotion would only serve to ruin the child. In the classroom, large heads bobbed, each casting knowing, malicious glances at the hunchbacked boy. Their gazes brimmed with malice and mockery, their distorted faces magnifying their expressions, leading me to understand why these children manifested such forms in the dream. The short limbs indicated that, in the memories of the dream's master, these classmates possessed limited abilities, while the enlarged heads signified that their most indelible impression was that of their faces. The contemptible, grotesque expressions were infinitely magnified in the eyes of the dream's master. No child could remain unaffected by derision and scorn. Were I a teacher, I might encourage the boy to confront them, to tear off a few pieces of flesh, imparting a lesson in pain that might alter his circumstances. At this thought, I shook my head, recognizing that my own disposition would likely preclude me from ever becoming a noble educator. Who told you to sit? Go stand at the back of the classroom. I'll deal with you after class, barked the male teacher, his voice laced with menace. The principal's sudden inspection of his chaotic class was keenly observed, and all of this would surely result in a significant drop in his evaluations. He had come to the orphanage under the guise of a volunteer teacher, merely to embellish his resume. The class concluded swiftly, with the male teacher forcefully gripping the boy's collar and dragging him out of the building. It was unexpected to see such audacity in him, daring to kill the birds nurtured by the headmaster. This week, after school, he was not permitted to leave and was required to accompany the duty group in cleaning. Do you understand? The boy nodded obediently, and the teacher departed. By the time school let out, darkness enveloped the surroundings. In this place, many aspects starkly contradicted reality. For instance, children attended classes at night and frolicked during the day, sleeping thereafter. This peculiar arrangement might also be linked to the emotional state of the dream's master. The memories associated with school and classmates were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. Thus the classroom hours unfolded in utter blackness. Students trickled out of the teaching building, leaving only the duty group and the hunchbacked boy behind. Coincidentally, the leader of the duty group today was the tall boy, Fu Xin. The teacher assigned us a helper. It would be a waste not to utilize him. Let us go play football. Are we really leaving? The teacher said he would help us with the cleaning. Let him handle it. If you're not going, I'll head out first. Let us go together. Once the teacher had walked away, the duty group immediately seized a football and dashed out of the classroom, leaving the desks askew and books scattered. Only the hunchbacked boy remained, standing against the wall, saying nothing. He picked up a broom and silently began to tidy up, rearranging the chairs and tables. His small figure resembled that of a mole, dusty and disheveled, laboring on behalf of others. I had been peering in from outside, nearly stepping forward several times, but ultimately refrained, prioritizing the broader situation. I needed to ascertain the boy's stance. This dream entry was too bizarre for hasty actions. Even now, I could not fathom why, despite entering Yi Bing's dream. The central figure was an unfamiliar hunchbacked boy. The boy cleaned with great diligence, not merely going through the motions, yet he seemed to possess an innate misfortune. Just as he finished his task and prepared to leave, a tremendous crash resonated from the classroom. A few children playing outside had shattered the classroom window. "Run!" shouted Fuming. "Let us go." The children outside scattered in a frenzy, while the hunchbacked boy stood by the window, unable to discern who had broken the glass. Grabbing a broom and dustpan, the boy did not immediately seek the teacher, but instead began to clear the shards of glass from the room. He stared at the broken window for quite some time, lost in thought. Ultimately, I remained unaware of the decision he had made. I only saw him clutching the football, locking the classroom door, and heading towards the playground. Either die in silence or erupt within it. Was he finally poised to retaliate? I was filled with hope that the boy had found some courage, yet the unfolding events diverged from my expectations. Clutching the football, he approached anyone in sight, inquiring if they had seen where his teacher had gone. Eventually, guided by a lonely child, he learned that his teacher had been summoned to assist at the Rehabilitation Center for Disabled Children. Could it be that this child intended to take the blame for those little rascals? A sense of foreboding crept into my mind as I trailed closely behind the hunchbacked boy. The building designated for intellectually disabled and physically challenged children, along with the educational area and playground, was isolated, operating under a semi-closed state. The headmaster's intentions were well-meaning, fearing that these children, who were already vulnerable, would be bullied by their peers. The building boasts a larger area than the teaching block, standing apart from the other sections of the orphanage, with a duty teacher stationed at the entrance for supervision. Is Teacher Hu there? The hunchbacked boy knocked on the duty room door, but after a prolonged silence, he circled to the window, straining to peek inside, only to find that both the duty teacher and his class instructor, Teacher Hu, were absent. Without further contemplation, he clutched his football and ventured into the semi-enclosed rehabilitation area for disabled children. Teacher Hu. Most of the therapy rooms had drawn curtains, and the doors were locked. The hunchbacked boy meandered until he reached the corner of the staircase, arriving at the last classroom. Here, the curtains were not fully drawn, and from the doorway, he could faintly discern the voices of two men within. Old Huang, do you think anyone outside will find out about this? Rest assured, the province has prohibited our institution from taking in abandoned infants, claiming the environment is substandard. Fortunately, today, the teachers and the director on the third floor are away, having taken the infants to the social welfare institution. Well, then I can relax. Look at you, so cowardly. As long as you don't get anyone pregnant, nothing will happen. The hunchbacked boy was close enough to hear every word clearly and stealthily leaned against the window, his eyes fixed on the scene inside. His keen hearing piqued his curiosity when he caught the phrase about not getting anyone pregnant. He quietly crept closer, peering in through the window. What he beheld was indeed alarming. In the dimly lit, shabby room, two well-dressed male teachers sat on chairs, each with a relatively young girl standing before them. The girls wore the orphanage's uniform, with the words Heaven's Gate emblazoned on their backs. Old Huang, this opportunity is rare, so I want to hold back. Teacher Hu, his expression brimming with excitement, stood up and approached one of the girls. His hands, reaching across the uniform, began to behave inappropriately, his smile growing more sinister. While the girl's demeanor remained oddly vacant, a perpetual smile on her face, devoid of resistance, resembling a doll stripped of self-awareness. Is she mentally challenged? My heart tightened sharply. Such a good girl. Teacher Hu's hand caressed the girl's face while his other hands ventured beneath her uniform, even touching forbidden areas. Although the mentally challenged girl was oblivious to her plight, her body's instinctive reactions elicited unconscious sounds, her face flushing, still smiling foolishly. Beasts. A chill coursed through me as I felt an overwhelming darkness unfurl before my eyes. I began to understand the grotesque manifestation of Teacher Hu within this dreamlike nightmare. In that room, the impeccably dressed Teacher Hu resembled an octopus, moving swiftly, as if wishing for more limbs to caress every inch of the girl's skin. Faint gasps filled the space, and Teacher Hu, pleased with the girl's reaction, laughed unabashedly. Entirely oblivious that his depravity had been witnessed and would leave an indelible mark of darkness in the boy's memory. The scene within the room continued. As the girl's uniform was torn away, those words, Heaven's Gate, symbolizing a certain significance, trampled underfoot, went unnoticed by all. What paradise exists in this world? Chapter 509, The Hand. Until this moment, I remain a mere observer in this dream. Should I intervene and alter the course of the dream? Or should the inhabitants of the orphanage discover my presence? Everything would spiral into uncontrollable chaos. Thus, despite my profound disdain for the events unfolding within the room, I must refrain from interference. I repeatedly remind myself that this is merely a dream. All that I witness is a reflection of past realities, immutable and unchangeable. My sole purpose is to unveil the truth of those bygone days. The disturbing scenes within the room persisted for an extended duration. Initially, Teacher Hu was filled with excitement. But gradually, he succumbed to boredom. Old Huang, are these the only girls you have here? They are far too thin and of average appearance. Do you not have better options? Well, are you really that picky? Having something to play with is already fortunate enough. Being choosy in paradise is quite absurd. Old Huang retorted. Do not deceive me. Playing with fools lacks any real enjoyment. Teacher Hu's hand remained glued to the girl's back as he offered a cigarette to another man. Do you have any attractive disabled individuals? The kind that knows how to please? You are interested in the disabled? Your tastes are rather peculiar, Old Huang remarked, his demeanor more rugged than that of Teacher Hu, suggesting he had little education. Do not misinterpret. I certainly do not want anyone missing limbs, Teacher Hu replied, raising his eyebrows. Perhaps a blind or deaf girl would be quite entertaining to teach. Not a chance. If someone were to expose this, my livelihood would be at stake, Old Huang dismissed, shaking his head while clutching the intellectually challenged girl. Are you truly afraid of losing your job? We could simply find a mute or blind person. We need not speak during the encounter. Once finished, we leave without anyone knowing it was us, Teacher Hu suggested recklessly, hastily picking up the school uniform from the floor to dress the girl. To an outsider, it would be impossible to discern that these two girls had endured anything at all. Their intellectual deficiencies rendered them incapable of sharing their experiences. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a girl I recall, Old Huang mused, as if savoring a delicacy. Among the orphans that Elder Chen brought back a few days ago, there is a little girl who is truly extraordinary. Her skin is as tender as jade. Extraordinary? Compared to these two simpletons? Teacher Hu inquired, intrigued. Do not be ridiculous. There is simply no comparison. If such a treasure existed, would you even share it with me? You, old rascal, would have long pilfered it for yourself. Teacher Hu was well aware of Old Huang's character. Neither of them were virtuous men, both sharing a mutual affinity for mischief. Old Huang waved his hands dismissively. Do not speak out of turn. That girl is probably only 6 or 7 years old and has been here for quite some time. I have never heard her utter a word. She must be mute. Ah, how fortuitous. Quickly, take me to see if she truly possesses the allure you speak of. Teacher Hu insisted, shoving aside the intellectually challenged girl and pulling Old Huang towards the exit. What's the rush? Allow me to tidy the room so that nothing appears amiss. As the two delayed, a hunchbacked boy, clutching a soccer ball, hid around the corner of the corridor, nervously oblivious to my presence lurking at the back. Emerging from the room, Teacher Hu and Old Huang made their way directly to the second floor, the iron door between the first and second floors left unlatched, merely hanging there as a symbolic barrier. After a brief interval of several seconds following the ascent of Teacher Hu and Old Huang, the hunchbacked boy stealthily trailed behind. Cradling a football, his movements silent and cautious. His actions aligned perfectly with my perception of him. A boy capable of playing hide and seek alone in the dead of night could hardly be considered ordinary. As the iron gate opened slightly, the hunchbacked boy, having ensured that he could not hear the footsteps of Teacher Hu and Old Huang, proceeded forward with utmost caution. This child was no simpleton. In matters of tailing and surveillance, I, having engaged in extramarital investigations, possessed an expertise that rendered me virtually undetectable. Maintaining a distance of several meters from the boy, I too ascended to the second floor, and not far into my journey, I discerned the hushed whispers of Old Huang emanating from a nearby room. Look at that. Don't go overboard. My goodness, Old Huang, this little one is quite delicate. Are you certain she is mute? Their conversation was subdued, and I could only grasp the general context, as the hunchbacked boy was wedged at the doorway, wholly exposed. I refrained from advancing too close for fear of revealing my presence. Such a beauty, and at such a tender age. Just imagine how enchanting she will be as she matures. Lower your voice, Hu. This is the second floor, and there are others residing nearby. We should leave. No. If I don't see it, it will gnaw at me. I am merely a teacher assisting a child with a health examination. There is nothing inappropriate about that, is there? Be cautious. Don't touch what you shouldn't tea. What nonsense. This child is so small. What does she understand? You know how filthy this place is. If I don't take action, it will only benefit someone else. Wake up. This is not like those two fools downstairs. The director will undoubtedly inquire about this. Inquire? Would this little girl dare to speak up? Does she know what I intend to do? I am merely a teacher, helping her with a health check. Why the fuss? Upon uttering this, Teacher Hu seemed poised to take action. The scene within the room eluded my sight, yet I could see the hunchbacked boy outside, his posture straightening as he suddenly raised his hand, summoning all his strength to hurl the football against the window of the single room. His strength was still somewhat lacking, for the glass did not shatter, yet the sound startled the two adults within. Teacher Hu and Old Huang hastily opened the door to investigate. Their reflexes were swift, and the hunchbacked boy had no time to escape. What is your name? Why are you here? Do you not understand that the rehabilitation area is not for wandering in and out? Old Huang spoke with a semblance of politeness, while Teacher Hu's demeanor was entirely the opposite. It's you? Teacher Hu, having failed in his endeavor, trembled in anger. His frustration with the hunchbacked boy intensified. "You little rascal, come here." He grasped the boy by the collar, while old Wang interjected, "This is a troublesome student from my class. I want to assist you with cleaning the rehabilitation area today." Upon hearing this, old Wang quickly comprehended. "You do your thing. I'll handle the rest and ensure it's spotless, leaving not a trace behind." "Fine." As teacher Hu turned, his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide, and his fist clenched tightly. The two of them descended the stairs, and I quickly concealed myself, trailing behind them. Teacher Hu held the hunchbacked boy with one hand and the football with the other, making a circuitous route before finally entering the orphanage's kitchen. At this hour, it was devoid of any occupants. For such a trivial matter, it hardly warrants taking a life, does it? I concealed myself outside the door, eavesdropping on the conversation between Teacher Hu and the hunchbacked boy. "What did you witness in the rehabilitation area just now?" Teacher Hu initially spoke in a calm tone, yet I could discern the suppressed fury beneath. The hunchbacked boy, with his head bowed, dared not respond. Teacher Hu's patience quickly wore thin as he rummaged through the cupboard. "I shall ask you once more. Honestly tell me what you saw in the rehabilitation area." The boy trembled in fear, appearing like a starving kitten compared to the towering figure of the male teacher. Still silent? "Very well." Teacher Hu extracted a juicer from the cupboard and placed it before the boy, connecting it to a power source. This was a rudimentary model, equipped with spiral blades. In front of the hunchbacked boy, Teacher Hu tossed in a few carrots, roughly the size of infant arms, and pressed the switch, forcing the boy to witness the carrots being pulverized. "You see these carrots?" Teacher Hu neglected to clean the remnants from the machine and, in a move I had not anticipated, seized the boy's hand, thrusting it into the juicer. "Now tell me what you saw in the rehabilitation area." With the power connected, the moment the switch was pressed, the boy's arm would likely meet the same fate as those carrots, and my heart tightened once more. "You are the most wicked child I have encountered, having ruined your own family and slain the director. Was it you who shattered the classroom window? Given your malevolence, if I claimed you were merely playing and inserted your hand into the juicer, they would probably believe it. Teacher is giving you one last chance. Tell me what you witnessed in the rehabilitation area." Teacher Hu resembled a vengeful spirit. How could a person possess such malice? After a long pause, the hunchbacked boy finally spoke, his voice trembling. "I saw your hand reach into their uniforms." Chapter 5, 10. Can you tell me your name? Is there anything else? Teacher Hu's fingers lingered near the juicer's switch, with a gentle press of the button. The boy's arm would meet the same fate as those crushed carrots. There is nothing more, truly nothing. The boy dared not resist. His slender fingers were already cut by the blades, yet Teacher Hu remained oblivious, forcefully pushing his hand further into the machine. "Teacher is assisting the students with a checkup. Do you understand?" Teacher Hu's voice gradually softened, as if he too had calmed down. "This was an act only an adult could commit. You are still young, so you do not comprehend that the teacher is helping those children." The hunchbacked boy, terrified, nodded repeatedly. After all, he was just a child, and under Teacher Hu's intimidation, he dared not oppose. At that moment, even if the teacher commanded him to kneel and bow, he would do so without hesitation. This child had yet to form a sense of dignity and self-love. Under the influence of old Chen's indoctrination, he had entirely negated his own existence. "You must not tell anyone about my assistance at the rehabilitation center, especially not the director." Teacher Hu released his grip, and the hunchbacked boy hastily withdrew his arm from the machine, his fingers marred by deep cuts, the mingling of blood and carrot fragments rendering them a more vivid crimson. "You are an unwanted orphan, and the orphanage is your only home. You have nowhere else to turn. I am the teacher here, the enforcer of rules, and it would be prudent for you to comply without making a fuss. Should I catch wind of any whispers regarding this matter outside, little one, I shall squeeze your hand until it is but pulp, and then make you drink it." Teacher Hu, with an extra hand protruding from the back of his head, gripped the hunchbacked boy's ear, compelling him to gaze at the juicer laid upon the floor, forcing him to witness the remnants of carrots thoroughly juiced. "Clean this place up and return afterwards. Remember, all that transpires here must be etched deeply in your heart." Teacher Hu, while gently rubbing the hunchbacked boy's head, spoke with a tone as cold as ice. Minutes passed after Teacher Hu's departure before the hunchbacked boy reacted. His hands bore numerous wounds, seemingly awakening a pain he had never felt before. He crouched beside the cabinet, whimpering like an unwanted stray dog. "Are you crying?" I stood outside the window, observing everything. Several times tempted to step outside, yet ultimately refrained. Throughout this middle dreamscape, no one uttered the boy's name. Perhaps this is his most tragic plight. No one cares for him, nor does anyone even remember his name. After tidying the kitchen, the boy exited the room. I cannot fathom the state of his mind as he wiped away tears, stuffing his bloodied hand into a filthy, tattered pocket. He feigned his usual demeanor, unwilling to reveal the extent of his lacerated hand. Stealthily, the boy returned to the dormitory, his room located on the second floor near the communal restroom. The room was small and disheveled, containing 4 beds. On the bed closest to the toilet lay a stuffed bear. Upon entering the bedroom, the hunchbacked boy collapsed onto the bed, pressing his head into the pillow, clutching the bear, which was even dirtier than he, as he poured out his heart's sorrows, seemingly seeking refuge from the harshness of reality. That bear is here. The stuffed bear in the hunchbacked boy's embrace is all too familiar to me, marred by cuts, tattered, with cotton stuffing and red thread entwined, barely resembling a toy. Laughter echoed from the staircase. The brothers Fuming and Fu Xin, along with another boy, had returned. No wonder they were able to follow the hunchbacked boy to the principal's office. It turns out they share a dormitory. I waited for the group to enter the room before emerging from the corner, having been hiding by the door to spy. The 4 children in the dormitory clearly divided into 2 factions. Fuming, Fu Xin, and the other boy jested, their 3 large heads occupying considerable space within the room. Upon noticing his roommates had returned, the hunchbacked boy quickly composed himself, not wanting anyone to see that he had been crying. Always clutching that toy, more delicate than a little girl. Quickly tossed that filthy doll away. It stinks, filling the room with an awful odor. Upon entering, the tall boy Fu Xin began to complain. Typically, the hunchbacked boy would not have uttered a word in retort, but today was different. He had endured too much and instinctively replied. The smell is coming from the restroom, not from it. Oh, look who has grown bold. Fu Xin and Fuming surrounded the hunchbacked boy's bed, the 2 children forcibly tugging at the stuffed bear he clutched, demanding he throw it away. It's filthy. Just like you. The things you bring are all disgusting. The plush bear was already riddled with tears, remnants of countless games of hide and seek, its stuffing a peculiar assortment of various materials. As several children tugged at the bear, the seams ripped open, releasing a flurry of cotton, uncooked rice, and even a few fingernails. The hunchbacked boy, fearful of his beloved toy being damaged, reluctantly released his grip, watching helplessly as his 3 roommates seized the bear. They callously discarded the somewhat moldy plush toy onto the floor, kicking it out the door. How revolting. The 3 children, their heads disproportionately large, treated the bear like a football, kicking it back and forth, while the hunchbacked boy leaped from his bed and dove to the ground, shielding the bear with his body, as if protecting a dear friend. Get lost. The trio showed no intention of stopping. To them, kicking the bear was hardly different from attacking the hunchbacked boy. Their violence was merely a means of amusement. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor, prompting me to hastily hide in the restroom. Using my phone's camera to observe, a girl, around 6 or 7 years old, approached, accompanied by a rather plump female teacher, resembling a mountain of flesh. Though her appearance was relatively normal compared to the likes of teacher Hu and the large-headed children. What truly captured my attention, however, was the girl holding the teacher's hand. Yibing. A hint of disbelief flickered within me. This little girl was the only other normal human I had encountered in this dreamscape, aside from the hunchbacked boy. She was exquisite, her skin flawless and pale, as though sculpted from jade by a master artisan. If this girl truly was the childhood version of Yibing, would taking her out count as completing my mission? After a moment's contemplation, I dismissed the thought. If this were indeed Yibing's dream, my actions would pose no issue. But all evidence suggested that this was not her dream at all. The Yibing I beheld might merely be a fragment of memory conjured by the dream's creator. I resolved to observe the unfolding events with patience. The portly teacher chastised Fu Xin and Fu Ming, then yanked the hunchbacked boy off the ground. Her disdain glaringly evident in her gaze, although her words were more tempered. How did you cut your hand? This is unacceptable. You 3, come here. Through their dialogue, I learned that this stout teacher was the vice principal of the orphanage, primarily responsible for the children's health. She was a formidable woman, relentlessly scolding the hunchbacked boy's 3 tormentors. At that moment, the girl, who resembled Yibing, picked up the plush bear and handed it back to the hunchbacked boy. Thank you. Her voice was clear and melodious, reminiscent of ice gently clinking in a stream after winter's thaw. The hunchbacked boy, at a loss for words, felt an unfamiliar emotion swell in his beautiful eyes. As events unfolded, They diverged from my expectations. Fu Ming and his friends received a thorough reprimand, and the vice principal led the hunchbacked boy and the little girl to the infirmary. After a simple bandaging, the vice principal had to leave, leaving only the hunchbacked boy and the girl who resembled Yi Bing in the corridor. Did you just arrive at Heaven's Gate? Yes. Let me take you to a fun place. The hunchbacked boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out to the girl, clutching his only friend, the plush bear. The girl's demeanor was extraordinarily reclusive. Although she harbored a faint sense of gratitude towards the boy, her overall attitude remained indifferently tepid. Where were they headed? She made no move to grasp the boy's hand, and he, with his hand suspended in midair, felt no embarrassment. With a chuckle and a gesture, he invited her to follow him. The two children traversed the playground and entered the teaching building, swiftly ascending to the 3rd floor. What was their destination? I followed closely behind, sensing that this liminal dream had reached a pivotal moment. Nestled in the most inconspicuous corner of the 3rd floor was a ladder leading directly to the rooftop. Come quickly, the boy urged, ascending the ladder with his back straightened, perhaps unaware of his own posture. At the top of the ladder, a makeshift iron door, unwelded and unlatched, awaited. The boy pushed it open forcefully and climbed through. The girl followed, and it was only after some time that I managed to catch up. As I squeezed through the iron door, my vision expanded dramatically, revealing a breathtaking view of the entire orphanage. Paradise Gate was situated on the outskirts of the city, in a remote area surrounded by vast stretches of wasteland, accessible only by a solitary concrete road, devoid of any neighboring residents. This locale was indeed isolated. In a certain sense, it could be deemed a paradise. The cold wind caressed my cheeks, rendering everything so palpably real as I searched the shadows of the dream for the two children's figures. This was a place known only to me. The hunchbacked boy's voice echoed from afar, indicating the presence of a storage shed. The teaching building lacked a rehabilitation area. However, when considering the shed, this spot could be regarded as the highest point of the entire orphanage. Give me your hand. I'll pull you up. There is something special to see from here. The boy leaned over the edge of the shed, extending his hand towards the girl, who took a step back, still choosing to refuse, though her tone revealed a hint of curiosity. What can we see? The hunchbacked boy did not press the matter further. That place is particularly lively, bustling with many people and numerous vehicles. Compared to the orphanage, I believe it is the true paradise. By the way, may I know your name? The girl hesitated for a moment before responding. I'm Yi Bing, a name given by the director. And you? Chapter 511. The poem of abuse. A breeze stirred in the sky, ruffling the edges of the dream, creating ripples in this bubble-like realm. At the moment the girl spoke, ripples of emotion surged within the heart of the dream's master. This was likely the warmest memory he possessed. Yi Bing, the hunchbacked boy, repeated her name, lying on the rooftop with dust upon his face. You still haven't told me your name? He prompted. Yi Bing's tone remained cool and detached, ordinary to my ears, yet to the hunchbacked boy, it resonated like divine music. He hurriedly brushed off the dust from his clothes, flashing a shy smile. My name was also given by the director. I am Chinjoga. Chinjoga? I, concealed at a distance, furrowed my brow upon hearing this name. It was entirely different from what I had anticipated. The inclusion of the character for 9 suggested that my earlier deciphering of this character in the shallow dream through the television had not been an error. In that shallow dream, I had glimpsed a boy's figure on the black and white screen in the living room. His lips moved silently, as if attempting to convey some message to me. Though I failed to grasp it, ultimately deciphering only the character 9 after considerable effort. The number 9 has recently emerged with notable frequency, and I instinctively find myself connecting all clues related to it. After the incident, in the Underworld Showcase Room 444, there was an advertisement card emblazoned with the number 9. I suspect that my successor as the host may have a name that includes this numeral. Prior to the commencement of the Death Train broadcast, someone impersonated Feng Minglong, surveilling me from a restroom stall. Their intentions remain unclear to me, but according to Feng Minglong's account, the counterfeit identification also bore the number 9. These two events transpired before I began the broadcast, and I never anticipated that the number 9 would reappear in such an unimaginable manner during the live stream. Could it be that the number 9 signifies this hunchbacked boy? Is everything indeed revolving around him? Knowing the boy's name holds little significance for me, as there remains one crucial aspect that eludes my understanding. Why, despite entering Yi Bing's dream, do I ultimately find myself in the hunchbacked boy's dream? If I can unravel this question, many mysteries may become clear. The situation is perplexing, and I lack sufficient evidence and clues, leaving me to proceed cautiously, step by step. While I was lost in thought, Yi Bing had already ascended to the storage room, where she and the hunchbacked boy stood at the highest point of the orphanage, gazing into the distance. The hunchbacked boy excitedly shared everything he had observed with Yi Bing, gesticulating animatedly. Yi Bing appears to be the only person, aside from his plush bear, willing to converse with him, and this subtle connection seems to exhilarate the boy. One day, I will leave paradise and venture outside, the hunchbacked boy confided, revealing his innermost thoughts in Yi Bing's presence. Why leave? We have no family. This is our home, Yi Bing replied, her expression vacant as if lost in thought. You are mistaken. This is paradise, not our home. We have no home, she asserted. The hunchbacked boy clutched his plush bear, tearing at the worn toy, which had grown considerably larger, now reaching the waist of an adult, akin to his own diminutive stature. We should go, Yi Bing urged, realizing that the boy's words contradicted what the teachers had told them. Oh, will I still be able to play with you in the future? The boy asked, his beautiful eyes wide with anticipation. Yes, Yi Bing replied softly. The boy, brimming with excitement, jumped several times while clutching his toy. Then we are friends. When I prepare to leave here, I will give you a special gift. This will be our secret. I will hide it here, known only to the two of us. Nodding, Yi Bing slowly descended from the storage room, with the boy following closely behind. Sensing their approach, I took my leave in advance and returned to the teaching building. Upon descending, the hunchbacked boy parted ways with Yi Bing, clutching his plush bear as he returned to the dormitory. Fu Xin, fuming, and another child from the dormitory had all been reprimanded by the vice director, harboring a simmering anger. The atmosphere in the dormitory was peculiar, with not a single word spoken. The hunchbacked boy sensed the tension. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he soon reverted to his former demeanor, bowing his head as he lay on his bed, cradling his plush bear. The door to the dormitory was firmly shut, rendering the night particularly protracted. Within, an unsettling silence enveloped the room as I waited outside for an extended period. Just as my patience began to wane, faint rustling sounds emerged from within. Fu Xin, who had been feigning sleep, slowly opened his eyes. With a menacing expression on his large head, he beckoned Fuming and another roommate. The three had evidently devised a plan. They approached the bed of the hunchbacked boy, and suddenly, the tallest among them, Fu Xin, leaped onto the bed, covering the boy's face with a blanket. Hit me. The hunchbacked boy, pinned down and jolted awake from his dreams, attempted to scream but could produce no sound. Fists rained down upon his frail body until Fu Xin and his companions finally tired of their cruel amusement. It's all your fault that we missed dinner. Consider this your lesson. Fu Xin spat onto the hunchbacked boy's bed. The group, now exhausted, gathered together, laughing at the boy's misfortune, as if this cruel spectacle was their sole source of entertainment. Aren't you the one who threatens to tell? Go ahead and report us, they taunted. After a brief respite, their ire was not yet sated. They seized the hunchbacked boy's bedding and, finding no one outside, hurled it into the toilet. They turned on the faucet, soaking the blankets, then shook their grotesque heads, lifting their deformed legs to stomp on the damp fabric. The torment continued for half an hour before they ceased, panting as they returned to the dormitory, wrapping themselves in dry blankets and falling asleep. The hunchbacked boy, silent and observant, only dared to rise after confirming that the three were not merely pretending to sleep. He ventured to the bathroom to reclaim his bedding, spreading it out on his bed. The nights in Jiangcheng are cold, with significant temperature differences between day and night. The boy sat for a long while in the corner of his bed, clutching a plush bear. In dreams, the passage of time differs vastly from reality. I cannot ascertain how long has truly passed. I only know that since the death of the robin, the sky in my dreams has remained perpetually dark. Even the appearance of Yebing failed to alter this state. One by one, several boys in the room began to awaken, rubbing their eyes but neglecting their books as they hurried towards the classroom. This must signify the dawn of a new day. The mid-level dream only reveals what the dream's master wishes me to see. The most vivid memories are those scenes where time and dimension hold little significance. The classroom remained chaotic and disordered, with both teachers and students merely passing the time. The only notable change was the addition of a girl, Yebing. Teacher who had intentionally seated this girl in the front row, closest to himself, showing her particular care, his gaze frequently drifting towards her. Before long, the first class concluded, and teacher who summoned the hunchbacked boy outside. The vice principal wants to discuss a few matters with me. Are you the one who secretly told her something? Teacher who gently stroked the boy's head, causing him to tremble and shake his head vigorously. Not you? Then who could it be? The deformed teacher's attention quickly shifted to Yebing. Could it be her? A subtle flame of jealousy ignited in teacher whose eyes as he gazed at Yebing. His desire to consume her whole palpable. The unattainable only exacerbated his torment, with thoughts that transcended morality continually prodding at his already warped psyche. Before the second class commenced, the vice principal unexpectedly entered the classroom. The hunchbacked boy felt a flicker of hope ignite within him as he gazed upon the rotund figure of the vice principal, believing that her presence would ensure his friends would not be harmed. Regrettably, he was utterly mistaken. The world of adults is far more intricate than what children perceive. Teacher who greeted the vice dean with a smile. Aunt, what brings you here? Inspecting the work, I presume? How many times must I remind you to call me vice dean in the presence of others? The vice dean's corpulent figure blocked the classroom door, seemingly obstructing all avenues of escape. With a stern expression, she glanced at Teacher Hu and the newly arrived girl, saying, "She has yet to complete her health check. Please escort her to the infirmary. It is empty now, and you can help her finish the necessary procedures." Chapter 5:12. Good friends. I assure you, it will be done splendidly. Once the vice dean departed, Teacher Hu smiled warmly, allowing the students to engage in self-study while he stood at the podium, observing, "Yibing, let us go for your health check." Most students in the class paid little mind, as even the eldest, Fu Xine, remained oblivious to matters of gender. Among them, only the hunchbacked boy sensed impending trouble. Although he did not fully grasp his teacher's intentions, he had previously witnessed the unsettling smile on Teacher Hu's face while in the rehabilitation area, an expression that had surfaced when he bullied a mentally challenged girl in that dilapidated room. It was a smile so amiable that it sent shivers down one's spine. Teacher Hu extended his hand towards Yibing, who hesitated and took a long moment to evade him before stepping outside the classroom. What an intriguing little girl. Indeed, quite remarkable, he mused, hastily pursuing her. Unable to close the textbook in time. Once the teacher exited, the classroom devolved into chaos, filled with roughhousing and chatter. The hunchbacked boy, still nursing injuries on his hands, slowly crouched down. Lacking friends and seldom receiving attention, he discreetly slipped out of the class without drawing any notice. He was aware of the infirmary's location and hurriedly made his way there. With the vice dean being Teacher Hu's aunt, Yibing's situation was precarious. However, what could this little one accomplish alone? It would be wiser to discreetly inform Elder Chen. I had yet to fully grasp the boy's despair at that moment. Yet my thoughts were rife with imperfections. If all else failed, I would have to intervene myself. I sensed that the dream's master intended for me to witness these events, urging me to uncover the truths buried by time. Was this arduous endeavor solely to expose the darkness of the orphanage? No. The dream's master must have deeper motives for such actions. This particular live broadcast was exceedingly complex, involving numerous factions. Hence, I remained vigilant, strategizing my moves. I had accompanied the boy to the infirmary once before and was familiar with the modest space, the only on-duty doctor being the vice dean herself, responsible for the health of all the children in the orphanage. When I arrived, the hunchbacked boy had already approached the infirmary door, only to find it firmly locked from within. I was a moment too late. Seeing this, I felt a surge of urgency, despite being in a dream. I could not stand by as 5 or 6-year-old Yibing faced a potential predator alone. As I donned my mask, I was about to act when the hunchbacked boy unexpectedly committed a rash act. He placed his hands on his chest and charged at the wooden door. This foolish child, utterly fearless. I shook my head, halting my steps. Everything unfolding in the dream was a recollection of events that had transpired. This was not a fantasy, but rather a memory of reality. 20 years ago, the hunchbacked boy had acted in precisely the same manner. The diminutive figure resembled a famished, emaciated dog, as it forcefully collided with the door, producing a resounding thud. The door did not yield, and the boy, clutching his shoulder, rose again to launch himself at the door. After 2 or 3 attempts, the infirmary door swung open from within. Standing at the threshold was Mr. Hu, his face tinged with a hint of panic. But as he lowered his gaze and beheld the small creature before him, his expression darkened immediately. The muscles in his head and left cheek clenched tightly, producing an ominous creaking sound. "It's you again," the words squeezed out from between his gritted teeth, revealing his genuine ire. His plans had been disrupted twice, and it was by the same individual. Confronted by the towering, hunched figure of Mr. Hu, the boy's legs quivered, and it dawned on him just how insignificant he truly was, lacking even the courage to meet his teacher's gaze. His previously straightened back slowly slumped, and his beautiful eyes brimmed with fear. Mr. Hu, peering from the infirmary, scanned the corridor and, finding it deserted, seized the hunched boy and threw him into a corner. What possessed you to come here? Did you inform the principal about the earlier incident? The boy remained silent. With a smile that belied his anger, Mr. Hu crouched down, his hand on his left cheek slipping beneath the boy's clothing to grasp the soft flesh of his thigh. Even though a piece of flesh could be concealed by the garment, he exerted enough pressure to leave a mark. The boy's tears cascaded down his cheeks as he attempted to scream, only to have Mr. Hu cover his mouth with his hand. When he finally released his grip, the hunched boy could barely maintain his balance. This is merely a small lesson. I hope you remember this sensation. Next time, I might just shove your hand into a juicer. Now, return to class, Mr. Hu said, patting the boy's face before turning back towards the infirmary, the wooden door closing once again behind him. Silence enveloped the room as the hunched boy stared blankly at the door, and suddenly, he moved. With the flesh on his thigh bruised and tender from Mr. Hu's grip, the small boy stood outside, his determination prompting him to knock on the wooden door. This child truly seemed oblivious to the concept of peril. There were myriad ways to resolve a situation, yet for one so small, this was the only course of action he could conceive. His intuition told him that something ominous was unfolding within, thus his actions were, in a sense, understandable. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was thunderous, and fearing the commotion would attract others, Mr. Hu begrudgingly opened the door, his face a mask of fury, abandoning any pretense of a false smile. With a swift kick, he sent the hunched boy crashing against the wall, using only the tip of his foot to inflict pain without leaving a trace. You must have done this on purpose, haven't you? Have I been too lenient with you, leading you to believe I am inconsequential? Mr. Hu tightened his grip on the boy's neck through his clothing. Do you think teachers are easy to manipulate, that we enjoy playing games with you? Only when the boy's face turned crimson did Mr. Hu relent, delivering another swift kick to the child's back. They say children's bones are still developing and heal quickly. What if I were to break a couple of them? You could just say you fell down the stairs, couldn't you? With fists and feet, Mr. Hu dealt heavy blows, his intent clear, as he anticipated the rare opportunity that lay before him. Regrettably, the misfortune lies with that wretched boy outside, as he transforms his morbid desires into a violent outburst. The injuries he sustained are grievous, though most are concealed beneath his clothing, rendering them nearly imperceptible at first glance. This matter is far from over. If you wish to play, I shall accompany you to the fullest. Do you believe you can shield anyone? You are nothing but the detritus that has brought ruin to your entire family, so cease meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Following this commotion, Mr. Hu's enthusiasm dwindled considerably. He glanced at his watch, estimating that the vice principal would soon return, and with a disdainful snort, he opened the door, instructing Yi Bing and the boy to follow him back to the classroom. During the subsequent lessons, Mr. Hu subtly informed the entire class that there existed a filthy, odious rodent dropping in his classroom, doing his utmost to vilify the hunchbacked boy. Seated in the corner, the hunchbacked boy was acutely aware that Mr. Hu's remarks were directed at him. His head sank lower, avoiding eye contact with anyone. I stood outside the classroom, my heart heavy. To a child, a teacher is the sole guardian within the school, and when this protector ceases to fulfill that role, instead leading the charge to ostracize an individual, the consequences can be dire. The hunchbacked boy remained silent, stealing glances at Yi Bing's silhouette, the only source of color in his world. After class, Mr. Hu left the hunchbacked boy behind to clean up, and only after everyone else had departed did Yi Bing dare to approach with a broom to assist him. It is worth noting that by this time, the boy had sustained considerable injuries. His thighs and abdomen were mottled with bruises, merely obscured by his clothing. Yi Bing did not engage the boy in conversation. Her own reticent nature rendered her exceedingly solitary. After tidying up, the hunchbacked boy returned to the dormitory, only to sense something amiss upon entering. "Where's my plush bear?" I stood outside, equally taken aback. That plush bear held immense significance for the hunchbacked boy. He regarded it not as a mere toy, but as a living entity. Over this toy, he had his first quarrel with Fu Xin, and through their dispute, I learned that the boy's roommate had discarded the hideous teddy bear in his absence. The sky was overcast, and the boy anxiously scoured the campus for an extended period. I followed him across the orphanage, yet could not locate the plush bear. Ultimately, I returned to the dormitory with the despondent boy, only to be met with an astonishing sight upon opening the door. That tattered toy bear lay sprawled upon Fu Xian's bed. Just then, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Mr. Hu and old Wang, the vice principal, hurried over. They did not enter the dormitory, but proceeded directly to the restroom around the corner. What transpired? I stepped out from my hiding place, and with a discerning eye, I noticed that in the second-to-last stall of the restroom, the lifeless body of Fu Xian was wedged in the cesspit. His massive head was tilted upwards, filled with terror, and his shrunken limbs twisted together in a posture reminiscent of penitence and prayer. Chapter 5:13. His final gift, a corpse. This news swiftly spread throughout the orphanage, creating such a stir that many children on the same floor became aware of it. The vice principal, covering his mouth and nose, stood outside the restroom, his face darkened. Has the police been notified? Who was the first to discover him? Yes, it has been reported. Old Wang hastily nodded and then pulled out a short figure from behind him. It was Fu Ming, the very first to lay eyes on the deceased. When Fu Ming was still young, he displayed a malicious and twisted demeanor while bullying others. However, upon witnessing the horrific death of his elder brother, he was rendered utterly paralyzed with fear, his face ashen, unable to utter a coherent word. Let us wait for the police to arrive. We must not approach and disturb the scene, someone remarked. The life had already fled from the body, and it was impossible to ascertain how he had ended up in the cesspit. The whole situation was undeniably peculiar. Subsequently, the police arrived and took Fu Xin's corpse away. The dream sequence depicted this segment with remarkable precision, indicating that this memory was profoundly etched in the mind of its dreamer. Once the police and the vice principal departed, the corridor lay desolate, and apart from the hunchbacked boy, no one else remained in the dormitory, as all the other children had been summoned by the authorities. Interestingly, the hunchbacked boy, having not been present at the scene, was excluded from suspicion. His dormitory was in close proximity to the restroom, and here he sat alone beside the very restroom where death had recently occurred, yet his countenance betrayed no hint of fear or trepidation. This nonchalant expression astonished me. Only those accustomed to death could exhibit such indifference. Earlier, teacher who had mentioned that the little boy had caused the demise of his entire family. I had yet to formulate any conclusions when new developments unfolded within the dormitory. The hunchbacked boy, who had always been inseparable from his plush bear, now sat alone at the edge of his bed, his beautiful eyes fixated on the stuffed toy, revealing a hint of complex emotion. Was it truly the plush bear that had caused Fu Xin's death? Suddenly, the silent hunchbacked boy moved, mustering his courage to approach the plush bear. Questioning it in an accusatory tone, "Why did you kill again? Did we not make a pact?" Was he conversing with the plush bear? A sudden jolt of realization struck me. The dream had undoubtedly reached a pivotal moment. The stuffed toy lay motionless on Fu Xin's bed, and after 3 or 4 minutes, the damaged zipper on its back spontaneously opened, releasing a torrent of blood and filth. Then, even more bizarre occurrences transpired. The blood congealed upon Fu Xin's bedding, forming vivid, grotesque characters. For life and beyond, never depart. The scrawled letters were chaotic and blurred, resembling a child's erratic doodles, and I struggled to decipher their meaning. Essentially, it conveyed that the boy and the plush bear had forged 3 unwavering promises. The boy would remain a lifelong friend to the plush bear, he would never abandon it, nor would he ever leave alone, while the plush bear would assist the boy in accomplishing the 3 things he most desired. From their dialogue, I gleaned certain secrets. The hunchbacked boy hailed from a single-parent household, where his father was brutish, smoking, drinking, and gambling. When intoxicated, he often questioned the boy's paternity and would unleash violent wrath upon him. On one occasion, when the boy was on the brink of death from a beating, the plush bear intervened and killed his father. What surprised me was that the act of killing his own family bore no connection to the hunchbacked boy. During his abuse, he merely wished to escape from that prison. He had no intention of killing his family and had never harbored such thoughts. However, it seemed that his loyal friend, the plush bear, had either misinterpreted his intentions or deliberately misconstrued them, leaving no opportunity for the hunchbacked boy to retract his wishes. The carnage had already been set in motion. The hunchbacked boy, inherently gentle yet timid and insecure, epitomizes the psychological state of an abused child. Even if armed with a knife, he would not dare to rebel against his parents, as the sense of authority and subjugation has become deeply ingrained within him. However, The plush bear stands in stark contrast. Within this tattered toy resides a malevolent spirit, its presence a mere coincidence. Lured by an online post, the boy finds himself playing an isolated game of hide-and-seek at 3 in the morning, attracting this foul spirit that subsequently inhabits the plush bear's form. The bear promises to assist the boy in 3 endeavors, the first being the murder of the boy's father, followed by the second act of killing Fuxin. On the surface, it appears that the bear's intentions are protective of the hunchbacked boy, yet upon deeper reflection, it becomes evident that the bear's motivations may harbor a more profound significance. This could also explain why the dream's proprietor chose to unveil this memory through the medium of dreams. Disagreements arise between the hunchbacked boy and the plush bear, with the boy often voicing his thoughts while the bear merely echoes the crimson words of blood. Regardless of the discourse, the fact remains that a life has been lost, rendering further discussion futile. The boy, feeling a sense of discord, recoils from the murderous toy, harboring a growing concern for Yibing, fearing that she too could fall victim to the bear's wrath. "You have never sincerely listened to my words. Such actions are unbecoming of friends," he declares, perhaps too harshly. As a result, the bloodstains emitted by the bear begin to recede, the words disappearing as the zipper is pulled closed, prompting the bear to offer no further response. The hunchbacked boy, unconcerned, wraps himself in his blanket and drifts into a deep slumber. At that moment, the relationship between the bear and the boy is revealed as one resembling that of the closest friends, yet it remains delicately complex. It is evident to me that whatever resides within the plush bear approaches the boy with nefarious intent. Violence and murder will not resolve issues, but rather plunge the boy into a deeper quagmire. The game of hide-and-seek itself may prove to be a trap from which the hunchbacked boy has already become ensnared. As an observer of this dream, I gradually untangle the sequence of events, sensing that the ultimate conflict is on the verge of unfolding. The bear's promise to assist the boy in 3 tasks raises the question of what will transpire once these tasks are completed. Will they truly be able to remain together for eternity, inseparable across lifetimes? Patiently, I await outside, and soon the dream transforms once more, heralding the arrival of a new day. The hunchbacked boy rises from his bed and instinctively glances toward Fuxin's sleeping area, where the plush bear remains, its position unchanged. Appearing merely as an inanimate object, the boy refrains from touching the toy and dashes directly to class. In the dilapidated classroom, students are sparse, most engaged in discussions about Fuxin's murder, with the perpetrator still at large, casting a pall of terror over the orphanage. As classes commence and conclude, the boy continues to isolate himself, while Yibing, buoyed by the warmth and beauty of Teacher Hu, quickly finds acceptance among her peers. Gradually drifting away from the hunchbacked boy, the light in the boy's eyes begins to dim. He struggles to comprehend why circumstances have evolved in such a manner. In dreams, time flows differently. Days pass without the sun ever rising, shrouded in darkness, filled with fear and brutality. The boy bears increasing wounds, his leg crippled from an unfortunate incident. To prevent this troubled child from causing further disruption, Teacher Hu and the vice dean relocate him from the teaching area to the rehabilitation zone. Within this semi-closed rehabilitation center, he endures even greater torment. Each night, he falls asleep bearing scars, as the flame of hope gradually extinguishes. The only possible motivation for his survival may lie in Yibing. Yet, this is merely conjecture, for, from my observations, it seems even the boy himself is oblivious to the reason for his continued existence. Enduring secrecy like a rat in a sewer, he clings to life. One day, the hunchbacked boy falls ill. Prolonged mistreatment has severely compromised his immune system, and a high fever renders him feeling as though he is about to bid farewell to this world. Caregiver Old Wang administers cold medicine but refrains from further involvement. Perhaps in a moment of clarity, while Old Wang is distracted, the hunchbacked boy escapes the rehabilitation zone, yearning to see his friend, fearing he may never have another chance. Upon reaching the classroom, he finds no trace of Yibing, nor of Teacher Hu. Chapter 5:14. This is his dream. In desperation, he frantically searches the orphanage, yet finds nothing. The health room, the kitchen, the rehabilitation zone, all devoid of Yibing's presence. His beautiful eyes, now bloodshot, are clouded by fever, and his frail body runs aimlessly. A tragedy living in paradise. I, wearing a mask of good and evil, observe the boy's deteriorating condition with trepidation, fearing the end of his dream, hoping for a reversal. In despair, The boy sits at the entrance of heaven, gazing at the large characters on the door, and in a daze, he ultimately makes a decision. He returns to his dwelling and pulls out a tattered plush bear from beneath his bed. His final request: help me kill Teacher Hu, and then we shall be together forever. I will play games with you, and I will never lose you. The plush bear lies motionless, and the boy repeats his plea countless times until he finally unzips the hidden compartment, revealing lines of bloodied text: forever and ever? Forever and ever. The latter part of the inscription is unclear, but it seems the plush bear presents further conditions, which the boy agrees to, perhaps sensing that time is running short and wishing to free Yi Bing from her troubles. I accept all your conditions. Go, fulfill the final task. After uttering these words, the blood on the ground suddenly blurs, transforming into two words: is it worth it? These words mirror my own inquiry. Beneath the mask, I scrutinize the boy, pondering the many sacrifices he has made for Yi Bing, many of which she is unaware, thus ensuring his efforts remain unrewarded. The boy nods, seemingly reflecting on their first encounter and the small promise they shared. As he zips up the compartment, the blood flows into the plush bear, which crawls out from the dormitory and into the night. Before long, chaos ensues outside, with cries of "Someone jumped! Someone jumped!" Upon hearing the commotion, the hunchbacked boy steps outside, and as he gazes toward the rehabilitation zone, his beautiful eyes are consumed by a shade of crimson. On the solid concrete floor, a crimson blossom unfurled, with Teacher Hu's expression contorted in agony as he lay amidst it. This was not the most horrifying aspect. Teacher Hu's face, his head, and indeed all of his hands had been severed, their whereabouts unknown. Were his hands all chopped off? Did he leap from the rooftop of the rehabilitation area? Perhaps this could be deemed a form of atonement. I refrain from passing judgment on Teacher Hu. If subjected to the law, his transgressions might not warrant the death penalty. Yet, for the hunchbacked boy, the manner of Teacher Hu's demise was still insufficient to quench his thirst for vengeance. And what of Yi Bing? The hunchbacked boy's gaze lingered on Teacher Hu for but a fleeting moment before he dragged his ailing body down the stairs, seeking Yi Bing in the corners of the crowd. She possessed an icy elegance, standing out wherever she went. "Were you with Teacher Hu just now?" he inquired, his voice frail, his body burning with fever, staggering as he walked. "He asked me to accompany him to the rehabilitation area to retrieve something. Then he left alone." Yi Bing replied, each word deliberate, her demeanor calm, untouched by malevolence. "That is good to hear. Are you unwell? You should return to rest." Yi Bing, rarely showing concern, exhibited a hint of worry. The hunchbacked boy shook his head. "Do you remember the promise we made? When I prepare to leave this place, I will present you with a special gift. You wish to leave Paradise Gate." Yi Bing, upon hearing this for the first time, initially thought he was jesting. "Where else could you go? This is the only refuge we have." "It does not matter. I have already resolved to depart." The hunchbacked boy forced a grim smile. "Remember our promise. I will give you a special gift. Do not allow others to see it. This gift will grant you 3 wishes. If, after my departure, you are ever bullied again, you can use it to protect yourself." The police entered the orphanage, drawn to Yi Bing, the only person who had been in contact with Teacher Hu before his demise. "Yi Bing, I have placed that gift in a location known only to us. You must find it. Do not keep him waiting." The hunchbacked boy was pushed aside by adults, unnoticed in his frail state. The dream was drawing to a close. I remained hidden, overseeing the unfolding events, as the hunchbacked boy's body approached its limit, on the verge of collapse. The entire orphanage was abuzz with the incident of Teacher Hu's fall, and in the midst of it all, the hunchbacked boy was overlooked. He dashed back to the dormitory, flung open the door, and was taken aback to find a plush bear lying on his bed. The zipper on the back of the toy was ajar, revealing a severed hand that tumbled out. "You have fulfilled all 3 tasks. I shall honor our agreement." The boy felt no fear of the severed hand attracting police attention. He retrieved scissors and needle and thread from beneath his bed, clutching the blood-stained plush bear as he exited the dormitory, heading toward the academic building. What was he intending to do? The boy, suffering from a persistent fever, was he going to confront the director? I followed at a distance, observing as he dragged the plush bear to the 3rd floor of the academic building, laboriously maneuvering a ladder and pulling the bear as he climbed to the rooftop. The rooftop? Was this the designated meeting place for the hunchbacked boy and Yi Bing, where he intended to place the gift? After waiting for 3 or 4 minutes, I finally ascended the ladder. Upon raising my gaze, I saw the young boy clutching the iron railing, precariously perched atop the storage room. Something was amiss. Originally, I presumed that the gift the boy presented to Yi Bing was merely a plush bear, as his description at the time suggested. However, the reality was quite different. The boy unzipped the back of the plush bear, reaching inside to extract the cotton stuffing, rice, and bloodstains, meticulously cleansing the interior. He then employed scissors to create a large incision, took up a red thread, and addressed the plush bear, stating, "Let us adhere to our agreement. I shall now play the ghost while you find a place to hide." Upon hearing his words, my eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly intending to engage in a solitary game of hide and seek with the plush bear? This was perplexing. What precisely was the nature of the agreement between him and the bear? While I was lost in thought, the boy lifted the exterior of the plush bear and crawled inside. The blood and decay enveloped his face as he raised a needle and red thread, trembling as he stitched up the opening he had created, finally zipping it closed. What on earth was he doing? Soon, I heard the voice of the hunchbacked boy emanating from the stuffed toy, counting 1, 2, 3. His counting was slow, reminiscent of the countdown before a game of hide and seek. Upon reaching 10, his voice abruptly ceased, and a hand emerged from the gaping maw of the plush bear, followed by the hunchbacked boy stepping forth with a maniacal grin. His expression was utterly bizarre. I observed his familiar features, yet a sense of strangeness washed over me, as though a different soul inhabited that body. Given the hunchbacked boy's character, he would never exhibit such an ostentatious smile. I scrutinized his face, noticing the most significant change lay in his eyes, which were no longer clear and innocent, but rather filled with avarice and cunning. Was this the true essence of solitary hide and seek? The boy had attracted a malevolent entity that clung to the plush bear, which had promised to assist him in accomplishing 3 tasks. Consequently, they would switch roles, with the boy becoming the ghost, while the vile entity within the toy assumed human form. The loser would play the ghost, and the winner would be human. This was the fundamental rule of the game. Contemplating this, I drew a sharp breath. I would never again engage in such games of hide and seek after dark or during a live broadcast. The hunchbacked boy's demeanor underwent a drastic transformation as he kicked the tattered plush bear, discarding it at the center of the cluttered attic, a place known only to Yi Bing. "From this moment forth, I am you. Once you catch me again, I shall return your body to you," he proclaimed with a smile before departing. I watched his crooked silhouette as he slowly exited the threshold of paradise, ultimately vanishing at the edge of my dreams. The sky grew dimmer, and after a considerable time, the discarded plush bear managed to lift its fragmented body, quietly observing me. Those black button-like eyes, now gazing back, appeared astonishingly pure, reminiscent of a highland lake. So, the true master of this dream was indeed you. Chapter 5:15. The orphanage. The question that had plagued me since entering the dream finally found its answer. I had not entered Yi Bing's dream, but rather that of the hunchbacked boy. Were you the one causing chaos? Have you been residing within Yi Bing all along? Realizing that I had been discovered by the plush bear, I stepped out from my hiding place. The tattered, filthy toy lay motionless on the ground, riddled with scars, and paid no heed to my words, merely gazing at me silently. "What is your purpose in this? Are you seeking my sympathy? Do you wish for my assistance?" I ascended to the highest point of the attic, gazing down upon the entirety of this dreamscape, a realm woven from the threads of illusion and reality. Everything I perceived within this dream could either be genuine or a mere fabrication. I refused to stake my life as a bargaining chip to rescue a stranger. The plush bear crawled languidly across the floor, its movements reminiscent of those in a shallow dream. Speaking of shallow dreams, a detail springs to mind. Within that haunting apartment, the silhouette of a boy was ensconced within the flickering images of the television, and it was only when the screen fell to darkness that the plush bear would stir. This indirectly attested to the fact that the boy and the bear were one and the same, with the boy manipulating the bear. Though the shallow dream appeared terrifying, it harbored little actual danger, for the boy had no intention of harming me. He merely wished for me to endure the tribulations he had faced. I often felt as though unseen forces were orchestrating events within this dream. Every time I prepared to disrupt the established rules, unforeseen circumstances would arise, revealing your meddling. Having unraveled the situation to a degree, I followed the plush bear as it descended the stairs. Its zipper gradually unfastened, blood oozing forth to leave a gruesome trail behind. I knew not where it was headed, as I could find no exit from this dream and could only accompany it. Did Yi Bing eventually seek you out on the rooftop, dear bear? Does the entity that occupies your form, bearing the name Chen Yoga, still draw breath? Do you wish for my assistance in capturing that individual and reclaiming your body, thereby escaping this wretched nightmare? Have you spent these years dwelling within Yi Bing's dreams? Guarding her? Why does the figure of Chun in your heart appear as a faceless entity? I posed numerous inquiries along the way, yet the plush bear offered no replies. The nightmare persisted within the orphanage. The large-headed children continued their aimless existence. The sole distinction being that neither they nor anyone else seemed capable of perceiving the bear in me. Following the vivid crimson trail, the plush bear and I arrived at the orphanage's entrance. What purpose did I have in coming here? I could not recall how many times I had posed this question, never truly expecting an answer. To escort you away, the blood-stained, erratic letters on the ground seemed to convey as a response from the bear. Upon seeing this, I raised an eyebrow. So you can comprehend my words? How splendid. Reveal to me the truth, and I shall lend you my aid. Fixating on the black buttons that formed its eyes, I crouched before the plush bear, yearning for it to unveil all the answers. Yi Bing later found the plush bear, and thus my consciousness has remained within her dreams. Within her memories, I glimpsed you, feeling a pang of jealousy and a desire to eliminate you, yet fearing her wrath. One by one, bloodstains appeared upon the earth, exuding an unsettling aura. Have you ever harbored intentions to kill me? I tilted my head, scrutinizing the shabby little bear before me. In this dream, my own skills in sorcery and ghostly arts were significantly diminished. If it had meticulously plotted, perhaps there existed a slim chance it could indeed bring about my demise. I shall not kill you. You are the only one who can save her. I have drawn you into my dream merely to unveil my past and assure you that I harbor no malice. Are you certain? All of this just to convey such a message? I was at a loss for words, my countenance paling with fright. Several times it had revealed that the true broadcast had yet to commence, and that this was merely an appetizer. I cannot freely enter the dreams of others. In the mid-layer dream of Yi Bing, I can only utter a single phrase, and with just that one sentence, you would scarcely trust me. The bloodied words before the plush bear plunged me into deep contemplation. Long ago, when I entered Huang Xue's dream, Yingzi seemed to have uttered a similar sentiment. After entering another's dream, one is rendered mute, able to speak only a single phrase. Why is that? What would happen if a second sentence were to escape one's lips? My curiosity is genuinely piqued. It would summon nightmares. The bloodied inscriptions continued to manifest. Every trace left by an outsider, be it in handwriting or sound, would attract nightmares. I have encountered many peculiar beings who intrude upon dreams, yet you remain an exception. Your method of entering dreams is remarkably unique, silent, and isolating. Even I, the master of this dream, find it difficult to locate you. Wait, I still do not comprehend what you refer to as nightmares. They are terrifying. Something you would not wish to encounter. No matter how I inquire, the plush bear remains silent, and I have a myriad of questions left unvoiced. So where shall we go now? To the place you are meant to be. The plush bear crawled out of the orphanage's gate, and the last trace of blood behind it slowly dissipated. Once you pass through this door, until you cross the next one, you must never look around. This is a path of no return. That phrase seems oddly familiar. Without further thought, I stepped out of Paradise Gate. The dream shattered as the dark sky was cleaved by lightning, and I followed the plush bear step by step towards the edge of the world. Bang! Like the shattering of a bubble, I instinctively closed my eyes. When I opened them again, the plush bear had vanished without a trace. I looked up at the imposing door before me, where 3 rusted characters caught my eye. Paradise Gate. How have I returned? At a glance, the dream appeared unchanged. Yet upon closer inspection, the once pristine door bore rust, the path was newly paved with cement, and the saplings that had once stood at the entrance had grown significantly. What is going on? Could this truly be Yi Bing's mid-layer dream? With the plush bear gone, I had no one to inquire of and felt an unsettling sense of impending events. I did not rush inside but lingered at the threshold, pondering. If what I witnessed in the plush bear's dream was indeed true, then I could ascertain that it would never harm Yi Bing. It allowed me to traverse its dream to aid her escape. Both the plush bear and Yi Bing's mid-layer dream are rooted in the orphanage, with previous experience. I would naturally navigate Yi Bing's dream with ease, avoiding the aimlessness of a headless fly. Now, I had officially entered Yi Bing's dream. I checked my belongings. Not only did I find everything intact, but an additional item had appeared. A red thread had been tied around my left wrist, nestled alongside Elder Chen's prayer beads. This thread seemed vaguely familiar. Could it be a remnant left by the plush bear? That elusive creature had vanished without a trace. And I was reminded that once an outsider speaks or leaves a mark in another's dream, it may beckon nightmares. This is not good news. My situation is an anomaly. I remain uncertain whether it is due to the use of the Tonglin talisman, the presence of the good and evil Azura mask, or some other reason. Regardless, from the tone of the plush bear, only I possess the ability to speak freely within others' dreams, traversing without causing ripples of memory or attracting the attention of nightmares. However, I am not the sole dreamer in this venture. The hypnotist, Truman, has entered the dreamscape before me, and I worry he may have already encountered the nightmare. Truman is indeed a prodigy, and I doubt he would make such a rudimentary error. I gaze at the entrance to paradise, a place I am about to revisit for the second time. The saplings outside have grown to several meters tall, and the orphanage in the dream shared by Plush Bear and Ice Dream, while situated in the same locale, exists in different temporal realms. The orphanage in Plush Bear's dream reflects its state from 2 decades past, while the one in Ice Dream's memory remains anchored in the years gone by. A few years' time should not yield significant alterations. Following Plush Bear, I have traversed every corner of the orphanage, as long as Ice Dream remains here. I shall find her with utmost swiftness. I hope to locate you in the mid-level dream. If it proves impossible here, I shall not continue further. Gently caressing the cold mask upon my face, I raise my leg and step into paradise. Chapter 516. Who is she? The sky looms dark and devoid of light. The entrance to paradise in Ice Dream's vision is eerily desolate. As I tread upon the concrete path, not a single child is in sight. Abandoned? That cannot be true. The fence has been freshly painted, and the playground has undergone renovations, appearing even cleaner than the scene in Plush Bear's dream. Not a soul to be found. This silence is unsettling. The structures within the compound remain unchanged. The teaching building and rehabilitation area stand as the foundational elements of this dream. For Ice Dream, this place constitutes one of the most significant aspects of her life. What form might she take within her own dreams? Not a single shadow graces the orphanage. I have walked several meters, feeling a chill enveloping my body. This dream feels even more bizarre than Plush Bear's. I shall search each corner meticulously. With a stroke of luck, I may encounter Truman. Recalling my experiences in Plush Bear's dream, my gaze drifts between the buildings, pondering their functions. The first destination I choose is the teaching building. My curiosity is piqued by the director's office. In Plush Bear's dream, I was led blindly, without the opportunity to explore. This time, within Ice Dream's realm, I will not let the chance slip away. The teaching building remains unchanged, a 3-story structure set apart from its surroundings. This dream carries a sense of lifelessness, as if something vital is missing. I am well acquainted with the paths and head directly to the 3rd floor, forcefully pushing open the door to the director's office. The interior resembles my recollections closely. I rummage through the contents, seeking information about the enigmatic figure known as Old Chen. After several minutes of searching, my efforts yield little. This elder is shrouded in mystery, leaving no trace behind. In Plush Bear's dream, Old Chen appeared as a faceless entity, peculiar. Indeed, why does he differ so drastically in appearance from everyone else? Is it because the hunchbacked boy has never seen Old Chen's true visage? Or has another notion taken root in my mind? In many obscure myths, deities are depicted in such a manner that mortals can never behold their faces. To do so would be sacrilege. In the hunchbacked boy's mind, is Old Chen akin to a divine being? Does he regard Old Chen as the sole deity of paradise? Shaking my head, I swiftly cast aside these distractions. Perhaps, if the opportunity arises, I may inquire directly with the hunchbacked boy. After rummaging through the office for an extended period, the only valuable item I discovered was a planner tucked away in the desk drawer. Mr. Chen had meticulously outlined a plan to rescue a specific number of orphans and disabled individuals within 5 years. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. However, a careful reading of the report revealed that to achieve this goal, Mr. Chen had made considerable sacrifices, even transferring some children from other welfare institutions. This unusual action piqued my interest, leading me to suspect that Mr. Chen's philanthropic endeavors in adopting orphans and the disabled were perhaps not entirely altruistic. As I pondered this, I recalled another matter. In the Zhenhe district, there resided a significant number of disabled individuals. The figure known as the dual-faced Buddha seemed equally fascinated by them. The cosmic order has its deficiencies. In this regard, Mr. Chen and the dual-faced Buddha bore striking similarities. Could it be that Mr. Chen is the dual-faced Buddha? This thought sprouted in my mind, proliferating like wild grass. The dual-faced Buddha began his machinations 2 decades ago, coinciding with the establishment of Mr. Chen's orphanage. And all the information I possessed about Mr. Chen dated back to that same era. Characters such as Luxing, Ziku, Zimao, and Shoujo flitted through my mind. Why did these individuals unwaveringly follow the dual-faced Buddha? How did they establish a connection with him? Aside from Luxing, could the others possibly be individuals with unique destinies selected by the dual-faced Buddha from among the orphans? I had no evidence, merely conjectures. Individuals with exceptional destinies are exceedingly rare, and those with the potential to alter fate are even scarcer. Yet, it was evident that the dual-faced Buddha had many such individuals under his command. It seemed implausible for him to seek out each fated person individually, in my view. Selecting and nurturing from among the orphans would be the most straightforward approach. From the onset of my confrontations with the dual-faced Buddha during live broadcasts, I have consistently perceived his shadow. However, it remained merely a shadow. Up to now, I had yet to behold the true visage of the dual-faced Buddha, nor was I certain whether he was an individual or an organization. Thus, if I could ascertain that Mr. Chen was indeed the dual-faced Buddha or affiliated with him, it would hold immense significance for me. Pushing aside the desk drawer, I opened the filing cabinet by the door, which contained various documents chronicling the significant events that had transpired in Tiango over the past few years. Among them were records of the deaths of Fu Xin in the restroom and teacher who's leaped from a building. To avoid unnecessary complications, the documents did not mention their names. However, comparing the events made it evident that these 2 deaths referred to them. The mysterious circumstances surrounding their deaths have yet to unveil the perpetrator, and rumors of hauntings have long circulated within the orphanage. The children residing there were filled with trepidation, and an atmosphere of horror permeated the orphanage. Yi Bing was unaware that the one responsible for the deaths of teacher Hu and Fu Xin was the hunchbacked boy. From her dreams, I sensed the presence of death and terror. This intermediate dreamscape was likely a nightmare. Dreams are woven from memories, and the fears and anxieties embedded within them naturally manifest as various horrors, a phenomenon often described as self-induced fright. Having returned everything in the room to its original place, I opened the door and stepped out of the director's office. The exterior remained devoid of life, with empty corridors and deserted classrooms. Yi Bing, with her reclusive demeanor, perhaps perceives her world as a barren expanse, inaccessible to anyone who might wish to enter her line of sight. Upon exiting the teaching building, my second destination was the rehabilitation area, the very place where the plush bear first appeared in Yi Bing's dream. Throughout the journey, I encountered not a single soul, and my courage gradually grew, prompting me to quicken my pace as I raced through the orphanage. The creaking sound of the iron gate of the rehabilitation area echoed as I pushed it open, following the path taken by the hunchbacked boy into the semi-enclosed structure. All the doors and windows on the first floor were tightly shut, with curtains drawn. Without inspecting each room, I ascended directly to the second floor, heading to the room where Hu Laoshe and Old Wang had first sought Yi Bing. As I reached the second floor, I paused at the same spot. Voices emerged from within the room. In the desolate realm of dreams, the sound from the small dwelling was remarkably clear. It was a woman's voice. When I was first sent to the orphanage, my reserved nature led to suspicions of autism, prompting the director to place me in the rehabilitation area, where I resided in this very room. I never imagined I would return here one day. Utilizing my observational skills, I peered through the glass, carefully monitoring the blind spots. The small room was not spacious, occupied by a man and a woman. The man, clad in a white coat, was tall and astute, undoubtedly Truman, who entered the dream before me. The woman wore a light-colored long dress. Her features were exquisite, with long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, exuding an air of languor. She resembled a harmless kitten, yet her voice carried a hint of coldness and vigilance. Yi Bing, had she not been wearing a mask, I might have instinctively called out her name in sheer astonishment. I had not anticipated finding her so swiftly. The ease of it all felt surreal. I quickly regained my composure and chose to remain hidden for the time being. "This room is where your dream begins," Truman inquired, his hands tucked into his pockets. "Now, can you tell me where your dream ends?" Yi Bing wore a perplexed smile. "I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean. Tell me the reason for your departure from the orphanage. If we uncover that reason, perhaps we can find the exit." Truman spoke with a casual tone, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety. Initially, I too felt no unease, but the more I pondered, the more apprehensive I became. Truman must have spoken more than once in Yi Bing's mid-level dream. Could that provoke a nightmare? Listening to Truman, Yi Bing lowered her head in contemplation. The reason I left is quite complex, primarily related to this orphanage. What is the connection? I was forced to leave. If I hadn't, I would have been the next to die. Yi Bing maintained a smile, displaying remarkable composure. Upon hearing her words, both Truman and I, standing outside the door, were taken aback. Something felt amiss. Chapter 517. The Death Trap, Part 1. Is there someone in the orphanage who wishes to kill you? You were just a child at that time. Why would they want to kill you? What was the reason? Truman blinked, a flicker of surprise crossing his otherwise calm face as he posed several questions in succession. Seated on the bed, Yi Bing revealed a nostalgic expression, gently caressing the bedding. We visited the director's office before, and you saw that 2 heinous incidents occurred at the gate of heaven. The police have yet to apprehend the culprits. The case remains unsolved to this day. What do you mean? Truman anticipated what Yi Bing would say next. Do you know who the murderer is? Indeed. I witnessed the harrowing act of murder, which compels me to flee from this so-called paradise. If I do not escape, I am certain that I will be the next victim. Yi Bing spoke with unwavering conviction, as if her words were undeniable truth. Chu Min fell into deep contemplation, while I, standing outside the door, was engulfed in turmoil. The words of Yi Bing starkly contrasted with the visions I had encountered in the dreams of the hunchbacked boy. Who was deceiving whom? Had I not experienced those dreams, I would have never doubted Yi Bing's assertions. Yet, as an observer, I had witnessed everything and understood the intricate relationship between Yi Bing and the hunchbacked boy. Why did she say such things? Were they not friends? I, masked and lurking outside, continued to eavesdrop. The orphanage, isolated in a remote suburb, stood apart from the world. Only from the highest vantage point could one glimpse the city. Here, it is named paradise, yet it resembles a prison. Yi Bing's gaze grew distant, seemingly lost in recollection. Some yearned desperately to enter and find sanctuary, while others longed to escape, even aspiring to annihilate this place. Her seemingly irrelevant words captured the attention of both Chu Min and me. Yi Bing lifted her head, her eyes drifting far away, as if recalling the murderer of her classmates and teachers. In his mind, the orphanage was no paradise, but rather a hell where he endured unimaginable bullying and humiliation, ultimately resorting to extreme measures to resist. To kill a teacher. One would expect the assailant to be an adult, so how could you possibly be connected to him? Chu Min grasped the crux of the matter. Yi Bing had only interacted with a handful of teachers since her arrival at the orphanage. Surely the police could not fail to identify the perpetrator. The murderer was not an adult. He was merely a child named Chun Jioga, of the same age as me. Yi Bing redirected her gaze toward Chu Min. I know this is difficult for you to comprehend, but the truth remains. That child is peculiar. He has no friends and is despised by all, likely suffering from psychological issues. Some have witnessed him throw the director's pet bird to its death, while others have seen him dismember mice and frogs in the backyard. He is a misfit, shunning social interaction, forever clutching a large, foul-smelling stuffed toy. A litany of discordant words spilled from Yi Bing's lips. Inside, Chu Min listened intently, while I found it increasingly difficult to maintain my composure. Is this truly the image Yi Bing holds of the hunchbacked boy? It seems implausible. Yi Bing had no reason to forget the events of her childhood. It was the hunchbacked boy who had bravely intervened when teacher who took her away. Given Yi Bing's character, such a debt of gratitude should not be forgotten. People can change, but Yi Bing's transformation seems excessively drastic. Furrowing my brow, I scrutinized that familiar face. Is this truly the Yi Bing I once knew? The conversation within continued, but I could not bear to listen any longer. There must be something amiss. The disparity between Yi Bing's account and my experiences with the hunchbacked boy must indicate that only one of them speaks the truth. Whom should I trust? The hunchbacked boy drew me into his dreams for a reason, allowing me to experience everything in advance. This cannot merely be a means to persuade me of his innocence. It must be an indirect hint he wishes to convey. The brief life of that young boy was a tragedy, yet from him, I felt an intensity beyond hope, a depth exceeding despair. This pure and untainted sensation may very well be his love for Yi Bing. For the moment, I can only think of the word love. Setting aside the question of whether the origins of this affection are distorted, one can clearly see from the actions of the hunchbacked boy that he deeply treasures his friendship with Yi Bing. He stands unhesitatingly by her side, silently dedicating himself in the face of teacher who, the vice president, and everyone else. At times, I even feel that the hunchbacked boy resembles Yi Bing's plush bear, devoid of his own emotions, existing solely to accompany the girl. How could such a person harbor any murderous intent towards Yi Bing? A resolution formed in my heart, and my gaze towards Yi Bing within the room grew increasingly unfriendly. Her dreams are likely shrouded in immense peril, a threat that prevents the hunchbacked boy from appearing easily. The greatest danger lurking in the depths of her dreams is surely the nightmare. Although I have never encountered a nightmare, this does not hinder my speculation. Truman's approach to entering Yi Bing's dream differs from mine. He lacks the Tonglin talisman and the array of tools I possess. Yet, he has already spoken more than once within her dream. An outsider's disturbance of the dream may very well attract the nightmare. Contemplating this, I turn my attention to the interior of the small house. If a nightmare truly exists within this dream, the most likely vicinity for it to manifest would be around Truman. Casting a glance at Yi Bing inside the room sent a chill down my spine. Had I not been drawn into the dream by the hunchbacked boy, I would undoubtedly have unconditionally trusted everything Yi Bing claimed, following her lead step by step towards the abyss. Thankfully, I refrained from hastily revealing myself. The conversation between Yi Bing and Truman was nearing its conclusion. Under Yi Bing's careful guidance, they had deduced a method to escape the dream by identifying the true culprit and eliminating it within the dream. Perhaps Yi Bing could untangle the knots in her heart and thus escape. After their discussion, Truman, under Yi Bing's direction, left the rehabilitation area, searching the orphanage for any clues left by the hunchbacked boy. What scheme is she concocting? I am well aware that the hunchbacked boy could not have left behind any murder clues, for he is not the murderer. It is the plush bear, another malevolent spirit, that is responsible for the deaths. Upon leaving the rehabilitation area, the sky within the dream appeared to darken further, a hazy mist rising between heaven and earth, reducing visibility to mere meters. Truman and Yi Bing pushed open the iron gate, making their way toward the dormitory building. Along the way, Yi Bing recounted the first murder that occurred in the orphanage, the corpse hidden in the restroom. Her version of events starkly contrasts with what I had witnessed. She did not even know the name of the deceased child, only the location of the incident, and that the victim was Chun Jioga's roommate. Truman has yet to harbor any suspicions about Yi Bing. They arrived at the second-floor restroom of the dormitory, a place long sealed off due to the presence of death. The door locked tight. This is it. Should we go in and take a look? Of course we should. However, I'm not particularly skilled at solving cases. If only that person were here. Truman muttered, and I realized he was referring to me, having seen my live stream and knowing my extensive experience in this area. Which person? Aside from you, has anyone else entered Yi Bing's dream? How come I didn't notice? Yi Bing's tone was perfectly normal. Yet Chu Min halted in his tracks upon hearing her words, turning to cast a glance in her direction. Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me? He queried. It's nothing, merely a bit peculiar, she replied. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Chu Min continued. You mentioned that besides you, there are others who entered Yi Bing's dream, but aren't you Yi Bing herself? A rational person would phrase it as the individuals who entered my dream, rather than using Yi Bing as the subject here. To be frank, prior to encountering you, I was utterly oblivious to the fact that I was within a dream. You named this place Yi Bing's dream, so I merely spoke it without thought, she explained, her justification somewhat strained. I have been diligently cooperating with you. I respond to your inquiries without question. Yet, here you are, casting suspicion upon me instead. Chapter 518, The Death Trap, Part 2. Chu Min regarded Yi Bing silently, his expression inherently stoic, offering no further commentary. What shall we do next? Should we investigate the scene of the murder from years ago? He suggested. As he jostled the chain on the door, he casually tugged at it, not anticipating that it would come loose with the slightest pull. Well, since we are here, we might as well take a look. I have never been to such places before, Yi Bing stated, stepping ahead to push open the iron door. The restroom had been out of use for an extended period, and no unpleasant odors lingered. Everything remained unchanged from years prior. The first body was discovered right here. Yi Bing pointed to the toilet stall, where all the tiles had been pried away, leaving a gaping dark hole. She recounted how witnesses claimed the victim's head had been protruding from the stall, resulting in suffocation. The police, perplexed, could not determine how the victim was crammed into that space, which required considerable effort to excavate. Chu Min stared into the ominous pit, which appeared as a dark tunnel leading to an unknown destination. Were living beings shoved in here? He pondered, squatting beside the stall, unaware of Yi Bing stealthily approaching him from behind. her slender arms gradually extending towards his back as if poised to push him in. Having lingered outside the door, I felt compelled to intervene. With a swift kick, I dislodged the chain from the ground, feigning the demeanor of someone just entering to conduct a search as I pushed open the door that Yi Bing had covertly closed. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Bing immediately halted, and Chu Min stood alert, casting a wary glance towards the entrance. The faint glow from my phone screen illuminated the black and white mask I wore, and I entered the room without uttering a word. "Who are you?" Chu Min exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The mask obscured my face, and he did not recognize me immediately. I remained silent, uncertain if Yi Bing recalled my voice. Not wishing to reveal my identity too soon, raising the phone from the underworld showcase to my ear, I mimicked a phone call. This was a prearranged signal between Chu Min and myself prior to entering the dream. One that would be difficult for others to replicate, since only I could bring the underworld showcase phone into the dream. Upon witnessing this gesture, Chu Min's eyes lit up with understanding as he clenched his left fist and slipped it into the pocket of his lab coat. Being left-handed, this action served as his response to me. "Indeed, we are on the same side. I have not been replaced by a nightmare." We both exhaled in relief, confirming each other's identities without the third party's awareness. "Who are you?" Yi Bing spoke next, perplexed. "Why are there such bizarre individuals intruding upon my dream? Are you here to rescue me? Why are you still wearing a mask? You may refer to me as the host. I am here to assist the doctor in your treatment." My voice is deliberately hoarse and low. Yi Bing, with her beautiful willow-shaped brows lightly arched, gives me a sense of familiarity despite her mask. "I cannot shake the feeling that I have encountered you before. Might you remove your mask?" I am uncertain whether Yi Bing is probing me or genuinely recognizes me, so I shake my head. "What brings you here?" Chu Min recounted the entire sequence of events to me without omission. He had entered the dream beforehand and swiftly navigated through Yi Bing's superficial dream realm, locating the entrance to the middle layer, where he found her. So easily found. I scoffed. With the mask obscuring my face, I am unconcerned about Yi Bing recognizing me. Essentially, if we merely find the way out, we can awaken Yi Bing, correct? Indeed. Chu Min then shared the method he had previously discussed with Yi Bing. I did not contest it. Now was not the time to confront this imitation of Yi Bing. The best course of action is to ascertain her true nature and see if I can extract useful clues from her. "Have you discovered anything?" I inquired, altering my voice. "Not at the moment. Your arrival is fortuitous. Solving puzzles and unraveling mysteries is your forte. I am merely a doctor, after all." Chu Min casually placed his hands in his pockets and stepped aside. "You are rather modest." I approached the edge of the dark pit, my thoughts consumed by Yi Bing's earlier actions. She seemed poised to push Chu Min into the abyss. Where does this hole lead? A portal from which a corpse had been retrieved should symbolize death within the dream. Does falling into it imply demise? Such thoughts are not meant to be voiced in Yi Bing's presence, so I ponder silently. If that is the case, Yi Bing's actions are aimed at ending Chu Min's life. She does not directly strike, but instead leverages the traps within the dream to ensnare him. Could it be that even nightmares cannot kill directly within dreams? I had encountered such a scenario in my previous venture into the dream, where Zichou succumbed to his shattered consciousness and perished in Huang Xue's dream. Do you discern anything? With an outsider present, Yi Bing has restrained herself considerably, her plans disrupted as she obediently stands aside. I shook my head, feigning ignorance, and remarked that compared to other pits, this one could not feasibly contain a person without tools. Even if the perpetrator were a child or a seasoned criminal, it would be impossible. Yi Bing, did you not claim to have witnessed the boy committing murder? Share all that you know with the host. He is a professional and can surely assist you in unraveling the mystery. Chu Min stood at the entrance, collaborating seamlessly with me. Yi Bing remained silent for a prolonged period before murmuring, "The murder I witnessed pertains to a different case." A different case? The teacher being coerced to leap from a building? Indeed. Understanding that remaining here was merely a waste of time, Yi Bing decisively moved to exit. I shall lead you there. Following closely behind Yi Bing, I observed her familiar figure. Even her manner of walking mirrored my memories perfectly. What an uncanny imitation. I marveled silently, trailing her. Exiting the lodging building, we returned to the rehabilitation area, with Yi Bing leading the way and recounting the circumstances of that time. The teacher who was forced to jump from the building was surnamed Hu. On that day, he had invited me to clean the rehabilitation area with him. As we entered a secluded room on the second floor, Mr. Hu suddenly transformed. His demeanor frantic as he repeatedly asked me to check if something was crawling on his back. with a hint of confusion in her voice. Yi Bing and I examined Mr. Hu's back, finding nothing amiss. Only the creases of his shirt smoothed out, creating an eerie impression that something might indeed be lurking there. I was still young and frightened by Mr. Hu's unusual behavior, retreating to the corner of the bed. Then, I witnessed him seemingly pursued by an invisible force, bolting from the room and racing toward the rooftop. Once I regained my composure, curiosity compelled me to follow him to the rooftop of the rehabilitation area. Yi Bing's complexion gradually darkened. I could not discern whether her expression was feigned or if she was genuinely recalling something troubling. As I reached the rooftop, I encountered Chun Jioga descending, his visage haunting and unforgettable. Yi Bing paused momentarily before continuing, recounting the harrowing tale of a child who had sewn himself into a plush toy, his expression grotesque and his eyes bloodshot. More terrifying was the fact that the zipper on the back of the stuffed animal was undone, and as he passed by me, I caught a glimpse of two severed, bloodied hands concealed within the toy, as if freshly severed. I was certain I had not imagined it. At that moment, driven by an inexplicable courage, I hastened to the rooftop, believing that finding Mr. Hu would ensure my safety. However, what transpired next was even more horrifying. Yi Bing led the way, and soon the three of us reached the rooftop. She pointed to the edge of the building, an area I vividly recalled. Mr. Hu stood there, peering downwards, seemingly captivated by something extraordinary, before he inadvertently fell. What had he seen in his final moments? I was perplexed. In the hunchbacked boy's dream, all acts of violence were perpetrated by a plush bear. I was unsure how these killings occurred and whether it happened at that very spot. Holding my phone, which displayed the ghostly show, I stood at the edge of the rehabilitation building, a mere 10 meters from the ground, a height not too perilous. What had Mr. Hu glimpsed before his demise? Just as I pondered this, a voice called out from behind me, "Be careful." With a start, I turned to find Yi Bing's face grotesquely contorted. In that instant, all pretense shattered as she lunged toward me, intent on pushing me off the edge. The rooftop had no railing, and had I not harbored suspicions about Yi Bing, I could have easily been thrust into the depths below, a fall that would be fatal in the realm of dreams. If my consciousness shattered, I would be condemned to eternal despair within a nightmare, ultimately losing myself and becoming a mere fragment of the dream. Yi Bing's hands pressed against me. She likely sensed something amiss, using the guise of seeking the truth behind the case to eliminate me and Truman in these places where death had once lingered. Die! A shrill feminine voice pierced my ears, entirely inhuman. As my body turned halfway, I felt an external force pushing against my back. Anticipating the forward lean, I instinctively flung a talisman, a golden charm, toward Yi Bing. It only momentarily stilled her movements. Was the talisman ineffective? I rolled away swiftly, distancing myself from the edge of the building, standing alert alongside Truman as we cautiously regarded Yi Bing. After a failed ambush, Yi Bing, clad in a light-colored gown, stood at the edge of the rehabilitation area, her lips curling into an exaggerated smile. "How did you discover me?" I merged with that woman's entire memory. Within the realm of dreams, I am aware of everything that transpired in her past. My disguise cannot possibly harbor any flaws. Yet, it seems you had already deemed me a counterfeit from our very first encounter. She continued to scrutinize Yi Bing's face, though the expression was unsettlingly unfamiliar. "Your disguise is riddled with inconsistencies. If it were genuine, even if I wore a mask and altered my voice, Yi Bing would recognize me instantly." I touched the cold surface of the mask upon my face, the chill aiding my composure. The facade had been torn away. There was no need for pretense any longer. "You are the nightmare within Yi Bing's dreams, are you not? I am curious about your true form. How did you manage to seize the memories of others? You are aware of nightmares?" The woman at the edge of the building grinned widely. I initially thought 2 insignificant insects had entered, only to find 2 wolves instead. But this is delightful. With both victory and defeat, the game becomes far more engaging. With a sudden shift, her smile vanished. "The person you seek is not here. But we may gamble. If you manage to leave Paradise Mouth alive, I shall provide you with some clues. Are you genuinely so benevolent?" I stared intently at the woman. This was my first encounter with a true nightmare. Previously, in the realm of dreams, I had met the Yuan Shen deity, yet compared to that entity, this woman remained a complete enigma. Was she an errant soul or a construct of negative emotions and memories? All of it was an unknown to me. Benevolent? Huh. The woman smiled again, perhaps. However, my clues are not easily won. I have never known defeat within the realm of dreams. "You have already lost once," I replied calmly. betraying no hint of alarm. I had witnessed too many peculiarities, so even upon confirming her identity as a nightmare, my emotions remained remarkably steady. The woman scoffed. You evoke a familiar feeling within me. You must have appeared in the memories of the dream's master. Once I recall your identity, I shall uncover the weaknesses within your character. I hope by that time, you will still stand before me, speaking as you do now. Stepping back, she leaned half her body over the edge of the building. The next time we meet, I shall ensure your life hangs in the balance. With a backward tilt, the woman impersonating Yi Bing fell backward, her dark hair billowing in the air as she resembled a soaring paper crane plummeting from the rooftop of the rehabilitation area. After a few moments, Truman and I approached the building's edge and peered down, but we saw no trace of anyone. I almost fell for that. This dream realm is indeed perilous, Truman remarked, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. Even had I not appeared, you should have perceived the truth. After all, you are the expert in this domain, I replied with a faint smile, which quickly faded. Have you noticed that since that woman departed, the dreamscape has undergone some transformation? What transformation? Truman, prompted by my words, began to observe his surroundings and soon recognized the issue. The fog within the dream grew denser, standing atop the building. We could scarcely discern the dirt path below. How could fog suddenly appear? According to my understanding of dreams, all environments are manifestations of memories and cannot undergo sudden transformations. The scene unfolding before me has completely overturned Truman's prior research. Observing his demeanor, I surmise that he too is witnessing this for the first time and is utterly at a loss. Perhaps this is related to that woman. I am now 90% certain she embodies the nightmare. My fingers grazed my face. Yet I still refrained from removing my mask, not due to a lack of trust in Truman, but rather from the fear that hidden in the shadows. Countless eyes may be watching me. However, a nightmare cannot conjure fog out of thin air. When we interacted with that individual earlier, we discovered that she requires the dream itself to commit murder. We have underestimated the complexity of Yi Bing's dream. Perhaps this fog-laden orphanage represents the true nature of her dream. Each person's intermediate dream differs. Those with pure hearts have relatively simple dreams, while individuals harboring great secrets or extraordinary experiences often possess nightmares that are particularly terrifying and intricate. Dreams steeped in negative emotions are also the favored haunts of nightmares. I distanced myself from the edge of the building, contemplating quietly. This is my first encounter with a nightmare, which has manifested in the guise of Yi Bing. During our interaction, the ability she revealed included reading the dreamer's memories, disguising herself as individuals within the dream, and possessing knowledge of perilous locations within the dream, enabling her to utilize tools and environments to eliminate dreamers. I cannot predict how the nightmare will present itself during our next meeting. It may take the form of Truman or even myself. Host, what shall be our next course of action? Truman squeezed beside me, still managing to wave to the livestream audience, seeking to assert his presence. Our primary objective remains to locate Yi Bing. The mere appearance of the nightmare indicates that she must have encountered Yi Bing. This suggests that even if Yi Bing is not within the intermediate dream, there should still be vital clues regarding her here. Let us search the orphanage once more. As I turned to descend the stairs, an unsettling feeling began to creep into my mind, though I could not discern its source. Changes in the dream may very well alter places we have previously explored. Truman followed closely behind me, where crises and opportunities coexist. Perhaps an exit from the dream has already materialized. The nightmare will not permit our departure so easily. Do not forget that we are within an intermediate dream. Even if we escape, the shallow dream outside may still harbor the nightmare, potentially following us into reality, I stated, my voice emerging from beneath the mask. There's little we can do. In a dream, we are at an absolute disadvantage. Just escaping would be a victory. Why ponder further? Truman replied with a resigned smile. In truth, I have a permanent solution. If we can succeed, this dream will pose no further threat, I declared as I stepped out of the corridor, using my discerning sight to gaze into the distance. What solution? Truman inquired casually, not expecting me to propose anything of substance. Taking a deep breath, I turned to face Truman. Together, we can eliminate the nightmare using the dream itself. Kill the nightmare? Truman stammered, but soon his eyes sparkled with excitement. You truly dare to envision such a thing. Speak, how shall I assist? I shook my head, my piercing gaze penetrating the fog, capturing the flickering shadows within the mist. I listened intently. It was not yet time. Our priority now was to ensure our survival. The playground, shrouded in thick fog, resonated with an eerie melody, seemingly sung by a chorus of wronged children. Caged birds in a bamboo cage. When will they be free? The night of dawn. Who lurks behind us? Chapter 520. The Child's Murderous Lullaby. Part 2. The familiar tune reached my ears, and I employed my discerning gaze to scrutinize the fog-enshrouded playground. Be cautious, they are approaching. They? Truman, devoid of such discerning sight, could not perceive the scenes hidden within the mist. He stood beside me, steadfast in this critical moment, not retreating behind me. I had previously examined this dreamscape. No living souls resided here. Are you certain you haven't misjudged? I gestured for Truman to step back as the haunting melody drew nearer, and the swaying silhouettes encircled us. Emerging from the fog were children, their faces ashen and their bodies frail, resembling phantoms crafted from paper. Best not to converse with outsiders in a dream. Be wary of losing your way here, Truman whispered, and I nodded. A sense of urgency to flee surged within me, but it was too late. These children seemed determined to follow Truman and me, trailing wherever we ventured. 7 children were with us, much like those I had seen in the hunchbacked boy's dream. Fuxin and Fuming were among them. The children's appearances in this dream mirrored their real-life selves, strikingly authentic. Yet the chilling aura remained undiminished. Let us depart swiftly, Truman urged, pulling me along the dirt path, but the children merely followed, their gazes fixed upon us with an unsettling curiosity, as if we were newfound playthings. Navigating through the fog with 7 eerie children in tow left us utterly devoid of safety. Wait, I seem to have overlooked a vital detail. Withdrawing from Truman, I stood still, observing the children. A sudden realization struck me, and I comprehended the source of my unease. A smile crept beneath my mask as I focused intently on one child. What have you disowned? Truman pressed. Do not waste time. The nightmare will not relent. It could strike at any moment. While danger has yet to manifest, we must search as thoroughly as possible. The more we uncover, the greater our chances of escape. Truman, bewildered by my intentions, could not see the smile concealed by my mask. No matter what transpires, do not approach. If I encounter any misfortune, you must leave without me. I whispered, lowering my voice. Why does this sound like a farewell? What are you planning? Truman inquired, but his words were interrupted by another voice. The tallest boy among the 7 stepped forward, his voice a peculiar pitch indicative of his changing years. Will you play a game with us? Do not agree, damn. Streamer. In dreams, engaging in games is perilous. The lines between reality and illusion blur easily. Truman hesitated to abandon me, attempting to pull me away. However, in that moment of delay, the children caught up to us, their expressions growing increasingly animated. Are you the new teachers? Come, play a game with us. If we refrain from playing this game, we shall persistently follow you. If you choose not to engage with us, we will seek others to join us. 7 children clamored and obstructed Truman's departure, attempting to force their way out. However, before he could escape too far, a frail child leaped onto his back, clinging to him like a sheet of foil, pressing his head against Truman's shoulder, incessantly repeating, "Come play a game with us." It was only when Truman obediently returned that the child finally hopped off his back. Trapped, Truman wore a grim expression. Moments ago, they had been discussing plans, and now he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Be cautious. I suspect that these mischievous children are driven by a nightmare, one that could command all fears. Do not worry, I said, stepping in front of the tallest child. What game do you wish to play with me? A very ordinary little game. Have you heard of caged eyes? One person is it, blindfolded and crouching in the middle, pretending to be a bird in a cage, while the others hold hands around them, singing and spinning. The tall boy continued. When the song concludes, the one in the center must guess who stands behind them. The person guessed correctly then replaces the original it. After he explained, he spread his hands. Isn't it quite simple? Very well, I shall join your game. But before we commence, let us clarify the rules. What happens if I fail to guess? Will I be bound to remain here, playing with you forever? I spoke with a raspy, somber tone. After the game, I shall tell you this. There are 7 of us, and I grant you 7 chances. If you can guess correctly just once, not only will we refrain from hindering you, but we will also offer you a small hint. The boy spoke earnestly. 7 chances against 7 participants. Statistically, the odds were not unfavorable. Upon hearing the game's terms, Truman exhaled in relief, perceiving it as a non-lethal predicament. Why don't we let me take a turn? I noticed your luck has not been favorable during your previous broadcasts. No need. I waved my hand dismissively, directing my gaze at the tall boy. First, tell me the names of your 7 companions, and then we shall begin the game. The tall boy recited 7 names, none of which were familiar to me. All were mere aliases. I cursed inwardly, concealing my reaction while observing the 2 brothers, Fu Xian and Fu Ming, amidst the crowd, further solidifying my earlier suspicions. I have memorized all the names. Let us commence the game. I gestured for Truman to maintain distance, advising him to leave should circumstances worsen. Understanding the futility of changing my mind, Truman sighed and stepped back several meters. Do not peek. The tall boy produced a cloth strip to blindfold me. As they joined hands and began to sing that eerie nursery rhyme. Caged eyes, when will the bird in the cage emerge? In the dawn of night, the crane and turtle have slipped. Who stands behind me? Each time I heard this rhyme, it felt particularly ominous. The nightfall, symbolizing longevity and good fortune, witnessed the crane and turtle's fall, heralding misfortune. Who could be the figure behind me? A murderer? A vengeful spirit? Or the master of nightmares? As the song ceased, without hesitation, I proclaimed, the person behind me is Fu Xian. Upon uttering this, I swiftly removed the blindfold and turned around to see the tallest boy, Fu Xian, standing awkwardly behind me. Among those 7 names, there is certainly no mention of the name Fu Xian. Have you perhaps made an error? Nevertheless, there are still 6 opportunities remaining. Truman, with his hands in his pockets, discreetly gestures to me, having memorized the names of these 7 children, wishing to cheat and provide me hints. Did I guess correctly? As I cast aside the black cloth, I fixate on the boy behind me, who seems quite uncomfortable under my gaze and reluctantly waves his hand, declaring, "You are mistaken. Is that so? Then let us proceed." Gazing at the boy before me, I am reminded of the moments when these children tormented Chen Jioga. No matter what he said, they insisted he was wrong. However, I am not him. The game continues. I bind the black cloth around my eyes as the 7 children join hands and sing a nursery rhyme. The instant their song ceases, I once again call out the name Fu Xian. This time, Truman senses something amiss, for my voice is imbued with unwavering certainty. And standing behind me remains that tall boy. I turn and tear off the black cloth. Surely, I have guessed correctly this time? The tall boy's face turns an alarming shade of purple, his expression rigid. No, you are mistaken. I am not called Fu Xian. Then what is your name? I cross my arms. Could it be Yibing? Or perhaps you are known as Nightmare. Upon hearing my words, the tall boy's countenance darkens considerably, and after much hesitation, he utters, "How did you figure that out? I have concealed all memories of Yibing. Where did you see that? Do you think I would divulge such information?" I scoff, for I sensed something was amiss from the moment these 7 children appeared. The hunchbacked boy's orphanage in the dream lingered 20 years ago, while Yi Bing's orphanage in his dream was from over a decade past. At that time, Fu Xian had long been slain by the hunchbacked boy. How could he possibly appear? Thus, this Fu Xian must be an imposter. As for who possesses the ability to impersonate a deceased individual in the nightmare, the answer is evident. Only Nightmare. Chapter 521. The answer lies in the deep dream realm. I called out the name Fu Xian and uncovered the identity of Nightmare. Now resolutely confronting the tall boy. The rules of the game were established by you. I have triumphed. Are you prepared to adhere to the rules? Or will you choose to engage in a destructive confrontation with me? I capture the tall boy's expressive countenance with my phone's camera. He must be the most unfortunate of all nightmares, rendered speechless by an outsider in his own domain. In truth, through repeated forays into dreams, I have gleaned some understanding of the rules governing dreams. Both shallow and mid-level dreams impose significant constraints on all, as they merely represent a world fabricated from the memories of the dream's master, rather than a tangible reality. Failing to abide by the rules here or severely disrupting the dream itself may lead to one of 2 outcomes. First, the dream master awakens, shattering the dream. All thoughts and memories residing within the dream vanish, leaving the dream master, even upon awakening, in a state of amnesia or reduced to a fool. Second, should the dream master's physical body perish, all thoughts and memories within the dream will be drawn into the deep dream realm, a realm devoid of rules and limitations, where both nightmares and other entities can engage in unrestrained slaughter and plunder. Do not celebrate too soon. The tall boy's words carry an implicit hint of concession. I am merely stating facts. I have won, having done so by the rules you established. I do not believe that the tall boy would confront me so fiercely. After all, we would all inevitably plunge into a profound dreamscape, a realm likely riddled with more than one nightmare, too chaotic, too perilous. Who exactly are you? What brings you to this dream? The nightmare, disguised as a figure from the past, exhibited a myriad of expressions before ultimately choosing to retreat. Any intruder who enters this dreamscape invariably captures my attention, should they utter a word or alter the dream's scenery. I can trace their presence through the faintest remnants left behind. Yet, how is it that you can approach me so silently? I only noticed you when you appeared behind me. Are you also a nightmare? Spare me the pleasantries and reveal your choice. The fog thickened, and an ominous premonition began to stir within me. You dare to threaten me? How absurd to threaten a nightmare within a dream. The boy's mouth stretched into an exaggerated grin, yet both Truman and I could sense his simmering fury. I wonder how long you can endure in this dream. His form gradually dissolved into mist. If you seek my guidance, let me be clear, the true master of this dream has become lost within the depths of the nightmare. However, do not fret, it will not be long before I escort you into her company. With those words, the nightmare vanished into the dense fog. This individual is quite formidable. Truman stood at a distance, hesitant to approach as the tall boy faded away, leaving behind a few remaining children. They stood frozen on the playground, their bodies soon enveloped by the fog, even close at hand. Only vague shadows were discernible. We must leave this place quickly. The dream has shifted. We need to find an exit before the nightmare strikes again. I concentrated my sight, pulling Truman along as we raced toward the school building. In Yi Bing's dream, there exists a place easily overlooked. The rooftop of the school, the designated meeting spot for the hunchbacked boy and Yi Bing. Hey, where are you going? Truman followed closely. Do you really believe what the nightmare said? Has Yi Bing truly entered the depths of a dream? Who can decipher the words of a nightmare? He is merely sowing confusion among us. Though I voiced my skepticism, deep down, my hopes of finding Yi Bing in the mid-level dream had waned significantly. At this moment, our foremost objective must be to escape. Any notions of bizarre showcases or rescuing others are secondary. Preserving our lives is paramount, for once we remain unscathed. We need not worry about future resources. Let us learn from this experience and be better prepared for the nightmare upon our next entry. Upon reaching the rooftop of the school, the environment closely resembled that of the hunchbacked boy's dream. Climbing into the storage room, I found a tattered plush toy sitting at the center of the rooftop. Yoga, the nightmare has discovered us. If you truly wish to save Yi Bing, then divulge everything you know to me. I shouted at the stuffed bear, a scene that astonished Truman, yet even more astonishing events soon unfolded. The cracked and decaying plush toy began to move of its own accord. It slowly rose, standing at the edge of the building, reminiscent of the once vibrant Yoga, gazing out at the distant city. That indistinct skyline existed at the fringes of the dream, leaving one to ponder whether it was a mere illusion or a tangible reality. Speak. The fog cloaked the orphanage, and the distant scenery grew increasingly obscure. Within the mist, shadows began to emerge from the depths of memory. My eyes squinted, and even with the use of divination, it was a challenge to discern the features of those individuals. However, judging by their height and physique, they likely belonged to the children of an orphanage. Such a multitude. Shadows emerged one after another, transformed into pawns in the hands of a nightmare. Rushing toward the teaching building, I had just triumphed over this nightmare, yet now it seemed prepared to reveal its true prowess, mobilizing everyone within the dream to confront me. Despite possessing both Taoist and ghostly arts, my only option was to flee. Yoga, what exactly do you desire? Previously, you lured me into your dream, aiding me in unveiling the nightmare's true form, yet now you stand idly by as I approach my demise. Do you not wish to save Yi Bing? A sense of unease filled my heart, and I could not fathom the intentions of the hunchbacked boy. Soon, my uncertainty was answered as the zipper behind the plush bear slowly opened, revealing lines of blood-red characters. I know the way to escape the dream, but you must accompany me to rescue Yi Bing before I can divulge the means of departure. The blood-red words appeared fierce yet resolute. It must be said that the timing of the plush bear's revelation was impeccable. The nightmare was harnessing the power of the entire dream realm to annihilate both me and Chu Min. If we did not cooperate, we were left with no other option but death. Thus, I had no choice but to comply, and fortunately, the request was not excessive. I entered the dream in search of Yi Bing, our goals aligned. Are you still afraid that I might abandon you at a critical moment? The figures within the fog multiplied, and my tone grew urgent. Are you certain? If I were to inform you that Yi Bing is indeed imprisoned within the depths of the dream, would you still be willing to join me? The blood-red characters on the ground were somewhat blinding. I am aware that you harbor a significant secret. Even if attacked by the nightmare, you may not necessarily perish. Thus, the only means of escaping the dream lies in entering the deeper layers to locate Yi Bing, after which I shall reveal the way out. The plush bear harbored distrust towards me, a lingering hostility nestled within its depths. Its sole concern was Yi Bing. Even after all these years, she remained its unwavering thought. The deeper dream realm? My voice bore a hint of bitterness. It could be described as another world, and I had never heard of anyone returning alive from it. You still have time to decide before those beings, composed of negative memories, tear you and your companion apart. Do I truly have a choice? I let out a bitter laugh, not only for myself, but also for Chu Min. I could only agree to follow the plush bear into the deeper dream realm. It was a chance of survival and perhaps a method to escape the dream. Remaining here would lead to neither an exit nor freedom, but rather a fate of becoming a mere toy in the hands of the nightmare, unable to break free for eternity. I agree to your terms, hoping you will not go back on your word. The plush bear must have known all along that Yi Bing had been taken into the deeper dream realm. It had withheld this information until I found myself in a desperate situation with no alternatives. Then let us proceed as I have suggested. The zipper closed, and the blood-red characters faded. The plush bear clambered onto my back like a sloth, wrapping its arms around my neck, urging me to carry it towards the edge of the dream. There lies a city. Once you enter, I will guide you on the next steps. At this juncture, I possessed no better plan. I called out to Chu Min and hurried down the stairs, charging into the mist under the plush bear's direction. Within the encompassing fog, countless eyes fixated upon me and Chu Min, as a piercing voice echoed from above, proclaiming, "You cannot escape." Chapter 522. The infinite and surreal city. The voice of the nightmare, ambiguous and haunting, seemed to emanate from all directions. Under its command, the shadowy figures swaying in the thick fog altered their course, relentlessly pursuing me. I dared not relent for an instant, gripping tightly onto Truman as we raced forward, guided by the memory of our path. At times, those dark shapes caught up to us, their bodies, as light as paper, moved with astonishing speed, seeking to cling to me. Had it not been for the plush bear behind me intervening at a crucial moment, my escape would have been far more arduous. With all my might, I sprinted until the gates of paradise appeared before me, shrouded in mist. Only upon reaching the entrance did I realize it was crowded with orphans. Each swaying figure bore vacant, glassy eyes, and their numbers were overwhelming. How could I possibly escape? Should I seek an alternate route? I halted, a tinge of despair clouding my vision. There was no choice but to proceed through here. Dreams are woven from memory, and in the realm of dreams, only doors recognized by memory serve as exits. Blood-red characters emerged upon my arm, prompting memories of my encounter with Huang Xue in the dream. Doors in dreams often carry profound significance. These individuals I shall confront. As for Yi Bing, I entrust her rescue to you. Be cautious. This nightmare did not emerge from the depths of the dream realm, but accompanied Yi Bing from reality. To vanquish it completely, one must address it from the real world. The sinister blood-red inscriptions radiated a peculiar emotion. As I absorbed their meaning, clarity struck me. You mean this nightmare was brought into the dream by Yi Bing? She was ambushed by Lu Xing at Xinhu High School, drawing a fragment of the malevolent creature's will from beneath the number 3 bridge crematorium to her. That will sought to merge with Yi Bing's fatal destiny, impeding my progress. Had it not been for the overwhelming strength of the blood fox, which forcefully cast it into slumber, it would have completely dominated Yi Bing's body by now, plotting against the suppressed entity within the crematorium. So, this so-called nightmare is indeed that entity. Understanding the nightmare's identity allows for a targeted approach. This is the only favorable news I have gleaned since entering the dream. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, take your friends to the city at the edge of the dream. The plush bear began to transform. All the sutured wounds tore open, unleashing crimson threads that surged forth. Wait, I sense your resolve. Can you enlighten me as to why Old Chen appears as a faceless entity in your dream? Time is of the essence. Once you rescue Yi Bing, I shall divulge more. Now run. The sinister blood characters intertwined with the crimson threads as the bear's form visibly shrank, seemingly releasing a lifetime's worth of accumulated power in this singular moment. My vision was filled with swirling red threads. The orphans at the entrance were pierced by the crimson lines, rendered immobile. Even knowing it was a dream, the scene was profoundly unsettling. I grasped Truman and dashed toward the gates of paradise. The children blocking our path exhibited lifeless, vacant stares, attempting to impede me. yet they were fixed in place by the red threads. Stop them. A piercing voice reverberated from the nightmare behind us. Truman and I swiftly escaped through the gates, not daring to look back, racing toward the city perched at the edge of the dream. Upon departing from the orphanage, I found myself surrounded by desolate land, a realm of indistinct memories for the dream's master, evoking an eerie sense of unreality. The weeds and branches remained motionless, as though artificially constructed. Clutching onto Truman, I dashed forward, my plush bear motionless on his back, seemingly drained from the recent turmoil. After sprinting over 100 meters, Truman's voice suddenly echoed behind me. Slow down. Streamer, that nightmare hasn't followed us. The creature, known for its vengeful spirit, would not relent easily. Hearing Truman's voice, I momentarily lowered my guard and turned to glance back, only to feel a sudden prick in my hand. The pain compelled me to look down, revealing a line of blood written on my arm. Do not look back. What could it mean? A foreboding sensation gripped me as I quickened my pace, retrieving my phone to capture the scene behind me. The sight sent chills down my spine. 2 Trumans were trailing me. One, whom I held by the arm, was panting and lagging behind, while the other wore a grotesque expression, its face inches from my neck. Had it caught up to me, it had transformed into Truman, mimicking his voice and mannerisms flawlessly. Gripping Truman's arm tighter, I dared not release my hold and accelerated further. Streamer, we are safe now. Let us rest. Huh. Streamer, there is something on your back? Stop. I can't run any longer. With each word he uttered, my pace quickened, the path ahead growing increasingly surreal and indistinct. My memories began to blur. I had reached the edge of the dream. Do not halt. Charge straight ahead. The blood inscription loomed in my mind. I knew the nightmare was close behind, compelling me to obey the plush bear's command. The rugged path beneath my feet transformed into a concrete road, and I was unaware of when towering buildings began to emerge on either side, their peculiar forms and avant-garde architectural styles bordering on the absurd. The sounds behind me had long vanished, yet I dared not glance back as I sprinted through this bizarre city until I could run no longer. I retrieved my phone to illuminate what lay behind. Surely, I must have distanced myself from the nightmare. Only one Truman remained behind, his arm firmly grasped in my hand. I exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to him, signaling a secret sign. Upon receiving his response, I finally allowed myself to relax. We were temporarily safe. Safe? Nonsense. Where have you led me? This architectural style does not resemble that of Yebing's dream. Truman, held tightly by me, had followed without understanding the reasons. Unwittingly entering the depths of the dream, I felt a twinge of guilt towards this companion. Clearing my throat, I endeavored to calm myself. If my conjecture was accurate, this city at the dream's edge must lie between the deeper and mid-level dreams. What? Between the deep and mid-level dreams? We must hurry. If we truly enter the deep dream, there will be no return. Truman reacted even more fervently than I had anticipated. I fear it may already be too late. I pointed towards the path we had traversed. It had vanished, leaving only an endless expanse of the city. The route to escape was lost. I took a deep breath, never anticipating the situation would unfold in such a manner, yet we could not surrender. There remained a glimmer of hope. Truman stood motionless on the concrete path, gazing blankly at the myriad of winding streets behind him, leading to unknown destinations. Oddly shaped buildings obscured his view, and one could only comprehend the despair of being in this city. It felt as though escape was utterly impossible. The conventional method to navigate through a dream realm involves tracing the significant memories of the dream's architect, seeking out those pivotal events to discover the door leading out of the dream. Yet, the city in which Truman and I found ourselves bore no connection to Yi Bing's memories, leaving us with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Calming myself, I patted Truman on the shoulder. At this juncture, we had no choice but to muster our spirits and confront our predicament. Regardless of whether this was a profound dream, we were still alive and possessed a lucid mind. As long as we remained grounded, hope still flickered. Since becoming a livestream host, the notion of despair had lingered by my side, ever watchful, yet it had never managed to crush me. Truman, too, was no ordinary individual. Taking a deep breath, he quickly regained his composure. Entering a deep dream within my lifetime had, in a sense, fulfilled one of my aspirations. My original life plan involved using scientific instruments to discover a means of accessing deep dreams, allowing me to undergo profound hypnosis as my life drew to a close, enabling my consciousness to enter those depths as a form of alternative immortality. I had not anticipated that this ultimate goal would manifest itself prematurely. Self-hypnosis? An alternative form of immortality? They all claim you are a genius. I see you more as a madman. Truman's words startled me. I had only now realized that his ultimate aim in studying dreams was to achieve the immortality of consciousness. You must be joking. Truman chuckled helplessly, acknowledging, since meeting you, I have come to a profound realization of just how ordinary and unremarkable I truly am. Chapter 5:23. Abandoned Memories. Are you okay? I have always thought of myself as quite ordinary. Having concluded this somewhat awkward topic, I redirected my attention to the peculiar city before us. This place bore no resemblance to the architectural styles of any known city in the world, with structures of varying heights and strange forms. In such an unfamiliar city, searching for Yi Bing was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. As Truman walked along the street, he occasionally gazed into the distance. The city was vast, and the buildings were densely packed. I deemed our primary task to locate a vantage point to ascertain our position, mark it, and then proceed to search for others. That makes sense, but I have another idea. I scrolled through the mobile inbox of the Underworld show, recalling my conversations with Xiaqing and Yi Bing. The solitary city they described bore a striking resemblance to our current location. This might be the very edge of the deep dream. It would be prudent for us not to wander aimlessly. We should investigate our surroundings closely, establishing a secure perimeter before seeking a vantage point. In dreams, one could never predict what awaited in the next moment. Caution was always wise. All right, I will follow your lead. Truman trailed behind me as we began our exploration of the city that existed only in the deepest recesses of dreams. The labyrinthine streets and shifting shadows of the buildings formed a surreal dream city, where beneath a black and white sky lay all the memories forsaken and forgotten by humanity. Do you not find this road rather peculiar? I raised my phone high and proceeded slowly, my gaze shifting from the pavement to the walls on either side. Surrounding me were structures resembling Japanese-style architecture, with fences and partition walls that concealed the courtyards within, revealing only the mottled shadows that adorned the walls. As described by Yi Bing and Xia Qingji, no matter which direction I walked, the further I went, the denser the human-shaped shadows on the walls became. Were these mere decorations? Truman stood beside a warped street lamp, the pale light casting the shadow of a child onto the steps, as though it were a puddle frozen upon the ground. He crouched beside the shadow, reaching out towards the dark gray form. When his fingertips brushed against the shadow, it rippled like water, and I thought I heard the sound of a child weeping. Truman fell silent for a moment, his gaze distant, before he finally regained his composure. Had he discovered something? I approached him, remaining vigilant in case he was ambushed by some unknown entity during his moment of distraction. You should try it too, he suggested. The human-shaped shadow, resembling a water stain, seemed like a memory embedded in the ground. Truman stood up and pointed to the surface. Out of curiosity, I too reached out to touch the human figure on the ground, having heard mention of it more than once in conversations with Yi Bing and Xia Qingji. As my fingertip made contact, it felt as though I were touching the cold cement of the pavement, or perhaps plunging into a drop of bitter tears. The sensation was peculiar. My eyes glazed over, and my vision shifted to reveal a lonely child, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, sitting by the roadside, wailing as he gazed at the center of the street. There lay a young mother, collapsed in a pool of blood, her pelvis bearing the marks of a car's crushing weight, her body slightly deformed. The boy's cries were piercing until an arriving elder lifted him away. As the scene dissipated, I found myself still standing in the city streets, facing the human-shaped shadow that resembled a water stain, perfectly mirroring the size of the child I had just witnessed. This shadow must represent a fragment of memory. Truman's expertise in the study of dreams surpassed my own. His gaze wandered among the myriad human figures. All the memories forgotten and discarded by humanity ultimately accumulate in the depths of dreams. If I am not mistaken, these human-shaped shadows embody those forsaken memories. The human mind possesses a self-protective mechanism. When stimuli exceed certain thresholds, the brain actively seals off those memories, allowing them to fade into oblivion. For instance, the memory of the young boy witnessing his mother's tragic accident. If left unaddressed, this nightmare would accompany him throughout his life. The anguish of memory nearly impossible to eradicate entirely through external means. In such moments, the boy's mind instinctively blurs this memory, diluting and ultimately forgetting it, leaving behind this inconspicuous human-shaped shadow in the depths of his dreams. Standing amidst the city, gazing at the countless human shadows. I could hardly fathom that this world conceals so many painful memories, ones that are best left unspoken. Each individual harbors their own secrets, and people require a sanctuary to store their sorrows. As I wandered along the street, I encountered a succession of distinct human-shaped shadows. Some were etched upon the walls, while others were immersed in the earth. They varied in age and gender, yet each fragment of memory diverged in its essence. One constant remained. However, these forsaken recollections were predominantly suffused with sorrow and despair. Among them, the shadow of an elderly man carved into a stone bench resonated with me the most. He was a vagrant, yet on that particular day, he sat neatly attired on the bench, remaining there for an entire day. No one knew his intentions, nor did they realize that within the pocket of his coat lay a bottle of sleeping pills he had inadvertently found. As he sat reminiscing about his life, he ultimately consumed the remaining tablets late at night, unable to alter the visage of his existence. In that moment, he yearned only for a dignified end. The memories abruptly ceased, and the weight of observing them too closely often induces doubt about one's own existence. I bit my tongue to maintain my lucidity. Gazing at the multitude of dark shadows on the street, my emotions a tangled web, uncertain if any of these shadows held remnants of what I had once lost. As the pathways of my consciousness unlocked, I realized there was indeed something I had forgotten. The sensation of losing one's past is profoundly unsettling. Together with Truman, we traversed over 100 meters until we encountered our first relatively tall structure, a 5-story edifice of peculiar design, slender at the base and broad at the top. Such an eccentric architectural form seemed only plausible within a dream. Are we certain we wish to enter? I pondered, feeling a strange apprehension about the existence of these buildings. Truman halted me at the entrance, expressing that we had yet to comprehend the significance of these structures. What if they were the lairs of nightmares? These bizarre edifices left one perplexed. Aesthetically, each building could be deemed a work of art in the waking world, yet within the realm of dreams. Their grotesque style only incited feelings of unease and disquiet. Identifying a vantage point to ascertain our location and scrutinize the city's layout was critical. We would inevitably need to explore the interior of the building. For now, we would proceed with caution. I instructed Truman to follow closely behind, holding the device that illuminated the spectral realm as I ventured inside. The interior of the building differed from my expectations. Each floor held but a single room, with a staircase leading to the next level at the end of each chamber. Are we truly going in? Truman inquired, glancing around at the singular passageway. Perhaps you should remain outside? I suggested. No, let us enter together. We must not afford the nightmares any chance to deceive us. The mere mention of nightmares sparked a sense of urgency within us. The peril of the deeper dreamscape undoubtedly surpassed that of the mid-level dreams, though Truman and I had yet to encounter such terror. The building comprised 5 stories, with the first and second levels being utterly vacant. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, human-shaped shadows began to manifest upon the walls. By the time we reached the 4th floor, the multitude of silhouettes imprinted on the walls and floor rendered us hesitant to proceed, sending chills down our spines. The thought of these memory-formed shadows emerging from the walls sent a shiver through me, prompting me to cast the notion aside as I pulled Truman to the 5th floor, the highest point of the structure. This vast room, besides the human figures, housed an incongruous mirror, which imparted an inexplicable sensation. Exchanging glances with Truman, we both understood that mirrors in dreams often symbolize something profound. Thus, we carefully positioned ourselves against the wall, striving to avoid being reflected in its surface. The adage "curiosity killed the cat" is well understood by both Truman and myself. We should naturally steer clear of that which we ought not to touch. The window on the 5th floor faces west, and Truman and I swiftly made our way there. Chapter 524, Fleeting Thoughts. Upon pushing open the window, I was greeted by a sky painted in shades of black and white, and my gaze was drawn to the towering and diminutive structures that filled my view. Perhaps due to my insufficient elevation, the city's periphery was entirely concealed from sight. All paths seemed interconnected, and Truman's pallor indicated his unease. His unspoken implication was that this place resembled a labyrinth, making it arduous to find an exit. It was unrealistic to expect to discover a route out in one fell swoop. I resolutely committed to memory the roads and buildings within 100 meters, then patted Truman on the shoulder, suggesting we proceed westward. There stood a high-rise of several stories. Ascending it should provide a panoramic view of the cityscape. The higher one stands, the farther one can see. Our knowledge was scant, and with the plush bear remaining silent, we were left to employ such rudimentary methods in our quest for an escape. Be cautious not to be reflected in that mirror, I cautioned. Perhaps we should inspect that inexplicably present mirror. It might yield some clues. However, I thought it wiser to refrain from unnecessary risks until we found ourselves at a dead end. My extensive experience with live broadcasts had instilled in me an extraordinary intuition regarding danger. It was best to avoid contact if possible. Our decision to keep our distance from the mirror did not preclude the possibility of it reflecting us. It stood solitary in the center of the room, facing the entrance, drawing one's gaze almost involuntarily. It must be just an ordinary mirror, Truman muttered, his eyes fixed upon its surface, which seemed to faithfully reflect this illusory realm. Let us proceed to the building you mentioned. As Truman walked ahead, I instinctively glanced back at that mirror upon leaving the 5th floor. My gaze swept past it, then abruptly halted. Wait, I called out. What is it? Truman asked, noticing my intense focus on the mirror. You mustn't take unnecessary risks. Have you ever noticed something peculiar? I gestured towards the mirror, where the figure within mirrored my movements. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing amiss, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that the reflection bore a shadow. I pointed to myself, recalling that after entering the dream, I had not seen my own shadow. Yet the reflection showed us with shadows. Did this not imply that the other side of the mirror was reality? Your explanation is rather tenuous. The other side of the mirror must be the illusion, Truman countered. Then how do you account for the existence of shadows? I retorted, and he fell silent, unable to provide an answer. Should we venture closer? This mirror, centrally positioned in the room, was indeed enigmatic. Both Truman and I sensed that something was amiss, and our curiosity was piqued. Yet, recalling Sakura's warning from before the dream, I decided it prudent to maintain our distance from the mirror. We did not linger within the building. Truman and I traversed the floors filled with shadowy figures, eventually escaping this oddly shaped edifice. Upon exiting, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over me, though I could not articulate the reason behind such a feeling. Subsequently, we entered several other buildings to investigate. Yet we did not uncover anything of particular significance, as not every structure housed a mirror. What shall we do next, broadcaster? Shall we return to the initial building with the mirror? Truman strolled through the dreamlike streets, occasionally reaching out to explore the fragments of memories imprinted upon the city's pathways. He had come to a profound realization. For him, the worst outcome would be to remain eternally trapped within a deep dream, which, paradoxically, was the very direction he sought. Let us first seek out the tall building we noticed earlier, he suggested. After navigating a convoluted route in line with his recollections, they arrived at the entrance of the towering edifice. This place feels peculiar, Truman murmured, gazing upwards at the structure. In truth, even without his words, its strangeness was palpable. The building starkly contrasted with its surroundings, and the intricate roads converged here. Strangely, within a 30-meter radius of the building, not a single human silhouette could be discerned. Everything seemed to indicate that this structure was indeed extraordinary. I can't shake the feeling that this building is not a place of good, he commented. The towering structure resembled a prison more than a conventional office building, with its faintly blackened exterior, small windows shielded by security bars, and higher sections entwined with barbed wire. The entrance to the corridor was relatively narrow, accommodating only 2 individuals side by side. Truman stretched his neck, patting my shoulder. Host, stop looking around aimlessly. I have already risked my life accompanying you. Do you think we should enter? Having come this far, we must certainly take a look inside. My gaze wandered about, not out of fear, but in search of something crucial. Both Yi Bing and Xiaqing had mentioned a rather unique object, a telephone booth. I was unaware of how many such booths existed in this bizarre city. I merely wished to witness for myself how they could connect to the spectral showrooms through the deep dreams telephone booths. According to the information available, the showroom's phones could only be dialed by the deceased or those trapped within a deep dream. Was there a connection between these 2 states? I pondered for a fleeting moment, perhaps 2 or 3 seconds, before retracting my thoughts and nodding at Truman, my plush bear in tow, as we ventured into the prison-like structure. May we uncover something of significance within? The interior of the building was far more expansive than I had anticipated, each floor composed of various compartments. All the doors to these compartments stood closed, yet none were locked, allowing for easy access. Unlike the first building Truman and I had entered, each compartment here was filled with a chaotic assortment of items, suggesting habitation. The doors were unlocked, revealing diverse scenes behind each door. Some opened to a foul-smelling indoor swimming pool, others to abandoned classrooms, and still others to surgical suites. Each compartment differed remarkably from the next. What purpose did this building serve? Having traversed the deep dream for a while, I realized this was the only place devoid of any human shadows. Even fragmented memories seemed reluctant to linger here. Could this location be a prison for something? The structure's resemblance to a penitentiary was unsettling, with security bars on the windows. Yet within, all doors remained unlocked, and the entrance lay unguarded. "Host, hurry here." As I pondered, Truman made a startling discovery. He had merely pushed open a door. But upon witnessing the scene within, he was rendered utterly speechless. Behind the ordinary wooden door lay a seemingly mundane bedroom, complete with a neatly arranged bed, desk, and bookshelf, all impeccably tidy as though someone had meticulously cleaned the space. However, amidst this otherwise unremarkable chamber rested an object that should not exist. On the pristine, wrinkle-free bedding lay a severed human head. It belonged to a man, his eyes closed as if in slumber. Why was there no blood? A plastic prop? That seemed implausible. The realism was astounding. I could comprehend Truman's shock as I stood outside the door, observing with keen eyes that the neck beneath that head did not connect to a body, but rather to a slender filament resembling a tail. What on earth was this? It appeared to be a head balloon. Suppressing my discomfort, I prepared to enter the room for a closer examination, but Truman stopped me, gently closing the door and pulling me into a corner before daring to speak aloud. "Host, I encountered this object in the mid-level dreams of laboratory volunteers." "You've seen it?" I exclaimed, astonished. What exactly was this head balloon? A variant of a nightmare? "It is not a nightmare, but rather a product of human thought," Truman explained, his hands tucked into the pockets of his lab coat. "Have you ever heard the term thought?" Thought. When humans are stimulated by certain stimuli, their minds collide, generating thoughts. For instance, upon witnessing my wife's infidelity, I found myself uncontrollably harboring murderous thoughts. Truman's tone was monotonous, yet his explanation was remarkably clear. The head I had just seen was presumably an abandoned thought. Chapter 525. Worth 100 points in layman's terms. A thought refers to an idea, yet there seems to be a distinction between the two. According to Truman, the head in the room represented an abandoned thought. However, the specifics of its origin and the reasons for its abandonment remained unclear to me. To unravel the mystery, I would need to enter the room for a closer encounter. An abandoned thought trapped within a deep dream? Despite its terrifying appearance, it was ultimately just a remnant of lingering sentiment, posing little threat to us. I returned to the door, prepared to enter, but I sought Truman's counsel first. After all, we were two peas in a pod, and acting recklessly would be irresponsible regarding our lives. "Host, I believe it would be wise not to provoke it." Truman had numerous reservations. The collision of hearts and thoughts generates myriad ideas in our daily lives, some positive, others negative. Yet this particular thought in the room had been forcibly suppressed and intentionally forgotten by its owner. This indicated the thought was exceedingly formidable, possibly a violent urge to kill. In reality, there are numerous instances of passionate murders when individuals commit such acts. The initial thought that collides in their minds is often a murderous one. Most people, however, tend to conceal such thoughts, gradually dismissing them. In nature, the survival of the fittest and acts of carnage are commonplace. Yet, for humanity, morality and civilization restrain our thoughts, which is why when murderous and malevolent ideas arise, they are often cast aside by the conscious mind. Truman paused, gesturing towards the interior, conveying a notion that all thoughts abandoned within the depths of dreams are likely intertwined with themes of slaughter and brutality. The floating heads represent humanity's boundless malevolence, birthed in an instant. His words illuminated the reason behind the peculiar prison-like architecture of this strange edifice, where no shadow of a human form could be perceived within a radius of several dozen meters. This place exudes danger. A single misstep could lead to irreversible doom. I surveyed the tightly interconnected yet individually segregated rooms, unable to fathom whether each chamber harbors a thought of its own. Let us adhere to the original plan. We should ascend to the rooftop and survey the city, hoping to discern a path to escape. The building's interior comprises isolated compartments, with the narrow corridors barely accommodating two individuals side by side, spiraling upward, culminating in a staircase leading to the next floor. There are no signs to guide us. After what I presumed to be the 7th floor, I traced my hand along the wall and abruptly halted, straining to listen. It seemed there were footsteps echoing through the corridor. How had I not heard them? Truman mimicked my stance, and after a few seconds, he too faintly detected the subtle sound originating from behind us. Thoughts, devoid of legs, cannot produce footfalls. Could it be something else? Perhaps a nightmare? Suddenly pursued from behind. This marked the first encounter with a life form in the depths of our dream. A friend or foe, the uncertainty left me cautious. Should we continue ascending or seek refuge in a nearby room? Truman turned to glance back at the spiraling corridor, obscured from view, only a few meters ahead visible. Let us take cover. It is wiser to be cautious. We hastily selected a room, entering without a locked door. We could only barricade the entrance with our bodies. Our greatest advantage lying in remaining concealed, waiting patiently to discern the nature of our pursuers before venturing out. The footsteps outside grew ever closer, and neither Truman nor I dared to breathe, silently awaiting the outcome. Holding my breath, I employed my perceptive skills, crouching to peer through the crack of the door. The sound of footsteps became increasingly distinct along the contorted corridor. They were approaching, blood-red high heels accompanied by a variegated skirt, yet these were not the most captivating aspects. As my gaze ascended, I was nearly overwhelmed upon glimpsing the face above that alabaster neck. An eerie pattern adorned a paper mask, one I recognized all too well, the visage of a paper figure. The phrase underworld fashion show flashed through my mind in an instant. Indeed, this mask was identical to that worn by the examiners of the underworld fashion show. My heart raced to my throat. Could she be affiliated with the underworld fashion show? No, I am a host of that show, entering this dream as part of a live broadcast task. If this realm is indeed the domain of the underworld fashion show, my presence here seems superfluous. At that very moment, my phone emitted a soft chime, signaling the receipt of a message. This unexpected sound caused both Truman and me to exchange apprehensive glances. The silence within the room amplified the slightest noise, rendering it crystal clear even from outside. The footsteps halted, the striking high heels pausing right before our door. Had she discovered us? My palms were slick with sweat as the woman, adorned with the paper mask, slowly turned to face the door where I hid. Through a wooden door, I stood in opposition to the enigmatic woman, uncertain whether she had noticed my presence or what her next move might be. All I could do was etch every detail of her appearance into my memory, pondering her identity. Her collarbone was pronounced. She was taller than Yi Bing, and curiously, she cast no shadow. Could she be another dreamer? As I lost myself in thought, the woman turned and sauntered away, her steps measured as she ascended toward the rooftop. Who was she? Why did she wear a mask akin to that of the show's adjudicator? Only when she had distanced herself did I exhale in relief and hastily retrieve my phone to check the messages. Upon opening the inbox, I discovered a new message. Its content strikingly simple. The last selectable task that appeared when the live broadcast commenced was entirely composed of question marks. After encountering this peculiar woman, the question marks vanished, revealing the task at last. Selectable Task 5. Employ any means necessary to eliminate her. Successful completion would yield 100 points, a waiver for one live broadcast, and a chance to randomly select 2 items from the unlocked merchandise. As I read the text on my screen, my throat tightened, and I rubbed my eyes, rereading it multiple times to ensure I was not mistaken. A task worth 100 points. I struggled to contain my excitement, pressing against the door to regain my composure. This 5th selectable task had manifested only after the woman had passed, though the message did not disclose her name. It was evident that the objective of the underworld show was indeed her. I was now convinced that the woman, adorned with a mask identical to that of the show's adjudicator, was certainly unrelated to the show itself. The show had even offered a bounty of 100 points for her demise. Previously, a mere 10 points were awarded for vanquishing a nightmare, and the bounty for eliminating Lu Xing was only 30 points. What could this woman's true identity be? She possessed the same paper mask as the show's figures, yet the show had placed such a high price on her head. Could she be the traitor the show spoke of? Upon examining the message further, it became clear that the 4th selectable task explicitly stated that killing the traitor would only yield 20 points. Thus, the bounty on this woman was 5 times that amount. Moreover, it was crucial to note that selectable task 5 had not been presented to me from the outset. It was unveiled in a concealed manner, triggered only by specific encounters. Based on my previous experience with the Death Train live broadcast, such tasks were typically fraught with uncertainty, often targeting elements that genuinely captivated the underworld show's interest. For instance, the dual-faced Buddha's good and evil relics or the Dreamwing Goo. The show had divulged no information about the woman, not even her name, merely referring to her as her. Were they fearful of my discovery? Gradually, I regained my composure. The show was not a charitable institution. The offering of 100 points indicated that this task was exceedingly perilous, deserving of such a price. I must not allow the allure of high points to cloud my judgment. Maintaining my rationality and surviving was the paramount objective. The footsteps in the corridor had faded into silence. The woman had ventured far away. The depths of the dream realm were indeed terrifying. Encountering a single individual could be worth 100 points, while my entire fortune might barely amount to that sum. As I retrieved my phone, preparing to open the door, I suddenly noticed Truman's expression had soured considerably. Chapter 526, The Onslaught of Malevolent Thoughts. What is wrong with you? I turned my head to see Truman, his body rigid. Pressing firmly against the door, as if he had encountered a malevolent spirit, a grave expression clouded his eyes. Following his gaze, I spun around and was abruptly struck by the sight of a woman's severed head resting in the center of the room, adorned with lustrous golden hair. She was undeniably striking, yet her face bore an unhealthy pallor. With a prominent nose and full lips, her golden tresses lay languidly across the pristine bed linens, suggesting that the mind that conceived this image must have been of an exceptionally beautiful woman. However, no matter how exquisite her visage, it could not alter the unsettling reality that it was merely a head discarded on the bed, an oddity that evoked disquiet. This place was also infused with a palpable presence. Only now did I begin to scrutinize the surroundings. The room had been arranged like a hospital ward. Old Xue, we must leave, I urged Truman, but he shook his head, signaling me to remain still. That entity has already detected us. Did you not notice? Since we entered, her eyes have subtly opened. Had I not inadvertently spotted her and maintained my gaze, something dire might have transpired by now. Is it truly that severe? I raised an eyebrow. The appearance of this entity was indeed somewhat terrifying to an ordinary person, resembling a grotesque balloon of a head. Yet, for someone like me, seasoned from numerous live broadcasts, it was not particularly fearsome. Could a forsaken thought pose a threat to us? Perhaps not singularly. But do not forget that we are deep within the realm of dreams. She is already aware of our presence. Should we attempt to leave, she might summon the other entities within this edifice to pursue us, and we would find ourselves in a perilous situation. The mere thought of being chased by countless entities sent an uncomfortable shiver through my mind. To walk away would invite endless trouble. Thus, it would be best to eliminate her. I am not one to show mercy, especially in a dreamscape where obliterating a forsaken thought would not weigh on my conscience. You guard the door. I shall confront her. Be cautious, Truman cautioned, using his body to block the door, ensuring the entity could not escape. I nodded, producing a suppression talisman. Although its efficacy in dreams was limited, it served as a psychological reassurance. As I approached step by step, the details became increasingly clear. The form of the entity, to put it simply, was a head intertwined with countless threads of memory. Standing beside the bed, I suddenly felt at a loss. How was I to destroy this thing? Should I crush her skull or sever the threads around her neck? I turned to seek Truman's advice, but he too seemed uncertain. He hesitated, recalling from my previous experiments that if I could merely pull down all the threads beneath the entity, they would dissipate without the support of memory. Are you certain? I asked, glancing at the woman's head, which rested upon a neck devoid of a body. Only a myriad of colorful threads cascading down. These threads represented thought, the very foundation of the entity's existence. For it is through thought that humans transform the external world into memories stored within their minds. Truman's analysis was astute, although I did not fully grasp it. My trust in my companion compelled me to proceed as he suggested. With one hand grasping my mobile phone to record the scene, I steadied a suppression talisman in the other, reaching for the threads that hung beneath the woman's head. As my fingers delved into the threads, I grasped tightly. Yet before I could exert any force, my vision began to blur, plunging me into the recesses of a memory. This sensation was all too familiar. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself still in the same hospital room, the position of the bed and cabinet unchanged, yet 3 new figures had entered the space. A handsome middle-aged man sat beside the bed, where a young, striking girl with long black hair lay. Her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and her innocent beauty suggested she was quite young. I have divorced her, but I will always be with you, the middle-aged man declared, his face radiating happiness. It was then that I noticed the newborn boy nestled between him and the young woman. I was now a father, after longing for so many years. I could finally embrace this role. He was reflecting on this moment when the door to the hospital room was suddenly thrust open. A woman entered, resembling the vision I had encountered earlier: golden hair, a prominent nose, full lips, and fair skin that hinted at Central European heritage. Upon her arrival, she erupted into a fierce argument with the man, subsequently hurling insults at the young woman on the bed. Through their exchange, I gleaned the tumultuous backstory: a melodramatic extramarital affair, a mistress who had secured her position through pregnancy, and a wife, the blonde woman, who was unable to conceive and desperately sought to salvage her marriage, though her efforts proved fruitless. The quarrel escalated into a physical confrontation. The blonde woman attempted to assault the young mother, only to be forcefully shoved to the ground by the middle-aged man, who showed no mercy. In a fit of rage, the blonde woman scrambled back to her feet, her once stunning face now twisted with fury. Her sapphire-like eyes were filled with venom. Love, when blind, could transmute into a profound hatred once boundaries were crossed. As blood seeped from her lips, whether due to her bold red lipstick or a bite from her own teeth, she rose, her hair cascading down her back, resembling a vengeful spirit as she fixated on the fragile life upon the bed, convinced that the child had usurped everything she held dear. At that moment, a wildly unhinged thought surged within her. She lunged towards the bed, seizing the infant from beside the young mother, and like a devil, she raised the child high, slowly turning to face me, her eyes filled with malice. What was happening? I felt a surge of caution. This memory felt achingly real, as if it had transpired in reality. Surely, she wouldn't dare to harm the newborn? Before I could ponder further, the blonde woman swung her arm, fueled by hatred, and hurled the child towards the floor. Though I was aware this was merely a dream, my body instinctively reached out to catch the infant. I leaned forward, arms outstretched, but the child was but a mere illusion, slipping through my grasp. This madwoman. I raised my gaze to the blonde beauty, who had now undergone a grotesque transformation. Her head had detached from her body, strands representing her thoughts intertwining chaotically. With her venomous eyes fixed upon me, she lunged, aiming to bite my face. The proximity was too great to evade. I swung my fist towards her head, reciting a binding incantation. Yet the suppression spell held little power in this deep dreamscape. And soon my hand became ensnared by the threads emanating from her severed head. These fine tendrils, akin to venomous serpents, burrow into my flesh, eroding my thoughts and rendering my mind heavy and my vision increasingly blurred. Alas, it is only now that I comprehend the terror of these malignant thoughts. They embody the most grotesque and vicious shadows of humanity, and it is no wonder they are cast into the depths of dreams. I retreat swiftly as the floating woman's head gnashes toward my eyes. Time is of the essence, and in mere fractions of a second, I arrive at a resolution. The tools I have brought into this dream are scant. They lie close at hand in my pockets, with only the prayer beads, a gift from Elder Chen, adorning my wrist available for immediate use. As the thought's fangs brush against the mask, I no longer hesitate and boldly extend my left hand toward her mouth, demanding her to relinquish it. My fingers delve into her maw, and I resolve to exert every ounce of strength to pin her down. The talismans are ineffectual, so I resort to my fists. In the clash of consciousness, I sense with every strike that the malice and resentment embedded within the thoughts seep into my body. And when these sinister notions begin to influence my reasoning, the prayer beads on my wrist undergo a remarkable transformation. The once ordinary beads now shimmer with a pattern reminiscent of lotus petals, with white divine inscriptions coiling around my hand. Is this merit? I gaze incredulously at my left hand as the merit shields my palm, and with each punch I deliver, the thoughts emit wails of anguish. Its form visibly diminishes before my eyes. Can merit truly restrain malevolent thoughts? Could this be one of its purposes? Chapter 527. She sits above time, having mastered the collapsed fist and excelling in close combat. I am now fortified by the merit, rendering the woman's head a mere triviality. One punch follows another, denying her any opportunity for retaliation, and with a piercing scream, I shatter the entire thought. The scene shifts. The middle-aged man within the room and the young woman on the hospital bed vanish, and I find myself back in the previous chamber. Upon opening my eyes, I gaze at my palm. The woman's head has withered, resembling a desiccated flower, and the colorful threads in my grasp have shrunk and snapped. Is it dead? Truman approaches with excitement, exclaiming, "You did it, Anchor." Supported by one hand, I contemplate the encounter. I initially aimed to sever the threads beneath the thought, but as my hand made contact, I was drawn into the malignancy, nearly consumed by it. Though the skirmish was brief, it was indeed perilous. Conventional methods proved ineffective against the thought, and prior to the manifestation of the merit from the prayer beads, I was nearly influenced, on the brink of being assimilated into a senseless, malevolent spirit. How did you escape? Truman, oblivious to the danger I narrowly avoided, only sees me momentarily lost in thought with the notion in my grasp. With this, I raise my left hand, the string of prayer beads adorned with the lotus mark pulsating with merit. It can indeed counteract malevolent thoughts, though the supply of merit is limited and likely consumable. I am uncertain how many more times this prayer bead bracelet can be utilized. After a moment of silence, I realize I have yet to disclose a more dire secret to Truman. My own merit stands at a negative 100,000, entangled in karmic burdens. And should I succumb to the malevolent thoughts, I might transform into a being of unspeakable horror. I dispel the thoughts in my mind, thoroughly inspecting the room to ensure nothing is amiss before I push open the door. It is time to depart and ascend the stairs. Be cautious and avoid encountering that woman again. She is exceedingly dangerous. Upon exiting the room, the notion of lingering within its confines dissipated. When necessary, we could seek refuge here. Lacking a number, it took me several moments to memorize the location of this chamber. All right, let us proceed. Just as Truman and I turned, we were startled by a sound from behind. The previously closed door had cracked open slightly. Before either of us could react, the door was abruptly flung open, and a withered head tumbled out, dragging a freshly sprouted thread as it rolled down the stairs. This is dire. The woman's essence persists. The corridor spiraled, and that head vanished in the blink of an eye. This bodes ill. Truman and I exchanged anxious glances. A crucial reason we had managed to navigate safely thus far was our ability to remain concealed from sight. However, the situation had now shifted. That essence could very well communicate with others within the building, exposing our presence as intruders. If one essence is so terrifying, what if a multitude emerged? I shuddered at the thought. Without a moment's hesitation, I pursued it, yet upon reaching the 4th floor, I found no trace of its being. I suspected it had stealthily hidden away in one of the rooms. Standing in the corridor, with countless partitions on each level, searching through them one by one seemed utterly impractical. What should we do, host? Should we evacuate the building? Truman, arriving later than I, spoke with urgency, his voice laced with concern. This building was the tallest in the area. There was no better vantage point to survey the surroundings and comprehend the terrain. We cannot withdraw. Let us hasten to the top floor. I surged ahead, racing upward. In truth, my reluctance to leave stemmed from another reason. The woman wearing the paper mask still lingered within this infernal stage. 100 points were offered for her demise, and if possible, I yearned to observe her up close. Perhaps I would uncover something astonishing. As the woman's head vanished from sight, a sense of urgency gripped both Truman and me. The flow of time in the deep dreamscape differs from reality. Should we linger too long, we might completely blur the lines between the real and the illusory. I hastened up the stairs, the building's internal structure forming a tight spiral with closely connected compartments. Upon reaching the 18th floor, a change became evident. The walls here were not the customary white or light gray of the lower levels, but a deep, foreboding black. This is peculiar. The inky walls exuded a mysterious aura, evoking a sense of insecurity. As I stepped further in, I discovered that all the doors on this level were also black. Without careful scrutiny, it was nearly impossible to discern where the walls ended and the doors began. Host, do not rush in. Black is not a favorable color in dreams. This level likely harbors something terrifying. The doors to the compartments were unlocked. If something resided within, it could very well emerge and encircle Truman and me. Colors in dreams carry significant meanings, as Yoko had once informed me. So I refrained from recklessly pushing open the doors, opting instead to wait for Truman to catch up. Old Xue, what do you think the color black signifies in dreams? Blackness is the shadow that materializes in the absence of light. To dream of black typically signifies the revelation of unknown truths or the surfacing of concealed emotions that those around you are about to uncover. Black embodies danger and is often associated with malevolence. Truman furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. According to the data provided by volunteers, dreaming of entering a dark room or encountering a figure clad in black suggests that someone may disrupt your romantic or professional life, potentially endangering your existence. It is quite apparent that you possess a keen insight into dream interpretation. It is not insight, but rather experience. These conclusions are derived from the accounts of volunteers. Truman lowered his voice and quickly sought a window, eager to leave, for black is indeed not a propitious color in dreams. Traversing the pitch-black corridor, Truman and I arrived at the staircase leading to the next level, also draped in ominous black. From the exterior, the building appeared less imposing. We ascended the dark staircase to the 19th floor, the pinnacle of the structure, which was vast and cluttered with an array of discarded items, dolls, flower pots, chipped furniture, rusted iron stoves, colossal gears, and mechanical components towering to human height. The abundance of these objects was unmistakably remnants of abandonment. Why were they all amassed here? Looking up, the ceiling of the 19th floor was absent, as if it were a suspended castle in the air, supported by twisted steel. At the apex of the building stood a grand clock, its face measuring 5 meters in diameter, divided into 3 tiers. The outermost layer bore 24 numerals, seemingly representing the hours of the day. The second tier displayed 12 numbers akin to a conventional clock. Strangely, the innermost layer was inscribed with intricate text, half shrouded in darkness and half illuminated, symbolizing day and night. Was this clock a record of dream time? I merely speculated, for my gaze lingered on the clock face for only a few seconds before diverting, as I discovered an even more astonishing presence. Above the outermost clock face, 3 twisted hands pointed in various directions, the thickest one resting horizontally at the center of the dial, upon which sat the woman I had previously seen. The skirt of the building's 19th floor fluttered in the dreamlike breeze as she donned a paper mask, gazing into the distance while swaying in her vibrant red high heels, with the entirety of the dream world beneath her. In that moment, I found myself at a loss for words to describe her. I was unaware of her intentions or the focus of her gaze. I could only hide amidst the clutter, stealing glances at her profile as she gently raised her hand at the instant the clock hands intertwined. After 12 chimes, the innermost clock face began to rotate at the behest of her finger, and all the hands positioned themselves within the blackened area. Simultaneously, a sound echoed through the building as doors were flung open, and I crouched at the staircase, peering as thoughts erupted forth from each room. Chapter 528, The Lightless District. Covering my mouth, I realized that despite having experienced numerous live broadcasts, I had never witnessed such a chilling spectacle. The drifting thoughts resemble a flock of birds emerging from their nests, each with distinctive features and malevolent expressions, fluttering through the hallways and meticulously inspecting each room, layer by layer, before surging out in a torrent from the building's lowest exit. Countless strands of dark hair intertwined, resembling a moving cloud of shadows. I averted my gaze, a chill running down my spine as fleeting faces flashed by, each head infused with malice, hunting in every corner of the city. It was utterly terrifying. I dared not breathe, maintaining my stance, petrified of disturbing anything, frozen in place. The hands of the clock continued their relentless motion, the thickest one sliding down by half a notch. A woman rose and walked along the clock's numerals, returning inside the timepiece, the sounds of her high heels echoing against the ground mingling with the whirring of gears. She did not look back, departing with the same nonchalance as she had arrived. The 19th floor was cluttered with discarded items, leaving no space to stand. Once her footsteps faded, Truman and I emerged from our hiding place. Shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Who was this woman? Why did I sense that she seemed to govern the time within dreams? If you ask me, who can I turn to? Perched on a table with a missing leg, my eyes fixated on the clock overhead. The innermost layer was divided into black and white. Previously, all the hands moved within the white zone, but now, the dial was predominantly black, and all the hands had retreated to the black area. Did this contrast between black and white signify the transition between day and night? Are dreams also divided into night and day? Truman pondered fruitlessly. The structure of shallow and mid-level dreams was solely tied to the dreamer's memories, while deep dreams could be considered an entirely different realm. Our knowledge of this world was woefully limited. Could we not conceive that dreams are classified into day and night? When we first entered, it was indeed daytime, a relatively safe period when thoughts and nightmares seldom roamed. However, nighttime was a different story. As you witnessed, after the 12 chimes, all thoughts erupted from within the building, and we might encounter even more bizarre and terrifying entities. I furrowed my brow, my expression grave. The true dangers of the deep dream were about to manifest. Should we not hide here, awaiting the next change in time? Truman's suggestion tempted me, yet I felt it was not the most prudent course of action. This building is the stronghold of thoughts. For the time being, the most perilous place is paradoxically the safest. However, prolonged exposure could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Should we be cornered by thoughts, there would be no escape. Very well, let us adhere to our original plan. Truman and I emerged from the clutter and ascended the steel-supported clock tower. These twisted steel beams and mechanical parts intertwined in a manner that defied the laws of physics, resembling an abstract masterpiece. Standing at the pinnacle of the clock tower, I finally beheld the dream city below. Unique buildings unfolded before my eyes, and the intricate streets wove together like a spider's web. It appeared there was no exit. This city was vast, stretching infinitely to the horizon, obscuring the path we had traversed. Truman, somewhat despondent, ascended the high-rise, fully aware that the profound dreamscape equated to an alternate realm from which no one had ever escaped. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within. Perhaps the rumors were unfounded, and fortune might favor him. Alas, the truth is unforgiving. There exists no exit. We cannot flee this city. Leaning against the steel framework, Truman might, years hence, when memories fade, come to believe he was always destined for this distorted world. Do not fret, opportunities still abound, I uttered, though inwardly I recognized that the chances of escaping the profound dreamscape were nearly non-existent. This city is vast, an expanse from which one cannot simply walk away. Even more disheartening is the notion that as long as dreams persist and memories are forsaken, this city shall continue to expand. No one can depart, just as no one can fully comprehend the past of another. Perched atop the 19th floor, my discerning gaze afforded me a clarity surpassing Truman's. The dark night of dreams had arrived, unveiling a myriad of peculiar entities emerging from their concealed abodes, their bizarre forms traversing this surreal city, evoking memories of a phrase I once encountered. In the world, all is but a manifestation of strange beings. Is this indeed the profound dreamscape? The clock's hands revolved among the 24 numerals, 3 dials symbolizing the rules of this dream realm. As I surveyed the extraordinary world below, an absurd thought struck me. Compared to the rampant materialism and cold indifference of reality, this city, inhabited by wandering thoughts and memories, might appear more authentic. Grasping the contorted steel, I leaned half my body out of the window. Since we cannot escape, I suggest we swiftly seek a safer haven to prepare for a prolonged struggle. Truman, quickly regaining his composure, refused to yield. At the very least, we can consider ourselves pioneers in the exploration of dreams. Have you forgotten that woman from earlier? He continued. She arrived before either of us. By all accounts, she is the true pioneer. I shook my head, continuing to patiently observe the environment outside the building, diligently noting the terrain and distinctive architecture within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters. I have never considered myself particularly clever. My survival through numerous live broadcasts stems primarily from my caution and an unwavering resolve to never concede until the final moment. As I scrutinized with keen perception, revelations began to surface. The streets of the Dream City featured abstractly designed streetlights placed every few meters, casting dim illumination, the sole source of light along the path. To the true north of the building, approximately 5 or 6 kilometers away, lay a neighborhood enveloped in utter darkness. From my elevated vantage point, it resembled a solitary blueberry atop a vast buttercream cake. Why were all the streetlights extinguished in that area? The more I gazed, the more familiar it appeared. After scanning the vicinity several times, I suddenly grasped the disheveled street layout's striking resemblance to the infamous no-light road of Jiangqing. While architectural styles may differ, the arrangement of the streets bore a notable similarity. I had traversed no-light road numerous times and was well acquainted with its ambience. Is the true foundation of the underworld showcase nestled within the profound dreamscape? Surely, the architectural disparities are too pronounced. Perhaps this is merely a coincidence. At this moment, I recalled the woman adorned with a paper mask, her attire reminiscent of the judges at a fashion show. The area before me bore a striking resemblance to the dimly lit streets of Jiangqing. Was there a connection between these two? How I wished to converse with that woman. Perhaps she would divulge some secrets regarding the underworld fashion scene. Yet, I dared not voice this thought, aware that the ears of those within the live broadcast could prove perilous for me, considering that this woman was marked for assassination by the fashion show. Collaborating with her would undoubtedly breach the show's boundaries. This unlit area beckoned exploration, potentially concealing secrets related to the underworld fashion spectacle. The mission issued by the show was straightforward: eliminate the woman, but the nature of their enmity remained shrouded in mystery. The answer might lie within that shadowy district. I noted the location of the area and turned my gaze elsewhere, soon discovering something remarkable. I had indeed found it. My eyes fixated on a seemingly ordinary spot nestled between the darkened streets and buildings, a dilapidated intersection. "What have you discovered?" Truman inquired, curiosity prompting him to approach. Squinting into the distance. "Over there." I pointed toward the center of the intersection, where a solitary telephone booth stood amidst the gathering streets. Chapter 529. The telephone booth. Is it merely a telephone booth? Why such excitement? Truman, unaware of the significance of the booth's appearance in relation to the underworld fashion scene, did not grasp its implications. I simply smiled and patted his shoulder. "Old friend, with your extensive knowledge of dreams, do you understand the symbolism of a telephone booth in dreams? Dreaming of a public telephone typically signifies the dreamer's yearning for certain news, a rather neutral symbol without clear connotation." Truman replied casually. "Since the telephone booth represents hope and information, what reason do we have not to investigate it?" My spirits lifted as I noted all the peculiar structures around us. While it may not have been entirely fruitless, it at least indicated a direction. "Let us first visit the telephone booth, and then we shall explore the unlit streets." "Black is the most dismal color in dreams. You are knowingly heading into danger," Truman remarked, trailing behind me, seemingly wary of heights and reluctant to approach the clock too closely. "Very well, I shall accompany you on this wild adventure, to witness every vista, ensuring this journey is not in vain." The situation had not yet reached a point of despair. Opportunities to break through would surely arise. Few could enter the depths of dreams, and those who had experienced such wonders were scarce. As I prepared to depart, I pointed my phone camera at the city below. Dear viewers, what you are witnessing is the scene within the depths of dreams, a city vibrant with all lost memories. I have cast aside the notions of life and death. Henceforth, I shall guide you in exploring the mysteries of the dream realm. Pausing for effect, I emulated the enigmatic woman, gripping the twisted rebar as I ascended before the great clock, scaling the thickest hand, as if I were an extreme sports athlete reaching the pinnacle. Perhaps I would succumb to the dream, or perhaps you would forget me, but at least we had once beheld this dazzling spectacle, this experience, unparalleled and unique. Standing atop the 19th floor, I captured the bizarre and exaggerated architectural style of the entire city with my show phone. The monochrome sky concealed fleeting thoughts hidden within the alleys and other monstrous entities, all of which left the viewers in the live stream astounded. The king of bad films. Your special effects are astonishing. Indeed, indeed. This distant view is unbeatable. Teletubbies perished from murder. Donate to the super thrilling live stream. 99 ghost coins. Don't ask why I'm watching on my knees. Teeling Biao Yi donated to the super thrilling live stream. 1 ingot. Is that lewd man beside the host your manager? The king of bad films donated to the super thrilling live stream. A paper boat. Host, grant me a chance. Our most atrocious film studio cordially invites you to join. A talent like you is wasted on mere live streaming. What? A paper boat? This is the first time I've seen such a gift. And there are special effects too. A white dragon boat floated across the live stream, and the sudden influx of generous donations took me by surprise. Initially, I intended to mimic the mysterious woman, show off, and leave promptly, but unexpected rewards awaited me. The king of bad films, host, I'm your devoted fan. I watch your live streams every time. My studio is located within Nuhu City. You can easily find us, as we have an excellent reputation in the industry. Nodding at the barrage of messages from the king of bad films, I reassured him, rest assured, your ID has informed me of your studio's esteemed reputation. I will certainly visit when I have time. A single paper boat is equivalent to 100 ingots, and during the final scoring of the show, I would receive at least an additional 10 points. For the sake of those 10 points, I was determined to meet him in person. To dare to donate a paper boat, according to the donation rules of the show, this fellow was likely in peril. Out of a sense of duty, I felt compelled to have a face-to-face conversation with him to offer a warning. However, this was contingent upon my ability to escape the dream. The donation of the paper boat proved to be an unexpected interlude as I left the building with Truman in hand. During our descent, we encountered no unforeseen events. Most doors within the tall edifice had been flung open, revealing an emptiness that echoed with the absence of thoughts that had long since taken flight. We were fortunate to have hit a time gap. Had we been delayed, it would have been challenging to descend once thoughts returned. Exiting the building, I navigated the streets according to the route I had previously memorized. Once outside, Truman and I distinctly sensed a transformation in the dream city. As if it had come alive, the buildings, constructed over countless years, appeared even more grotesque, resembling monstrous entities with gaping maws, waiting for prey to willingly enter. "Host, I can't shake the feeling that we are being followed," Truman remarked, glancing back repeatedly, yet finding nothing amiss. "Speed up." The sensation of being watched lingered heavily in my mind, refusing to dissipate. I employed my discerning eye to investigate, but to no avail, and had to abandon the effort. It seemed I had underestimated the perils of the deep dream. I hoped it was nothing too peculiar. I possessed many trump cards, and it was not yet time to reach the end of my resources. Given that our movements were now exposed, and evading the watchful eyes was futile, Truman and I decided to abandon our stealth and sprint through the streets. "Host, this one do. I believe we should first find a safe place to take cover." Truman appeared like a startled bird, perceiving problems in everything around him. Yet, one cannot fault him. In this entirely unfamiliar world, nothing offered a sense of security, and danger lurked in every shadow. I feared it might already be too late. Squinting my eyes, I expressed this concern because I noticed the human-like shadows on the wall seemed to follow both Truman and me. These abandoned memories appeared to have come to life. I lowered my voice, striving to maintain an air of calm to prevent those shadowy figures from sensing my unease. The streets and alleys of this city were rife with these figures. If they all sprang to life, there would be nowhere left to hide. Truman wore a troubled expression, feeling he had gravely underestimated the terrors of the deep dream realm. They were merely fragments of forsaken memories, and while they posed some threat, it was not nearly as formidable as that of nightmares. As I reassured Truman, the human-like shadows on the wall became increasingly animated, resembling water stains seeping from the wall, growing clearer by the moment. "Run," I urged, not daring to linger as we sprinted at full speed. Along the way, we encountered fleeting thoughts, which we narrowly managed to shake off. After 20 minutes, I arrived at a crossroads, gazing at the telephone booth, which stood in stark contrast to the surrounding environment. A flicker of anxiety surged within me. Just moments ago, from the heights of a skyscraper, I had scrutinized the entire city, and this was the only telephone booth I could find. This indicated that even in the depths of the dream realm, a telephone booth was an exceedingly rare and peculiar entity. Could it be possible that Yi Bing and Xia Qing had called me from this very booth? If this hypothesis were true, then Yi Bing and Xia Qing might be nearby. A search of the surrounding area could lead me to them. The booth stood at the center of the crossroads, with no buildings obstructing the view, making it easy to expose myself. However, I could not afford to hesitate any longer. I instructed Truman to hide in a nearby 3-story blue building and then scan my surroundings to ensure there were no lurking thoughts before decisively rushing towards the telephone booth at the center of the crossroads. In dreams, crossroads often symbolize choices and confusion, and the telephone booth situated right at the center suggests a deeper significance. I pulled open the glass door and stepped inside the booth, which was encased in glass with a phone mounted vertically in the middle. This phone seemed intriguing. I lifted the receiver to my ear, and the busy signal confirmed it was operational. I examined the buttons, aside from the basic digits. 2 function keys caught my eye, one labeled speaker and the other leave a message. It seemed like an ordinary phone, though I wondered if calls could actually be made. While being pursued throughout the city, I had memorized numerous phone numbers saved in my mobile. Now seemed the perfect time to test them. Old Lou, with his exceptional skills and upright character, was unlikely to bring any trouble if I called him. I pressed Lu Xiaoji's number and waited. Moments later, the busy signal persisted. I tried several other numbers, including Yi Bing's, but none connected successfully. Was the method of using this phone different from a regular one? Holding the receiver, I glanced at the function keys and, with a spirit of experimentation, pressed the leave a message button. The moment I did, the busy signal vanished. I inhaled deeply, focusing intently, my nerves taut. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, a familiar voice emanated from the microphone. "Is anyone there? If you can hear this recording, please do not hang up and do not leave immediately. I harbor no malice. I merely wish for you to listen to a few words. It seems I have forgotten much. I feel profoundly out of place in this world, as if I hail from another realm. It is a peculiar sensation, akin to wandering in a dream." The message was lengthy, and upon its completion, I found a peculiar calmness. It was the voice of Yi Bing, Yet the flow of time between the depths of dreams and reality differs. She had lingered in this realm for so long that it seemed she had even forgotten her own name. After ending the call, I stood motionless in the phone booth, pondering how to search for her. In this vast, dreamlike city, locating a nearly amnesiac woman seemed an insurmountable task. Yet, why dwell on such thoughts? I was struggling to ensure my own safety, and even if I found Yi Bing, I wouldn't know how to extricate her. Just as I turned to leave, another question struck me. How had Yi Bing managed to connect to the phone line of the Underworld show? How had she come to know the number of the show's phone? It was something I, as the host, was unaware of. Once more, I grasped the receiver, my fingers gliding over the digits. Had someone informed her? Or perhaps, in a moment of whimsy, I dialed my own number. Chapter 530, The Future in the Mirror. I consider myself quite nostalgic. Since being expelled from the police academy, I have not changed my phone number, which has now been in use for 5 years. Upon pressing the final digit, the busy signal shifted abruptly, and my heartbeat quickened. Would someone answer? My phone had not accompanied me into the dream. It should still be in the hospital room. No one is answering. Strangely, I felt a sense of relief as I glanced at the live broadcast of the Underworld show, which had not been interrupted. No calls had come through. It appeared my assumption was incorrect. The phone number of the show was different from my own. How peculiar. How had Yi Bing managed to connect to the Underworld show to seek my assistance? I meticulously searched every corner of the phone booth, yet yielded no results. Standing still, I recalled a detail. Before the broadcast commenced, Yi Bing had connected to the show without knowing that I was on the other end. The situation was rather convoluted. From where had she acquired my phone number? I set the receiver down and pushed open the glass door of the booth, my gaze drifting toward the darkened streets. The layout of the buildings and the unlit roads bore a striking resemblance. Could that be the true lair of the Underworld show? Had Yi Bing discovered my contact information there? With these questions swirling in my mind, I hurriedly departed from the intersection, the vast openness making it easy for passing thoughts to be detected. The night of dreams could linger for an indeterminate duration, the saying long night. Many dreams felt particularly appropriate in this context. I quickly made my way back to the 3-story blue building where Truman was hiding, intending to summon him to join me. When we chose this house, Truman was quite meticulous. He remarked that blue, in dreams, is a color of relaxation and vitality, symbolizing the sea and sky, thus deeming the house relatively safe. Pushing open the wooden door, I entered the first floor, reminiscent of a shared apartment. It was cluttered with various belongings, yet it exuded a warm atmosphere. Truman? I called out towards the upper floor, and after a brief pause, the silence that followed made my brow furrow in concern. I hoped fervently that no unforeseen incident would occur at that moment. Upon entering the room, I scanned the accumulated furniture and clutter with discerning eyes, finding nothing amiss. Proceeding cautiously, I ascended the staircase in the northeast corner of the attic. The second floor mirrored the layout of the first, yet it was adorned with numerous human-shaped shadows lurking upon the walls and floor. I had encountered such apparitions countless times along my journey and had long since grown accustomed to their presence. At this stage, they could traverse the walls but had yet to manifest corporeally. As I passed by these abandoned fragments of memory, they seemed to follow me, akin to the fluff of willow catkins stirred by a passerby. The reason for their movement eluded me. They appeared to harbor no malice. Naturally, my use of the term appeared was deliberate. In this entirely unfamiliar and eerie city, I would never jest with my own life by engaging with these unknown entities. Upon reaching the farthest depths of the second floor, I finally made a discovery. At the entrance to the staircase leading to the third floor, 2 shattered mirrors lay before me. From their silhouettes, one seemed to be a makeup mirror while the other was round. There was no apparent place for mirrors to be situated at the staircase's entrance. It seemed they had been brought here by someone. Could it be Truman? What purpose would he have in carrying mirrors? As I raised my gaze, I suddenly noticed a nail driven above the doorframe. Comparing it to the hook on the mirror's frame, I recalled some customs that favored hanging a wrapped small mirror on doors to ward off evil. This thought stirred an unsettling feeling within me. The mirror meant to repel malevolent spirits lay shattered above the doorframe, and curiously, the makeup mirror had also been broken at the same time. Was this the doing of Truman? As a master of hypnosis with profound knowledge of dreams, he should be aware that mirrors are among the most taboo objects within dreams. Nevertheless, I could not simply abandon Truman here alone. After a moment's hesitation, I ascended to the third floor. The third floor revealed a hall sparsely adorned with decorations. To my astonishment, It resembled the building Truman and I had first entered, with a mirror positioned at the center of the room. The mirror stood at eye level, facing away from the door. Old Truman? Through the gap beneath the mirror, I discerned Truman's shoes. Upon reaching the opposite side of the mirror, I immediately saw Truman standing before it, lost in thought. "Are you all right?" I inquired. But he did not respond. His countenance was unnaturally calm, as if all his focus had been ensnared by some captivating entity. Following his gaze, I turned to the mirror before him. It appeared to be an ordinary mirror, yet the reflection it cast was somewhat chilling. The Truman within the mirror seemed to have been dead for quite some time. Formalin had turned his skin a pale yellow, and his face bore multiple stitches, reminiscent of the treatment I had witnessed during my live streams at Jiangxing Medical College. The reflection depicted him as a specimen, akin to a cadaver that had been utilized repeatedly by students. "Old Truman, wake up," I called, yet he remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on his mirrored self, on the body that had been preserved as a specimen. Why did the phantom reflected in the mirror differ from the reality? "Truman, it's time to leave. The mirror itself embodies illusion. What you see is but a fabrication." I fear that Truman is sinking deeper into his predicament, and I wish to forcibly drag him away. Yet, his feet seem rooted to the spot, firmly planted before the mirror. After a long pause, he slightly parts his lips, reminiscent of a fish washed ashore, and unconsciously murmurs, "Is this my fate? What fate? Truman, what have you encountered within this room? Come with me at once. What you see in the mirror is mere illusion. Do not succumb to it." With Truman as a cautionary tale, I dare not linger before the mirror, striving to persuade him. "You are mistaken. Dreams do not require disguise. They are a natural psychological phenomenon. Dreams are devoid of deceit, distortion, or concealment. They perpetually endeavor to convey their significance, yet the meanings they express often evade our conscious understanding and recognition. What I perceive now is my true self, a specimen marred by the blade of a stranger. I have long sought the immortality of consciousness, yet I do not wish for my body to endure such treatment. Everything has been predetermined. This is my fate." Truman appears ensnared in a fixation, his speech disordered and repetitively uttering something. Has everything truly been ordained? Can this mirror reflect my visage at the moment of death? Can it reveal the future? Almost instinctively, I lift my gaze to the reflection. One glance renders me unable to look away. The image in the mirror shows me donned in a hospital gown, my skin unchanged, yet my entire face concealed by a ghastly paper mask. It is not merely worn but appears to be an intrinsic part of my flesh, impossible to remove. An examiner from the underworld showcase? No, the examiners were standardized uniforms. My throat tightens as I recall another wretched soul, similarly masked, who met a tragic fate. I remember completing 8 live broadcasts, saving Jiangxing, and returning to the unlit path. During that time, I encountered a madman in another room on the 4th underground level. It was he who handed me a note regarding Xiaqi, and his past ordeal remains vivid in my memory. That individual desperately sought to escape his confinement, his face adorned with a paper mask, almost breaking free, only to be yanked back by numerous hands. I could never discern this person's identity, yet in hindsight, he may have been a host from the underworld showcase. Will I, too, one day become like him? Confined in a pitch-black basement, all traces of my existence erased? Another voice seems to echo within my mind, my thoughts spiraling uncontrollably toward a singular direction. Is this to be my ultimate fate? Does this mirror reflect the future? Is everything predetermined, unalterable, and must I simply accept it? My body involuntarily advances a few steps, as if my soul is being puppeteered by an unseen force, compelling me closer to the mirror until my nose nearly touches its surface. Only then do I halt, gazing into my reflection, the confusion in my eyes vanishing in an instant. With a sudden surge of crimson rage, I lift my left hand, entwined with virtue, and strike the mirror. No matter who you are, get out of my consciousness at once. To espouse destiny in the presence of a fate-altering master is truly laughable. Chapter 531, number 44. If another were to take my place, they might unwittingly fall into the same trap as Truman. However, I am evidently an anomaly. Among all dreamers, I am likely the sole individual with the potential to become a fate-altering master. What absurdity is it to seek reasons for fate, insisting on reflecting the future? It is laughable, in my view. If I can alter the decree of death set by the heavens, how can you dare to compare yourself to the divine? With a decisive step forward, I clenched the prayer beads in my left hand and unleashed a powerful punch. As my fist neared the mirror, I caught a glimpse of myself and Truman within its depths, both revealing a flicker of panic. Despite standing within the mirror, they reached out as if to pull Truman and me into their realm. It was too late. Bang! The mirror shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. With a resounding crash, Truman quickly regained his composure. Observing the debris strewn across the floor, he swiftly grasped the situation and, with a pallid expression, urged, "We must leave now. This room is a trap." Even without Truman's warning, I was well aware of the peril surrounding us and hastened toward the door. "You cannot escape. You will not flee." Two voices echoed simultaneously throughout the room, curiously identical to Truman's and my own. The shards of mirror in the room converged in one direction, as if to mend the broken reflection. The two figures that had hidden within the mirror crawled out. One donned a paper mask and bore a resemblance to me, while the other was Truman, grotesquely transformed into a human specimen, evoking a chilling sight. They could assume our appearances and lurk within the mirror to haunt us. These two were undoubtedly nightmares. It was imperative to keep a distance from mirrors and dreams, a warning reiterated by Sakurako. I never anticipated a moment of carelessness would unleash these two nightmares. "Old Xue, why would you leave this room to ascend to the third floor?" I had no choice. Truman suddenly paused, as if recalling something. "By the way, how did you get up here? Did you not see those entities?" "What entities?" I inquired, hastening down the stairs, an ominous premonition growing stronger within me. The thoughts. Upon entering the room, I was surrounded by them, and in desperation, I fled to the third floor. Truman hurriedly followed close behind me. I didn't see anything. It was easy to enter. Could those ghastly entities have hidden themselves beforehand? During our conversation, I had reached the bottom of the stairs and peered outside, the answer to my earlier question becoming apparent. As I lifted the sheets, numerous rounded heads rolled out from beneath the bed, far too many. There were also heads concealed within the wardrobe, refrigerator, and even a covered rice cooker. The sheer number of thoughts was staggering. Goodness, it was only when confronted with such a multitude that I realized I, too, could succumb to fear in the face of this terrifying scene. I watched as the drifting thoughts, each bearing a vivid face, surged toward me through the air. They were diverse in appearance yet united in expression, savage and malevolent, as if intent on annihilating everything in their path. "To the second floor. Jump out the window," I shouted as I retreated. These thoughts represented the darker aspects of humanity. Though I was unafraid when faced individually, their overwhelming numbers could easily drown me in their resentment. Lost amidst countless fragments of cruel memories, the merit contained within the prayer beads was limited. A retreat was essential. At that moment, Truman and I shared a silent understanding, requiring no further dialogue, and we turned to dash into the second floor. The walls of this level, along with the floor, concealed numerous humanoid shadows that shifted in tandem with Truman and me. Compared to when we first entered the dream, the hues of these figures deepened, as if they were poised to leap from the walls. Strangely, there was an absence of thoughts in this layer. Upon locating a window, Truman and I dashed towards it, the door behind us bursting open as a swarm of thoughts surged in. As I opened the window, Truman leapt out first, and I followed closely behind. Just before I vaulted onto the windowsill, I glanced back. To my astonishment, those thoughts were preying upon the humanoid shadows embedded in the wall. Several figures, on the verge of detaching from the wall, were seized by the thoughts and subsequently torn apart in the ensuing struggle. After a brief pause, two nightmares descended from above, causing the humanoid shadows to scurry deeper into the walls in terror, while the thoughts also kept their distance, exhibiting evident trepidation. The depths of the dreamscape truly resembled a self-contained world, entirely composed of memories. The fragments of memories discarded by humanity, the humanoid shadows within the walls, constituted the lowest tier of a vast food chain. The thoughts feasted upon these memory fragments, accustomed to collective assaults, while the nightmares reigned at the pinnacle of this dream world's food chain, embodying the greatest peril. Understanding this, I hesitated no longer and leapt from the window to flee for my life. On the second floor of the Blue House, the majority of thoughts were engaged in a fray over the humanoid shadows, yet a small faction followed closely behind the two nightmares. "Where's the host running?" I thought. Every building now appeared perilous. "Follow me. Stick to the plan." With thoughts and nightmares in hot pursuit, a cacophony erupted behind us, making concealment exceedingly difficult. It was better to make a bold dash into the unlit district. The deep dream world had not witnessed such commotion in ages. The thoughts from various streets were roused, and often before they could react, Truman and I had already fled, with the agitated thoughts joining the hunting pack. Like a snowball effect, the throng behind us grew formidable. I dared not glance back, running with all my might, as this truly felt like a grave crisis. I hoped the unlit district would hold some revelation. After what felt like an eternity of running, the surrounding architecture began to transform. The once bizarre styles gradually became commonplace as the light dimmed further. "Host, it's all right." Those monsters Haven T followed us. Truman, leaning against a lamppost, sat on the ground. I couldn't tell if it was the recent attack by the nightmares in the mirror or the exertion that rendered his form somewhat ethereal and translucent. "Let me carry you," I insisted, pulling him up without waiting for his consent. The thoughts had dissipated, seemingly reluctant to enter this district. What were we still afraid of? Truman, perplexed, saw my readiness to bear him and repeatedly gestured that he was fine. "I still have strength." The illumination was dim, although the thoughts had departed. The two nightmares had infiltrated this realm as well. I did not intend to frighten Truman, but I had witnessed it firsthand. My discerning eyes could pierce through many disguises. The nightmares trailed behind us, though they seemed to tread cautiously, concealing their presence within the shadows. What, I wondered, lay hidden within this district that even the nightmares feared? I dared not linger, as I gazed around at the lowly, dilapidated houses, an unsettling familiarity enveloping me. Even if this place were not the lair of the underworld showcase, it must surely be connected to that organization. The mere mention of the underworld's showcase stirred an inexplicable excitement within me, as if the mysterious veil shrouding the showcase was on the verge of being lifted. My speed intensified once more, propelled by memories of the unlit roads of Jiang City. I navigated through the neighborhood, quickly leaving behind the two nightmares that pursued me. As I passed in front of various buildings, I indeed found door numbers, all beginning with the digit 4. After circling around several times, my eyes gleamed as I finally located the door number I sought, 44. A dilapidated awning hung over the entrance. The rotting door was unlocked, and there were 3 stone steps leading up to it. At that moment, the boundaries between reality and dream converged completely. This was it. I must enter. With my plush bear in tow, I stepped inside, for this decrepit house was the place where my life would take a turn. "Are you certain this is it?" "It seems rather dubious," questioned the host. The only source of light in the pitch-black room emanated from my phone screen, evoking a sense of unease akin to Truman's trepidation. Would hiding here keep the nightmares at bay? "Hide. I have no intention of evading. Just follow me," I replied with a faint smile, confident that my previous conjectures were largely correct, and now it was time to verify the final aspect. With the showcase phone held aloft, I descended the stairs with Truman toward the underground 4th level. Chapter 532. Unexpected gains. The room that would alter my destiny lay in the depths below. As I stepped upon the decaying wooden rungs, the creaking echoed in my ears, a sound I knew all too well. "Host, why do I get the impression you've been here before?" "You seem quite at ease," Truman remarked, trailing behind me. It was no wonder, for anyone witnessing my current demeanor would harbor doubt. This was the deep realm of dreams, a third world from which no one had ever escaped. Yet I exhibited an unsettling sense of returning home. I could not be certain just yet, but I had indeed visited a place remarkably similar to this one. Illuminating the path with the showcase phone, I ventured forth to the underground 4th level, guiding myself with my hand against the wall, my gaze sweeping over door after door. Verily, all bore numbers beginning with 4. As I traversed the corridor with meticulous observation, I gradually discerned the differences between this locale and the unlit roads of Jiang City. The most significant distinction lay in the walls. The doors bore numerous scars, evidence of fierce battles that had transpired. Traces of conflict were visible everywhere. If this were indeed the former stronghold of the underworld showcase, who possessed the prowess to confront them directly? I crouched down, peering into the crevice of the floor, and moved aside a plank, revealing only some gravel and rotting wood shavings beneath. I distinctly recalled the old house in Jiang City, where the floor crevices were teeming with the carcasses of insects. Yet here, not a single one remained. Not even the remains of living creatures. Everything appeared meticulously cleansed, devoid of any remnants. What had transpired here? Could the formidable underworld showcase have endured an attack? With these questions lingering, I finally arrived at the door of room 444. The rotting wooden door's lock was loose. Everything felt hauntingly familiar. Slowly, inch by inch, I turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Inside, the scene mirrored my memories. What appeared to be a red carpet woven from living hair lay piled upon scattered furniture, and the walls bore a mottled patina, all reminiscent of my recollections without a single deviation. To be aware of my specialized training in criminal investigation is to understand my acute sensitivity to detail. The similarities between this room and the one beneath Jiangsheng are striking. Every detail aligns as if they were one and the same. Could it be that the den of the underworld show truly resides within the depths of a dream? As I ventured further inward, I soon discovered a peculiar difference. The wall at the back of the room, where the words Underworld Show should have been inscribed, now bore only 4 uneven patches of peeling paint. My fingers traced the exposed surface, and it was evident that the characters had existed once, only to be painstakingly scraped away with a blade. The gouges were numerous, and the symmetrical downward cuts suggested the use of scissors. What did this wall originally say? Truman inquired, his curiosity piqued as he approached the wall. I cannot disclose that, I replied, for I had made a pact with the Underworld Show to refrain from revealing its existence. The viewers in the live stream were merely aware of the thrilling spectacle they were witnessing. They knew my appearance, but remained oblivious to the true puppeteers orchestrating the show from behind the curtain. After all we've been through together in this dream, you still keep secrets from me? Truman pressed on, undeterred, as he stood before the wall, attempting to decipher the remnants of the erased words. It is not a matter of ignorance. It is a matter of obligation. I shook my head, dismissing his inquiry without further contemplation. Proceeding to the corner of the room, I pushed open a side door, leading to the place where I had once been interviewed. The black offering table lay overturned in the center, surrounded by scattered chairs. Even this place had suffered devastation. To avoid unnecessary complications, I refrained from disturbing the furniture, opting to leave it as it was. The atmosphere here is indeed remarkable. My thoughts and fragmented memories dare not intrude. However, I cannot fathom how you knew of this place's existence when we both entered the depths of the dream. Truman continued to pursue the matter relentlessly. I glanced at him without responding. Do not touch anything within this room. It may not be safe, I cautioned. My primary objective in seeking refuge in the unlit district was to uncover clues about the Underworld Show, regardless of whether I could find a way out. Now that I had fortuitously stumbled upon a location that seemed to be the lair of the show, I was determined to satiate my curiosity. I could not let this opportunity slip away. Room 444 yielded no discoveries, leaving me to wonder if other chambers might harbor remnants of the show. The building had 3 subterranean levels, and I could only speculate on how many more lay beneath. Each time I entered Jiangsheng, I was hesitant to wander freely, fearing that I might inadvertently stumble into a terrifying place. However, within the dream, I felt no such trepidation. This place appeared to have witnessed fierce conflict. Those who once guarded it had likely long since departed. Exiting room 444, I turned my gaze to room 443. The very chamber where the individual who had previously handed me a note to seek out Xiaqi was confined in reality. Curiosity compelled me to investigate. The door was closed, but upon shaking it, I found the lock loose and, with a decisive kick, forced the door open. What manner of place is this? I wondered. As I stepped inside room 443, the floor was covered with what seemed to be a carpet woven from the hair of living beings, and stepping upon it felt peculiar. Within, the walls and ceiling were adorned with bizarre red symbols, densely packed and cryptic. The host hastily suggested we leave. The crimson hue in dreams is deemed ominous, and it would be wise to avoid entering this room. Chu Min kindly advised me, and I refrained from commenting. As I keenly observed, I suddenly noticed a reflective object in the corner of the room as the light from my phone screen swept across it. Best to leave you outside. This was my inaugural venture into room 443, and the atmosphere within was stifling. The reality of room 443 was cramped with a multitude of beings, though they could hardly be described as human. Approaching the cabinet, I discovered the previously mentioned reflective object, a newspaper stuffed with shards of glass. Due to the sharp edges of the fragments, a few had tumbled out of the newspaper. What is this? Crouching on the ground with the newspaper in hand, I was uncertain. It resembled a shattered mirror. I attempted to piece the fragments together, yet no matter how I arranged them, they would not coalesce. It was peculiar that a collection of glass shards would appear in a location suspected to be the lair of a shell. With patience, I scrutinized each fragment until I made a notable discovery. I gently pinched a piece the size of an infant's palm. It was not merely glass, but a shard of mirror. Mirrors hold a unique significance within dreams, possessing the ability to reflect events beyond the human perspective through our own eyes. They are both real and illusory, and the world they reflect may differ from our own. Legends surrounding mirrors have perpetually endured. I examined all the shards and found only this one piece of mirror, easily overlooked amidst the other fragments. It was significantly heavier than ordinary glass, with sharp edges, likely a remnant of some mirror. When I held the shard to my reflection, an astonishing occurrence transpired. The mirror shard failed to capture my image. What is this? This mirror is rather extraordinary. I discreetly wrapped the fragment in the newspaper and tucked it into my pocket. The lair of the show in the depths of the dreamscape had long been abandoned, bearing the remnants of past conflicts. The show itself had been compelled to relinquish this place following a crisis. Perhaps the original owner of the mirror shard, knowing their fate was sealed, concealed the shard among the glass fragments. Compared to the entirety of the underground structure, room 443 was rather ordinary, and I surmised the rationale behind their actions. A mirror that does not reflect a human image is indeed strange. I studied the hastily scrawled red symbols on the wall, which were difficult to decipher. After several minutes of futile attempts to decipher them, I surrendered and exited room 443. Did you find anything? Chu Min inquired casually, hands tucked into his white coat. Nothing of significance. Let us explore elsewhere, I replied, patting Chu Min on the shoulder as my gaze shifted toward the staircase. Chapter 533. The final room from my very first interview at the show. I was aware that this building's underground extended far deeper, yet for various reasons I had never ventured below. To my surprise, this live broadcast in the depths of the dreamscape presented an opportunity. I inspected each room, finding the interiors largely similar, and soon lost interest, making my way toward the staircase. Are we leaving? Chu Min followed closely behind, this place unfamiliar to him. There's no rush, I reassured him as I descended the staircase to the 5th level, a place I had never visited before. The elongated corridor appeared endless, the eerie creaking of the floorboards echoing in my ears. Was I at the end? Standing at the 5th level of the basement. The staircase leading to the 6th was barred by a locked iron door, leaving me with only the upper 5 levels to explore. How many subterranean levels did this structure possess? Peering through the gaps in the handrail, I caught a glimpse of an unfathomable abyss below, conservatively estimated to exceed 10 levels. Was the architectural design meant to correspond with the legendary 18 levels of hell? In the depths, shadows flickered ominously, yet I could not discern their nature. The iron door was firmly locked, sealing off the passageway and preventing any descent. The greatest secrets of the venue likely lay deeper underground. However, I considered myself fortunate to have the opportunity to explore these upper 5 levels. My mindset remained resilient. I would not allow unchangeable circumstances to affect me. Retreating to the 5th level, I prepared to inspect each room individually. Room 451. The number was still clearly visible on the decaying wooden door as I pushed it open. A wave of moldy odor assaulted my nostrils, likely a result of prolonged confinement in the damp, suffocating atmosphere of the basement. Upon entering, I was overwhelmed by a sense of asphyxiation. Be cautious, this room seems troubling, I cautioned the host. Truman appeared particularly averse to these chambers. You guard the entrance. I shall return shortly. Having already spent a considerable amount of time searching all the rooms on the 4th floor, I had focused solely on locating the number 44 and neglected to clear any traces. Those two nightmares could very well be pursuing me relentlessly. Stepping onto the thick carpet, I entered the 5th floor room, which contained a greater array of remnants, some blank books, pens that failed to leave a mark, and more. This place seemed seldom visited. Truman and I had ventured here, while those chasing us dared not enter this district. Only nightmares would brave it. Even they concealed their forms, seemingly fearful of awakening something terrifying. What was this? As I rummaged through the clutter, I suddenly spotted a tattered paper mask beneath the table. It differed significantly from those worn by the examiners of the venue. The mask was riddled with cracks, and upon touching it, it crumbled to dust, preventing me from examining it further. Just as I sighed in disappointment, my gaze swept across the area beneath the table, where I noticed a faint green hue concealed by the mask. Green signifies vitality in dreams, a rare color indeed. I crouched down, maneuvering under the table to capture a photograph with my phone. Nestled beside the paper mask was an unusual little grass sprout. So diminutive it was barely the width of an infant's pinky finger. Its solitary blades curled inward, reminiscent of a mimosa plant in reality. Surely, this was a jest? I discovered a blade of grass in the depths of a dream, and within the suspected lair of a hellish venue. Were it not for my discerning eye, Anyone else might have overlooked it entirely. Should I consult Truman? His knowledge of dreams surpassed mine, but I decided against it, preferring to focus on seeking useful items. Just as I was about to rise, a faint consciousness flickered within my core, as if attempting to convey a message. Was it emanating from within me? Upon introspection, the sole living entity residing within my liver's orifice is the dream wing goo. With its presence, I should be able to traverse the mid-level dreamscape at will. However, during my confrontation with the Sanine sect, the contemporary Mengpa sought to ensnare my soul. In that critical moment, the dream wing goo, despite sustaining grievous injuries, valiantly safeguarded my essence, depleting most of the 1,000-year-old locust flower in the process, and consequently, it fell into a deep slumber. Gazing beneath the table, I observed a small, vibrant grass that did not appear to be poisonous. If the dream wing goo required illumination from my eyes, a sudden thought struck me. This little sprout beneath the table might very well be the dream wing goo's most cherished sustenance, the dreamweaver grass. I reached down to grasp the root, which seemed to sprout from beneath the carpet, an astonishing sight indeed. The luminous green radiance pulsated with vitality. The moment my fingers brushed against it, the inwardly spiraling veins instantly coiled around my digits, and then, with a rush of verdant energy, surged into my body, directly heading towards my liver's cavity, only to vanish into silence, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. It must indeed be the dreamweaver grass, albeit in insufficient quantity to restore the dream wing goo. I glanced at the withered sprig resting in my palm, its hue having faded from vibrant green to a dull yellow. If I could discover an abundance of dreamweaver grass, the prospects of the dream wing goo's revival would significantly increase. The dream wing goo cannot be artificially cultivated. It is an exceedingly rare wild goo, nourished by nature itself. The serendipity of becoming its master is indeed fortuitous, and I owe gratitude to that blood fox. For it was in the face of life and death that the dream wing goo acquiesced to accompany me. Though I found no leads regarding the underworld show, I did uncover a glimmer of hope for escape, which brought me considerable joy. I continued my search, leaving room 451 to explore the other chambers on the 5th underground level. It did not take long to discern a pattern. Wherever there were paper-masked figures, dreamweaver grass invariably thrived nearby. This ethereal grass only exists within dreams, and alongside it, paper masks lay scattered. What could possibly connect the two? Plants require nutrients to grow. Yet this was my first encounter with flora flourishing within a dream. Could it be that the grass draws nourishment from the masks? But what nourishment could a mere mask provide? Suddenly, it struck me. While the mask itself may lack sustenance, the individuals who don these masks or their memories are absent. Could it be that each sprig of dreamweaver grass is nourished by the life force and memories of the mask wearers, allowing it to flourish? My understanding of the dreamweaver grass remains insufficient, leading me to conjecture. After absorbing 6 sprigs of dreamweaver grass, the vitality within my liver's cavity intensified. The more grass I accumulated, being of the wood element, the more beneficial it would be for unlocking the liver's pathways. Regrettably, despite consuming such a quantity of dreamweaver grass, the dream wing goo showed no signs of awakening and remained in slumber. The information provided to me by the underworld show indicated that the dreamweaver grass was the dream wing goo's favored nourishment, and consuming it in abundance could potentially lead to its breakthrough. Was I deceived by the show, or was the quantity simply insufficient? I had already scoured a significant portion of the 5th level in pursuit of these 6 sprigs, wasting a considerable amount of time. Is it time to leave? Chu Min urged in the corridor, having never set foot inside the room, thus unaware of my foraging for dreamweaver grass. Just a moment, I replied, striving to maintain my composure. I conducted a thorough search, leaving no room unchecked, ultimately reaching the end of the corridor. Aside from those 6 plants, I have yielded no further gains. Standing before the last door, I found my hopes dwindling. I pushed the wooden door, but it remained steadfastly closed. To my surprise, it was locked. Initially, I had not paid it much mind. However, after delivering 2 solid kicks, I realized something was amiss. The other wooden doors had long succumbed to decay, easily yielding to a mere kick. Utilizing the light from my phone, I examined the lock, which was an unusual composite type with a plum blossom-shaped core. Plum blossom? It seemed somewhat familiar. Comparing it to the wound on my wrist, I discerned that the lock's core resembled the mark left by the plum blossom poison. This composite lock could only be opened with an object closely resembling the shape of its core, Attempting to use random pieces of wire would be futile. I spoke to myself absent-mindedly, and suddenly my gaze fell upon the pendant hanging from the phone, a small gift from Xia Qingji, which was precisely shaped like a plum blossom. The key had been bestowed upon me long ago. Chapter 534. Fortuitous misfortune. At this juncture, many questions no longer required articulation. It was evident that Xia Qingji, the one who had entrusted me with my first task, had a 70% probability of being connected to the Underworld showcase. Could this also be part of their design? I gazed at the exquisite pendant on my phone, feeling an unexplainable chill run through me. I had never anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant trinket would play an irreplaceable role within the depths of the dream. Even now, I hesitated to fully ascertain the nature of Xia Qingji's relationship with the showcase. The image of her slender shoulders clad in a school uniform, evoking a sense of pity, flashed through my mind. Perhaps she was merely an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Reflecting on my moments with her, I found no reason to doubt her. To me, she was merely an ordinary high school girl, deserving of my sympathy. In this world, she was the sole keeper of my secret, the only one aware that I was the host of the Underworld showcase. Likewise, I was aware of her secret, the enigma of Xia Qi's disappearance. Only she and I knew of this matter within the entire city. This mutual understanding was why I had been reluctant to question Xia Qingji. During the live broadcast of the deadly game, Xia Qi had warned me that someone from the Underworld showcase was lurking nearby, urging me to remain vigilant. At that moment, Du was present, allowing for the temporary exclusion of him as a suspect. Given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that this person was indeed Xia Qingji. I clenched my fists, striving to expel her innocent visage from my mind. Now was not the time for such thoughts. If I were unable to escape the depths of the dream, everything beyond would become irrelevant to me. Host, are you all right? You seem to be acting rather strangely since entering this building. Truman stood outside the door, hesitant to approach, as if fearing some terrifying creature lay within. I'm fine, I replied with a faint smile, my expression revealing not a hint of vulnerability. I pondered what lay beyond the door and the reasons for this place's abandonment. If this truly was a setup by the showcase, why had they not assigned me a live broadcast task? This is the aspect I find most perplexing. If the real-life Xia Qingji were indeed a participant in the showcase, and they had expended considerable effort to enter the depths of the dream realm, they would undoubtedly exploit my maximum potential to fulfill their objectives. Yet, the showcase has not released any tasks associated with this neighborhood, suggesting they did not anticipate my entry into the deep dreamscape or my discovery of this location. Could it be that my failure to submit the Dream Wingu during the last broadcast incited the showcase's displeasure? Or perhaps they fear my potential as a fate manipulator, worried I might become a second dual-faced entity, thus prompting their unease? Upon this reflection, I can almost ascertain that Xia Qingji gifting me the plum blossom pendant might have been an unintended occurrence. This pendant is likely more than just a mere key. The showcase is concerned about my loyalty, and indeed, I have contemplated betraying them. After all, according to the rules of the showcase, accumulating 10,000 points is exceedingly challenging. It would be far more advantageous to discover the method to break the plum blossom goo and collaborate with Xia Qi and the others. After a moment of contemplation, I swiftly made a decision. I detached the plum blossom pendant, tucked my phone away, and prepared to unlock the door. Hidden among the viewers in the live stream were staff members from the showcase, who had been monitoring my broadcast throughout. It is prudent to remain cautious. As for the viewers, they were accustomed to brief moments of black screens. I fitted the plum blossom pendant into the lock with precision, gently turning it. I heard the distinct sound of the spring releasing, and with a push, the final door swung open. Lao Chu, wait outside. I will be out shortly, I instructed, offering a few words to Chu Min before entering the room. The decor, carpets, cabinets, desks, was no different from other rooms. I meticulously examined every detail until I made a discovery. Behind the wardrobe, there was a hidden door, indistinguishable in material, resembling frosted glass. The secrets concealed within this room were likely nestled behind that door. I glanced outside to see Chu Min standing in the corridor, nodding at me while whispering that it was temporarily safe. I moved the wardrobe aside and slowly pushed open the hidden door. As it creaked ajar, something tumbled out. Upon looking down, I found remnants of paper masks scattered on the floor. With increased force, I fully opened the hidden door, and I was rendered speechless. The dimly lit chamber, approximately 10 square meters in size, was overflowing with paper masks. Yellowed and tattered, The mere rush of air from opening the door caused some masks to disintegrate into dust. How long had these masks been here? How could there be so many? After what felt like an eternity, I emerged from my shock. I had previously viewed room 443 on Jiangqing Wuding Road, and if each room housed an individual, each receiving a mask, it would indeed be plausible for such a quantity to accumulate. Gazing at the towering pile of paper masks, a shiver ran down my spine. I understood all too well the significance of these masks within the dream realm. Each one likely represented a soul, a fragment of memory. Had so many been buried within the showcase? It was akin to a mass grave on a battlefield. After a few seconds, I regained my composure. My initial shock quickly replaced by exhilaration. Based on my previous experiences, each paper mask might be accompanied by a dream-weaving grass. This plant, which flourishes solely in dreams, takes root in the fertile soil of cherished memories, thriving particularly among souls imbued with a myriad of emotions. As I reached out to part the accumulated paper masks, a delicate shade of green soon caught my eye, causing my heart to rise with anticipation. Without pausing my actions, I continued to unveil more of the paper masks, revealing clusters of vibrant greenery that symbolized life itself. To my astonishment, there were so many. My throat tightened, and the corners of my mouth involuntarily lifted in a smile. Beneath the paper masks grew an abundance of dream grass, far too numerous to count. This discovery meant that the dream wing goo would not only be restored, but could potentially transcend its previous limitations, becoming even more formidable. With the dream wing goo inhabiting my liver orifice, its strength would directly enhance my own. I extended my hands, akin to locusts in migration, determined not to overlook a single sprout. The depths of this dreamscape were a realm I wished never to enter again. Given this rare opportunity, I resolved to gather every last one. 5, 10, 20. Upon inhaling the 30th sprout, the dream wing goo, which had been dormant and merely absorbing energy, finally awakened. Its ethereal, pale blue wings fluttered gently, scattering dream dust like twinkling starlight. Its antennae unfurled softly, as if it had just experienced a delightful reverie, still retaining a hint of languor in its gaze. "Ah, my little companion, you have finally roused." A smile graced my face. I have always detested feeling indebted to others, particularly to the dream wing goo that had fallen into slumber to protect me. Its swift awakening alleviated much of the guilt that weighed upon my heart. Perhaps sensing my presence, the dream wing goo clutched a minuscule remnant of a millennium-old locust flower, furtively hiding in the corner of my liver orifice, seemingly fearful of being seized. Was I truly so fearsome in your eyes? I shook my head and continued to absorb the dream grass. Upon reaching the 50th sprout, not only the dream wing goo but my own body brimmed with vitality, as if my soul had been purified. My thoughts became unusually clear, and my intent surged, sharpening my mental acuity. Where I once felt fatigue after drawing 4 or 5 talismans, I now believed I could effortlessly create 10 in succession. Intent is of paramount importance to practitioners, yet enhancing it is an arduous endeavor, typically requiring a slow cultivation of character and spirit. However, this time, due to my substantial consumption of dream grass, my intent erupted in a torrent, likely surpassing even that of a true disciple of the Maoshan lineage, such as Lung Qingxian. It could be said that misfortune has borne unexpected fortune. 50 sprigs of dream grass constituted merely a quarter of what lay within the entire hidden chamber. My eyes sparkled with determination as I resolved to absorb them all. Chapter 535. The Flower of Dreams. As I inhaled the 80th sprout, a voice echoed down the corridor. Chumin spoke with an unusual tone. "Hurry up, broadcaster. There is some commotion upstairs. It seems others have entered. Do not panic. If necessary, retreat to your room," he urged. Upon hearing that others had entered the building, I hastened my efforts. By the time I absorbed the 100th sprout, the dream wing goo within my liver orifice had fully restored itself. Its enchanting wings appeared slightly larger, and it fluttered out to perch upon my shoulder. It seems all wounds have healed. Just as I reached out to touch its wings, it darted away, flitting about the dark chamber before finally settling in the northwestern corner. The accumulation of paper masks in that corner was the last place I intended to investigate. Did the northwest corner conceal other secrets? The peculiar behavior of the dream wing goo left me perplexed as I cautiously stepped into the dark chamber, careful not to disturb the dream-weaving grass. Upon reaching the northwest corner, was this all? I noticed the tendrils atop the dream wing goo contracting and expanding with palpable excitement. Curiosity piqued. I gently pushed aside the paper masks. Through the gaps, I was greeted by a vast expanse of verdant hues. There was far more dream-weaving grass in this room than I had anticipated. Wait, what was this? After clearing away the masks, I made a new discovery. In the heart of the dream-weaving grass, a small flower bloomed. Its crimson petals elongated and stretching in 9 distinct directions, reminiscent of the real-world Lycoris radiata. How could there be a flower? Upon seeing those vibrant red petals, I was inexplicably reminded of a mysterious woman's dazzling red high heels. Both were strikingly unique, infused with exquisite color. A flurry of dream dust swirled in the dim chamber, and the dream-wing goo danced above, appearing far more exhilarated than I. It seemed to recognize this entity, a flower blossoming in the realm of dreams, a flower that thrived atop countless souls and memories. Its beauty was breathtaking, evoking involuntary admiration. Slowly, I crouched down, entranced, observing each petal adorned with intricate, enigmatic patterns, each petal akin to a page from a sacred Buddhist scripture. Outside, I heard the impatient voice of Chu Men, and the commotion from above grew increasingly near. I knew time was of the essence. Gazing at the dream-wing goo, which fluttered beside the flower, I made a decision. I reached out and gently grasped the flower's stem. Before I could exert any force, the blossoming flower had already settled into my palm. Petals began to fall one by one, and an indescribable mysterious force surged into my liver aperture. Observing this, the dream-wing goo did not hesitate and swiftly returned to the liver aperture, fluttering its wings in joyous communion with the energy. This seemed to be a unique energy of the dream realm, immensely beneficial for memory and soul. A flicker of recollection sparked within me. My mind cleared, and my thoughts surged. At this moment, I felt invincible among my peers, regardless of their sect. Whether righteous or wicked, my will had been strengthened to an extraordinary degree. The petals continued to fall until the final one withered in my palm, and suddenly, a crisp sound emanated from the liver aperture, a sound only I could hear as it pierced through the silence. It felt as if I had shattered a weighty stone pressing upon my shoulders or unshackled chains that bound me, unlocking a great lock confining my body. Instantly, my body felt considerably lighter. Even my soul resonated with joyous sounds. I exhaled softly, elated. I had unlocked the second Tao lock. A life-affirming, pale green energy surged from my liver aperture, boundless and invigorating. My total amount of true energy had now surpassed that of Lu Xiezi's marvelous Tao technique, and I was but a thread away from breaking through to the next realm. With the opening of my liver aperture, my entire energy system became unblocked and harmonized. Astonishingly, the hidden ailments within my body began to recover, which was immensely significant for someone like me who often overexerted. With the enhancement of my will and body, as my breath stabilized, I turned inward, and fragments of vague memories began to illuminate in my mind from the deepest recesses of my consciousness. The unlocking of the liver's passageway has partially restored the memories that were lost. A fragmented and disjointed scene floats in my mind, and as I scrutinize it, my expression grows peculiar. Within the hazy images, 2 figures emerge, their surroundings indistinct. I can only ascertain that one of them is me, while the person standing behind me is someone I could never have anticipated. She wears a paper mask and striking red high heels. Is this not the enigmatic woman? The Underworld showcase compelled me to eliminate her. What could this mean? I had previously known her and even spoken with her. This sudden reemergence of memories disrupts all my prior conjectures. Who is this woman? Our lives have had no intersection. How could I possibly know her? The images continue to unfold in my mind. The mysterious woman appears gravely injured, her voice hoarse as she implores for another chance. In the memory, I gaze at the paper mask adorning her face, shake my head, and resolutely turn away. One cannot simply remove a mask that has adhered too long to the skin without inflicting pain and damage. Ultimately, when I yearn to perceive the world through the eyes I once had, I find it impossible. You may leave. This time I shall not kill you. Do take care of yourself. The scene abruptly halts, akin to the fragmented memories from when I opened the kidney passageway, lacking beginning and end, yet rich with imaginative potential. Not to kill her, to grant her another chance? My countenance darkens in confusion. Am I well acquainted with her? Who is the hunter and who the prey? If I truly knew her, I would have sought her out the moment I exited the room. I can't shake the feeling that my memories are awry. The me in those recollections is in an entirely different predicament than the me of now. The second lock's opening reveals memories linked to this woman in red heels. If I wish to uncover more secrets, it is imperative that I engage with her. The brief snippets of memory offer no clarity regarding our relationship. Friend or foe remains ambiguous, and I hesitate to approach her recklessly. As I ponder, I search for the remaining dreaming grass. I am uncertain when I shall return, and if I miss this opportunity, it may be lost forever. I scoured the dark chamber for all the dreaming grass, feeling a sense of satisfaction as I contemplated my inner self. Just as I was about to retract my thoughts, I noticed the dream-wing worm, recently awakened within the liver passage, lying motionless in a corner. This time, it has forsaken even the 1,000-year-old locust flower, enveloping itself in delicate green threads. Is it preparing to break through? Is it due to the dream flower's influence? My emotions are mixed. While the dreamwing worm's breakthrough is a positive development, my current situation is perilous, and I urgently need its abilities. I can only hope it completes its transformation before I encounter danger. Upon exiting the room, I gradually awaken from the joy of unlocking the liver passageway, swiftly erasing any traces left in the dark chamber, restoring everything to its former state, and sealing the dark door with a cabinet. Hurry! Someone is approaching. Truman urged me, and I too heard sounds emanating from the staircase. The wooden boards creaked ominously, suggesting more than one presence. I maintained my composure, eliminating all evidence that could expose my identity before finally stepping out, securing the composite lock. Let us leave. This place has lost its value. I tucked the plum blossom pendant into my pocket and took out my phone to communicate with my companions, then proceeded towards the staircase. It was highly probable that I would encounter someone descending from above. Should we find a place to hide first? The footsteps from the stairwell grew increasingly distinct, and Chu Min's suggestion held merit. Very well. The other party was evidently heading straight for the 5th underground level with a strong sense of purpose. I harbored considerable doubts that they were here for any reason other than to seek the last locked room. After all, that dream flower was incredibly precious. Chu Min and I casually found a room to conceal ourselves, listening to the approaching footsteps in the corridor. I cautiously opened the door a crack, utilizing my keen perception to observe a man and a woman moving about in the shadows, seemingly in search of something. The man occasionally spoke a few words to the woman, who remained silent, her head bowed. Chapter 536. The second showroom host. Human appearance? Is it a nightmare in disguise? Upon catching sight of the two individuals, I began to speculate about their identities. How peculiar. Could they be the guardians left behind in this dream realm by the underworld showroom? Just as I had stealthily taken the dream flower, these two arrived in quick succession, leaving little room for doubt. Hiding behind the door, I peered through the crack as they approached our hiding place. They meticulously searched each room one by one. Never entering the same room simultaneously, one always remained outside to keep watch. There was no way for us to evade them. Chu Min observed closely and analyzed the situation astutely. If evasion was impossible, then we would not evade. Having consumed over 100 strands of dream grass and a dream flower, my consciousness was as sharp as a knife, and my spirit shone like a diamond, radiating an undeniable aura. If it came to a confrontation, who would be the one to flee? You seem to have undergone a significant transformation since exiting that room, Chu Min murmured quietly, halting our discussion on the matter. He found a chair within the room, grasped it in hand, and stealthily concealed himself behind the door, preparing for an ambush. I cast a glance, but chose not to intervene, silently standing at the entrance to continue observing. After a brief interval, the adjacent room was opened, and the man entered. The woman remained alone in the corridor, her head bowed. I could not discern her features, but instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. When the man emerged from the neighboring room, he gestured towards the woman, who, understanding his signal, made her way straight to the room where we were hiding. Her fair fingers rested upon the doorknob as she slowly pushed the door open with force. The dim light from her phone illuminated her face, and she was utterly unprepared for the presence of someone inside. Startled, she resembled a frightened swan, raising her neck and lifting her head to reveal an exquisitely beautiful visage. Upon seeing her face, my heart skipped a beat, and a flash of recognition surged within me as I involuntarily uttered her name, Yi Bing. Her familiar features were irresistibly endearing, even in the realm of dreams. Perhaps due to the mask she wore or her prolonged wandering within the deep dream, she did not recognize me. In that fleeting moment, I could only see fear reflected in her eyes. She stepped back, inadvertently colliding with the man who was keeping watch outside. "What's wrong?" inquired the man accompanying Yi Bing. He was of average height and slender build, Yet the most striking aspect was the unusually large screen phone he held in his hand. Glimmers of apprehension ignited as gazes clashed in the dimly lit corridor, each heart entwined with an unsettling premonition. My eyes lingered on Yi Bing for a fleeting moment before swiftly averting when I beheld the large screen phone in the grasp of a stranger, rendering me momentarily paralyzed. That device was the quintessential tool of a host from the underworld show, a possession exclusive to its broadcasters. Observing his hand, it mirrored my own reaction as if reflecting a shard of glass, his eyes fixated upon the palm of my hand, transfixed by the same large screen phone. The air seemed to thicken, the tension palpable, unsettling those present. "Step back. We mean no harm," broke the silence, spoken first by Truman, who lowered his chair and emerged from behind the door, his gaze flitting between me and the man outside. Yet, Truman's words fell on deaf ears, as both Yi Bing and the stranger's attention remained steadfastly upon me. "Have we met somewhere before?" Yi Bing's beautiful eyes sparkled with confusion as she touched her forehead, struggling against the fog of forgotten memories. "I often experience headaches when I try to recall too much." "Yi Bing, do not stand so close to him," cautioned the man beside her, his voice gentle yet firm as he stepped forward to interpose himself between us, exuding an aura of danger. After speaking, he tilted his head, scrutinizing both Truman and me, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Doctor and patient, how did you both enter the deeper realms of the dream?" Clad in a white coat, Truman aptly labeled our roles, for I had donned a hospital gown upon entering the dreamscape. "Let us dispense with these pointless tests. Your phone has already unveiled everything." "We are of the same ilk," I asserted boldly, raising my own large-screen phone, a symbol of my identity as an underworld show host. "How intriguing it is to encounter a fellow in this forsaken place." The man chuckled softly at his phone screen, gradually retreating to maintain a safe distance. "You are the first colleague I have encountered. In the perilous realm of dreams, cooperation is mutually beneficial, while conflict leads to mutual harm. We serve the same platform. Perhaps an alliance is feasible." Despite possessing the dream wing curse, my chances of escaping the deep dream were slim, especially considering he seemed to have already gained Yi Bing's trust. I was reluctant to sever ties with him. Collaboration? Indeed, I am inclined towards that notion. However, prior to proceeding, it would be prudent for us to exchange the information we possess. He regarded me with an odd smile, neglecting to cast a glance at Truman. "I am Chen Jioga. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" "You are Chen Jioga." My expression shifted dramatically, grateful for the mask of good and evil obscuring my features, thus preventing him from discerning my thoughts. "I am called Xiachi," he repeated, musing over the name while shaking his phone, plunging us once more into silence. I remained silent, acutely aware of the plush bear strapped to my back. If this man spoke truthfully, he was the malevolent spirit that had once invaded Chen Jioga's body. How could he possibly have become a host for the underworld show? What a curious twist of fate. I still vividly recall the scene in which the malevolent spirit inhabiting the plush bear occupied the body of Chen Jioga, departing from the gates of paradise. After the usurpation of life, I ventured into the underworld showcase, where I observed a paper doll proctor's desk adorned with an advertisement card inscribed with the character 9. During the live broadcast of the death train, an individual masquerading as Feng Minglong approached me, and the identification badge bore the same numeral. Initially, I presumed this 9 was merely a code. However, it turned out to be a fragment of his name. As my thoughts raced, Chen Jioga's emergence injected a twist and variability into the entire affair. He had preemptively located Yi Bing, leaving me uncertain whether this development was fortuitous or detrimental. "What brings you to the depths of the dreamscape?" I paused, maintaining a calm demeanor. "My live mission is to guide Yi Bing out of the dream and back to reality." "And you? Why would you divulge such crucial information about your live mission?" Chen Jioga replied with a smile, albeit one that appeared insincere, eliciting a profound desire to strike him. "Since you've revealed your hand, I shall not conceal mine. My live mission is to infiltrate the depths of the dreamscape and eliminate Target A at any cost." Upon careful contemplation, I sensed that Chen Jioga was not entirely forthright. The Underworld Showcase never directly issues assassination missions, as killing is merely one of several options. Target A? To murder within the dreamscape? The words came not from me but from Truman, who found the notion utterly preposterous. "You are all madmen in this line of work." Chen Jioga chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on me. "Interested in collaborating? This mission is worth 100 points. He was acutely aware of the allure of points for showcase streamers. Had I not encountered that woman previously, I might have been tempted to risk it all for the promise of substantial points. A reward of 100 points? I feigned slight astonishment, as if gasping, and subtly probed further. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If the showcase is offering 100 points as a bounty, then this task must be exceedingly perilous. What, pray tell, is so extraordinary about Target A? My knowledge is limited, he admitted, but I do know she has been hiding within the depths of the dreamscape. She was once a streamer herself, but for reasons unknown. She severed ties with the showcase and single-handedly dismantled its branch within the dreamscape. However, she was severely injured in the process, her strength reduced to but 1%. And she can only exist perpetually within the dream. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Zhuge added, some key information has emerged. Target A is a woman, and she wears red high-heeled shoes. As he spoke, he kept a watchful eye on me. Alas, the mask of good and evil obscured his vision entirely. Chapter 537. Target A. I felt fortunate to have brought the mask of good and evil into the depths of the dreamscape. This mask would spare me much trouble. Target A? Is this merely a reference, or does it hold deeper significance? Upon hearing Chen Zhuge mention Target A, I was reminded of the tale shared by Xia Qi during the True Death game, 5 years ago. The woman who introduced him to the Underworld showcase was referred to as Little A. Could there be a connection between the two? The letter A ranks first in the alphabet, symbolizing excellence or grade A. It might also be an initial representing a name. As I engage in divergent thinking, I ponder every conceivable interpretation of the letter A. In the realm of physics, it signifies absolute temperature. In medicine, it denotes arteries. In the majority of real-time strategy games, it represents an attack. There is also a circulating notion online that A embodies deceit and trickery. The unit of electric current intensity is denoted by A, while in the game of cards, the ace holds significance. The myriad of interpretations associated with this letter evokes a peculiar sense of familiarity within me. Yet I find myself devoid of a clear direction for speculation. Would you consider collaborating with me? A mere 100 points, and even if you were to receive only half, it would suffice to exempt you from 5 live broadcasts, allowing you to indulge in a life of leisure and comfort for an extended period. Chen Zhuge gazes at me with a smile, his eyes unwavering. Retracting my thoughts, I direct my gaze towards Chen Zhuge. I have witnessed his visage as a child, and the man before me now bears little resemblance to that youthful figure. His cheekbones are pronounced, and his face possesses a striking three-dimensional quality. Yet the most significant difference lies in his eyes. The eyes of the hunchbacked boy were perpetually as clear as highland lakes, whereas Chen Zhuge's gaze is clouded, beset by desires, greed, and machinations. Nonetheless, a disparity in appearance cannot entirely negate his identity, for 20 years have elapsed, and it is only natural for a person to undergo profound transformation. I am indeed intrigued by the 100-point bounty. Yet this is my first encounter with the notion of points being tradable. Should I assist you in fulfilling the task, only for you to renege and vanish, I would find myself at a considerable loss. I articulate my thoughts deliberately, unhurriedly. While points cannot be traded, I can assist you in exchanging them for an item valued at 50 points. You would help me with the exchange? Upon hearing this, I sensed a lack of sincerity from Chen Zhuge. The process of redeeming goods seemed cumbersome and fraught with the potential to expose my true identity. Furthermore, I have no desire to entangle myself too deeply with him. However, I refrained from outright rejection, feigning hesitation before finally speaking. Although we are both platform streamers, this is our first meeting, and I harbor no trust in you. I am willing to assist you, and I might even concede on the points. But you must agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? Chen Zhuge's smile remains unchanged, exuding a facade of friendliness. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that beneath his radiant demeanor lies a nauseating rot. First, we must share all information regarding the deep dream realm, ensuring there is no internal discord. Observing his lack of significant reaction, I continued. Second, Yi Bing is my target. She must not leave my line of sight from this moment forward. Your 2 conditions are quite formidable. The first, I can agree to, as fellow platform streamers. Mutual assistance poses no issue. As for the second, I cannot guarantee an equal friendship with her, and thus, I cannot make any assurances to you. Chen Zhuge's smile remains, but I am uncertain if his words carry truth or deception. Then I shall take your acquiescence as given. I grow weary of idle chatter and step out of the room, standing before Yi Bing. From now on, do not stray from my sight. I will guide you out of this dream. Dream? Is this truly a dream? A hint of confusion flickers across her exquisite face. In the deep dream realm, the passage of time diverges from that of the real world, and Yi Bing has been lost here for an extended period, rendering her incapable of discerning between reality and illusion. This is indeed a dream. I do not alter my tone. Yi Bing, ensnared in the depths of this dream, seems to have encountered various tribulations, losing fragments of her memory. Why do you assert that this place is a dream? My memories seem to commence from this moment. Everything feels so tangible. How could this possibly be a dream? Yi Bing, in anguish, clutched her hair, her pallid visage leaning against the wall as her body gradually slid down. She was uncertain of whose words held truth. I gazed at Yi Bing, now crouched on the ground, recalling vividly the scene from over a month ago when she first entered my adult shop. The two figures could never align. Shaking my head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, I focused on her face, convincing myself that this was merely a dream, and she would eventually awaken. Your voice is familiar. Have we met before? Yi Bing looked up at me, though all she could see was the stark black and white mask I wore. Once the dream fades, you shall remember everything. From this moment forth, do not stray from my sight. I intended to assist Yi Bing to her feet, but just as I extended my hand, Chun Jiugao unexpectedly positioned himself between us, his smile unwavering, yet still exuding an air of annoyance. What is it? I have merely proposed two conditions. This is the baseline for our cooperation. Standing tall once more, I scrutinized Chun Jiugao, who appeared to regard Yi Bing as his personal possession, untouchable by others. Your stipulations do not encompass any form of physical contact. You are Xiachi, correct? I am genuinely interested in collaborating, but I trust you will not overstep your boundaries. Moreover, Chun Jiugao raised a finger towards the plush bear behind me. Until that moment, I had been standing inside the doorway with my back turned to him. And only when I bent down to assist Yi Bing did the bear come into view. I warn you, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Do not serve the devil. A smirk played on my lips. Chun Jiugao's reaction to the plush bear was unexpectedly profound. Given his cunning nature, I had assumed he would feign ignorance even if he recognized it. Serve the devil? I truly wonder who the real devil is. I took a step back, reluctant to provoke Chun Jiugao further, and called out to Yi Bing from a distance. Could you share how you encountered them? Yi Bing was oblivious to the unfolding events. She rose from the wall, neither inclined to approach Chun Jiugao nor draw near to me, standing alone on the periphery. Days prior, I had discovered that this district was devoid of those flying heads, so I had been hiding here until, approximately an hour ago, I encountered Jiugao. The name was familiar, yet I could not recall any of the things he had mentioned. Approximately an hour ago, I cast a penetrating glance at Chun Jiugao, contemplating that his streaming schedule might coincide with mine. It was mere coincidence that I found myself here, but his intentions could be entirely different. Perhaps his streaming task was not to hunt Target A, but rather something related to this dimly lit district. As my gaze swept across the area, I noticed that Chun Jiugao's attention frequently wandered to the abandoned rooms, causing my heart to skip a beat. Could his true objective be the dream flower within that final room? Or perhaps the shattered mirror I had previously discovered that reflected no images? I took the initiative to enter, seizing control of the situation. Chun Jiugao greeted me with a smile, likely refraining from confrontation for this very reason. If I were to uncover his task item first, as long as we appeared to maintain a cooperative relationship, he could opt to engage in a trade with me. Yi Bing, did you know this person before? He seems quite concerned for you. Chun Jiugao inquired with a smile as he turned back to her. I find myself perplexed by the familiarity both of you evoke in me. The name Chun Jiugao resonates with an extraordinary significance. While Xiaqi's demeanor and physique seem reminiscent of someone I've encountered before, though I have no recollection of the name Xiaqi as Yi Bing spoke. She was suddenly overtaken by a headache, tugging at her hair in distress. The anguish of lost memories is a sentiment I can deeply relate to. Let us depart from this place. Upon my arrival, two nightmares followed closely behind me, so exercise caution. I cast a glance at Chun Jiuga and Yi Bing, not particularly concerned about their potential as nightmares in disguise. I have faith that those from the underworld would be incapable of fabricating the mobile device from the spectral showcase. The initiative rests firmly in my hands, and I have identified the solitary task that remains, to escape the depths of the dream realm. Do not be in haste to depart. It is prudent to clarify certain matters here. Chun Jiuga's smile persisted as his gaze shifted from me to Chu Min. Chapter 538. The method of escape. I harbor a distaste for collaborating with strangers. Chun Jiuga turned his attention to Chu Min, then back to me. Is he your friend? I am a fellow water friend, and also Yi Bing's attending physician. You may refer to me as Dr. Chu. Chu Min replied, his demeanor neither warm nor cold, betraying a palpable disinterest in the person before him. This instinctual aversion warranted my attention. In the dream world, where nightmares lurk, trust is a rare commodity, compelling me to remain vigilant. Water friend? Chun Jioga echoed, pondering the term. Did you meet through a live stream? That jest is scarcely amusing. It is as it is. If you choose not to believe me, I cannot alter that. Standing alongside Chu Min, my gaze remained fixed on Chun Jioga's phone screen, which displayed an eerie silence. Apart from the live stream, not a single comment appeared. Your popularity appears rather lackluster, does it not? Seemingly struck by my remark, Chun Jioga's smile faltered, becoming somewhat strained. I simply enabled a full chat mute. I prefer to work without undue interference. Full chat mute? Such a feature exists? My own live stream lacked any semblance of this capability, suggesting that Chun Jioga had been a streamer for a duration comparable to mine, perhaps even longer, as he had activated additional functionalities. My astonishment was concealed beneath a facade of indifference. The higher your popularity, the greater your points. Why subject yourself to such an ordeal? Why persist in antagonizing your points? I stole a glance at his viewer count, revealing a mere 2,000, while my own count had skyrocketed to a historic high of over 10,000, stabilizing at 13,000 since the appearance of that paper boat. They treat us as mere entertainment, akin to a spectacle, yet in reality, we too perceive them as mere instruments for accruing points. Each party seeks to fulfill their own interests, rendering it unnecessary to grovel. Chun Jioga maintained his facade of a smile, yet I discerned the underlying chill within it. His attitude towards the water friends contrasted starkly with mine. I refrained from refuting Chun Jioga. How he chooses to conduct himself is his prerogative. My stance towards water friends remains unwavering. I shall never forget the events of that fateful live stream when the entire city turned against me. It was the water friends who stood by my side, and later, when the Jiang family sought to ensnare me, it was still the water friends who aided me in overcoming the 21 accusations. During the live broadcast, they shared my secrets, accompanying me through life and death, witnessing my escape from perilous situations, and observing my precarious dance between existence and oblivion as I completed one dangerous game after another. Whether in agreement or in condemnation, regardless of the final outcome, the only ones accompanying me in the shadows of midnight were them. Reflecting on this, I involuntarily glanced towards the live stream. The Teletubby met a tragic end due to murder. What a spine-chilling broadcast. Is the host named Xiaoqi? I recall he mentioned his name was Lu Xing during the previous stream. Perhaps this is the essence of manhood. The host's name varies entirely based on the type of lady accompanying him. Today's theme is rather unique, reminiscent of a married woman. Everyone, remain silent and take out your notebooks to learn the host's tricks. Who knows? They might come in handy later. Are we about to engage in reckless driving again? I'm on the verge of my college entrance examinations. Watching this daily is detrimental to my studies. The king of bad movies. How could our pure live stream possibly delve into such matters? Let us pool our thoughts to assist the host. I sense he has fallen into an exceedingly perilous predicament. Did you hear what that lecherous man across from him just said? He intends to hunt target A. The letter A is anything but ordinary. It carries a special significance. As I squinted at the barrage of comments from the king of bad movies, I felt a flicker of anticipation. I had previously speculated about the meaning of the letter A, but alas, I had yielded no substantial insights. Now, with the notion being revived by the viewers, I felt a faint glimmer of hope. The king of bad movies declared, I run a film studio. So let me analyze from a professional perspective. The letter A likely denotes adult films. Those notorious Japanese productions where the ladies proclaim, Yama, Yama. I diverted my gaze halfway. Truthfully, I shouldn't harbor excessive expectations from the viewers. Clearing my throat, I was about to introduce Chu Min to Chun Jiogu when he stepped back, seemingly realizing that my tone was amiss. Observing his cautious demeanor, I opted for silence, contemplating if we could leave now. Wait, I have one more place to visit. Chun Jiogu swiftly traversed the corridor, his gaze sweeping over the doors on either side until he reached the end, where he found the door locked. The plum blossom lock intact, showing no signs of tampering. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips as he turned back, exuding confidence that no one could open that door, merely glancing at it and departing. This left me somewhat bewildered as to his true intentions. Was he here for the Dreamflower? Surely, He could not fathom that I possessed the plum blossom pendant. Would he lose his mind upon entering the room, only to discover it entirely stripped bare? I shook my head, dismissing such thoughts. I held a strong aversion to Chun Jiugu. His smile was repugnant. Thus, whether he went mad bore no relevance to me. Once the dream wing gu emerges from its cocoon, achieving breakthrough, I shall stand invincible. Chu Min and Yi Bing followed behind, while Chun Jiugu and I walked side by side, exchanging intelligence. I withheld information about the mysterious woman, only revealing details about the clock tower, my thoughts, and some speculations regarding the unlit district. Chun Jiugu, however, possessed far more information. He had conducted extensive research on the deep layers of dreams, showing no signs of being a novice in this realm. Through our conversation, I have come to understand that the depths of dreams possess nearly no boundaries. No one truly comprehends how these profound dreamscapes are formed. It may have begun as the dream of a single individual, but, for various reasons, it began to amalgamate, incorporating abandoned memories and emotions, gradually expanding over an extended period into its present form. The notion of locating boundaries and escaping the depths of dreams is utterly impossible. According to Chinjiuga, he categorizes the deep dream realm into two parts, the inner and outer, akin to an iceberg floating upon the ocean, where only a minuscule portion is visible above the surface. We currently inhabit merely the outermost fringes of this deep dream, far removed from the true darkness. As he asserts, the genuinely grotesque and terrifying memories thrive at the center of the deep dream, where a plethora of negative emotions ferment, rendering that space exponentially more horrific than hell itself. As we neared the fifth subterranean level, on the verge of departing Building 44, Chun Jiuga seemed to reach a sudden epiphany, hastening his pace and gesturing for me to follow. After evading Truman and Yi Bing, Chun Jiuga even tucked away his own phone, displaying peculiar and cautious behavior. Candid discourse was unnecessary. As fellow streamers, our optimal choice was to collaborate to fulfill our mission and escape the dreamscape. Hadn't we always been cooperating? I scoffed slightly, the phrase candid discourse sounding oddly out of place in Chun Jiuga's mouth. I referred to genuine collaboration, in a hushed tone, only audible upon drawing near. Chun Jiuga remarked that entering the depths of dream streaming was exceedingly challenging, arguably one of the most difficult tasks within the showcase. Should we engage in deceit, the only outcome would be mutual entrapment. What do you mean? I inquired, intrigued and awaiting further elucidation. There were outsiders moments ago, and I couldn't divulge much. In truth, I possess knowledge on how to escape the depths of dreams, Chun Jiuga began, but abruptly paused, a smirk gracing his lips, that infuriating smile. I can share this information, but I must first witness your sincerity. My sincerity? I swiftly grasped his implication. The exchange of information necessitated equitable value, and Chun Jiuga was unwilling to incur any loss. Very well. I had also refrained from mentioning that after entering the deep dream, I encountered the target you referred to as a. I know where to locate her. Impossible. If you had seen her, how could she emerge unscathed? Chun Jiuga replied without hesitation. That individual harbors deep resentment towards the showcase. The answer lingered in my mind, leaving it to you whether to believe or heed my words. I also ensured the privacy of our conversation, moving my phone away to prevent eavesdropping. After a few moments of contemplation, Chun Jiuga clenched his teeth and acquiesced. All right. I shall exchange information with you. You reveal everything about Target A, and I will disclose how to escape the deep dream. Are you certain? I questioned, harboring skepticism as I extended my hand towards him. Now, let me witness your sincerity. After a brief hesitation, Chun Jiuga finally spoke. Let me begin. The deep dream is vast, resembling an endless city. Traversing it solely on foot, one risks losing oneself before ever finding an exit. Furthermore, within the deep dream lurk various horrifying creatures. The thoughts and nightmares you mentioned are merely the most commonplace occurrences. I am already aware of this. Could you please proceed directly to the crux of the matter? I possess the ability to escape from the dreamscape on my own. However, I am unable to bring Truman and Yi Bing along with me, which piques my interest in his methods. The architectural layout of the deep dream realm is organized into blocks, each containing a unique edifice, the pinnacle of which invariably houses a mirror. Chun Jiuga's words gradually captivated my attention, for I had indeed encountered similar scenes before. Mirrors reflect reality, and within dreams, they hold a special significance, representing the boundary between illusion and reality, serving as one of the cornerstones of this world. As Chun Jyoga's voice lowered, I found myself increasingly entranced. Most mirrors harbor the most terrifying monsters of the district, yet a rare few connect to another world, potentially leading to reality or to an individual's mid-level dream. And of course, they might also lead to the deepest recesses of the dream. Chapter 539, The Despair District. Your words are tantamount to silence. I am aware that those mirrors are problematic, but can I truly attempt each one? Even with 100 lives, it would scarcely suffice, would it not? My tone remained flat, devoid of any particular excitement. We are both streamers. How could I possibly harm you? Chun Jyoga's mouth split into a grin. Each mirror serves as a passageway. Testing them one by one is futile, yet I know of a particular mirror that guarantees an escape from the deep dream realm. Are you certain? I harbored doubts about Chun Jyoga's assertions. The imbalance of information left me unable to verify whether he was deceiving me. Certainly, but I cannot divulge the precise location of that mirror just yet. It is time for you to share your information. Chun Jyoga's face bore that infuriating smile. I could not read him. If I could, I would have relished the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow to that smiling visage. Ultimately, I refrained from striking. My tone unchanged. Target A had previously appeared at the clock tower. The clock tower? Chun Jyoga clearly had not heard of this place. The clock tower is merely a moniker of mine. Approximately several kilometers from here stands a 19-story building, crowned with a clock tower that houses countless thoughts. Target A, clad in a multicolored dress and red high heels, had been seen around the clock tower. I rushed to complete my statement, eager to learn the location of the mirror Chun Jyoga mentioned. The clock? Time. Chun Jyoga murmured. What was she doing there? The more details, the better. For this pertains to 100 points, and I trust you will not deliberately withhold information. I had been lurking in the shadows, too afraid to reveal myself. That woman was formidable, and I sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from her. I did not deceive him. I merely used danger as an excuse to gloss over the entirety of what transpired. In my heart, I knew that the mysterious woman was of significant stature, and neither I nor Chun Jyoga stood a chance against her. Upon hearing my words, Chun Jyoga's smile slightly waned. I hope you are not lying. Is it not time for you to reveal the precise location of that mirror? I understood that Chun Jyoga might not be entirely truthful, yet I could glean some valuable clues from his words. I previously mentioned that this dream city is divided into countless districts. That mirror is concealed within the Despair District. The Despair District? I glanced at Chun Jyoga. Did you come up with that name yourself? He stood in place for a while, seemingly hesitant, before finally speaking. This neighborhood was not merely a name. It was indeed the origin of Target A. With a deliberate motion, Chun Jyoga reached into his pocket and slowly extracted a worn yellowed book, flipping to a particular page. Take a look at this, he said, leaning closer. As I peered into the yellowed tome, I discerned hand-drawn maps within. Is this a map of the deep dream? My tone rose, my astonishment hardly concealed. This thick volume contained no less than dozens of pages, and if it were filled with maps of dream cities, its value would be incalculable. Do not be overly excited. This is indeed a map, but merely a fragment, Chun Jyoga replied. As he leafed through the yellowed pages, it was evident that many details had faded. Rather than a mere atlas, it resembled a collection of notes. This was the early work of Target A left behind in the showcase, documenting her explorations. All the names of the districts were her own designations. I had exchanged 30 points to obtain this. I remained silent, pondering the implications. 30 points for something that could be paid in installments at the showcase? Chun Jyoga harbored many secrets worth unearthing. He held the yellowed book tightly, clearly valuing it immensely. The deep dream was vast, and after years of exploration, we had only scratched the surface of 1 or 2% of its expanse. Yet, even this information was enough for us to find a way out. Opening the book, he pointed to a location marked with a black circle. This is where we currently stand, a former outpost in the deep dream. I glanced at the spot he indicated, where the word outpost was written in small letters. To the southwest lay the clock tower, the only tall building in the vicinity. Continuing north through 9 districts would lead us to the Despair District. Chun Jyoga illustrated the route, and for the moment, I could discern no flaws in his words. Why is it called the Despair District? Is there something peculiar about that place? I discreetly memorized all the routes on the map with my discerning eye. Chun Jyoga shook his head. I am uncertain. This information was left by Target A, and she named it. Since entering the deep dream from my own dreams, I have been searching for the markers on the map, and it took considerable effort to locate this abandoned outpost. I smiled faintly, choosing not to speak. Chen Zhuge seemed well prepared. It was unlikely he was unaware of the specifics of that district. He probably just preferred not to share. The map was worth 30 points. And his endeavor to find this forsaken outpost left behind by the underworld showcase was inherently suspicious. The value of whatever treasures lay hidden within must surely exceed 30 points. Whether it be the dream flower or the mirror shard that does not reflect human forms, either could be the target of Chen Zhuge's quest. Regrettably, he was a step too late. Both items now belonged to me. As our exchange of information concluded, Yi Bing and Chu Min, who had been following behind, joined us. The four of us convened to deliberate on our next course of action. Chen Zhuge advocated for an ambush at the clock tower targeting A, while Chu Min and I strongly opposed the idea. That location was a nest of thoughts, and a moment's carelessness could lead to an overwhelming onslaught of countless thoughts. Ultimately, the majority prevailed, and we decided to first explore the Despair District as suggested by Chen Zhuge, intending to return to the clock tower after the night in the deep dream had passed, to attempt an ambush of the mysterious woman. As I approached the edge of the unlit district, the once persistent thoughts of being pursued by those two nightmares, who masqueraded as me and Truman, had long since dissipated. Reflecting on these phantoms, I found my gaze lingering on Chen Zhuge and Yi Bing. There was indeed a fleeting moment when suspicion towards them crossed my mind. However, upon further contemplation, I realized that the disguises of nightmares are merely based on personal memories and are far from flawless. Certain unique objects and idiosyncrasies cannot be effectively impersonated. With this understanding, I felt a slight sense of relief, yet I remained cautious of Chen Zhuge. This character is inherently untrustworthy. His words are a blend of truth and deceit, and upon careful scrutiny, it becomes evident that he conceals numerous significant details. For instance, how did he enter the dreamscape? Through whose intermediate dream did he traverse? And what specific methods did he employ to escape, including the use of mirrors? There are countless inquiries. Yet I must refrain from pressing him too closely. It would be detrimental for both of us, as we remain allies on the surface, reliant on each other's strengths to achieve our respective goals. It is likely that Chen Zhuge has been a show host longer than I have. He possesses extensive knowledge of the deep dream realms, leading me to suspect that this is not his inaugural venture into such depths. Upon exiting the unlit district, a multitude of thoughts began to swirl around us, accompanied by fragments of memories that lay hidden within the walls, awakening like vengeful spirits, occasionally launching attacks against us. The night within the deep dreamscape gradually unveiled its sinister and perilous visage. Ordinarily, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation, yet at this moment, Chen Zhuge's subtle strategies began to reveal their brilliance. He produced 2 jade pendants, distributing one to me and one to Truman. Upon donning these talismans, the surrounding memory fragments and thoughts inexplicably overlooked us. The pendants possessed the power to dispel distracting thoughts and maintain one's true essence, ensuring protection from the monstrous entities born of distorted memories. However, their efficacy lasts only 30 minutes. Now, we must hasten our pace and refrain from lingering. The pendants Chen Zhuge provided were indeed beneficial, yet he and Yi Bing did not wear them, suggesting that he possesses even more formidable artifacts. As we continued our journey, we encountered several unforeseen events. For instance, while traversing a particular district, a memory amalgamation creature, comparable in size to a 2-story building, charged across the street. It was the most grotesque entity I had ever witnessed, a grotesque amalgamation formed from countless human limbs, bodies, and faces, exuding a stifling aura that could be felt from hundreds of meters away. This abomination, known as a nightmare, is a creature composed of painful memories, voraciously devouring anything that moves. Thus, the best course of action upon encountering it is to hold one's breath, close one's eyes, and feign death. Chen Zhuge recited relevant records from the yellowed pages, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, indicating that he too was confronting such a terrifying creature for the first time. The creature, with its building-like form, roamed the streets with reckless abandon. Perhaps the term tumbling would be more apt to describe its movement. Nightmare? Does it signify a bad dream or insatiable hunger? I did not dwell on its name, opting instead to maintain a safe distance until it had moved far away, allowing me to cautiously emerge from my hiding place. The deep dreamscape, with its surreal and bizarre characteristics, appeared to be an entirely different world. And it was here that I first recognized the stark limitations of my own imagination. In the depths of the human subconscious, one can encounter the embodiment of nearly every horror that haunts the mind. This realm is devoid of beauty, akin to a sky perpetually shrouded in shades of black and white. The prevailing theme of this city is despair. It is little wonder that the very foundation of deep dreams arises from abandoned memories and negative emotions. Humans are peculiar beings, for they cherish the beautiful moments, etching them into their hearts, even capturing them in photographs to be revisited with fondness. Conversely, they choose to selectively forget the dreadful, painful, and cruel memories, relegating them to the recesses of another world. As I traversed through the blocks, I finally arrived at the specially marked District of Despair. The architectural style of this area was eerily bizarre, predominantly clad in hues of black and gray, reminiscent of a town ravaged by fire long ago. During the plague, towns were incinerated to stem the tide of contagion. Truman, clad in a white coat, appeared contemplative, standing motionless at the district's edge, seemingly reluctant to step within. Could this district be the lingering memory of those who perished in flames? I was the first to enter, reaching out to touch the weathered walls, which exuded a musty odor, cracked and ancient. The authenticity of this place blurred the lines between reality and dreams, making it easy to understand how one might lose their grasp on the latter. Casting a glance at Yi Bing, I chose not to speak further, casually peeling a fragment of the wall and handing it to Truman. The buildings emanated a pungent scent, reminiscent of decay. Truman, without hesitation, grasped the piece of wall, bringing it to his nose before discarding it hastily. "I'm merely a neurologist, not a forensic expert," he remarked. I observed the dark stain left on his hand, a smirk curling at the corners of my mouth, though the mask of good and evil concealed any shift in my expression, rendering it imperceptible to others. To them, it was merely a trivial incident. Venturing further within, I disregarded Truman's willingness, pulling him into the heart of the district. Each area in the deep dream varied significantly in size, and the District of Despair was nearly tenfold the expanse of the unlit district, resembling a labyrinth. "The District of Despair has welcomed you. Shall we now deliberate on our target, eh?" Chun Jioga, trailing at the rear, moved with caution, prompting me to adopt a more vigilant demeanor. Target A is not easily vanquished. Even with our combined efforts, we scarcely possess a 60% chance of success. Should we fail, you could effortlessly escape, leaving me and my companions to endure Target A's wrath. In truth, that so-called 60% was merely a fabrication. I believe that the likelihood of Chun Jioga and me defeating the mysterious woman was nearly zero. "What do you propose?" Chun Jioga maintained his smile, yet I sensed an undercurrent of impatience in his tone. "Take me to that mirror. I must see it with my own eyes to feel assured before I assist you with your task. Do not be so quick to refuse. I know you must have a contingency plan. I do not require the specifics. I merely wish to see the mirror to ensure you are not deceiving me." Without sight of the mirror to validate Chun Jioga's assertions, I would not cooperate with him. Is merely seeing the mirror sufficient? Are you not concerned I might present some random mirror to trick you? Chun Jioga's voice turned frigid. "You may attempt that if you wish." I casually remarked that among the four companions, none spoke, each harboring their own secrets as we traversed the charred streets. With each step deeper into the area, the stench in the air grew increasingly potent, and Chun Jioga's smile gradually faded. "I promised you, but that place is far from safe. Even I hesitate to enter casually. The level of danger is hardly less than that of confronting Target A directly. Nevertheless, we must face it eventually," I stated nonchalantly, eliciting a cold laugh from Chun Jioga. "You are quite confident. Your name is Xiachi, correct? I shall remember you." He gestured to Yi Bing, instructing her not to stray too far among us. "There are other entities. Do not wander off. I will ensure your escape." Chun Jioga suddenly extended a friendly gesture towards Yi Bing, leaving me perplexed. The one who truly cherished Yi Bing was the hunchbacked boy, whose plush bear rested on my back. What pretense was this, coming from a malevolent spirit? My gaze shifted, pondering if Yi Bing possessed an irreplaceable significance. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Following Chun Jioga, we gradually entered this district, aptly named the District of Despair. Typically, mirrors are placed atop the tallest building in each block. However, exceptions do exist. Chun Jioga led us deeper until the pavement was charred and surrounding structures bore severe burn marks, at which point he halted. "You have all observed that this place is indeed perilous. I do not wish to deceive you, nor invite unnecessary misunderstandings," he stated, retrieving a yellowed notebook and flipping to a specific page. Target A once traversed this area, marked in red to alert others. She left behind some notes. and my inference that one could escape the depths of the dream realm stems from her records. I scrutinized the notebook, where sparse arrows and symbols sketched a few ideas, accompanied by some indistinct writings. I had dedicated considerable time to decipher these symbols and texts, uncovering intelligence about this district. The smile on Chen Zhouga's face had faded significantly. He was in a heightened state of tension, as if danger lurked from every angle. You must have noticed that the buildings in the District of Despair seem to have been consumed by flames. In truth, Target A's earlier speculations align closely with what you mentioned. This area gathers the painful memories of all who perished in flames, their suffering crystallized into this locale. The process of being burned alive is lengthy and filled with despair, and such memories are akin to grotesque scars left by searing fire, ones that no one wishes to recall, often buried deep within the recesses of dreams, ultimately forming this vast, charred district. We have yet to reach the deepest parts. Hence we cannot yet sense that agony and despair. However, as we advance, we will undoubtedly be affected by this district. We may encounter many grotesque and terrifying sights, all composed of those painful memories. He paused, surveying our expressions. You should also realize that this area lacks those shadowy figures and thoughts. It is not that they do not exist, but rather, once they enter, they become engulfed and subsequently assimilated. This is another terrifying aspect of the District of Despair. It allows the souls that enter to truly experience despair. Xiaoqi, I am aware that as a live-streaming host accustomed to the macabre and the terrifying, you must remain vigilant in this place. Any lapse in caution could result not only in your demise, but potentially endanger us all. The explicit warning from Chen Zhougao has prompted me to realize that the situation may be more dire than I had anticipated, and I must patiently listen to his words until he concludes. This district is shrouded in despair and anguish, which will inevitably awaken the inner torment of all who enter. It will exploit the vulnerabilities within your character, unearthing your deepest fears and manifesting those haunting memories into reality. Chen Zhougao articulated this with deliberate emphasis, asserting that those who are most formidable often conceal their fears. When such long-suppressed terror becomes tangible, it can unleash a calamity from which none can escape. Chapter 541. Ashen Ruins. Fear is a universal emotion. However, some individuals, through rigorous training, possess nerves of steel and remain impervious to even the most harrowing sights, maintaining their composure to devise optimal responses. Under the trials of the Underworld Showcase, both Chen Zhougao and I have become such individuals. Nevertheless, concealment of fear does not equate to an absence of it. The dread that resides deep within, once ignited, can have consequences far more severe than those experienced by the average person. Should this district indeed transform our innermost fears into reality, it would spell disaster for us as showcase hosts, for the fears harbored by ordinary individuals and those we comprehend as hosts exist on entirely different planes. I now grasp the essence of Chen Zhougao's admonition. Rest assured, I shall remain vigilant. I verbally assented, though internally I felt a lack of certainty. Yet, this is the only known passage to escape the depths of this dream, compelling me to confront it. The charred remnants of buildings occasionally emit faint sounds, reminiscent of crackling wood, while the air is tainted with a pungent odor, as if the entire district were a gaping, festering wound. We are preparing to enter the central area. Chen Zhougao glanced back at me before walking alongside Yibing. Since entering the District of Despair, he has grown particularly close to Yibing, almost seeking refuge in her shadow. This unusual behavior piqued my curiosity. Yibing is merely an ordinary person, a harbinger of misfortune, possessing no significant utility in this dream realm. What could Chen Zhougao possibly intend? I cannot fathom that he would genuinely wish to protect Yibing as a showcase host. I understand this profession all too well. The cycle of life and death breeds a certain coldness. Under the relentless indoctrination of the showcase, every host becomes a self-serving entity, oftentimes valuing their own existence over that of others. I trailed closely behind Chen Zhougao, cautious as the streets narrowed and the intersections multiplied, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping the district. The occasional sounds emanating from the darkened houses were startling. "Look," called out Truman, who was trailing at the back of the group, pointing towards a building. It was a charred three-story edifice, and just moments ago, a shadowy figure had flitted past the third-floor balcony. I halted at the entrance of the structure, furrowing my brow in confusion. What was that? Unlike mere thoughts or shadows, it appeared to possess its own corporeal form. Was it a nightmare? Do not linger, we must hurry. If we become entangled with them, it could lead to dire complications. Chen Jioge quickly noticed the recent disturbance and spoke with a tone that was both solemn and laced with urgency. What is that creature? It could be considered a unique monster of the Despair District. As he ran forward, he elaborated. The memories of those who have perished in flames become intricately intertwined with their physical forms. The exact cause of this phenomenon eludes me. Perhaps the agony of the burning is deeply imprinted upon every inch of their skin. Or perhaps it is the culmination of various excruciating pains that allows these memories to perfectly reconstruct the fundamental structure of the body. Do not concern yourself with the details. Simply keep your distance from that shadow. Never entertain the thought of confronting it. This is their territory, and a careless misstep could provoke a hornet's nest, leading to chaos. I nodded, recalling the scene I had perceived through my judgmental gaze. The shadow retained the basic human form, yet its visage was grotesquely charred and marred. With only a pair of cold eyes revealing any semblance of humanity, my initial impression was one of sheer horror, its appearance repugnant. Even with my exceptional mental fortitude, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I pondered just how many similar monsters lurked within this district. The area of the Despair District was tenfold that of the Lightless District, suggesting a despair-inducing number of hidden creatures. Without delving further into my thoughts, I noticed that Chen Jioge seemed equipped with additional survival tools. The shadows lurking among the buildings merely observed us from a distance, seemingly cautious and refraining from launching an attack. After approximately an hour of walking, Chen Jioge finally halted. This is the place. However, I advise against entering for now. It is far too perilous. Before us stood an immense complex of interconnected buildings. Once separate, they had fused together under the devastation of fire, collapsed lofts, and shattered remnants, creating a singular structure that exuded an otherworldly aura, akin to a castle inhabited by demons. Is this it? I inquired as Chen Jioge meandered through the alleyways. I understood he was intentionally taking a circuitous route to conceal the true entrance, but having practiced both Buddhism and Taoism, and having consumed the dream flower, my mind was clear and my memory extraordinary. I had already committed the route to memory. This extensive ruin was the heart of the Despair District, and the mirror I spoke of resided within the tallest building of the wreckage. Chen Jioge and Yi Bing stood together, pausing before a charred door. Do we enter here? I asked, eyeing the precariously swaying door and doubting whether a gentle push would cause it to collapse entirely. There are many entrances. This is merely one of them. Chen Jioge gestured to the surrounding doors and windows. The vast complex comprised numerous interconnected houses, creating an abundance of open doorways and passages. Finding a mirror amidst such a sprawling ruin would not be an easy task. Each entrance led to different locations. If you truly wish to enter, stay close behind me and refrain from wandering. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. After his admonition, he stepped inside, repeatedly cautioning Yi Bing not to stray too far. So concerned for Yi Bing? This is hardly in line with the demeanor of a show host, I mused, as Chu Min and I followed closely behind. Stepping into the ash-laden ruins. The interior of the building complex is far more intricate than I had envisioned. Each cramped room is interconnected, the walls charred and cracked, creating a disorienting atmosphere where time seems to blur, leading to the illusion that every room is strikingly similar, making it easy to lose one's way. It evokes a deep-seated fear within me, and I find myself pondering what truly terrifies me at my core. Should this thought come to light, it would undoubtedly astonish others. I have become somewhat desensitized to fear. When confronted with something horrific, the outcomes are typically twofold. I either succumb to it or manage to escape. When life and death are placed in perspective, any fear diminishes significantly. The floor beneath me is already destroyed, the tiles blackened and riddled with cracks, while the room is in utter disarray, bearing witness to the agonizing struggle of those who perished in the flames. I am examining the deformed home security lock on the doorframe, which has been smashed beyond recognition, its interior melted away. The door is marked with the imprints of the deceased's desperate attempts to escape. The scene is harrowing. The fire has scorched flesh, mingling it with the remnants of the door, each impact tearing away layers of skin. Was someone deliberately locked inside? The bloodied marks on the door are situated low, reaching only to my waist, suggesting the victim was relatively young. Observing the spread of the flames, it appears they originated from the kitchen, where the old gas stove has been reduced to a mere iron frame. This inferno resembles one caused by a mischievous child playing with fire in the absence of parental supervision. The door was locked from the inside, leaving the child with no means of escape as flames surged toward them, blocking the windows. I fixate on the charred marks on the door and the melted iron lock. Envisioning the harrowing scenario, flames advancing with no escape route, the only door firmly locked. The child desperately pounded on the security door, exerting every ounce of strength to survive. Yet no one was there to rescue them. As thick smoke blinded their eyes and the flames slowly engulfed them, the agony they experienced must have been akin to despair. I reach out and peel away a layer of charred flesh from the security door, and in that moment, I finally comprehend why this neighborhood is dubbed Despair District. Don't move. Chen Jioga suddenly beckons me to step away from the door. He guides me around to another side, and from this vantage point, I glimpse a shadowy figure crouched outside the security door, its stature diminutive, reminiscent of a small child who has perished in the flames. Chapter 542, When Fear Becomes Reality. My pupils dilate, and I take a step back. Had I opened that door, the boy concealed behind it would have lunged at me instead of remaining motionless, like a lifeless corpse caught in the door's crevice. Chen Jioga signals me to avoid provoking it and directs me to follow him from another angle. The sight is truly terrifying. Chu Min lingers at the rear, his hands buried in the pockets of his white coat, his gaze flickering anxiously. As we pass the security door, he quickens his pace, seemingly fearful of something. This small detail does not escape my notice, and I wonder, is the shadowy figure truly so frightening? Given its size, it appears to be merely a child. What threat could it possibly pose? Hurry, Chen Jioga urges. Both he and Chu Min seem profoundly unsettled by the charred corpses, their instinctive reaction being to keep their distance. I do not wish to complicate matters further, so I followed closely behind Chen Jioga and Yi Bing, while Truman trailed at the rear. I positioned myself in the middle, which should have allowed me to maintain an overarching perspective. However, as we proceeded, I gradually sensed something amiss. Chen Jioga and Yi Bing appeared to be hastening their pace, occasionally slipping from my view. Yet, after passing through a doorway, I could always spot them again. Thus, I remained perplexed, but chose not to confront them over such trivialities, considering my current dependence on them. Moreover, with my discerning vision, it would be challenging for them to shake me off. Truman, at the back of the line, exhibited peculiar behavior. In stark contrast to Chen Jioga, he slowed down, frequently glancing around as if evading something unseen. Feeling uneasy, I turned to him and inquired, "Old Chu, have you noticed anything?" "Nothing," Truman replied nonchalantly, urging me to quicken my pace lest I lose sight of Chen Jioga. Yet, his own speed remained unchanged, leisurely trailing behind, which caused me concern that he might become lost in this ominous place. After a few minutes, the terrain grew increasingly intricate, with rooms merging together, presenting a myriad of crossroads. Different doors led to various locations, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. The urgency in Chen Jioga and Yi Bing's pace suggested a fear of unforeseen events, while Truman's steady gait betrayed a distinct aversion to our surroundings. The strangeness of their behavior unsettled me. I, too, quickened my pace, maintaining a distance of 4 or 5 meters from Chen Jioga and Yi Bing. Yet the gap between Truman and myself widened. Suddenly, as I contemplated my escape plan, a piercing scream erupted from behind me, reminiscent of a wild creature caught unawares by a venomous snake. What happened? I turned to investigate, only to find that Truman had vanished without a trace, leaving only the echo of his voice lingering in the air. Had he been attacked? We had been separated by no more than a single room, so I hesitated not, swiftly retracing my steps to the room we had just passed. However, upon entering, I discovered no sign of Truman, no traces, not even a footprint remained. Where is he? It seemed impossible for him to have disappeared without a reason. I stood frozen for less than a second when a horrifying thought struck me. In an instant, I turned and dashed back to the room I had just exited, calling out Yi Bing's name as I pursued. There was no response, and my heart sank further. It had only been a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, yet I had somehow lost track of Chen Jioga and Yi Bing. This was not right. It was evident that Chen Jioga had orchestrated this from the very beginning. He had never intended to lead me to safety. Retracing my steps to the room where I had sought Truman, I rounded a corner to find 3 half-open doors and a charred window before me. These 4 passages led to 4 distinct chambers. Where would Chen Jioga go? I employed my discernment to scrutinize the surroundings, but found no useful information. It dawned on me that I had been remiss. Reflecting on all that had transpired since encountering Chen Jioga, I could now ascertain that his true mission was intricately linked to the darkened districts. Just before our departure, he had personally investigated the final room on the 5th underground level, ensuring the integrity of the lock cylinder before he visibly relaxed. And a subtle shift in his tone became apparent. He seemed convinced that the door could only be opened by him, ensuring that anything placed inside would remain secure. While items locked within the confines of the room were indeed safe, once taken outside, their safety was uncertain. Human hearts are inherently greedy. He must have feared my potential actions against him, hence luring me to this desolate block in a bid to ensnare me here. He had previously mentioned that this place could transform the deepest despair into reality, making it even more terrifying for those with strong wills. I have truly witnessed the lengths he would go to, using his own escape route as bait to draw me in. Before my arrival, I meticulously analyzed Chunjioga's words regarding the existence of a passage to escape the depths of the dream, and this must indeed be true. The map of the deep dream was authentic. Everything he utilized was genuine, and his words were unvarnished truth, crafting a lethal web of deceit that ultimately ensnared me. But why would Truman deliberately cooperate with Chunjioga at this juncture? Was it mere coincidence, or did he and Chunjioga have prior dealings? I hold grave suspicions regarding Truman. He may have already been replaced by a nightmare. There are too many inconsistencies. His mannerisms are somewhat awkward. The rationale for his sudden appearance on the 3rd floor of the Blue House seemed implausible. Moreover, for a hypnotist, it would be impossible to assert that blue symbolizes the sky and the sea. Blue is emblematic of melancholy, found in patient gowns and prison attire alike, and is the color most favored by the mentally ill, without exception. Subsequently, my probing actions inadvertently confirmed some doubts. For instance, despite being left-handed, when I casually handed him a piece of wall plaster before entering the desolate block, he accepted it with his right hand. These unintentional habits only deepened my suspicions. Yet, they remained merely suspicions. I would not confront him directly, for fear of alarming him and attracting unnecessary trouble. Additionally, I was preparing to fulfill the 3rd optional task set by the Underworld Showcase, to slay a nightmare. When exactly did the replacement occur? This is the perplexing aspect for me. Was it at the Blue House? Or was it that the Truman who entered the deep dream with me was not the real Truman, but rather the nightmare from Yi Bing's dream? If it was indeed the nightmare from Yi Bing's dream, then dragging a ghost along as I raced into the depths of the dream would be rather embarrassing. With a wry smile, I steeled myself and surveyed the doors before me. Now, 2 choices lay before me. Firstly, to retrace my steps back to the unlit district, lying in wait for Chunjioga, who would undoubtedly return for the contents of the last room. Secondly, to venture forth into the depths of this ash-laden ruin in search of Chunjioga and Yi Bing. Given the eeriness of this place, a cautious approach seems prudent. I prepared to retrace my steps, sighing at the myriad of cracks beneath my feet. What a pity, just a step short. However, I took solace in the fact that with the Dreamwing Goo, I was in an undefeated position, as long as I returned along the original path. I still held the reins of control. Just moments ago, I had reacted swiftly, yet they seized the opportunity. Nightmares are formidable adversaries, and Chunjioga is even more terrifying. As I retraced my steps for several minutes, I suddenly sensed something amiss. The path had altered, completely diverging from my memories. Damn it, what I feared had come to pass. I uttered this phrase casually, and an icy sensation surged down my spine. What I feared had indeed manifested. This was bad. I recalled the words of Chunjioga, inscribed in the yellowed pages, that the Despair District could manifest the deepest fears of the human heart into reality. Standing at the center of the room, overwhelmed by the pungent stench in the air, I instinctively scanned my surroundings, bracing myself for any potential threat. However, just as I began to heighten my vigilance, an eerie noise emanated from the security door behind me, reminiscent of a child deliberately scratching it with their nails. The sound was jarring and unsettling, sending shivers down my spine. What could it be? With previous experiences haunting my mind, I dared not entertain any wild thoughts. Instead, I raised my phone high and cautiously approached the charred security door. Chapter 543, The Doll Guides the Way. The mind is clear and intent is focused. I recited the profound, true heart mantra to dispel the trifles of my heart, my gaze calm and crystalline, devoid of any impurities. Surely, in this state, I would not fall prey to fear again. Holding my phone, I approached the door, the incessant scratching noise against the glass tormenting me, as if urging me to investigate. With a tranquil mind and no inkling of dread, I believed that any potential terror would naturally dissipate if I did not harbor fearful thoughts. What I beheld should not be so terrifying. As I reached out to pull open the security door, my movements were slow. The moment I managed to open it a fraction, I suddenly realized my grave misjudgment. A grotesque face, severely burned and unrecognizable, lunged at me. In an instinctive reaction, I attempted to retreat behind the door, only to feel a charred hand grip my wrist with an iron grasp. It was you again. I had no time to observe the ghastly visage of that wretched creature. Instead, I delivered a powerful kick to its face. The force was immense, and with a resounding crack, the neck of the ashen figure snapped, its head dangling like a ripe fruit upon its back. Stepping back a few paces, I focused my gaze. It was merely an ordinary shadow, charred and indistinguishable, its flesh and clothing long since fused together. No hair remained, and its features had nearly melted away. Indeed, it was the most repugnant creature I had ever encountered in all my live broadcasts. Hideous and revolting. Yet more chilling was the knowledge that this grotesque being was once human, just like me. The memories of anguish left by the raging flames seemed to coil around its tortured form like poisonous vines, ultimately succumbing to the inferno, leaving behind a filthy, grotesque shell that had become a part of despair. I exhaled softly, striving to maintain my composure. Although the creature's appearance was repulsive, it had yet to reach the limits of my endurance. It was merely nauseating. I found a charred iron rod in the room, its origins unknown, and tested its weight before striding toward the shadow. Since you are so eager to harm me, I shall use you for my experiments. I swung the iron rod wildly, striking the shadow, its body contorting under the blows, joints dislocated, yet it still struggled, its broken neck slowly rising, the abhorrent face gradually turning towards me. Is it immune to conventional means? I flexed my left hand, the Buddhist beads from Old Chun radiating a soft glow. Then, I aimed a punch directly at the shadow's head. It was as if a bubble had burst. The dark, humanoid charred remains transformed into thick smoke, dispersing into the scorched walls surrounding me, with a small portion drifting behind me, as if absorbed by a plush bear. It did not seem overly difficult to confront. As I contemplated this, I glanced at the prayer bead bracelet, only to suddenly realize that the radiance emanating from the beads had significantly dimmed. The toll of this blow was far greater than I had anticipated. This should not be the case. When I escaped from the clock tower, I had calculated that the merits contained within the bracelet would suffice for at least a dozen more uses. Could it be that my subconscious calculation of the merits before I struck had led this district to deliberately increase the expenditure to instill a sense of despair in me? Cold sweat broke out on my forehead, as if a pair of eyes in the darkness were fixated on me, seizing every opportunity to slowly erode my being. Determined to force me into a dire predicament, fighting was not an option, and there was no escape route. The true terror of this district began to manifest. The pathways had altered. Only Chun Jyoga possessed knowledge of the true route. He likely had not ventured here for the first time, and perhaps the map bore additional annotations. However, ruminating on such matters was futile. One misstep could lead to a cascade of errors, rendering hope of resolution nearly non-existent. I returned to the room where I had lost sight of Chun Jyoga, observing the distant intersection with 3 half-open doors and a window, each leading to different chambers. If I continued my pursuit, a wrong choice could easily lead me astray, further from my goal. As I pondered, that jarring, maddening sound returned to my ears, as if something lurking nearby could spring forth at any moment to ambush me. Sound is one of the primary channels through which the human body receives external information. The incessant cacophony serves as a distraction, impairing subjective judgment and causing one to lose composure, resulting in irrational actions. Having discerned the abilities of those charred figures, I ceased to focus on them. Even if they were granted an opportunity to ambush me, they might not succeed in causing harm. The pressing issue was how to choose my path. With my merits plummeting to a deficit of 100,000 and my luck seemingly having abandoned me, the probability of selecting correctly from 4 options was virtually non-existent. The sounds around me grew increasingly distinct, as if the lurking entities from other rooms were converging. Their numbers multiplied. Though I maintained my spiritual focus to suppress the fear within, my body instinctively reacted with human responses. A chill coursed through my spine, my mind alight with urgency, and my legs tensed, ready to spring into action. The sounds did not resemble those produced by a single individual. The faint scraping of nails against glass, hurried, stifled breaths, and a myriad of other distressing noises amalgamated, emanating from all corners of the rooms. Were another person in my place, they would likely have succumbed to panic and fled. Grasping the iron rod in my hand, I was poised to randomly select a door when suddenly, something gripped my back. What was that? Turning, I saw a red thread extending from the plush bear's cracked belly, stealthily guiding my shoulder towards the far left door without drawing anyone's attention. A hint? How could the plush bear know which direction Chinjoga had taken? Was it possible that their shared corporeal experience allowed them to sense each other closely? I dared not dwell further on this, fearing further complications, and obediently proceeded in the direction indicated by the plush bear. At a critical moment, the plush bear awakens. I perceive two possibilities. First, there are no onlookers nearby. Thus, it need not disguise itself. Second, it may be connected to the dark essence it just absorbed. After vanquishing the charred corpse, the adversary's form transformed into black mist, which returned to the building, yet the plush bear appropriated a portion for its own use. The discovery of the plush bear by Chinjoga likely serves as one of his motivations for targeting me. Between them, one can assume a human guise while the other must dwell within a doll, haunting it. My predicament, compounded by Chinjoga's machinations regarding the plush bear, has led me to glimpse a sliver of hope for resolution. This black mist seems to embody a multitude of negative emotions and memories saturated with despair. Should the plush bear manage to absorb such energy, it would be a fortuitous occurrence. With the plush bear guiding me, my anxious heart finally finds solace as I proceed forward. During my pursuit, I encountered several charred corpses. I refrained from employing any benevolent powers, instead suppressing my revulsion to shatter their joints, allowing the plush bear to absorb the black mist within them. Once the mist diminishes beyond a certain threshold, they dissipate autonomously. After dispatching 6 corpses, the plush bear regained considerable vitality, though outwardly it still appeared tattered. Ordinarily, prolonged vigorous activity within deep dreams would hasten the onset of disorientation due to mental fatigue. However, I evidently stand as an exception, remaining vibrant and full of energy even after battling 6 charred corpses. I surmise that this vitality is primarily linked to my prior consumption of dreamweaver grass and dream flowers. With the plush bear as my guide, I swiftly navigated the ashen ruins, dismissing the cacophony of piercing sounds that surrounded me. At this moment, a singular thought consumed my mind: to capture Chinjoga and deliver a thorough beating, seizing all his valuable possessions. After approximately 10 minutes, I encountered no further charred corpses. The surrounding structures had transformed, and the stench in the air grew increasingly pungent, with dismembered human limbs appearing in the rooms. Is this also a manifestation of memory? I kicked aside a charred, severed leg, frowning as I followed the plush bear's guidance, seemingly entering the very heart of this architectural cluster. Here, the edifices bore little resemblance to their original forms. The ravaging flames had altered everything, leaving behind a void of unending despair. Chapter 544. Have you ever experienced despair? The room was chaotic, the walls shrouded in darkness, and the air thick with the stench of decay, while bizarre sounds echoed from all directions. Where shall I proceed next? I inquired of the plush bear, which, suspended on my shoulder, directed its red thread towards the room on the left. As I pushed open the door, I hesitated, taken aback by the sight before me. In a room filled with ash, there stood a mirror. Could this be the passage Chinjoga mentioned? A way to escape the depths of the dream? I struggled to believe it. It seemed too fortuitous. Upon first glimpsing the mirror, my thoughts spiraled uncontrollably. Contemplation is a human instinct, a trait I have always embodied. The mirror faced the door, and as I opened it, my reflection appeared within. Caution urged me to heed the warning from Xue, prompting me to step back just in time to witness something utterly astonishing. The reflection of myself in the mirror did not vanish with my physical departure, as if it were indelibly etched upon the glass. What could this mean? The plush bear upon my back offered no guidance. Only the anxious quiver of the red thread draped over my shoulder suggested an impending danger. What could it be? The charred corpses were no longer enough to instill fear in me. No, this is the very heart of the building. There could be other monsters lurking nearby. I swiftly quelled my thoughts, for much of the fear we experience is merely a product of our own imagination. I banished the distractions from my mind, determined to prevent them from manifesting into reality. Where has Chinjoga gone? Are you certain this path is correct? I whispered, seeking a response from the plush bear, which merely directed the red thread towards the door that housed the mirror. Is this the only way? After a moment's hesitation, I pushed open the door. In the center of the room, the mirror retained my reflection, chillingly unchanged from the moment I first entered. This mirror hardly seemed like a passage to escape a deep dream. It appeared to be a trap deliberately set by Chenjioga. That thought flitted through my mind when, to my horror, the reflection of myself began to shift. My hair fell away, my eye sockets hollowed, and my skin began to decay at a visibly alarming rate. Witnessing the process of my own demise was profoundly unsettling. I stood transfixed, observing the visage that mirrored my own, suddenly contorting in agony as if it were making a final desperate struggle, tremblingly reaching out toward me. "Do you wish for me to save you?" Large patches of skin began to exhibit signs of decomposition. My reflection seemed to be suffocating, its cheeks swelling like a balloon on the verge of bursting. Is this an attempt to frighten me using my own image? Such a tactic is rather rudimentary. I regarded the reflection with indifference, though it bore my likeness. Its body was nearly in a state of decay. Yet, I understood that it was merely a reflection. The image, appearing as if it yearned to escape the mirror, raised its hand, which finally made contact with the surface. The sight of my own reflection struggling for life was heart-wrenching. Instinctively, I reached out, intending to push the mirror against the wall, but when I beheld my own arm, my eyes widened in horror, shattering my previously composed demeanor. There were patches of decay on my arm, and the pallor of my skin was rotting, identical to that of the reflection. How could this be? How could the illusion of the mirror become reality? The mirror reflects the truth. Upon my first glance, I instinctively perceived the figure within as myself, a natural assumption. For anyone gazing into a mirror would feel the same certainty, never suspecting otherwise. As the reflected version of me slowly decayed and approached death, my subconscious began to worry if I too might develop such wounds. In contemplating this, I had unwittingly fallen into the trap. This is a treacherous snare. Whatever I see in the mirror, the moment I dwell upon it, I invite uncontrollable consequences. The phantom within the mirror becomes increasingly terrifying, and the wounds upon my own body become irreversible. Indeed, in the district of despair, all fears manifest into reality. My voice grew hoarse as I gazed into the mirror. Witnessing my body gradually succumb to weakness, a fleeting thought crossed my mind, the advice from Sakurako to keep my lips away from the mirror when they felt parched. At that moment, my greatest fear was the loss of my ability to resist, my body gradually succumbing to weakness. After 2 or 3 seconds, I collapsed onto the ground. All my fears had materialized. I gasped for air, every ounce of my strength drained, and my eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Chanting the profound mantra, I gritted my teeth and crawled towards the back of the mirror. Having braved countless trials of life and death, I would not surrender until my very last breath. Since becoming a livestream host, despair had become my closest companion, always lurking by my side, yet it had never managed to conquer me. Do you think you can instill thoughts of hopelessness in me? Do you think you can drag me down? Not with these feeble attempts. As my strength waned, in the final moment before my eyes closed, I beheld shadowy figures, grotesque and distorted, emerging from every corner of the room, seemingly with the singular aim of targeting me. Trapped in a dream? Unable to resist? Surrounded by monsters? You think these circumstances could bring me to despair? Impossible. You are far from succeeding. Suddenly, I opened my eyes. A wave of excruciating pain radiating from every part of my body. Outside, rain fell steadily, the sky overcast, as if darkness were imminent. Where am I? My vision seemed considerably diminished, everything appearing blurred. Wasn't I in a deep dream? Countless questions flooded my mind, and my last memories of the dream were exceedingly vague. Thinking too much felt like my head might explode. "You're awake?" A voice exclaimed, filled with astonishment. "You've been unconscious for 30 days and still managed to wake up? Stay still. I'm going to call the doctor." The nurse hurriedly exited the room, and shortly after, 2 doctors entered, commencing a series of examinations on me. 30 days. I had been in a coma for 30 days. My vision gradually became clearer, and I attempted to move my body, but even a slight shift sent sharp pain coursing through me. What on earth was happening? Where's Yi Bing? Where's Chu Men? I yearned to shout, but my voice was but a faint whisper. "The liver transplant surgery was highly successful. We will continue to monitor you. This young man is quite fortunate." The doctor's words only deepened my confusion. A liver transplant? I looked down at my abdomen, my entire body wrapped in bandages. With no other option, I attempted to inwardly focus, channeling my weak thoughts into my body. The kidney channels appeared normal, but when I glimpsed the liver channels, my expression turned ashen. It was gone. The Dreamwing goo was missing. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and Tai Ningxiang, clad in her police uniform, stepped in. "Doctor, I'm a family member of the patient. How is he?" Her familiar visage brought me a sense of comfort amidst the chaos. It all felt too real, so real that I couldn't help but murmur, "Senior, the patient's condition has stabilized, but he must not be subjected to excessive stimulation for the time being. Please ensure your conversation is measured," the doctor instructed before leaving, accompanied by a nurse. "Thank you," Tai Ningxiang said, pulling up a chair to sit beside my hospital bed, her expression a complex mixture of emotions. She hesitated, words caught in her throat, ultimately remaining silent, only holding my somewhat cold hand within hers. "It's good that you woke up. I had been in a deep slumber for 30 days. What about Yi Bing and Chu Men?" As I felt the warmth of her fingertips, I struggled to form coherent words. "The treatment failed. They are both in a deep sleep. You were the only one to awaken briefly, and then your liver suffered severe damage, putting your life in jeopardy." Tai Ningxiang spoke slowly, allowing me time to absorb the weight of her words. "The liver channels? Is it the Dreamwing goo that has pulled me from the depths of the dream realm?" I turned my introspective gaze upon my own being, resting upon the transplanted liver. "Ah, this is yours." Tai Ningxiang retrieves the phone from the underworld showcase and hands it to me. "I understand its significance to you, so I have preserved it without delay. Rest assured, during your unconsciousness, no one has tampered with it." "A phone. Thank you, Senior." I endure the excruciating pain as I accept the device, and upon opening it, my expression darkens further. My hard-earned showcase points have plummeted into the negatives. Chapter 545, Struggle. Is this all real? Have I truly departed the dream? The sight of the underworld showcase phone plunges me into an icy abyss, a profound chill enveloping me. In my recollection, the underworld showcase phone could not be a mere figment of imagination. The contents within it are known solely to the showcase hosts. The interface remains unchanged and unblemished. This is indeed my showcase phone. Gazing at the blood-red negative points on the screen, I clench my fists. 30 days of unconsciousness have led to my points being reduced to below 0, signifying that the showcase's obliteration of me is soon to commence. "Gao Jian, what's wrong?" The voice beside me is as gentle yet powerful as I remember. Inhaling the unique fragrance of Tai Ningxiang, I gradually regain my composure. Outsiders may be unaware of the internal functions of the showcase phone, yet I am acutely aware. If this is a dream woven from my own memories, then everything aligns. I may still be ensnared in the dream. Rest well, I have matters to attend to outside. You needn't worry about the medical expenses. Your reward for your previous act of heroism has already been approved. Feeling the warmth emanating from her palm, I instinctively tighten my grip, unwilling to let go. As I begin to speak, I falter. Everything around me feels too tangible, leaving me uncertain whether I dwell in the dream or reality. My head throbs painfully, and though I wish to express certain thoughts, fear holds me back. Should this be reality, my fate appears almost sealed. In my current state, I lack even the privilege to struggle. "Gao Jian, why do you seem off today? Have you been in a coma for too long and are now disoriented?" Our fingers interlocked. I stare blankly at her delicate, ivory fingers, exquisite as the finest Hitian jade. So beautiful. I dare not gaze upon Tai Ningxiang's face, yet deep within, I understand that the more beautiful something is, the less likely it is to endure. It is this very transience that renders it all the more precious. "Senior, my time is limited. There are words I have long wished to share with you. Go ahead, stop hesitating. This is not like you." Tai Ningxiang gazes at my grasped hand with a hint of exasperation, yet does not withdraw it. Only in my presence does this competent and serious police officer reveal a different facet of herself. She exhibits a unique tolerance towards me. I strive to organize my thoughts, meticulously considering the arrangement of each word. However, just as I prepare to confide everything to Tai Ningxiang, I find myself utterly incapable. A sharp pain suddenly pierces my wrist, drawing my attention to the plum blossom wound, which has inexplicably split open, oozing crimson blood. Is this a warning? A prompt to remain silent and still? Having recently undergone a liver transplant, my body feels exceedingly frail. Any slight movement elicits pain that radiates from various parts of my being. Perhaps it is better this way, to be forgotten by all, rather than leaving behind a painful and sorrowful memory. Yet, as I gaze up at Tai Ningxiang, it is in this moment I realize how deeply I am reluctant to part ways. Perhaps it is my reluctance towards this person before me, or perhaps my unwillingness to leave this world behind. After struggling for so long, the outcome remains unchanged. My gaze falls, and Tai Ningxiang speaks at length. Though I fail to grasp her words until the night descends and darkness envelopes everything. Rest well, I will be outside. Call for me if you need anything, she says as she steps out of the room. I fixate on the clock on the wall, the sound of the ticking hands echoing in my ears. The rain outside continues to pour, growing heavier, striking the glass like a mournful farewell song. Urgent, sorrowful, painful, tinged with madness and despair. Around midnight, as the second hand sweeps past, the lights in the corridor abruptly extinguish. They have come. Lying in my hospital bed, my thoughts drift back to the first time I visited Xia Qing's home. On that day, I discovered carved words beneath her brother's bed, each letter stained red with blood, imbued with an indescribable terror. I knew they had arrived. In this moment, I feel the same dread that Xia Qi experienced long ago, and I am astonished by my own overwhelming fear of the fashion show. The lights in the ward dim, and occasionally, a flash of lightning rends the night sky. In that fleeting brightness, I see distorted letters begin to materialize on the window glass, appearing on the inside, damp with moisture and exuding a murderous aura. I now deeply comprehend Xia Qi's feelings at that time. The fashion show is enigmatic, transforming all unknowns into fear. I do not know how the underworld's fashion show will erase me, but I am acutely aware that they have arrived. An intense fear has coalesced into a psychological suggestion, an immense pressure constricting my breath. Thump, thump, footsteps echo in the corridor. I fixate on the small window of my room, but outside is an impenetrable darkness, concealing everything. I cannot succumb to despair, at least I am still alive. A fierce will to survive propels me to rise from the bed. Though my body feels as if it might shatter, any movement aggravates my wounds, the pristine bandages quickly blooming with crimson. The pain is excruciating. I inhale sharply, adjusting my breathing rhythm, channeling my innate energy through the exhausted meridians. Let me witness how the underworld's fashion show eradicates a living soul from the memories of all. The footsteps in the corridor draw nearer, finally halting at my room's entrance. Peering through the window and the door, I see nothing but darkness. Just as I ponder this, the door swings open. The hospital corridor is shrouded in an eerie silence. As the door opens, footsteps resound once more, sending a jolt of fear through me. I scan the floor with trepidation, quickly noticing a series of shoe prints appearing on the ground, stained with moisture, steadily advancing toward my bed. Who are you? Stay back, I shout, gripping a vase by the bedside, wildly waving it at the air like a madman. Get away. Even in the absence of sight, the retribution lurking in the shadows remains an enigma, and often, it is the unknown that instills the deepest terror. What could this possibly be? My cries of anguish echoed far and wide as the vase shattered, leaving my arms marred with countless wounds. Yet, none of this could deter the damp shoe prints that tainted the floor. They ultimately halted beside my bed, and an absurd sensation welled up within me. That figure stood before me, contemplating the method by which to extinguish my existence. I do not wish to die. I cannot die. My mind was in turmoil. A tempest of emotions surged forth as I seized a shard of the broken vase, indifferent to the blood trickling through my fingers, desperately resisting. Perhaps the commotion was too great. Ironing Xiang, who had been vigilantly waiting at the hospital, rushed in. She flung the door open, and, upon seeing me grappling with the air as though possessed, she dashed towards me. Gao Jian, calm down. The shard of the vase had also lacerated her arm. Yet she paid it no mind, striving to stabilize my fraying emotions. Where are the nurses? The attending physician? Senior, don't call for a doctor, just leave. I knew the owner of those shoe prints was right beside me, yet I could not see him. I crawled down from the hospital bed, grasping Ironing Xiang, and staggered towards the exit. We must leave here, quickly. Get out of here. Leave. Ironing Xiang said little, just as she always had in my memory, steadfastly standing by me without ever questioning or abandoning me. Supporting me with her arm, she did not ask for reasons and ran out of the ward alongside me. As we descended the stairs, I glanced back to see the elevator doors opening just as the staircase seemed too distant. Never mind, follow me. I was acutely aware that being with Ironing Xiang might put her in peril, but at this desperate juncture, she was the sole person I could rely on and trust. We rushed into the elevator, my bandages soaked with blood, making me appear quite disheveled. After pressing the floor button, I focused entirely on the corridor ahead. My gaze fixated on the dark passage where the damp shoe prints emerged from the ward, hastening towards the elevator. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I watched as the elevator doors slowly closed, my heart racing in my throat. Chapter 546. So you are my despair. Faster, faster. The silver-gray doors of the elevator continued to close, narrowing my field of vision as those tainted shoe prints quickened their pace towards us. As I observed the clean floor where shoe prints rapidly materialized, I clenched my teeth involuntarily. Faster. 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters. When the silver-gray elevator doors were merely 3 or 4 centimeters from sealing shut, my heart sank back into my stomach. 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter. For the moment, I was safe. My breath had not fully escaped my lips when the elevator doors suddenly jammed. There was less than a centimeter gap between them. It felt as if an unseen hand had wedged itself in the crevice. This is bad. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the doors were pried open, and I looked down to see half a shoe print appearing inside the elevator. He had entered. The moment this thought formed in my mind, an invisible force constricted my neck, as if held by someone far stronger than I. I could not utter a sound, my face flushed, my head swelling like a balloon on the verge of bursting. I could not call for help. Words failed me, my eyes bulging, and my neck contorted. All of this transpired in a mere heartbeat, and it appeared that Tai Ningxiang remained oblivious to the unfolding anomalies. I could rely solely on myself. Buddhist scriptures? Talismans? Goo worms? Ghostly arts? Currently, I possessed none of these. I could not produce a single talisman, recite a line of scripture, nor summon a spirit. What other trump cards did I have? In the face of despair, humanity often unleashes boundless potential. As long as one harbors a will to survive, miracles, whether grand or subtle, are bound to emerge. As the whites of my eyes consumed my vision, just as I was on the brink of complete unconsciousness, a vivid memory surfaced in my mind. The time I had invoked spirits during a live broadcast at the crematorium on Bridge Number 3, where I had drawn talismans with my blood. That memory was hazy, yet in the face of life and death, I had no alternative but to plunge my hand into my chest, dipping it in my heart's blood to inscribe talismans in the air. Strange blood characters materialized, suspended in the atmosphere, whether it was an unseen ally or my body instinctively recalling the process of talisman creation, I could not discern. The entire endeavor proceeded remarkably smoothly. As the last drop of my heart's blood flowed into the floating crimson characters, the blood fox tattoo on my chest suddenly illuminated, emitting a roar that reverberated throughout the hospital. Subsequently, 9 ethereal fox tails swept forth. Blood-tainted and chaotic, the 9 tails unleashed their power. The entity that had gripped my throat was sent flying, and no new footprints appeared in the elevator. Quickly, we must leave. Your surgery is incomplete, and you have expended your heart's blood to mimic the blood fox's talismans. At the moment the talismans were completed, I felt my life force and vitality being utterly drained. Even with Tai Ningxiang supporting me, I could barely stand. Most of my weight rested on her, and blood from my ruptured wounds stained her police uniform. My senior had departed from Jiangcheng. I could not return. I was unaware if other cities harbored realms of the underworld. My only thought was to escape swiftly. The relentless pursuit from the showground had instilled an unprecedented pressure upon me. Leave Jiangcheng? You are gravely injured. Without treatment, your life is in jeopardy. Tai Ningxiang recognized the urgency, her voice trembling as she retrieved her phone to seek assistance. Do not linger. I am on the verge of death. Hurry. Let us not notify anyone else. Just the 2 of us. Blood seeped from my wounds, and each breath felt like a blade slicing through my lungs. My lips were soaked in blood. I clenched my teeth, refusing to relinquish hope for survival. Just as 2? Gao Jian, what kind of enemies have you made? Allow me to contact the local police. Having more people means more strength. Tai Ningxiang held her phone, but had yet to dial. The presence that sought to annihilate me was an unfathomably terrifying entity, its influence far too vast. Despite my struggles, I could not discern its form. It was akin to an endless abyss of darkness. My breath quickened, and every word I uttered seemed to choke me with agony. Let me call those friends of yours. Among them are extraordinary individuals who might assist you. Your current situation is exceedingly perilous. Friends? Figures like Lu the Blind, Master Gu, and Ergo flashed through my mind. Yet simultaneously, I recalled Xia Qi's warning that individuals from the underworld were lurking nearby. I weakly shook my head. I could not reach out to them. The pain nearly caused me to lose consciousness, but fortunately, Tai Ningxiang caught me just in time, almost exhausting her strength to support me. I could feel her warmth. Leaving Jiangcheng is my only path to survival. As I watched the numbers indicating the floors in the elevator diminish, a flicker of hope surged within me. I would never succumb to despair until the very last moment. 5th floor, 3rd floor, 1st floor, when the number changed to 1. A smile tugged at the corners of my mouth, and my breathing became slightly easier. My mind even began to formulate an escape route. Yet, to my astonishment, the elevator doors did not open. How could this be? The control panel was obstructed by Tai Ningxiang's body, rendering it impossible for me to see. I could only helplessly watch as the floor numbers slowly transitioned from 1 to -1, -2. It was only upon reaching the underground 3rd floor that the elevator doors finally opened. The Central Hospital's basement 3rd floor? I felt a sense of déjà vu. Had I not been here before? Wasn't this the morgue? My thoughts became fragmented, and I suddenly felt that contemplation had become a futile endeavor. Indeed, it was the morgue. Tai Ningxiang thrust me into the unfathomable darkness, the soundproofing remarkably effective. I did not turn around. Instead, like a soulless automaton, I collapsed in the corridor outside the morgue, feeling the cold metal pressed against the back of my head, an unmistakable sensation akin to the barrel of a gun. I do not wish to kill you, yet I have no alternative. Tai Ningxiang gathered her hair, revealing the plum blossom mark on the nape of her neck. Why must it be you? Why? I had never cried out as I did now. Blood spilled profusely, yet the gun barrel did not waver an inch. A sudden lethargy washed over me, extinguishing any desire to struggle. The sensation within me was peculiar, not pain, nor anger, nor resentment. I could not identify this emotion, only that the very foundation upon which I had relied had crumbled catastrophically. It was only then I comprehended that true despair is not the terror of being pursued by monsters, nor the solitude of awaiting death from a terminal illness, nor even the excruciating agony of being engulfed in flames, watching flesh turn to ash. True despair is when I have staked all my hopes on a singular person, treating them as my only belief, only to turn around and find them aiming a police-issued 92 type handgun at my head. I turned to Tai Ningxiang. Gazing at the ominous muzzle, my eyes dimmed with countless unsaid words. Farewell. The trigger was pulled, and the gunshot echoed within the morgue. I fixated on the muzzle, watching as the standard 58mm bullet penetrated my forehead, shattering all my memories. Boom. The world before me exploded like a shattered mirror, and I suddenly opened my eyes, only to find myself in a charred, foul-smelling room with shards of glass strewn about. This cannot be. How am I still ensnared in a deep dream? Had I not already succumbed to despair and relinquished my resistance? Had I not already perished? I reached up to touch my forehead, finding no trace of a bullet wound, only a cascade of cold sweat. That was merely a dream, a nightmare conjured by the district of despair based on my memories. Yet, that cannot be right. After sinking into despair, I should have become like those charred, lifeless corpses, lost to consciousness and adrift in a stupor. At the final moment, who rescued me? I reached into my chest, where few items accompanied me into this dream, and I soon made a discovery. The little figure that Sakurako had drawn for me before I entered the dream was now shattered, and upon piecing it together, I noticed a hole with a diameter of 58mm on its head. Did Sakurako's figure sacrifice itself for me? The ability to exchange one's life in a dream is undoubtedly invaluable, yet regrettably, it can only be utilized once. Rising from the ground, my body once again reached its peak condition. Glancing down at the scattered shards of mirrors, I clenched my fists. Every detail of the dream lingered vividly in my mind. Was this truly my greatest fear? Indeed, the essence of Despair District. A faint smile crossed my lips as an infinite surge of murderous intent surged within my eyes. To prevent the events of the dream from materializing into reality, Chenjioga, you must perish today. Chapter 547, Smash. I had always believed that my will was unyielding, yet the profound lessons within the depths of Despair District proved otherwise. No matter how resilient one appears, there are fears and worries lurking deep within the heart. These are the vulnerabilities of the soul. In the nightmarish tapestry woven from my memories, I confronted my inner self for the first time. My greatest dread was the obliteration of my points, retribution from the show, and betrayal by those I held in utmost trust. Dreams are seldom entirely fictitious. They are often shaped by fragmented memories and personal conjectures, which is why I experienced an inexplicable sense of realism in that dream. Yet, it was not entirely devoid of gain, at the very least. I gained clarity about my own heart and acquired a new trump card. Recalling the elevator scene, I mimicked the blood fox's method of conjuring symbols mid-air to summon the blood-colored nine-tails. This technique demands a toll of vitality and energy, yet its corresponding power is astonishing. As for the betrayal by Tai Ningxiang, it served as a reminder that while I have friends in this city, there is no one I can fully trust. This is a harsh reality. I can alter myself, but ultimately, I cannot change others. After this live stream, I should have a serious discussion with Tai Ningxiang. The events of that nightmarish dream are indelibly etched in my mind. Alongside a tinge of fear for the future, I also cultivated a rare emotion, anger, fueled by Chun Jioga's treachery. We are both streamers in the show, therefore, we should collaborate. I shall never again entertain such notions. Each streamer is an embodiment of peril. Our relationship is not one of collaboration, but rivalry, akin to nurturing poisonous insects. Only the survivor can reap greater rewards from the show. Rising from the ground, armed with prior experience, I maintained an unyielding composure. Following the guidance of the plush bear, I traversed through the room, encountering mirrors along the way, which I deftly avoided, refraining from casting a glance at their reflections. After passing through 5 or 6 rooms, faint voices of conversation reach my ears. Enough of these tricks. I have long perceived you as a nightmare. Your level of disguise may fool the simple-minded, but my understanding of the profound dream realm is no less than yours. Straining to listen, I quickly discerned that it was indeed Chun Jioga's voice. I merely wished to make a transaction with you. I am not a nightmare dwelling within the depths of the dream realm, but rather a wayward thought of a cultivator. For certain reasons, I have been compelled to dream alongside this woman, while my true self lies suppressed elsewhere. If you agree to escort me from this dream, I can divulge a significant piece of intelligence. To my astonishment, it was Truman who spoke. I halted, narrowing my eyes. Indeed, I had been deceived. How cunning. How can I trust you without the specter of nightmares? Do not disturb me. I harbor no interest in you. I am aware that you seek something in the unlit district, and I know precisely that it is concealed in the final chamber on the 5th underground level. I can even inform you that the individual who goes by the name Xiachi has successfully accessed that last room, and it is highly probable that he has already taken the object you desire. Do you truly believe that such words will sway my conviction? Are you aware of the stringent conditions required to unlock that chamber? Depart at once, or I shall eliminate you alongside your ambitions. Wait, I speak the truth. Hold on. How could you possibly possess talismans that function within dreams? Are you familiar with the Xiaozhuang Temple? A significant portion of the talismans from there can indeed cause harm within the dream realm. I have also heard of Xiaozhuang Temple. During the live streaming of the spirit vehicle, I employed their talismans, which delve into the profound mysteries of dreams. The maniacal laughter of Chun Jioga echoed in my ears as I flexed my hands to suppress the fury within, advancing toward the innermost chamber. I kicked open the security door, and black ashes fell in a cascade, accompanied by the resounding crash of the iron gate as I stepped into the room. Chun Jioga, we meet again. The sudden noise rendered the man in the room momentarily rigid, shedding all pretense. Chun Jioga, who had just moments ago been laughing wildly, now met my gaze with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Xiachi, disappointed, are we? I responded with a cold smile, revealing my pearly whites. The pain and despair of the Despair District are etched into my memory for eternity, all thanks to you. Now, I am prepared to extend my gratitude. I glanced around the room. This must be the very heart of the Despair District, a circular hall filled with ashes. Approximately 20 square meters. At the center stood 5 mirrors arranged like a pentagram. Chu Min lay unconscious in the corner, a light blue talisman pressed against his chest, while Yi Bing and Chun Jioga stood beside the mirrors, engaged in some unknown activity. Xiachi, please remain calm. Chun Jioga's expression shifted rapidly, as if he had transformed into a different person in the blink of an eye. I believe you might have misunderstood. Many matters in the Despair District are beyond control, and unexpected occurrences are inevitable. At that moment, I desperately wished to turn back and rescue you, but I could not gamble with Yi Bing's safety. Such eloquent words. Now that I have arrived, are you not obliged to share everything you know with me? I approached the mirrors, casting my gaze askew. Among these 5 mirrors, is there only one that can lead out of the deep dream realm? The smile on Chun Jioga's face remained as he replied, indeed. Only one of these 5 mirrors can grant passage to the outside world, but which one it is remains my secret. Xiachi, there are no free lunches in this world. I heard from your companion that you have accessed the final room on the 5th underground level of the unlit district. If you are willing to relinquish the item you retrieved from that chamber, I can guarantee your safe departure. This arrangement seems somewhat unfavorable to me, so consider it an apology for my previous oversight." He gestured toward Chu Min in the corner, saying, "In fact, you should be grateful to me. You might not yet realize it, but your companion is actually a nightmare in disguise. I possess a talisman from Xiaozhuang Temple that suppresses inner demons, which proves remarkably effective against nightmares. If you possess something I require, I am open to an exchange that benefits us both. Do you still wish to trade with me?" I cast a peculiar glance at Chen Jioge, for I can clearly inform you that I have entered the final chamber, and the coveted item lies within my grasp. However, I shall not disclose which mirror offers an escape unless you reveal the truth. The method to exit the depths of the dream realm is singular. Do you not yearn for liberation? Chen Jioge radiated confidence, convinced that I would not turn against him at this juncture. "You are compelling my hand." Standing before one of the mirrors, I raised my fist and began a countdown, demanding to know which mirror grants passage. "Are you threatening me? Do you wish to perish together?" A faint smirk danced upon Chen Jioge's lips, and I advised against impulsiveness, for the mirror before you may be the sole exit. Should it sustain even the slightest damage, our chances of escape would vanish forever. 3. I remained expressionless, devoid of further words. "A mere 1/5 probability. Are you wagering against me?" Chen Jioge, hands clasped behind his back, appeared to stealthily retrieve something. 2. "Very well, let us resolve this in a more amicable manner. I shall reveal which mirror allows for departure if you disclose what you acquired in the final chamber. How does that sound? I have already made a concession." 1. Bang. As the cold words fell from my lips, I unleashed my full strength upon the mirror, shattering it into fragments. The smile on Chen Jioge's face froze instantly. How dare you break it?" Wiping the blood from my hand and extracting the shards from my flesh, I moved to the next mirror, counting down once more to discover which is real. "Have you lost your mind? This is the only passage in and out of the depths of the dream realm." I discovered this only after investing 30 points into studying all of Target A's notes. Chen Jioge was visibly rattled, taken aback by my boldness in shattering the mirror. However, how could someone destined for the spotlight easily concede? He quickly regained his composure, engaging in a psychological game. "Do you truly believe I would relinquish control merely to survive?" Chapter 548, Countdown of 3. "A mere quarter chance. Go ahead and strike. At worst, we shall all succumb within the depths of the dream realm." Chen Jioge's expression had morphed into one devoid of mirth, replaced by a sinister glare. 2. My fingers involuntarily clenched. Chen Jioge had not relented. "I offer you one more opportunity for exchange, where we both obtain what we desire. I can facilitate your escape." 1. I uttered the final numeral, granting Chen Jioge no time for retort as my fist descended, obliterating the mirror. Extracting the shards from my hand, I approached the remaining 3 mirrors, my tone unwavering as I counted down again, demanding to know which mirror is genuine. "Have you truly lost your senses? By destroying the mirror, none of us, including you and Yi Bing, will escape. Your livestream task is to rescue her, is it not? I am willing to trade. Let us adhere to our original agreement." 3. I had no desire to entertain Chen Jioge's ramblings and was prepared for the worst. "Do not act rashly. I warn you. The mirror before you may indeed be the only passage. If you destroy it, none of us shall escape, destined to be assimilated by the depths of the dream realm." Chen Jioge trembled with rage. What could possibly have provoked such a drastic change in you? 2. I raised my fist, indifferent to whether the mirror was real or merely an illusion. With a calm and detached tone, devoid of any emotion, I was about to utter the final number when Chen Jioge suddenly shouted, "Stop! I will tell you which mirror is genuine." His voice boomed, almost a shout. "You have one. The mirror you are about to shatter is the only one that connects to the outside world." After speaking, Chen Jioge seemed to take a deep breath, his expression a mix of regret and reluctance. "Are you certain?" I fixed my gaze upon his face. "If so, I shall smash the other 2 mirrors, for they are of no use." With that, I raised my bloodied fist and struck towards the last mirror. At the same moment, Chen Jioge emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Stop! Halt! That one is the real mirror." My fist halted just a couple of centimeters from the surface, my arm tensing with visible veins, nearly losing control of my strength. Looking back at Chen Jioge, his face had turned pale. The earlier expressions of regret and remorse had vanished. One hand clutched his chest, his nails digging into his flesh. And only when he saw the last mirror unscathed did he exhale heavily. "Stop! I am telling you the truth. The last mirror is indeed the genuine one. If you don't believe me, Feel free to smash the other two. This time, I speak nothing but the truth. Please, calm down a bit. I scrutinized Chinjoga, whose lips curled into a smile. His acting was remarkably convincing, and I had almost been deceived. Believe me, the first 4 mirrors reflect the despair of the heart. Only the last one reflects the hope within. This final mirror encapsulates the last flicker of hope for all the tormented souls in the district of despair. It is the sole passage to escape the depths of this dream. You must remain composed. Chinjoga, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, finally revealed his reality. The only mirror that reflects hope. The eyes beneath the mask blinked gently. I had not anticipated that the sole pathway concealing hope would be at the very core of the district of despair. Nor did I expect that the depths of despair would harbor the only glimmer of hope. In this profound dreamscape, most things bore their own significance. If I could grasp these intrinsic meanings, the depths of this dream would no longer be a mystery to me. I possessed the dreamwing worm. If I could decipher all the perils, this place would be my personal treasure trove. No wonder the underworld show sought the dreamwing worm. Its innate value was undoubtedly on par with the plum blossom worm. I couldn't help but feel fortunate that I had not surrendered the dreamwing worm for mere points and privileges back then. As I pondered, I shattered the other 2 mirrors, observing Chinjoga's eyelids twitch throughout the process. Xiaoqi, shall we now engage in a proper discussion? Chinjoga surveyed the shards of glass strewn across the ground, his face rigid. Although you have discerned that this mirror is the only passage, you remain unaware of the correct method to utilize it. Our transaction can still proceed. Can I still trust you? My voice was hoarse as I touched the wounds on my fist. Just now, you nearly led me to my demise. This account has yet to be settled. That was merely a misunderstanding. Chinjoga firmly asserted that our separation was merely an accident, adamantly refusing to acknowledge any other possibility. Presently, we found ourselves ensnared within the depths of a dreamscape, where all entities aside from ourselves were adversaries, thus rendering us natural allies. How does this proposition strike you? I vow to ensure both you and your mission objective, Yi Bing, are safely escorted out of this profound dream realm. In return, might you relinquish to me the item you acquired in the final chamber? If odes bore any weight, this world would not be rife with such tangled emotions of love and hatred. I pointed towards Yi Bing, insisting that you first utilize the mirror to send her out in my presence. For I must witness a successful departure to ascertain that you do not deceive me before I can entertain your request. A silence enveloped the ashen hall as I guarded the last mirror, my body shielding its surface. Chinjoga, with a furrowed brow, appeared lost in thought, while Yi Bing, unintentionally becoming the pathfinder, gazed up at me, her eyes betraying a flicker of curiosity and an unusual emotion. Very well, I can first send Yi Bing away. But prior to that, you must answer a question. What lies hidden in the final chamber of the 5th underground level? A glimmer of hope flickered in Chinjoga's eyes as he feigned calmness. A mountain of paper masks and a plethora of dreaming grass, I replied tersely, omitting any mention of the Dreamflower's existence. Upon hearing my words, Chinjoga seemed to exhale in relief. After a moment's hesitation, he conceded, Indeed, you have entered. Very well, I shall assist in sending Yi Bing away, and then we can proceed with our transaction. He withdrew several blue talismans from his robes, affixing them to Yi Bing's acupoints before beginning to chant an incantation. This was a spell I had never encountered, distinctly different from the techniques I had learned. It was evident that Chinjoga had exchanged for the esoteric secrets of the Xiaozhuang Temple and had honed them to a considerable degree. This man was indeed a formidable opponent. As Chinjoga continued his incantation, the talismans on Yi Bing's body underwent a transformation, enveloping her in a thin veil of mist that resembled gossamer. Was this dream dust? I had seen something akin to it at the Dream Wingu. Every time the butterfly wings fluttered, similar dream dust would cascade down. Upon completing the spell, Chinjoga produced a special guiding talisman and affixed it to Yi Bing's forehead, as if a celestial being were directing her forward, urging her to concentrate entirely on envisioning a specific scene from her dreams, pouring all her hope into it, and avoiding any distractions. As Yi Bing approached the mirror, she cast a sideways glance at me, fixated on the mask of good and evil, seemingly about to speak, but was abruptly shoved by Chinjoga. Curiously, enveloped in dream dust, Yi Bing stepped directly into the mirror, vanishing without a trace. Now, the departure is irreversible, and there is no need for you to worry about any underhanded tricks from me, Chinjoga panted, appearing exhausted from the exertion of the secret technique. Now, we must discuss our transaction. There's no rush. With Yi being dispatched, I find myself unburdened, ready to seize all that is useful from you. Yet, I remain convinced of your deceit. Let me first see the notebook left behind by Target A, and then we may negotiate further. Impossible. That notebook is my sole lifeline within the depths of this dream. Chunjioga vehemently rejected my request. I have already made considerable concessions. Do not be insatiable. Dealing with someone as ruthless and devoid of principles as you compels me to exercise caution. The precursor to our transaction must be my assurance of that notebook's contents, ensuring its integrity. Wearing a mask, Chunjioga cannot discern my face, oblivious to the murderous intent concealed beneath. I alone possess the knowledge of the way out. Should you possess any sense, surrender the items you obtained in that room, or you shall remain trapped in the depths of your dreams for eternity. Chunjioga, having discarded his guise, faces me with a countenance ablaze with fury. Liberation? If I cannot escape, I shall drag you down with me to the grave. Raising my bloodied fist, I stand before the last mirror, counting down 3 seconds for the entirety of the notes left by my Target A. Chapter 549. The Traitor, Part 1. Sending Yi Bing away was Chunjioga's gravest misstep. He underestimated Yi Bing's significance to me, merely perceiving it as a task or the request of a plush bear on my back. Now that Yi Bing has successfully departed, I am unencumbered. Once the dream wing worm emerges from its cocoon, I shall be invincible, indifferent to this mirror that symbolizes hope. Hence, I display an air of fearlessness, as if prepared for mutual destruction. I do not believe you would dare shatter this mirror. If you do, not only shall we fail to escape the depths of the dream, but we shall also be trapped in this desolate district. Chunjioga's countenance darkened. Since he took control of the hunchbacked boy's body, this was the first time he faced threats and extortion. Your words are mere wind. I trust only my own eyes. Hand over your notes so I may see their contents. Otherwise, how can I ascertain you are not lying? Should this mirror lead to death, obeying your commands would be akin to courting my own demise. Veins bulging on my arms signal your trepidation. There is no escape from this path. Xiaoqi, do not overstep your bounds. Chunjioga's voice emerged as though forced through gritted teeth. He was genuinely enraged. I have made ample concessions. Do not be ungrateful. Though you are also a streamer, undoubtedly harboring numerous hidden cards. My mastery under Xiao Zhuang in the art of dream assassination grants me an advantage. The odds of your victory are merely a third. If you are so formidable, then let us see whether I shall shatter the mirror first, or you can eliminate me before my fist descends. I hold my ground, unwavering, my demeanor resolute. I have articulated my position clearly. You have had sufficient time for contemplation. Impossible. Even if Target A's dream notes yield points, collecting enough is exceedingly difficult, far surpassing the 30 points required for their exchange. This is my private possession. Xiaoqi, your avarice invites calamity and death. Chunjioga, consumed by fury, had meticulously prepared for his entry into the depths of the dream, scrutinizing every detail to avert unforeseen mishaps. Yet, before completing the live task, he found himself facing a life-and-death crisis. Should the last mirror shatter, his escape route would be severed, potentially leaving him forever trapped in the depths of the dream. He took several deep breaths, adjusting his facial expression to convey calmness. Let us reconsider the terms. I possess much more to offer. Reflect on my previous proposal, the task worth 100 points? Only through mutual cooperation can we hope to accomplish it. At this juncture, Chunjioga still intended to deceive. Using the assassination of Target A as bait, I discern no sincerity in his actions and refuse to engage in further dialogue. Raising my finger, 3. This scene was reminiscent for Chunjioga. Upon hearing, he erupted in expletives, veins prominently bulging on his face. Xiaoqi, do not presume this to be my sole avenue of retreat. Think wisely. Shattering the mirror means you shall forever lose the privilege to escape the depths of the dream realm. Damn it, must you pursue me to the bitter end? I swear. Should you dare to break the mirror, I will exhaust every means to eliminate you. Chunjioga's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a beast cornered in desperation. I am a man of my word. I will indeed kill you, even in the realm of dreams. I paid no heed to his threats, having experienced true despair. The only vulnerability within me has been fortified. My character harbors no weaknesses that can be exploited. I am acutely aware that in this psychological contest, I shall emerge victorious. For Chunjioga cannot afford to lose, unlike myself. Stop! Stop! As I swung my arm, Chun Joga shouted twice, seemingly exerting all his strength. Don't smash it. I want you to see. At this moment, he could no longer muster a smile. His face, once adorned with insincere expressions, had become utterly rigid, veins bulging. Reaching into his robe, Chun Joga decisively produced the notebook left by Target A. His teeth clenched as he advanced toward me. Halt. Step back. Throw it over here. Do not even think of scheming. I remained vigilant. The closer we neared the climax, the more likely the opponent might resort to reckless measures, necessitating my utmost caution to avoid a disastrous misstep. Chun Joga let out a cold snort and, before my eyes, retrieved several blue talismans from the notebook. Having grown weary of pretense, Xiachi, I now rather anticipate your survival beyond the depths of the dream realm. My belongings are not so easily obtained, and this matter is not concluded. Do you truly believe you can easily eliminate me in reality? I caught the notebook thrown by Chun Joga, confirming it to be Target A's notes. Upon reading the records related to the District of Despair, I realized Chun Joga had not lied. This final mirror indeed represents the soul realm of hope. Now, can you trust me? Chun Joga appeared nearly exhausted, his fingers tightly gripping the talismans, as if this gesture could somehow release his pent-up fury. Now, let us discuss the specifics of the transaction. I naturally tucked the notebook into my robe, a movement that ignited a fiery glare in Chun Joga's eyes, his lips twitching. He understood the notebook was irretrievable, and his tone turned frigid, his face taut. I shall temporarily store it with you. Rest assured, I will reclaim it one day. I await your return at any time. The murderous intent in my eyes had not faded. The reason I refrained from striking was merely because the dream wing goo had yet to awaken. Chun Joga evidently possessed greater knowledge of the depths of the dream realm than I did, and I lacked the confidence to ensure his demise. Let us not speak of anything else. Give me what you acquired from the 5th underground room, and I shall promptly facilitate your departure. You are surprisingly eager? I scrutinized Chun Joga, wondering if he had abandoned the idea of collaborating to eliminate Target A. Collaboration? I do not wish to see you for even a moment. The transaction is concluded. Depart quickly. His teeth ground together in frustration. Did you not claim to have seen dreaming grass in that room? Hand it all over, and I will ensure your exit. Dreaming grass? I fear I cannot relinquish it. Those items are all ready. Before I could finish, the dream cocoon within my liver quivered, the first crack appearing. Simultaneously, an astonishing vitality surged forth from my liver, a green halo of hope radiating outward from my very being. What is happening? The upheaval caused by the dream wing goo's breakthrough was astonishing. I found myself taken aback. While not far from me, Chun Joga wore an expression of utter disbelief, his speech faltering. The vitality within the dream? Damn it! How much dreaming grass have you pilfered? Do you not comprehend? In the Despair District, everything that harbors hope and vitality becomes a target. You've stirred a monumental crisis. Before Chun Joga could finish his words, a remarkable transformation swept through the Despair District. Wherever the green halo spread, flickering flames could be seen beneath the ashes, as charred corpses crawled forth from the depths of the ruins. The numbers were overwhelming, as if the entire district had come to life, engaged in a macabre celebration of the dead. Damn! Chun Joga's face twisted in horror, and without regard for any transactions, he fled in haste. I stood frozen for a moment. Truth be told, in a dire situation like this, I would have expected Chun Joga's first choice to be a swift exit through the last mirror. However, he opted for the most perilous and least secure escape route. Was not this mirror, symbolizing hope, a pathway to reality? That thought of ye being drifted through my mind, but now was not the time for contemplation. Time was of the essence. I scanned the surroundings and spotted Truman, discarded in a corner. I could now ascertain that he was not the genuine Truman, but rather a fragment of malevolence birthed from the vile entity beneath the crematorium of Bridge 3. A strange sensation pulsed in my shoulder. The red thread guided me, and the plush bear urged my departure. Wait, I said as I approached Truman, who lay with his eyes tightly shut, a blue talisman pressed against his forehead, his body appearing as if it were slowly melting like wax. The blue talisman seemed somewhat familiar. Among my optional tasks was the assassination of the nightmare, offering 10 points. How could I allow this opportunity to slip away? Chun Joga had hastily departed, leaving behind a grand gift, which I felt obliged to accept. Raising my left hand, all my merits coalesced into a singular strike, as if a lotus of salvation bloomed in my palm. My left fist descended heavily upon Truman's crown. As the white light emanating from my merits made contact with his body, tendrils of black smoke erupted from within him, akin to pouring water into hot oil, resulting in a violent reaction. In the face of impending doom, I poured every ounce of merit from my prayer beads into this confrontation, gradually gaining the upper hand. Boom, boom. With two sharp cracks resonating, 2 beads on my prayer strand exploded, unleashing a surge of white light that overwhelmed the black smoke born of malevolent emotions. Before long, Truman's already severely injured form, ravaged by Chun Jioga, could no longer withstand the onslaught and completely dissipated. The black smoke rejoined the dreamscape, leaving behind only a blue talisman and a thumb-sized obsidian Pishio sculpture. The blue talisman was a remnant from Chun Jioga. What, then, was the significance of this black Pishio sculpture? Could it be the essence of that malevolent thought? I gazed at the sculpture in my hand, sensing that it likely bore a connection to the sinister entity beneath Bridge 3, and it might prove useful in future confrontations. Thus, I carefully stowed it away and hastened my escape. Guided by the plush bear and the red thread, I navigated swiftly between rooms, the number of charred corpses multiplying alarmingly, each moment fraught with peril. Fortunately, there were no further leaks of vitality within the liver chamber, and apart from a singular crack, the dream cocoon remained unchanged from its former state. I sprinted for what felt like an eternity before finally departing from the very heart of this desolate enclave, a mere fraction of the sprawling district enveloped in despair. The previous aura of vitality radiated far more extensively than I had anticipated. The entire neighborhood seemed to have erupted into chaos, with charred edifices trembling as if shaken by an earthquake. This was a serious escalation. I glanced around, but Chun Jioga had long vanished, the plush bear's red thread limply draped over my shoulder, resembling a lifeless object. The ground quaked beneath me, nearby structures began to collapse, and I strained to recall the route I had taken upon entry. Before I could fully recollect, the very buildings at the core of this area crumbled thunderously, akin to a cascade of dominoes. A towering plume of ash and smoke billowed behind me. An overwhelming sense of unease enveloped me. Chun Jioga had fled with alarming decisiveness, igniting a sense of dread within me. This district of despair was likely far more complex than it appeared, concealing horrors beneath its surface. As the smoke gradually cleared, an immense shadow obscured all light, prompting me to cover my mouth and nose as I turned to look. Charred corpses crawled towards a gaping pit with astonishing speed, gradually filling it, one atop another, forming a colossal mound of bodies. What were they planning? Instinctively, I began to flee the district, occasionally glancing back to behold the grotesque sight of those intertwined remains, which began to merge, distorting all memories of despair and suffering, slowly coalescing into a monstrous entity towering 3 stories high. Was this abomination entirely composed of corpses? The fusion of memories and the consuming of essence. It resembled the nightmare I had once encountered. I ran with all my might, horrified to witness the corpses amalgamating into a monster. Such a sight would be unbearable for any sane individual. After sprinting approximately 100 meters, a deafening roar echoed behind me, and when I dared to look back, my soul nearly left my body in fright. The colossal creature, still bearing remnants of human limbs that had not fully merged, charged towards me. In that moment, all rational thoughts fled. I sprinted desperately towards the outskirts of the district. To be caught would be a fate far worse than death. In my frantic escape, I had not anticipated that merely the slightest hint of vitality emitted by the Dreamwing goo would summon such a terrifying monstrosity. The nightmare pursued me relentlessly, and charred cadavers intermittently emerged from the neighboring buildings, obstructing my path, closing the distance between me and the horror. At last, I comprehended why Chun Jioga had fled without hesitation. This nightmare belonged to the most terrifying class of entities within the depths of the dreamscape, an absolute taboo to provoke. After what felt like half an hour, I could see the edge of the district drawing nearer, yet the nightmare remained in hot pursuit. I was genuinely terrified it would follow me beyond the confines of the district. If that were to occur, my chances of escape would vanish entirely. 200 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. The charred marks left by the inferno on either side diminished, and the foul stench in the air began to dissipate, seemingly clarifying my vision. I was almost free. With renewed vigor, I burst forth from the district of despair, gasping for breath, scarcely pausing to look back, ears straining to hear the howling winds behind me. The earth continued to tremble, It was evident that the nightmare had pursued me into the open. Dreamwingu. Oh, Dreamwingu, why did you awaken at that moment? Neither too early nor too late? Had you stirred sooner, I could have extorted some treasures from Chinjoga. Complaints hold no value. Moreover, it is no longer a matter of extorting Chinjoga, but rather of life and death. My speed, once frantic, gradually diminished as the distance to the monstrous creature shrank to a mere dozen meters. To the enormous beast, this was but a few steps. It could reach me in an instant. Indeed, the creature behaved as I had anticipated, closing the gap in mere seconds. When it halted just 5 meters behind me, its massive maw agape ash obscured the sky, and a foul odor emanated from its being. It let out several roars of intense resentment before retreating back to the desolate district, seemingly in despair. Gone. Just like that? Surviving against the odds filled me with unexpected joy, yet a hint of confusion lingered. It seemed the creature had hesitated for some reason. Was it Chinjoga that it feared? Surely not. That scoundrel would relish the opportunity to end my life himself. He would not come to my aid. Puzzled, I turned my gaze in the direction of the beast's furious roars. Across the broad road, a man clad in a multicolored suit leaned against a lamppost, silently watching me. When my discerning eyes fell upon his face, astonishment washed over me. Xiachi, standing over 6 feet tall, he embodied the archetype of a sunny young man. His physique resembling that of a model, even managing to give a fashionable flair to his eclectic suit. Could he have transformed from a nightmare? I remained rooted in place as Xiachi approached with a smile, declaring, "We meet again, broadcaster." Again? Do you know who I am? No, wait, with this mask. You cannot possibly recognize me. I instinctively retreated a few steps, reasoning. Hi Jian, you remain as cautious as ever. Fear not, I am indeed Xiachi. The man in the colorful suit chuckled lightly. This encounter is far more pleasant than the last. At least I need not worry about you sending me to the electric chair. He mentioned the electric chair, a critical tool from the murder game livestream. I furrowed my brow. You are truly not a nightmare. Do you believe a nightmare could frighten away that creature? Xiachi scratched his head, admitting, though I merely feigned authority. He produced a token-like object and tucked it into his suit pocket, extending his hand. In truth, I have been lurking in your livestream. I have watched each of your broadcasts, which allowed me to trace your movements. This explanation was hardly convincing. Using viewers as a shield offered no means of verification. Yet I still reached out my hand. That's the spirit. Welcome to the deeper dream realm. Xiachi laughed heartily. His jovial nature, while charming, struck me as riddled with flaws. By height, appearance, and demeanor, he could be deemed a paragon of masculinity, yet if left to host a ghostly show alone, he might not last 3 days. It was no wonder he ultimately resorted to carving inscriptions beneath his bed. Of course, I refrained from voicing these thoughts. In truth, I had countless inquiries for him, yet I struggled to find the right words. An inexplicable urgency surged within me, prompting me to blurt out, "Do you have any cigarettes?" Cigarettes? Alas, I do not. Xiachi shrugged. Come, I shall take you to a place. But first, you must put away your streaming phone. Put away my phone. As I raised my hand to tuck my phone into my pocket, a sudden chime emanated from it, coinciding with the camera's sweep across Xiachi's face, indicating that a message had arrived. Unperturbed by Xiachi's presence, I casually opened my mailbox, and the message read, "Beware of the traitor. You must eliminate them. Reward, 10 points and a one-time exemption from the live broadcast." Chapter 551. A sense of familiarity, maintaining a stoic expression, and without altering my actions. I naturally slipped the phone into my pocket as if I had not received that message at all. Xiachi, hearing the sound from my phone, smiled but did not inquire further. I feigned ignorance and followed closely behind him, contemplating the implications of the message I had just received. It confirmed 3 critical points. First, that Xiachi was indeed the traitor. Second, that there were staff members in the live broadcast room who were monitoring the situation. And third, that the show exhibited zero tolerance towards traitors, even going so far as to send a message urging me to carry out an assassination. However, this was merely an optional task, and the decision of how to proceed rested entirely in my hands. The mask of good and evil concealed my face, alleviating my concerns about Xiachi discerning anything from my demeanor. In truth, even if he did perceive something, it would not greatly affect me. From his previous actions, it was evident that Xiachi was earnestly attempting to persuade me to join their ranks. "What brings you here?" I inquired after a prolonged silence. As we traversed 2 blocks together, I spend most of my time here, Xiaoqi replied, his smile fading to a bittersweet expression. He loosened his suit jacket, revealing his muscular chest and a bleeding, plum blossom-shaped wound. The poison of the plum blossom worm remains unresolved, leaving me largely confined to deep dreams. Once I return to reality, my life force accelerates its depletion. Is there no antidote for the plum blossom worm? I slowed my pace, pondering how he had managed to appear normal during the live murder game. At that time, you seemed unaffected by the poison. Xiaoqi waved his hand dismissively. I cannot disclose everything to you just yet. Follow me, and when we meet that person, she will explain everything. That person? Is it the mysterious woman you mentioned? Xiaowei. I observed Xiaoqi's attire, sensing a resemblance to the enigmatic figure I had encountered before. You will find out if you come with me, he replied. Just then, a second wave of movement surged within my liver, and a fissure widened, radiating a faint green glow. The street we occupied erupted into chaos. As terrifying thoughts escaped from the surrounding buildings, and black, humanoid creatures crawled forth from the ground, their numbers multiplying ominously. Gao Jian, you truly are quite popular wherever you go, Xiaoqi remarked, as the paths ahead and behind us became obstructed. With no other option, he retrieved a small token from his pocket. Though I could not discern its inscriptions, I watched as he raised it high, causing all the creatures to recoil in fear. He escorted me safely out of that block. Once we confirmed our safety, he stowed the token away and pretended to wipe the sweat from his brow, saying, After watching your broadcasts so many times, I always feel you attract trouble like a magnet, truly a man favored by death and disaster. I shall graciously accept that as a compliment, I replied. I feigned ignorance, gazing inward as I perceived the cracks, 4 or 5 in number, crisscrossing the liver's orifice, seemingly on the verge of shattering. What was that green light emanating moments ago? Could you kindly enlighten me? In the depths of the dream realm, the color green, symbolizing vitality and hope, is quite scarce, as this place is a forsaken land entirely constituted of abandoned memories. Xiaoqi engaged with me as if we had been friends for years, the conversation flowing with ease. In stark contrast, my response was one of apprehension. I cast a sidelong glance at him, noticing the furrowed brows beneath his mask. As for the personal belongings, I shall divulge more at a suitable time. Very well. It matters not. As we walked ahead, Xiaoqi swiftly dismissed the earlier interlude, refraining from mentioning the matters concerning the underworld showcase, and began to recount various amusing anecdotes from the deep dream realm, albeit those he deemed amusing. After traversing 10 blocks, Xiaoqi guided me back to the periphery of the unlit district, where thoughts and nightmares had long dissipated. Approaching the vicinity, I spotted a man clad in a patchwork robe seated on a bench at the outskirts. He was of modest height, and his hood obscured most of his face, revealing only a sharp chin and 2 exceedingly thin lips. Who is he? Contrary to my expectations, the individual Xiaoqi intended for me to meet did not appear to be Xiaowei. Despite the hood concealing his visage, his physique unmistakably indicated he was a man. I have brought the person. He is our choice regarding Xiaowei. Xiaoqi spoke to the robed man, his voice unconsciously lowering, tinged with trepidation. You possess merely 2 votes, yet I still oppose your plan. The risks are too considerable. The man spoke in a falsetto, an unsettling sound. Let him go. It would be best to eliminate him entirely to prevent future troubles. That task is one we should undertake ourselves with greater assurance. Upon hearing the robed man's words, Xiaoqi felt a sense of foreboding. He bent slightly and grasped my arm, retreating. I comprehend your intent, he murmured. It was not until we had departed the unlit district that Xiaoqi dared to converse with me again. This situation is somewhat troublesome, but we must first meet Xiaowei. Who was that man? I inquired. Was he also a former host of the showcase? His tone was one I found quite distasteful. Yet I could sense an ominous aura about him, an instinct warning me that should conflict arise, it would be I who perished. He is a madman. One could say the underworld showcase's division within the deep dream realm was destroyed by his hands. Xiaoqi patted my shoulder, reassuring me, but do not be overly concerned. That fellow has sustained severe injuries and will not act rashly unless absolutely necessary. Such a peculiar individual, I remarked, shaking my head. Since entering the deep dream realm, I had yet to encounter any semblance of normalcy. Everything, be it person or object, was decidedly bizarre. Let us proceed to meet Xiaowei. As we left the unlit district, I glanced back at the robed man once more. For a fleeting moment, I felt a sense of familiarity. though my memories held no recollection of a man with a sharp chin and lips as thin as willow leaves. Xiaqi and I wandered aimlessly within the deep dream realm for quite some time, until a multitude of thoughts surged forth from the buildings, seemingly commencing the final haunt. At that moment, he raised the token in his hand, clearing a path and guiding me to the culmination of this dream journey. After a considerable detour, we found ourselves once again at the entrance of the 19-story building, the bell tower. I lifted my head, somewhat astonished to find myself back here, and at that moment, I was certain that the mysterious woman wearing the paper mask was indeed Xue. "Have you been here before?" Xiaqi inquired, surprised. At the pinnacle of this towering building, there existed a grand clock that influenced the flow of time within profound dreams, symbolizing the zenith of distortion and the terminus of oblivion. The zenith of distortion and the terminus of oblivion? What does that signify? I questioned, perplexed. Xiaqi chuckled awkwardly, admitting, "To be honest, I don't quite grasp it either. I merely heard Xue mention it. Come, let us enter. Many questions will be resolved once we meet her." Following Xiaqi, I ventured into the skyscraper, occasionally beset by thoughts of feasting, accompanied by expressions of satisfaction. These thoughts seemed hostile towards me, yet displayed a warm familiarity with Xiaqi. The scenes that unfolded were somewhat chilling, depicting a bashful, sun-kissed boy surrounded by an ever-increasing number of disembodied heads. We ascended to the 18th floor, where the rooms and walls were entirely shrouded in black. Upon my first visit, the replaced Truman had informed me that black was the most dreadful color within dreams. "Do not be anxious. The entities confined within these rooms shall not be released," Xiaqi reassured, casually dispersing the surrounding thoughts as he led me to the top floor. "Hey, I have brought you company." Following his gaze, I beheld a tall figure standing amidst various forsaken artifacts. She donned the paper mask, not even turning her head, seemingly engrossed in observing something. Indeed, she was Xue, the bounty worth 100 points. I remained silent as Xiaqi and I approached the woman, navigating through the discarded items, halting a few meters away from her. It was my first occasion scrutinizing her from such proximity. This woman was strikingly beautiful, possessing an extraordinary aura. Even with her face obscured by the mask, her mere movements commanded attention, captivating the hearts of those around her. Why is it only she who wears the paper mask, while you and the man we encountered earlier do not? Does the paper mask hold any special significance? I nudged Xiaqi, yet he remained silent, his head bowed, too reticent to utter a word. Observing his timid demeanor, I began to suspect that I had previously misjudged the nature of their relationship. The atmosphere seemed to thicken, with no one daring to speak. After a few minutes, Target A turned her gaze towards me, offering a fleeting glance before retrieving the object she had been examining. It was an antiquated music box, no larger than a palm, covered in dust. She appeared utterly indifferent to my presence as she lifted the lid of the box, releasing a series of clear, resonant notes, melodious, soothing, and pure, akin to a pristine poem or a beam of radiant sunlight. Why would something so beautiful be abandoned? Why is it that despite its enchanting sound, there is a desire to forget? Xue wound the music box's key and placed it upon the balcony of the high-rise, watching the two tiny figures dance within. Suddenly, she approached me, and after a long silence, she spoke softly. "Wearing a mask for too long causes it to meld with one's face. To remove it, one must endure pain, peeling away layers of skin. In the end, when one wishes to see the world through innocent eyes, they find it impossible." Her words felt eerily familiar, and I took a step back to stand opposite her. Both of us adorned masks, obscuring our expressions from one another. Chapter 552, 10. The words spoken by little A seem oddly familiar. As the lock to my liver meridian was released, fragments of memories surfaced, revealing moments shared between little A and myself. I had uttered a similar phrase to her, and now, she has modified it and directed it back towards me, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. Perhaps she has recognized me. Although her face remains obscured by a mask, I can feel the intensity of her gaze. After a prolonged silence, just as I was about to speak, Little suddenly turned. From beneath her paper mask came a voice tinged with disappointment. "No, you are not him." She approached, her body twisting and contorting like a steel frame, almost suspended in midair. The mysterious woman, Little A, lifted the hem of her multicolored skirt, resembling a girl yearning for a loved one. "Why have you sought me out? Can you clarify your intentions?" I longed to pursue her, but was politely restrained by Xiaqi. Observing his respectful demeanor brought to mind his final admonition during the murder livestream. If I ever encountered a woman with her name in reality, I should remain silent and eliminate her without hesitation. This cryptic statement had perplexed me, and even now, facing little a, I remain unable to comprehend their connection. Could it be that little a is forever bound to the depths of the dream realm? If I encounter her in reality, does that indicate the one before me is an imposter? But who would dare impersonate her? Why are you in the depths of the dream realm? Who does the woman with her name refer to in reality? Is Xia Qingji truly a performer from the showcase? Where is the real Xia Qingji? A multitude of questions tormented me, compelling me to push past Xia Qi and approach little a, adorned in her vibrant long skirt. Do we know each other? I hold memories of you. As the lock to my liver meridian opened, new fragments of recollection emerged. Typically, my nature would not prompt such direct inquiries. Yet the pressure from this dream broadcast was overwhelming, fraught with perilous encounters. Thus, I cast caution aside and pressed on. You are not him. Little a offered no further clarification, merely reiterating her previous statement. Who is he? You say I am not him. You must reveal some information. At least let me understand what similarities exist between us that could lead to your misunderstanding. Speaking with this woman felt exceedingly arduous, as if we were not communicating on the same wavelength. Little a gazed into the distance, as if lost in recollection. You cannot be him, for he is already dead. He cannot appear here. I have watched your broadcast. You merely share a resemblance in temperament. With her melodic voice, a shocking secret emerged from little a's lips. The individual I referenced was the very first host of the showcase, the sole one to amass 10,000 points. What? 10,000 points? I gasped, astonished at the thought of someone enduring that many broadcasts to achieve such an impossible feat indeed, counting you. There are approximately 10 officially recognized hosts who have passed the showcase assessment. He was the first, and you are the 10th. As Little gracefully navigated the exposed base of the clock tower, her hand resting upon the contorted steel. The narrow bars beneath her feet seemed only a few centimeters wide. Yet, she remained unfazed, her striking red high heels exuding elegance. As if she were the queen of this entire dreamscape. I narrowed my eyes, remaining silent, lost in contemplation. The number of 10 hosts greatly exceeded my expectations. I initially presumed there would only be 3 or 4. After all, the more individuals who are aware of such a clandestine existence as the Underworld Showcase, the greater the risk of exposure. When did he become a host in the showcase? Considering the accumulation of 10,000 points at the rate of 20 points per live broadcast every 3 days, it would take at least 5 years for him to amass that many points. In reality, consistently gaining 20 points from each broadcast is nearly impossible. I have experienced this firsthand. Each broadcast is a perilous endeavor, and only by investing points to enhance oneself can one secure a greater chance of survival. It is indeed a formidable challenge, and I, too, believed it was unattainable until he succeeded. Standing on the edge of the high-rise, Xue reflected on the return of the thoughts of distant prey, which gathered like a vast, ominous cloud. Thus, most hosts, apart from him, chose a different path. A different path? I realized that Xue was about to divulge something significant, and I listened intently, unwilling to miss a single word. Indeed, aside from him and the 2 confirmed deceased hosts, among the remaining 7, 3 had betrayed the showcase and escaped its grasp, myself, Xia Qi, and that man whom Xia Qi had previously introduced to you. Xue spoke with an unsettling calmness, as if the prospect of retribution from the showcase was a trivial matter. Yet, when she continued, I recognized my error. We 3 were the traitors within the showcase's tasks. In pursuit of freedom, we found ourselves ensnared in an even more precarious situation. A tremor of emotion crept into Xiao's voice. The showcase was far more terrifying than it appeared, and we had grossly underestimated it. Her slender, delicate fingers gripped the railing, starkly contrasting with the rusted steel bars. Initially, we believed that the showcase was orchestrated by those hidden sects, for many items within it could only be possessed by ancient and prestigious families. To our knowledge, only they had the capability to establish such a showcase. However, we gradually discovered that the showcase itself bore no connection to these hidden sections. While those sects might combine forces to establish a showcase, they would never be able to suppress the news to the extent of complete silence. Not the hidden sects? Then who could it possibly be? I had interacted with those hidden sects, such as Miaojin Temple and Maoshan. Each was formidable in its own right. I do not know, Xue replied succinctly. This question had long perplexed me. The showcase was shrouded in mystery, with all staff donning paper masks, functioning like a well-oiled machine, rarely making errors or omissions, as if they were a single entity manipulated by an unseen hand. I pondered Xue's words, finding a semblance of truth. My tenure as a host was not brief, yet I had only encountered one individual from the showcase, the examiner wearing a paper mask. Could it be possible that the examiner was actually the first host in disguise? The person you seek is indeed him. An intriguing hypothesis, albeit implausible. Xue turned to glance at me, seemingly intrigued at last. I had seen the examiner appear alongside the first host. They could not possibly be the same individual. She gestured for me to refrain from interrupting, continuing the discussion about the showcase, which was not established by the reclusive sects in alliance. To verify this information, the three of us, the betrayers, even clashed with some so-called righteous sections. It was precisely due to the deteriorating relations that, in the final rebellion, we could not draw strength from the hidden sects and nearly lost our lives, ultimately fleeing in haste into the depths of the dream realm. The term rebellion seems somewhat inappropriate. In my view, you can only be considered as having fled. Engaging in such a risky endeavor without full preparation is rather impulsive. That is quite similar, I replied, momentarily taken aback by my sudden remark. In truth, we have done our utmost. However, it appears that the showcase anticipated all our preparations, as if it possessed foresight, accurately predicting our next moves and preemptively implementing countermeasures. Against such an adversary, no one can prevail. The wind howled past the top of the clock tower, the sound of the moving hands echoing in my ears. Standing here, one can distinctly feel time slipping away. So that is how it is. I had somewhat overestimated these betrayers. I initially thought they might stand a chance against the showcase, but instead, they were utterly crushed. This only heightened my curiosity about the infernal showcase. You mentioned there are a total of 10 hosts. Could you tell me who else remains apart from you? The first host is missing, 2 are confirmed dead, and among the 3 betrayers, aside from myself, there are 2 others. Of the remaining 3, the weakest is named Chun Jioga, but he is somewhat unique, and I would advise against forming too many ties with him. A look down from her elevated position over the dream city, seemingly aware of Chun Jioga's previous actions within the dream, yet indifferent to them. The last 2 individuals warrant caution. One of them, nicknamed the Butcher, delights in hunting down hosts. He is a staunch supporter of the showcase's rules and serves as its sharpest blade. One of the 2 confirmed dead hosts was killed by him. I glanced at me, her phone concealed within her pocket. You should be aware of the emergency call feature. I strongly advise against using it unless you wish to hasten your demise. I nodded, recalling my first interview when I opened my suitcase to find the selfie stick and smartphone still stained with blood. Perhaps the very equipment I was using had once belonged to a deceased host. As for the remaining host, no one has ever seen him. He is the most enigmatic among us. I only know of his existence and that he harbors a deep hatred for usurpers, nothing more. Feeling somewhat bewildered after A's revelations, it became clear that surviving multiple broadcasts is not the trait of an ordinary individual. Chun Jioga is manageable, but the other 2 are troubling. One, the Butcher, relishes hunting his own platform's hosts, while the other, devoid of a name, inexplicably detests usurpers. Given that I possess the potential to become a usurper, it implies that these 2 could never be my allies. If I were to offend these 3 betrayers further, I couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing my situation is rather dire. Chapter 553. To join? I understood the implicit meaning in A's words. An admonition against foolish actions as a precursor to my future plans of collaboration. After all, among the 6 remaining hosts, aside from the 3 betrayers, I find myself at irreconcilable odds with the other 3. Should I sever ties with those traitors, I would not only have to contend with the pressures from the showcase, but also remain perpetually vigilant against threats from my peers. In such isolation, I could easily become a casualty in the clash of various factions. With my head slightly bowed, I pondered the words of little A, which might very well be a veiled warning. What she said may not necessarily be entirely truthful. The mingling of truth and falsehood is a common tactic employed by showcase streamers. After little A finished speaking, she gestured towards Xiaoqi, who exchanged a knowing glance with her. Standing between little A and me, Xiaoqi remarked, "Dear streamer, your entry into the dream may appear unremarkable, yet it is, in fact, the most pivotal moment of all your broadcasts. Here, you will be faced with a crucial decision. Before I share my subsequent thoughts, I hope you will listen carefully and make a judicious choice. Pray, enlighten me. I wore a mask, concealing my expression. They could not deduce anything merely from my tone. First, allow me to elucidate certain aspects of the deep dream realm, which may provide you with a clearer understanding. Xiaqi spoke only with little a's consent. The deep dream realm is divided into core and fringe areas. I nodded gently, recalling that Chen Jiugao had also mentioned this. They seemed to be truthful. The core area is exceedingly perilous. Even the showcase has not ventured there, so we need not concern ourselves with it. We currently reside in the fringe area. Xiaqi retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from a pile of discarded refuse, casually sketching a shape reminiscent of a cake. The fringe area is vast, nearly without boundaries. The territory we traders have currently mapped out constitutes only a minuscule fraction of 1/10,000th of the whole. 1/10,000th? My eyes widened. The expanse of the deep dream realm exceeded my expectations. Within this immense territory lurk various monsters and unimaginable terrors. Exploring the unknown is an exceedingly hazardous endeavor, thus limiting our operational scope. Upon reaching this point, Xiaqi displayed his signature smile, perhaps sensing that you might wonder why Yi Bing fortuitously appeared in the unlit district, precisely within our traitorous domain. How could such a 1 in 10,000 chance lead her to us? Was it you who lured Yi Bing into the deep dream realm? I suddenly comprehended that this broadcast might have been orchestrated from the very beginning. Do not be alarmed. It was not easy for us to arrange a meeting with you. Thus we resorted to this strategy. Moreover, you ought to be grateful to us. At that time, Yi Bing was ensnared in her own dreams by a nightmare. Had little A not intervened to rescue her, she might have perished within her own nightmare, replaced by it. While Xiaqi spoke, he discreetly observed little A's expression. So, I should thank you? It was only at this juncture that I truly calmed myself. This broadcast had encountered issues from the outset. No need for gratitude. Xiaqi patted my shoulder. Do not be anxious. We harbor no ill intentions. In fact, we did not anticipate that things would unfold so smoothly. Rescuing Yi Bing was merely the first step. The second was to use her to draw you into the dream and facilitate this conversation. Upon hearing this, a sudden unease washed over me. You merely brought Yi Bing into the deep dream realm and did nothing else. Not at all. We genuinely do not care about her fate. The person we wish to meet is you. Xiaqi failed to notice the shift in my tone. What is it? Is something amiss? Beneath my mask, my visage has grown exceedingly somber. The betrayers merely lured Yi Bing into a profound dream, intending for us to meet. They presume I would delve into this depth solely out of concern for her. However, the reality stands in stark contrast. My primary motivation for entering this realm was the receipt of a live broadcast assignment from the showcase. This implies that the showcase seems to possess foreknowledge of all that transpires, and rather than obstructing, they have facilitated this arrangement for a live stream. I vividly recall the astonishment that washed over my face when I first received the task notification in the hospital restroom. I had initially resolved to decline the broadcast, planning to venture into Yi Bing's dream alone, devoid of the showcase's device. Yet, at that moment, I received the task prompt from the showcase, only to discover that this live assignment was entirely aligned with my intended actions. A chilling realization dawned upon me. The showcase appeared to possess an uncanny foresight, compelling me to accept the live task, while simultaneously uncovering the true whereabouts of these traitors through the showcase device. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the edge of my mask, and I discreetly wiped it away, instinctively covering the microphone as my hand slipped into the pocket containing the showcase device. Let us get straight to the point. What is your intention in laboriously drawing me into this profound dream? I harbor no desire to linger here, as my mind races with dreadful thoughts, and just then, a series of sounds resonated from within my liver's portal. A visible green halo emanated from my being, spreading outward. Damn, why must it appear at this juncture? I felt a twinge of anxiety as I furtively glanced at Xiaqi and Xiaowei, only to find that they were rather indifferent. Instead, the returning thoughts outside were ignited by the green light, soaring through the air with palpable excitement. What secrets do you conceal? This should be the second manifestation, right? Xiaqi casually inquired. I had no inclination to delve into this matter, simply responding, "That is my secret. You should hasten to discuss your concerns." Upon uttering this, I turned my consciousness inward, inspecting my liver's portal, discovering that the cracks upon the dream cocoon were multiplying, and it would not be long before it shattered entirely. Very well, let us address the matter at hand. The primary reason we have drawn you into this profound dream is to forge an alliance. After securing Xiao A's agreement, Xiaqi smiled, exuding a sense of certainty that I would acquiesce. An alliance? With you? While I have harbored grievances against the underworld showcase and contemplated betrayal when faced with the choice, I hesitated. What tangible benefits could I derive from betraying the showcase to join forces with you? Spare me the implausible. I require concrete advantages. Everything is driven by self-interest. In the face of sufficient gain, nothing is impervious to betrayal. Upon joining us, we shall provide you with methods to alleviate the plum blossom goo poison, liberating you from those infernal broadcasts, freeing you from the struggle between life and death, and allowing you to escape the showcase's grasp to embrace freedom. After Xiaqi finished speaking, a considerable silence ensued before I finally spoke. Is that all? Just this? Isn't that sufficient? He retorted. Every broadcast is a precarious dance between life and death, exploiting one's potential. Once you join us, these constraints will dissipate and your safety will be assured. Cocooned within the depths of a dream, unable to escape, this cannot be deemed freedom. Forgotten by the masses, remembered only by a select few. This too does not constitute freedom. To me, it bears a striking resemblance to death. Naturally, I would not directly refute Xiaqi. Instead, I would continue to inquire if there exists anything concrete beyond freedom. Rights and obligations are equal. To gain, one must be prepared to give. It was Xiao who spoke. Women possess a natural acuity that often surpasses that of men. She had already discerned a hint of discord in my words and took the initiative to speak. Having experienced multiple live broadcasts, you should be aware of the attitude the show holds towards us. In its eyes, the streamer is merely a tool. It cares not for your well-being, only for its own profits. I wholeheartedly agreed with Xiao A's assertion, yet this could not serve as justification for my betrayal of the show. For in the eyes of the betrayers, I too might merely be a tool. Our gathering is solely for the sake of our individual interests, nothing more. Think carefully before you respond. We hold the true core secrets of the show. Should you choose to join us, we can reveal a truth you could never have imagined. Xiaqi, too, was persuading me, his gaze fixed upon me alongside the two betrayers. The truth? To be frank, I felt a flicker of temptation. Yet reason cautioned me that betraying the underworld show would be a grievous mistake. Chapter 554, Dream Wings. I was indeed intrigued by the truth, but before delving into that, I wished to hear the reason for their approach. Truth be told, I did not consider myself a suitable collaborator. I glanced at Xiaqi and Xiao. The foundation of cooperation must rest upon an equal footing or mutual need. Even now, I remained uncertain as to why they held me in such high regard. You are the cleanest among the 10 streamers. From the moment you became a streamer, everything has been under our watchful eye, making you the most ideal collaborator. Xiaqi spoke slowly. What is it that you require of me? I inquired, knowing full well that escaping this predicament would be challenging. Thus I prepared to acquiesce. All tasks will lie within your capacity. We shall never place you in a perilous situation, Xiaqi assured, glancing at Xiao, who seemed merely a messenger. Only daring to speak once, Xiao nodded in agreement. All streamers, upon successfully passing the interview, are implanted with a plum blossom poison. This toxin can only be suppressed, not eradicated. Both A and the man you met earlier have succumbed to their injuries, falling into a slumber in the real world to slow the spread of the poison. Among the three of us, only I can occasionally depart the dream and return to reality. However, prolonged stays will cause the poison to erupt. So, you require a representative in the real world to handle various matters for you? I speculated. That is one aspect, Xiaqi replied. But fret not. We shall not exploit you without recompense. In reality, Xiao and the other man have left behind numerous treasures, which we can offer as remuneration for your tasks. He smiled benevolently at me. Are there additional demands? I sensed that the betrayers were on the verge of revealing their true intentions. Indeed, there are 4 matters I wish to present. If you can accomplish just 2 of them, we shall be eternal friends, and we will disclose all secrets and truths to you. Proceed, I urged. First, we need you to exchange an item for us, provided your points are sufficient. We will offer you an equivalent item in compensation. What is it that you wish to exchange from the show? I find myself perplexed as to what kind of object could so enthrall the traders that they would conspire with me to retrieve it from the infernal showcase. It is a peculiar mirror, though I am unable to divulge much at this moment. Xiaqi speaks in half-truths, likely fearing my refusal. Secondly, we require you to take the life of an individual in reality. The only detail I can disclose is that the person's name contains the letter A. To kill in reality? This condition is rather unacceptable to me, yet I do not outright refuse, merely nodding in acknowledgement. What of the third condition? The third task is to gather all information pertaining to the first host, whether in text or images, as long as it holds some value. It can be exchanged for something useful from us. Fourthly, assist the duality Buddha in saving a person. The specifics of this mission will be revealed once you consent to our alliance. Upon the conclusion of Xia Qi's words, my brow furrows deeply among the 4 tasks. The last is the most intolerable, helping the duality Buddha save someone. The duality Buddha, known for his dual nature, embodies an irreconcilable conflict between us, making any assistance impossible. Indeed, we have a minor transaction with the duality Buddha that requires your aid. The Churn Yoga you encounter in the deep dream is actually connected to the duality Buddha. It is for this reason that we permit him to linger here. Xia Qi's statement unveils a significant truth. Churn Yoga may very well be an informant placed in the showcase by the duality Buddha, which explains why Xiao previously remarked on this person's uniqueness. Let me ponder this for a moment. The 4 tasks presented by the traders are far from simple, and whether it involves taking a life or aiding the duality Buddha, both defy my intrinsic will. The cost of such sacrifices, even to sever ties with the showcase, only yields a mere illusion of freedom, which feels unjustifiable. After a brief contemplation, I swiftly arrive at a decision. Betraying the showcase bears grave consequences. It is a path of no return, with an exceedingly steep price. And what? Do you truly wish to remain perpetually under the showcase's control, becoming merely a tool in its hands, subject to its whims and exploitation? Xia Qi likely did not anticipate my refusal, as the smile on his face stiffens. I refuse to be a tool in the hands of the showcase, nor will I acquiesce to being your instrument. I live solely for myself. Standing my ground, I maintain composure, locking eyes with Xia Qi and Xiao. Selfishness is inherent to human nature, a truth we understand. Reflect upon it. There exists no conflict between us. We could indeed forge a friendship. He approaches, the smile gradually fading from his visage. I would gladly welcome friendship, but from your words, I discern no true intention of camaraderie. I apologize, but I estimate I cannot fulfill any of the 4 tasks you propose. I speak candidly, my voice steady, though a sense of urgency brews within me, as I often mentally inspect the fissures in my liver's portal, which grow increasingly numerous, resonating with the sound of impending fracture. We will not impose a time limit on these 4 tasks. Even if you cannot complete them now, ample opportunities will arise in the future, provided you agree to our terms. We can grant you passage from the dream realm and offer you rare treasures obtainable only within this dream. Such a fortuitous offer. I ponder, are you not concerned that I might feign agreement, only to turn against you after departing? Certainly, fear of you is our sole hope. Should this hope sway towards the stage, it would spell disaster for us. Thus, before your departure, Xiao will extract your soul to prevent any betrayal. Xia Qi spoke in a seemingly nonchalant tone, as if the extraction of a soul were a trivial matter. However, having endured the experience of soul displacement, I understood that the soul is the essence of a person. A deficiency in the soul can impose limitations in various aspects, and this world harbors numerous perilous dark arts that hinge upon the soul. What if I disagree? My gaze darted past Xia Qi to the more distant Xiao, the true master of this realm. In the choices I present to you, there is no option for disagreement. Now that it is established you are not him, do not test my patience. I have lingered in this dreamscape for far too long and must take my leave. Xiao did not deign to look at me. Her attention was fixated on the city's edge, her disinterest palpable. Consider your position, broadcaster. Since you have arrived here, without Xiao's assent, you shall never escape. We do not need to target you specifically. Merely imprisoning you for a few months will cause your stage points to plummet into the negatives. At that juncture, you will have no choice but to comply. Xia Qi, eager to avoid a stalemate, spoke hastily, ostensibly advising me. Yet his words resonated more like a thread in my ears. You are correct. Should I remain trapped in the deep dream, I would ultimately be hunted by the stage due to negative points. I began to deliberately prolong the moment, stepping back. Make your choice, otherwise, you shall not leave this building. Xia Qi lightly waved his hand, and a strange knocking sound emanated from the dark room below. Soon, disembodied heads with flowing hair emerged, each a manifestation of deep-seated grievances, their features grotesquely contorted with a desire to tear everything asunder. The sole exit was blocked. Xia Qi approached me, appearing remarkably at ease. We have planned for this day for quite some time. You are our beacon of hope, and together, we shall become the finest of allies. Is that so? I shrugged off Xiaqi's hand and walked towards the building's edge. I do not mind collaborating with you, yet I shall not betray the stage. Between us and the stage, you can only choose one. Neutrality is not an option. Xiaqi did not follow. He called out to me, asserting that evasion would yield nothing. Without surrendering your soul, you cannot escape this room. Really? The cracks in the dream cocoon within my liver began to multiply. I inhaled deeply, my eyes beneath the mask scanning the two traitors before shifting to the distant dream city. Thank you for imparting so much knowledge. However, I prefer to walk alone. Broadcaster, you are currently ensnared in the deep dream. Please contemplate your response carefully. This is my final reminder. Xiaqi, having lost patience, slightly bent forward beside Xiaowei. Thank you for your reminder, but I too have a message for you. The sounds of rupture within my liver grew increasingly loud. Fissures sprawling as beams of light seeped through the gaps. This world is rife with surprises and miracles. Never let your guard down until the final moment. With a step forward, I traversed the narrow steel beam, most of my body suspended in midair. What do you intend to do? Xiaqi instinctively sensed impending doom, while Xiaowei regarded me with an expression of astonishment. What do I intend to do? I turned, smiling. My intention, of course, was to depart. Bang! As the myriad cracks in the cocoon of dreams converged, a resounding roar erupted from within, unleashing an innumerable array of emerald lights that illuminated the entire edifice like dazzling stars. Dream Wings. Chapter 555. The curtain rises. Under the astonished gaze of onlookers, a pair of blue butterfly wings, stretching over 10 meters, unfurled from my back. Dream dust cascaded, leaving traces of pale blue light that danced through the air, resembling a galaxy descending from the heavens. For the first time, the monotonous sky of the dream's depths transformed, displaying vibrant hues, amidst the stark contrast of black and white. The resplendent blue wings gently fluttered, stirring a soft breeze. What is this? Xiaqi exclaimed, his chiseled features etched with astonishment, his inquiry unconscious. The butterfly wings revealed a fully matured dream wing gu, an extraordinary entity that even the underworld showcase had never possessed. Xiaowei's voice resonated ethereally, responding to Xiaqi's question, or perhaps conversing with herself. Unexpectedly, this little butterfly is about to escape. Is it still possible to stop him? She pondered. Each broadcaster who passed the assessment was not easily dealt with. We had underestimated our opponent. While the two conversed, I had already concluded my communication with the Dreamwing Gu. It had emerged from its cocoon, fully mature, its power at its zenith, capable of traversing freely between dreams and reality. It is time to depart. I glanced back at Xiaowei and Xiaqi, my resolve firm. I had no intention of opposing you, but I hope you do not overstep your bounds. Although I have not threatened your power within the dream, I can trace your physical whereabouts in reality through subtle clues. Take heed, betrayers. Stepping back, I tread carefully on the narrow steel beam, gradually accelerating before leaping from the height of several stories. Dream wings. The scattered dream dust enveloped a 100-meter radius as the immense butterfly wings abruptly flapped, propelling me upward into the dual-colored sky of black and white. Are we merely to watch him depart? Xiaowei remarked, peering beyond the paper mask at the edge of the building. Have you heard of the butterfly effect? A butterfly flapping its wings in a tropical rainforest can, weeks later, instigate a tornado along the coastline. I have heard of it, Xiaqi responded, finally emerging from his shock, a pallor crossing his face as he realized that despite his efforts, he had still been outmaneuvered. Now, this butterfly has begun to flap its wings, Xiaowei said meaningfully. I shall swiftly escort you from this dream. A significant event will soon unfold in reality. Remember, act with caution. For us, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. With that, she descended alone from the rooftop, leaving behind the echo of a familiar melody resonating from the music box. In the depths of the dream, the butterfly flapped its wings, and the reality beyond would soon unleash an unprecedented storm. As my gaze continuously shifted, I remained vigilant, observing all that transpired within the building. Only when I saw Xiaqi and Xiaowei depart, one after the other, did I finally relax. The betrayers had not chosen to sever ties with me completely. The current situation had yet to breach either party's threshold, resulting in an outcome acceptable to all. The dream dust clung to me as time gradually lost its significance. I could not ascertain how long had passed until the dual-colored sky began to transform. The immense wings of a butterfly behind me seemed to have exhausted all their strength, suddenly dispersing into countless blue specks in the sky. Deprived of my wings, I was cast down from the heights by the dream wing curse. I cried out desperately, yet no one responded. Just as I was about to crash to the ground, everything around me shattered with a thunderous noise. I awoke with a start, my eyes wide open. "Host, at last, you have awakened." A familiar voice reached my ears. Turning my head, I saw Truman, clad in a white lab coat, standing beside me. Amusingly, we found ourselves hiding amidst the treetops, and I had nearly kicked him off in my sudden rise. "What is happening?" I inquired, lacking the time to assess my own condition. "You asked me what is happening? I'm still trying to figure that out." Truman fell silent for a moment, exchanging a secret signal with me. Upon receiving my correct response, he sighed in relief. "Ever since we escaped the orphanage, your behavior has been quite abnormal. It felt as though someone was pursuing you. You seemed to clutch something and ran into this desolate area before suddenly collapsing." "Collapsed? I should have been asleep. Forcibly drawn into a profound nightmare," I explained. In simpler terms, the so-called mid-level dream can be described as dreaming within a dream, a state some find difficult to awaken from. The deep dream, however, is far more terrifying, akin to dreaming within a dream within a dream. My ability to awaken this time relied entirely on the dream wing curse. Reflecting on this, I turned my thoughts inward, observing that the dream wing curse had doubled in size, with its wing patterns becoming more intricate and arcane. Yet, its current state was dire and listless, likely unusable for a considerable time. "You entered a deep dream." "No way. Tell me, what is the deep dream like?" For me, the deep dream was merely a theoretical concept. "No, we must thoroughly discuss this once we return to reality." Seeing Truman's eager expression and recognizing his familiar manner of speaking, I was finally convinced he was indeed Truman. The one who had perished was likely the nightmare of Yi Bing. This was the genuine Truman, who had never ventured into the deep dream but remained in the mid-level dream. "Let us return to the orphanage. The nightmare has been vanquished. It should be safe for now." After checking my belongings, relieved to find everything intact, including the plush bear on my back, I gestured to Truman and leaped down from the tree. "Old Truman, why did you hide me in the tree?" Based on my research into dreams, such actions would appear quite professional. Upon returning to the entrance of paradise, the mist had long dispersed, and all the teachers and children had vanished, leaving the orphanage empty and desolate. Perhaps this mirrored Yi Bing's original mid-level dream, her reclusive pride reflected in her dreams. Having scoured every corner without finding Yi Bing, I could now ascertain that Shinjoga had lied. The last mirror in the Despair District was likely not a passage. I recalled that after affixing talismans to Yi Bing, Shinjoga placed a blue guiding talisman on her forehead. Could it be related to that? Every host must not be underestimated. The repeated trials of life and death have forged them into the most cunning, insidious, and fearsome individuals in this city. After an extensive search, Truman and I finally discovered Yi Bing's memory node in the director's office. It was here that the name Yi Bing originated from the Elder Chen. Without the interference of nightmares, Truman and I smoothly returned to Yi Bing's shallow dream when I pushed open the door to the director's office. It is noteworthy that Yi Bing's shallow dream is none other than that rainy night 5 years ago, the night I was falsely accused. And she did not come forward to vouch for me. I never anticipated that this incident would become a lingering sorrow for her. After attempting to locate the memory nodes of the shallow dream in various places, I finally found myself in a rather ordinary police officer's lounge, from where I could see the police car escorting me depart. As I opened the door before me, Truman and I stepped into the world behind us, shattering like fragments. Upon opening my eyes, my pupils had yet to focus. I felt a fluttering sensation in my nostrils as I suddenly caught a faint metallic scent of blood. Blood? My mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning. I instantly awakened, sitting up abruptly from the hospital bed and scanning my surroundings, which were indeed Yi Bing's specialized care unit. I had finally returned. The flow of time in dreams differs from reality. Outside, the sky was still dark. I glanced at the other 2 hospital beds. Yi Bing remained in a deep coma, her complexion alarmingly poor, while Truman lay with his eyes shut, though his breathing was steady, indicating he was merely in a state of deep slumber. It was a pity I could not bring Yi Bing back. I shifted my gaze from her face and moved my body slightly, preparing to rise when I was suddenly hit by the faint scent of blood once more. What was happening? To prevent interruptions, The hospital room door was locked from the inside, rendering entry from outside impossible. Supporting myself against the bedside table, I stood up and quickly employed my discerning vision to detect anomalies. Fresh blood was seeping in from outside the door. Was there someone out there? I removed my mask and hurried to the hospital door, standing beside it to peer through the window. In the dimly lit hospital corridor, a figure clad in a burlap robe, with their face obscured by a black cloth, lay in a pool of blood. Lou the Blind. Chapter 556. The killer has not departed. How could he be here? I used my discerning vision to observe that the lights outside in the corridor appeared to be malfunctioning, with only the emergency exit lights casting a faint green glow. Sinister bloodstains marred the tiled floor, and chairs were askew, as if a fierce struggle had transpired. Once I confirmed that no one else was lurking in the shadows, I hastily opened the hospital door. Old Lou. Blood was seeping from under Lou the Blind's robe. He bore multiple stab wounds to his abdomen, thigh, and arms, having lost too much blood, leading to his unconscious state. How could such a ruckus occur in the hospital without anyone noticing? I did not dare to leave directly, wary of falling into a trap. I pulled out my phone to call the police and also contacted Tai Ningxiang separately. Senior sister, come to Yebing's room. Someone has died. Minutes later, the corridor lights suddenly illuminated, and I vaguely saw a figure flit past in the stairwell. It appeared to be a man. Indeed, someone was hiding in the shadows? Who could it be? Why were they targeting me? I hesitated to pursue directly, and after a while, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. The remaining police officers, Huang Xue, and on-duty doctors and nurses all rushed over. There's blood. How did this person get in? Quickly, bring the surgical cart to the room. The crowd surged forward, and I clutched Lou the Blind tightly, cautious to not let go, watching each individual closely. The killer might very well be among them. Who sought to harm me? Who had attacked Lou the Blind? And why was he outside the specialized care unit? I have just emerged from a dream, my mind clouded and unclear. And the moment I begin to think, it feels as though my head might explode with discomfort. Everyone step back. Allow the doctors to enter. A commanding female voice rings out as the crowd parts, revealing Tai Ningxiang in her police uniform, accompanied by 2 doctors. What has transpired here? Weren't you attending to Yibing? I am at a loss. Upon awakening from my slumber, I discovered Lu Xiazi, drenched in blood, lying outside the intensive care unit. The assailant must still be nearby, possibly within this very hospital. Until dawn breaks, none of you are to approach this ward. No one is permitted to enter. I slapped my face and bit my tongue, the pain hastening my return to consciousness. I soon realized that the true target of the assailant lies within the intensive care unit. It could be me or perhaps someone else. Isolate the scene and do not disturb those inside the ward. Escort the injured for treatment. Tai Ningxiang swiftly organized everything. Senior sister, you must personally take Lu Xiazi for treatment. He is likely the sole eyewitness and must be saved. Do not worry. Zhao Bin, you will guard this area. Without my command, no one is allowed to enter the intensive care unit. Understood. The doctors and Tai Ningxiang escorted Lu Xiazi away, while Zhao Bin and 2 other police officers stood guard outside, protecting the scene. I leaned against the doorframe, my body stained with blood, still shaken. Before I fell into a dream, I had heard strange noises outside the ward, which I had dismissed at the time, never anticipating such a horrifying event would occur. Next time I dream, I must find an utterly secure place. Once immersed in a dream, the physical body is left defenseless. It is far too perilous. My gaze swept over the few individuals present, attempting to compare them with the figure I had glimpsed at the staircase. Though it vanished quickly, its approximate height and shape were etched in my memory. Who could it be? Now, apart from the police and nurses, the only outsider remaining is Huang Xue. She has undergone a remarkable transformation since a month ago. Her fiery red hair has returned to black, subdued, and somewhat silent. Why were all the lights in the corridor extinguished? I casually inquired. The duty nurse approached, explaining that they too were unclear about the cause. The hospital's electrical system has been malfunctioning lately, suspected to be due to aging wiring. I noticed all the lights had gone out, so I activated the emergency switch before leaving the nurse's station to contact the electrician. The duty nurse seems truthful. I had seen the electrician on that fateful morning at the hospital, urgently making repairs. Yet, is this not an extraordinary coincidence? Shifting my gaze from the duty nurse, I turned to Huang Xue. Have you been waiting outside this entire time? By the way, where is Elder Chen? The person I went to fetch with the duty nurse. Elder Chen was unwell and left early. Huang Xue gazed at the blood on the floor, lost in thought, her calves trembling slightly. I had been seated on the bench outside. Had I not left, it might have been me lying here instead. Elder Chen has departed? I furrowed my brow. The figure I had seen earlier could not have been him. Surely, that Taoist priest is unharmed? Zhang Fei asked cautiously. I shook my head gently. I do not know. You all retreat to the ward and do not enter. The door is not closed. I remain inside the ward, practicing my profound heart method in silent meditation. As my liver's orifices opened within the realm of dreams, my body's recuperative abilities surged to 4 or 5 times their usual capacity. The innate true energy residing in my lower dantian grew robust and vigorous, allowing me to effortlessly wield superior talismans. The bounty of insights gleaned from this dream was substantial. However, the scene that greeted me upon awakening dampened my spirits entirely. An assailant was poised to strike, and this dream had presented the perfect opportunity for their elimination. The perpetrator demonstrated an impeccable sense of timing, indicating they were no ordinary foe. Who could they be? The multitude of my enemies loomed large, rendering every direction of contemplation a potential threat. After completing a full cycle of the Great Zhou, I expelled a breath of stale air and cast a sidelong glance out the window. The sky was already tinged with the pale light of dawn, and the slumbering city was on the brink of awakening. I steadied my thoughts, momentarily setting aside the matters of Lu the Blind and my would-be assassin, and stowed my phone from the show into my pocket to assess my own condition. The mask of good and evil had been removed and tucked away in my garments. And as I reached inside, I discovered additional items. Among them were several yellowed pages of notes, crumpled and haphazardly stuffed into my chest. Upon inspection, I realized they were the deep dream maps I had extorted from Chun Jioga, complete with annotations from Xiaowei. The dream wing gu was an invaluable treasure for me. As I carefully concealed it, 2 more objects tumbled out during my rummaging. One was a dark-hued pichio, resembling a small stone of thumb size, seemingly inconspicuous. This dark pichio was a prize from vanquishing a nightmare, linked to the malevolent entity suppressed beneath the crematorium of Bridge 3. This stone carving must be retained for future use. The other item was a shard of mirror I had discovered in the original venue of the unlit district. I had not anticipated that a mere fragment would accompany me from the dream world into reality. Soon, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. As I toyed with the mirror shard, I suddenly realized it could reflect images. It revealed scenes of Truman lying on a hospital bed, Yibing, and every individual outside the ward, yet it utterly failed to reflect my own visage. Holding the shard before my face, the mirror merely displayed the wall behind me, as if I were non-existent. Why? Why could this mirror not capture my image? With no knowledge of its origins, and after pondering for an extended period without resolution, I chose to store it alongside the dark pichio. In addition to these items, the Buddhist prayer beads I had brought into the dream remained intact, though regrettably, 2 beads were marred with cracks, as if they might shatter upon the slightest touch. Having returned from the dream, this live stream could be deemed a complete success. However, I had rejected the demands of the traitorous coalition, who might very well retaliate in anger. To prevent me from aligning with the venue, they would undoubtedly target me with fervor. These madmen had demonstrated considerable skill in surviving under the venue's aegis, and my future days promised to become increasingly arduous. Emerging from the dream unscathed, I was met with the grim news that an assassin lurked outside, and even more terrifying was the realization that they had nearly succeeded. It was a dismal experience indeed. Sighing, I stared vacantly out the window, and as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, my phone from the venue pinged with a message. Ding. Live stream task. Enter Yi Bing's mid-level dream before midnight. Successful completion rewards 1 point. The number of live viewers has exceeded 10,000, granting a reward of 10 points. During the live stream, acquiring 3 yuan bao and a paper boat will yield an additional 13 points, while completing commissions from the underworld will grant an extra point. Optional Task 1. Extract Yi Bing's consciousness from the dream realm, unfinished. Optional Task 2. Obtain the layout of the good and evil Buddha in the dream, unfinished. Optional Task 3. Eliminate a nightmare, completed, rewarding 10 points. Optional Task 4. Kill the betrayer, unfinished. Optional Task 5. Unfinished. Statistics are complete. This live broadcast has garnered a total of 35 points, bringing the overall score to 88 points. Chapter 557, A Solo War. The 11th live stream has concluded, unlocking a brand new merchandise catalog. Reincarnation Mirror Fragment, 100 points. The fragment of the supreme three corpses scripture, when a person dies, their soul ascends to the heavens, while the essence remains in the three corpses, wandering and becoming a ghost. If rituals during the 4 seasons and 8 festivals are not performed meticulously, calamities will ensue, and various ailments will plague humanity. This method can sever the 3 corpses and lead to enlightenment. 30 points. Compilation of Taoist taboo techniques. Laws should not be used lightly. The cycle of cause and effect is inconstant. 5 points. Spirit communication and enlightenment text, invoking the 3 pure ones, the 3 realms, and the 3 heavenly sovereigns. 30 points. Ancient disguise technique, using boy's urine and armor water, concealed within the dust of winter and summer, combined with the fat of cattle and sheep, can change one's appearance without consuming bones. 6 points. Modern principles and applications of hypnosis. 3 points. The misfortune pocket watch. You will become the favored one of misfortune. If you are already plagued by misfortune, this watch will be your best companion. A hypnotic tool. 5 points. This update of the merchandise catalog features many new items. Due to the peculiar circumstances, I did not scrutinize it in detail, but merely glanced through it. What is the reincarnation mirror fragment worth? 100 points. Long ago, I discovered that the unlocking of the showcase merchandise catalog was not without purpose. The sudden appearance of the reincarnation mirror fragment has successfully captured my attention, surprisingly. A mere fragment of a mirror demands 100 points. This seems even more outrageous than the guidelines for the dragon capture technique. Currently, I cannot afford 100 points, so I have no intention of exchanging for the reincarnation mirror fragment. However, several other items do pique my interest. Although the misfortune pocket watch serves a mundane purpose, the description has stirred my desire. Only those burdened by calamity can wield it, having accrued a debt of 100,000 merits and being targeted by fate. Can there be anyone in this world with worse luck than I? Given my current situation, wielding a pocket watch would not be a challenge. I am also considering the ancient disguise technique. Furrowing my brow, I realize that even the showcase has updated with such an item. My current predicament has reached a perilous level. The emergence of disguise techniques at this juncture seems rather coincidental. Could this be the showcase's way of protecting the broadcaster? Quickly dismissing that thought, I find that the more I learn about the showcase, the more enigmatic it becomes. It is nearly impossible to decipher the profound implications behind each of its actions. With a sigh, I put away my phone and rise to inspect the ward, quietly retrieving the Tong Sang talisman from Yi Bing's forehead, ensuring nothing is overlooked before returning to my own bed to await Truman's awakening. As the first rays of sunlight slowly ascend the horizon, Truman, nestled amidst a plethora of medical equipment, finally stirs awake, appearing quite comfortable. Upon awakening, he stretches and greets. Good morning, broadcaster. In the realm of dreams, to navigate perilous situations and successfully escape is indeed a cause for celebration, at least for Truman. Early on, I remarked casually, you should refrain from venturing out for the time being. Last night, while we were all entranced in slumber, a grievous incident occurred outside. In the realm of dreams, our physical forms are utterly defenseless, and Truman understood the gravity of my words. The relaxed expression on his face vanished in an instant. Are they coming for us? He inquired, a hint of dread in his voice. It is possible, I replied, continuing my practice of the Miao Zhen heart method. Do not disclose your experiences in the dream to outsiders. Later, please leave me a means of contact, and once you depart from the hospital, exercise caution. I suspect someone intends to harm you. Harm me? Truman removed his helmet, untangling the chaotic wires. Though my disposition may not be the best, I have never made enemies. Why would they wish to kill me? I apologize. This matter, in truth, stems from me, and you are merely ensnared in it. I cannot ascertain which faction the assailants belong to. Yet one thing is unequivocal. They are ruthless, employing unscrupulous methods, accustomed to eliminating threats without leaving any trace. My intent was not to instill fear in Truman, but to prevent any unforeseen misfortune from befalling this well-meaning friend. Very well, I shall be cautious. I have also recorded a wealth of valuable research data from this dream. Once I leave Jiangqing, I will return to the research institute and refrain from going out for the time being. Truman, grasping the seriousness of the situation from my tone, had many questions he wished to pose, but before he could speak, Zhao Bin entered, accompanied by an elderly gentleman and a physician. Has Yi Bing's condition improved? The newcomer inquired, his voice imbued with a sense of weariness yet steady, reminiscent of an endless ocean. Old Chen. I sat up in my bed. utilizing my discerning perception to scrutinize the elderly man, not allowing any detail to escape my notice. His attire was clean but dust-laden, indicating it had not been freshly changed, and he bore no bloodstains. Thus, he was unlikely to be the assailant. There has been improvement, but full consciousness will require time. In the art of placating the families of patients, Truman exhibited a high level of skill, akin to that of most psychologists. I remained silent, allowing him to converse with Old Chen. After all, to outsiders, I was merely an assistant in the treatment. Truman was the true attending physician. Rest assured, Old Chen, when my teacher intervenes, success is all but assured. Dr. Yan, at this juncture, could not resist the urge to praise, his presentation immaculate, and with his character. He would never engage in such a skill-intensive act as murder. Minutes later, at Old Chen's insistence, the two doctors conducted a brief examination of Yi Bing. To their astonishment, they discovered that Yi Bing's body had indeed shown signs of improvement. The previously failing organs were now revitalizing and beginning to heal themselves. This remarkable medical phenomenon was, of course, attributed to Truman. He winked at me, maintaining a stoic demeanor while listening to the accolades surrounding him. This outcome was not something I initially contemplated. Only after careful reflection did I come to realize that Yi Bing's critical state of organ failure might stem from her consciousness being ensnared in a profound dreamscape. In this scenario, her superficial and intermediate dream states transformed into the private domain of nightmares, resulting in such dire circumstances. Within the depths of the dream, I vanquished the nightmare. Although I failed to rescue Yi Bing, it appeared she ultimately departed from that profound realm. Under these two conditions, her physical condition began to improve. The ward was filled with an array of accolades and praises, yet among all present, I alone understood that the situation was far from optimistic. Yi Bing's core consciousness likely lay in the hands of Chun Jioge, and to truly awaken her, I might have to engage with him. At that moment, a thought flashed through my mind. Within the depths of the dream, Xue had once informed me that Chun Jioge was akin to a two-faced deity. Yi Bing being under his influence was tantamount to falling into the grasp of this duality. Furthermore, it seemed that the betrayers had some form of collaboration with this two-faced entity. I narrowed my eyes, contemplating a more terrifying direction. What might the nature of their collaboration be? This live broadcast was evidently a premeditated scheme by the betrayers, intending to draw me into Yi Bing's dream and gradually ensnare me within the depths, compelling me to capitulate and collaborate with them. Though it appeared to be a matter solely between myself and the betrayers, it was, in fact, entangled with a third party, the two-faced deity. The optional tasks in the showcase explicitly required me to discern the two-faced deity's layout within the dream. This indicated that he was indeed involved in this live broadcast. But how was he participating? I squinted, slowly widening my gaze towards Old Chen. Initially, I had no intention of entering Yi Bing's dream to rescue her. It was his incessant urging and the allure of the merit beads that solidified my resolve to delve into the dream world. Upon reflection, it seemed Old Chen had always been exceedingly eager for me to enter the dream, a fervor that could not possibly align with the demeanor of an orphanage director towards a child who had long since left his care. In the dream of the hunchbacked boy, I had also encountered Old Chen's visage. He appeared as a faceless entity, mysterious and aloof, akin to a divine being. How could such an individual possibly plead with me, an outsider, to intervene on behalf of an orphan who had been absent from the orphanage for over a decade? This was a conspiracy. He feigned affection for Yi Bing, yet his true intention was to manipulate me into the dream. The implications were chilling. I gathered my composure, discreetly lowering my head to mask any fluctuations in my emotions. Chapter 558, A War of One, Part 2. Why did Old Chen want me to enter the dream? I had no prior acquaintance with him, yet it seemed he was familiar with me. What was his true identity? Which faction did he belong to? The Sanyin sect had been severely weakened, lacking the capacity to act, and apart from Xia Qi, no one among the betrayers could emerge from the dream. Narrowing down the possibilities, the only viable candidate remained the two-faced deity. His desire for me to enter the dream was likely due to a cooperative relationship with the betrayers, mutually exploiting one another. By removing me as an obstacle, he could also extend a favor to the betrayers, achieving two objectives with one maneuver, a method that was chillingly subtle and insidious. Upon closer examination, there appeared to be numerous similarities between Old Chen and the two-faced deity. The orphanage serves as an ideal breeding ground for the identification and clandestine nurturing of children possessing extraordinary destinies. Moreover, both the Dual Buddha district and the Paradise Gate are replete with individuals bearing disabilities. The celestial order has its deficiencies, compensating where it can. It is conceivable that the fortunes bestowed upon these individuals may have been surreptitiously appropriated by the Dual Buddha. Additionally, it is noteworthy that the Paradise Gate was established 2 decades ago, coinciding with the inception of the Dual Buddha's layout regarding the 8-character divine stars, presenting an abundance of uncanny coincidences. Seated silently upon my hospital bed, I observed the somewhat transcendent figure of Elder Chen amidst the crowd. A thought blossoming in my mind. Could he be the Dual Buddha, that enigmatic figure who transcends both monk and Taoist? After the doctor completed his examination of Yi Bing, he departed, leaving Elder Chen and Chu Min to conduct a brief inquiry before being ushered out by Zhao Bin, leaving me alone with the unconscious Yi Bing. If Elder Chen were indeed the Dual Buddha, deceiving me into this dream as part of a transaction with a traitor, then the assailant outside must not be his ally, nor affiliated with the traitor or the Dual Buddha, who, then, harbors the desire for my demise. The assailant's timing suggests an intimate knowledge of my circumstances, coupled with extensive experience in the craft of assassination, particularly in light of the wounds on Lu Xiezi, indicating the potential involvement of a professional killer. Could it be that another live-streaming host has targeted me? As I pondered this, a thought emerged. Could it be Tai Ningxiang? The moment her name surfaced in my mind, I recalled my harrowing encounter in the Despair District. Was she, too, affiliated with the live-streaming community? Surely that was merely a figment of my imagination. Deep down, I was reluctant to suspect Tai Ningxiang, yet further analysis led to a startling revelation. In a counterintuitive twist, Tai Ningxiang, a criminal investigator with formidable counter-surveillance skills, appeared to possess both the opportunity and the capability to commit such acts. During her time at the police academy, even the instructors praised her close-quarters combat skills. Could it truly be her? By midday, Zhao Bin informed me that Lu Xiezi had escaped the clutches of death, guiding me to another hospital room. Upon entering, I was met with the sight of Lu Xiezi's emaciated form, wrapped in layers of bandages. His complexion was far from favorable, his brow furrowed as he muttered incessantly. "Old Lu, I've come to see you," I called out, approaching hesitantly alongside Zhao Bin. However, before I could draw nearer, Lu Xiezi, upon hearing my voice, reacted as if startled, waving me away vehemently. "Stay back. You are in a dire state, teetering on the brink of the grave. I dare not come into contact with you." Pausing at the threshold of the room, I felt a tinge of awkwardness. Yet I understood that Lu Xiezi's words were likely rooted in truth. Thus, I stood at a distance and inquired, "What led you to collapse outside the intensive care unit? What were you doing at the hospital so late at night?" "What was I doing? All because of you, you calamity. I entrusted you with our family heirloom, and you vanished without a word." Lu Xiezi fumed, his anger palpable as he bent over, retrieving a nearly broken, cracked pole from behind him. "This is a treasure passed down through generations, meant to stabilize our clan's fortunes. Look at what it has become." Lu Xiezi was genuinely enraged, and from his reprimands, I gradually began to comprehend the events that had transpired the previous night. After my life was usurped, I found myself gravely injured and confined to a hospital. Among the items I carried with me, my ancestral carrying pole was stored within the hospital's premises. Subsequently, I was invited by Old Chun into Yi Bing's dream, which led to a series of complications. Thus, I had not contacted Lu, the blind man. During this time, Lu had attempted to reach me several times by phone, but his calls went unanswered. Concerned for my well-being, he consulted his divination last night, only to receive an ominous reading predicting certain death, which understandably unsettled him. Through various inquiries, he discovered my location and rushed to the hospital, intending merely to retrieve the carrying pole. However, he unexpectedly encountered malevolent forces within the hospital, leading him to uncover the perpetrator's sinister plot. It was only upon meeting you that I truly comprehended the arduous nature of the path of cultivation, realizing that the concept of seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune is utterly illusory. Lu's words carried a hint of worry. The city of Jiangchang is vast, with a population of millions, yet my circle of friends is exceedingly small, Lu being one of the few. Before discussing my circumstances, please elaborate on the events from last night. Did the assailant who injured you exhibit any distinctive traits? Lu, being the sole witness, held crucial testimony. When I arrived to collect my carrying pole, The hospital staff steadfastly refused to release it, insisting that personal consent was necessary for retrieval. I intended to seek you in your ward, but was intercepted by staff who barred entry to the intensive care unit, compelling me to wait in the hospital lobby. Lu, determined to feign ignorance regarding his motives, insisted that his presence was solely for the carrying pole. As the night wore on, the hospital lights flickered ominously, and I sensed the presence of a dark entity stirring. Following my instincts, I pursued it and chanced upon a shadow lurking outside your room. Is that the assailant? I inquired. Indeed, that shadow stood motionless outside your ward, peering through the window. The atmosphere was eerie, the corridor was deserted, and he resembled a wooden post, frozen in place. Sensing something was amiss, I prepared to investigate further, only to be ambushed without warning, Lu recounted, pointing to the knife wound on his abdomen. He seemed to possess some knowledge of the occult, yet he behaved as an ordinary person while confronting me, perhaps out of fear of exposure. Your description is rather vague. Could you provide more detailed information? I pressed, eager for clarity. It was too dark to discern clearly, but I could tell he was a man. Roughly 6 feet tall, taller than I, Lu replied. After half an hour of questioning without gleaning any useful information, I and Tai Ningxiang decided to take our leave. The victim's abdominal wound was a penetrating laceration, yet our investigation yielded no suitable weapon within the hospital capable of inflicting such an injury. Subsequently, I reviewed the surveillance footage, only to discover, astonishingly, that multiple cameras had malfunctioned during the critical time frame. Tai Ningxiang walked ahead, discussing the results of the night's investigation, while I trailed behind. My attention fixated on the nape of her neck. Through her cascading hair, I caught a glimpse of her smooth, unblemished skin. There was nothing amiss. Return to recuperate. I shall visit you once there is progress in the case, Tai Ningxiang stated before departing with Zhao Bin and the others, leaving me to return to the ward where I had initially been housed. Upon entering the room, I found Feng Minglong still asleep. Not wishing to disturb him, I quietly organized my belongings in preparation for discharge, although I still bear numerous unhealed wounds. The opening of my liver orifice has augmented my recuperative abilities to 5 or 6 times that of an average person. Thus, these injuries are not particularly grave, and there is no need for me to linger in the hospital. After retrieving my belongings from the hospital storage, I donned my attire and cast a final glance around the ward. Feng Minglong remained in deep slumber, his slippers carelessly tossed beneath the bed, their toes pointing towards the mattress. Why were the toes directed towards the bed? In a hospital, where the beds are not elevated, patients, hindered by their injuries, typically ascend by sitting on the edge of the bed, which would naturally result in the slippers pointing outward. I picked up Feng Minglong's slippers and noticed the soles were speckled with tiny mud particles and grass seeds. Had he ventured outside the hospital yesterday? I returned the slippers to their original spot and, observing Feng Minglong still fast asleep, chose not to speak further and quietly exited the hospital. Chapter 559. Bullet holes merely having left the hospital does not constitute evidence. To suspect Feng Minglong based solely on this would be rather hasty. To my mind, he lacks both the capability and motive for such an act. Sharing a hospital room with him, I am intimately acquainted with his habits and work ethic. Since becoming a live-streaming host, I have developed a keen eye for those around me, and to me, Feng Minglong epitomizes the quintessential common citizen. Should he indeed be the perpetrator, it would be utterly terrifying, for his acting prowess would have to be nothing short of masterful. Upon exiting the hospital, I refrained from looking back and hailed a taxi to Ting Tang Road. Upon opening the shop door, I tidied up briefly before ascending to the second floor of the small establishment. I pushed open the window to allow the air to circulate, quietly gazing at the bustling Ting Tang Road before me. People streamed by, and vehicles surged forth. Everything appeared unchanged. Yet, I alone understood that the situation was deteriorating, and I must carefully consider an escape route. The interrupted greenery at the entrance had been removed, and a new tenant had taken over the adjacent small eatery. The former family of 3 having fallen victim to a tragic misunderstanding. I had encountered them aboard the train of death. Lacking strength, I felt like an ant, and only when confronted by the darkness of this world did I comprehend the terror of the monsters lurking in the shadows. I sighed softly, closed the window, and located the universal key left by the detective during the real-life death game. In haste, I departed the shop, heading to my first destination, the residence of Yi Bing. I had visited her before, during the time I was being hunted throughout the city. Reflecting on it, Yi Bing's involvement may have been part of a meticulously orchestrated scheme. To unravel this conundrum, the best course of action would be to commence my investigation with her. Evading surveillance, I entered the community where Yi Bing resided, my demeanor casual, and the security guard did not impede my passage. Swiftly navigating the stairwell, I effortlessly used the universal key to unlock Yi Bing's security door. Once inside, I rummaged through her belongings, and after approximately half an hour, I finally unearthed my objective. Beneath her bed lay an antiquated wooden chest filled with old clothes, and beneath a heap of garments rested a tattered plush bear. Compared to its dreamlike counterpart, this plush bear appeared even more endearing in reality. Its goofy face adorned with 2 buttons, and all its seams had been painstakingly stitched up. At first glance, one might mistake it for an ordinary toy. "Can you hear me?" I spoke to the toy in my hands, an act that struck me as rather foolish, yet I felt no burden in doing so. After waiting for several minutes, the plush bear remained unresponsive. The solitary stuffed toy in the room resembled the one I had glimpsed in my dreams, unmistakably the dwelling of the hunchbacked boy's spirit. I closed the door and drew the curtains to block out the sunlight, employing necromancy to summon the seductive ghost, aiming for it to inhabit the plush bear. When the ghost, Huang Xue, made contact with the bear, the stitched seams suddenly burst open, and crimson threads danced like a gaping mouth, lunging towards the ghost. "Little one, I am Gao Jian. I saved Yi Bing in my dreams, and am here to assist you against Chen Zhouge," I exclaimed to the plush bear, urging it to understand that Yi Bing had not yet escaped peril. She remained trapped in the dream, ensnared by Chen Zhouge. Only by joining forces could we rescue her and grant her true liberation. Convincing the plush bear was not a daunting task. Yi Bing was its fixation, and by invoking her name, many obstacles could be effortlessly overcome. In the stifling silence of the room, the plush bear lay on the floor, its crimson threads moving in an eerie manner, creating a somewhat frightening scene. In reality, the plush bear was feeble. Whether it was due to the lingering daylight or other reasons, it could not even manage basic communication, only managing to feebly sway the red threads to prove its existence. The game of hide and seek between you and Chen Zhouge is far from over. I will help you reclaim your body and ensure that monster faces the consequences it deserves. Approaching the plush bear and lifting it, I discovered it offered no resistance, allowing my anxiety to gradually dissipate. The plush bear was a card to confront Chen Zhouge, and at last, this card was firmly in my grasp. After searching Yi Bing's home without uncovering anything of value, I hastily left. The security personnel in the community seemed to notice the extra plush bear in my arms, but it appeared to be of little worth, and they showed no inclination to stop or question me. Upon returning to Ting Tang Road, I had yet to devise my next course of action. Just as I charged my phone and powered it on, I discovered dozens of messages and missed calls, the majority from Guishu Lingxiang. When did this beautiful proprietress become so concerned about me? A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over me as I dialed Guishu Lingxiang's number. "Boss, do you need something?" The phone rang once before being answered, and I heard Guishu Lingxiang's urgent voice on the other end. "Gao Jian, come to Yiyun community immediately. Hurry. Sakura is in trouble." Her voice was laced with fatigue and worry, leaving me no time to ponder as I hung up and rushed to the location she mentioned. Yiyun community, located in the outskirts of Jiangcheng, was where Guishu Lingxiang resided, and it was my first visit. After knocking on the door, I heard footsteps within just moments later. The security door opened, revealing Guishu Lingxiang's somewhat pale face. "Come in quickly," she urged, clad in a loose-fitting coat and barefaced, radiating a maternal beauty. "What happened to Sakura?" I asked as I entered the living room, neglecting to remove my shoes before being pulled into the bedroom by Guishu Lingxiang. The cozy little room was infused with a faint medicinal scent, and I quickly noticed Sakura lying on the bed, her breath faint and her condition dire. "Why didn't you take her to the hospital? What is going on?" I rushed to the bedside, filled with concern as I observed Sakura in her pajamas, eyes tightly shut, a towel resting on her forehead. Having visited the hospital, I found it utterly futile, as the doctor was unable to ascertain anything, compelling me to take Sakura to the provincial hospital. Ayaka Kitsutsuki, who appeared to have spent the night in torment, bore bloodshot eyes. Once a woman of exquisite grace, she now seemed utterly exhausted, revealing the depth of her concern for Sakura. A sudden illness? Was there no prior indication? I gently brushed my hand against Sakura's cheek, which felt as cold as that of a corpse. This was not an ordinary fever or a common ailment. Could it be food poisoning? In the dead of night yesterday, a noise emanated from Sakura's room, prompting me to rush over. Upon opening the door, I found her lying on the floor, while Ayaka Kitsutsuki was lifting the towel from Sakura's forehead, revealing an unusual mark at the center of her brow. I leaned closer to observe a deep black circular imprint, approximately 58 millimeters in diameter, on Sakura's fair forehead. The measurement of 58 millimeters struck a chord within me, recalling my own harrowing experience in Despair District. Just as I was on the brink of death, a seemingly inconspicuous paper doll painting had saved my life. I vividly remember that upon emerging from the nightmare, I had deliberately checked the paper doll painting, which bore a similar bullet hole on its forehead. The paper doll that Sakura gifted me, capable of allowing me to die once in the dream, was undoubtedly extraordinary. I gazed at the bullet hole on Sakura's forehead, that same 58 millimeter mark, the standard diameter of a police bullet. This could not merely be coincidence. The paper doll might very well symbolize Sakura herself. My legs felt weak as I gradually sank to the edge of the bed, contemplating the dark, bloody semblance of the bullet hole on Sakura's forehead for a few moments. I decided not to conceal anything and disclosed all the details to Ayaka Kitsutsuki. This predicament originated with me, and I was determined to heal Sakura. How to treat the injuries inflicted in the dream realm was certainly beyond the comprehension of the doctors in reality, including Truman, who must be hearing of such injuries for the first time. However, it would be premature to surrender. My experiences in the depths of the dream had enlightened me to the existence of a sect that might possess the means to heal Sakura, the Xiaozhuang Temple, which practices the art of entering the dream world. Yet, this sect is shrouded in greater mystery than Maoshan or Miaojin, and reaching out to them would not be an easy endeavor. I glanced at Ayaka Kitsutsuki, who was on the brink of collapse by Sakura's side, and retrieved my phone to dial the number of Qing Xianlong from Maoshan. As a legitimate disciple of Maoshan, he would surely have knowledge regarding these hidden sections.